HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Man, I know it's rainy outside, but if it feels sunny on the inside here, if you can cut the electricity with a knife, it's because the Astros are undefeated. They're 1-0.
We've all got a sun lamp on us, a metaphorical sun lamp on us.
Astro fever, man. Yeah.
That was and it ended up being exactly what you would want in an opening day. You don't want it to be boring.
No, it's not
go
that.
Out. You know, hey, you win by 3 runs. That can be kind of boring sometimes.
Okay.
I'd rather have my 2 best relievers come really, really, really close to just dashing it all against the rocks. Yeah.
Each put 3 guys on base. Brian Abreu in the 8th walks 3 guys, gets out of it. Yeah. And then Josh Hader.
Hader was more of a showman about it because he just kind of had to say, like, nope, no outs. We're just gonna.
and made the actual score closer by giving up a run.
Yeah.
But then struck out Juan Soto to end the game. How you doing this morning, my friend? You feel?
I'm good. I feel good.
Yeah.
I've got my circle of trust already. After one game, everybody knows that in baseball you should make the sweeping judgments after one performance.
One game. Yep.
Anybody who claims otherwise is a fraud. And it won't be a conclusive circle of trust.
Mm-hmm.
But I got to tell you, right now, Hader, not in it.
Not in it.
No. I don't need to hear about Taylor Scott warming up for an hour and a half to bail out your setup guy and your reliever and your closer.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that was a little nerve-wracking. I'm going
to mention, I was surprised Framber was coming out for the 7th inning. Thank God he did.
Yeah.
Thank God he did.
Yep. Framber was – I guess if we're going – and by the way, welcome in, everybody. 3-1 the Astros win yesterday. If maybe you didn't get a chance to watch it, didn't see the final score. 3-1 they win, so they're 1-0. Hunter Brown going tonight, so that'll be good. As we alluded to there, Josh Hader and Brian Abreu both walking a tightrope, but in the end, Josh Hader strikes out the highest-paid athlete in North American sports – to end the game. So that was good.
It would have been incredibly annoying for multiple reasons if Soto had won that game for him in that spot. Because it would have been, as much as ESPN doesn't really cover baseball as much as they used to, it still would have been all over because that's a big moment by Juan Soto.
Oh, yeah.
And Hader robbed them of that potential big moment.
Hader punched him out, and it looked like early in that at-bat that Hader was just going to pitch around him and then I guess just try to pitch to Pete Alonso instead, who was on deck, because they went to 2-0 or 3-0. I can't remember, but I know the first 2 pitches were well out of the zone. I'm like, oh God, you're Josh Hader, man. Don't nibble. Come after. I don't care that it's Juan Soto. Come after this guy.
I was okay with the strategy. They were kind of hedging. He nibbled and then worked his way back to a full count, and then he just went for it.
All's well that ends well, I guess. But So Framber, I think, was the big story there. And Framber was a little shaky early on. You know, I know 7 shutout innings, so he didn't give up any runs anywhere along the way. But he was, the pitch count got a little up in the first inning. The outs were hard hit. You know, you had the very first out of the season was a Gold Glove style line drive catch by Jeremy Pena, where he climbed the ladder big time to go up and get that.
It's the new MLB logo. I took about 7 different screen caps of that catch. Yeah. I mean, that was a hell of a catch. Oh no, Sean, when he's at the apex, and it looks like he's 9 feet in the air.
Yeah.
I mean, realistically, I mean, he's probably his hand's probably 10 feet in the air. He probably could have dunked at that moment.
Yep.
And that was an impressive catch. And he made a couple good plays in the first.
No, he did. Yeah. I mean, Pena did nothing to quell my enthusiasm. Nobody offensively was killer yesterday. They got done what they needed to get done. It was good to see. Christian Walker hit the ball hard yesterday. That was good to see.
Yeah.
They were hard outs. Okay. So the very first out of the season was Jeremy Pena climbing the ladder. The last out of the first inning was Jose Altuve on a play that if you're watching on the TV copy, you're like, oh God, these two are gonna plow into each other, and it turns out that Altuve just Kelly leaks the thing and cuts in front of Jake Myers.
He did exactly what we described that Jake Myers might have to be doing, is just jumping in front of everybody, running all over the place, being a bad team player because he has to make every catch. Yeah.
In that moment where Altuve, and I think if you're an Astros fan, you watch the game, you know the exact play I'm talking about, the last out of the first inning, where there's clearly very little communication on the part of Jose Altuve as to what was going to happen on that play.
Myers was trying to call him off. Yeah.
Did that make you, in the moment, more nervous, less nervous, or to you is it, hey, it's just one play when it comes to Altuve in left field?
I think it's one play, and it's not one that you haven't seen from veteran outfielders at times, in the fact that he made the catch. Now, if he had botched the catch and taken away what would have been an easy catch for Myers, then, if there had been a collision, sure, then obviously the outcome makes it a lot easier. But I'm just trying to look at Altuve as like a young George Springer. Or even an older George. Remember when it was George and Marwin that collided in the outfield, right? Was it not the one where Marwin was glaring at George?
I'll tell you the collision that I remember that might be more relevant to this one because it was with a left fielder and an infielder was when, I can't remember, it was last year or the year before. It was early on when Yordan was kind of taking over some of the reins in left field. Yeah. And Jeremy Pena bounced off of Yordan Alvarez on a fly ball to left field. Like that defensive back bounced off of Andre Johnson back in the day against the Cardinals. Like it was that was the one that I was thinking of in the moment. But I'm with you. Look, Altuve's going to get better at this stuff. He went on to command Jeremy Pena off of a pop fly to short left field late in the game. Took charge. Yeah. So that was good to see. Good to see just communication in general.
Right, and Cam Smith had a near catch in right field that could have ended up being a double, but it was not an error. It would have been a nice catch if he had made it. He was sliding and would have caught it at his hip on the ground. Yeah. I think there's a good chance Kyle Tucker would have just caught that on the bounce, at least the way he's been playing the last couple of years, where it looked like he was making business decisions. So it wasn't an error. It would have been a nice catch if he had made it. I think maybe midway through the season he makes that catch.
I agree.
But so far, you can see the potential for some issues defensively in the corner outfields over the first few weeks, but they'll get better. Jose Altuve, I promise you this, Sean. Jose Altuve will be a better outfielder 3 weeks from now than he is right this moment.
I think it's a safe promise. I don't think you're going out on a limb. Smith was a big story yesterday on the broadcast. They multiple flashes over to his family. He had 30 people in the stands yesterday. He showed up at the ballpark yesterday, Seth. I like this moment of self-awareness. Did you see this? He showed up at the ballpark with what looked to be 3 boxes of three Shipley Donuts boxes, dozen boxes of Shipley donuts. I like the self-awareness on 2 fronts. One, bringing donuts in for your teammates as the rookie in the clubhouse, especially after a big deal was made of you making the team the day before. And number 2, that he went to a local institution in Shipley's to get the donuts.
Well, it was a little bit more than that. It wasn't like he did it just like off the top of his head. It was requested. It's as close as it comes to hazing these days. Yeah. But he had to seek out an open Shipley. Because the first one he went to was in an office building. He probably just looked at his Google Maps or something.
Okay.
And so he had to go find a second location where he could get the Shipleys.
Boy, sounds like heavy lifting. Finding an open Shipleys in Houston, Texas.
Well, no, it is kind of tricky.
Why?
Some of them do. Some of them aren't open all the time. Well, either in an office building or there are some strip mall locations that aren't open in the afternoon or in the evening.
Okay. I mean, the game was at 3, so I'm guessing he's going like middle of the morning to go get them sometime.
Well, but the first one he went to was closed.
Right.
So he had to go. So he did. He showed, at the very least, he had a margin of error there.
That's true.
So he had some extra time to do it. He wasn't on a wild goose chase.
Boy, someone is the easy grader. I thought I was the easy grader on the show. You're giving him points. Shipley's Houston at 10 o'clock in the morning.
He went to it. Well, you should reserve your criticism for Shipley itself.
Yeah.
The one that's in an office building.
Yeah.
They must only be open for breakfast.
That is a thing. Like sometimes when you don't know where something is and you go to your map and it says, "Oh, here's a Shipley." That happens with Chick-fil-A in malls a lot.
Yeah.
Like, "Oh no, here's a Chick-fil-A." You're like, "No." And you drive there. You go, "No. This is the Baybrook Mall, and there's a Chick-fil-A in the food court. This isn't a Chick-fil-A." You know, yeah.
Plus, I think it was DeZenzo. Was it DeZenzo or one of the other young guys got Krispy Kreme? Which
now that would be that would be a huge faux pas in my opinion, right?
Yeah.
You got to get Shipley if you're in Houston. You got to pander to both your teammates and Houstonians when you do this.
Cam Smith said it was the first time ever that he was too nervous to eat before the game, so he had to force himself to eat. But he did a good thing, which is he reminded himself. This is something that they do a good job of teaching the athletes these days.
Yeah.
The butterflies are a good thing.
Yes.
You got to reframe it. All it means is that you care and you're ready.
Yeah.
So you learn to eagerly anticipate the butterflies instead of letting them overcome you. So he handled that very well, and he went out and just in a season where they're trying to tell everybody to exercise more judgment and discipline at the plate. He swung at the first damn pitch. That's right.
Okay.
Get it going, man.
I'm glad you lied. You know what? And he got the first hit out of his system. We don't have to sit here. He didn't go 0 for 3 or 0 for 4, and we're waiting on the first pitch, first hit, get it out of the way. I love that part about yesterday for sure. We're going to do this every show. Kyle Tucker, in a game in which the Cubs scored 10 runs last night, Kyle Tucker went 1 for 5 with an RBI.
Oh my God! So he's got to be hitting 100 on the season so far.
He's 2 for 13 on the season so far. Whatever that is, he's under 100. No. He's over 100.
Yeah,
he's like $150, something like that.
Oh, that's disgusting.
Yeah.
He was 150 entering the day, so he's probably at 125 or something.
Yeah.
So
whatever 2 for 13 is. Yeah.
Yeah. What a loser.
Yeah.
Oh my God! How did Alex Bregman do?
0 for 4 with a strikeout. The two are a combined 2 for 17 right now on the season.
For anybody wondering, trying to be Joe Baseball, he did have a batting average, and Kyle Tucker did have a batting average entering the day because they'd already played 2 games against the Dodgers.
He was 1 for 8 on the season, so he was 125 entering the game, and now he's like 150 something. Yeah.
And I apologize. He's hitting 154 right now.
Yeah, he's crushing it. So there you go. And we will continue to check
that makes
on this.
sense. If he was 1 for 5, he batted 200 yesterday, so it lifted it. Okay.
Yeah, he was 125.
I gotta get my math together. Damn it.
Yeah, man. Yep. All right, 713-572-4610. Astros are 1-0. Opening day win. That was good to see yesterday. Framber Valdez, really good to see. 7 shutout innings. And back at it tonight. Hunter Brown on the hill tonight for the Stros. All right, we will talk plenty of Astros today on the show. Don't worry about that. We've got some football to get to as well. Cal McNair sends out a letter to season ticket holders and media yesterday about the stadium situation. We'll give you the update from the letter and that letter yesterday. We will discuss that coming up next. Daily and Black. If you
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Cal McNair penned a letter yesterday, Seth. He sat down at his desk with his feather and his quill, and he dipped it in the ink, and he in cursive. I like to think it was in cursive, and it got transcribed onto a computer somewhere. And Cal wrote a letter to the city of Houston yesterday. So we welcome you back in here on a Friday on Payne and Pendergast.
Do you think he dictated it old school style while a secretary wrote it on a typewriter?
No.
What's more likely, he did that, or he spoke it into Gemini or some kind of AI and they cleaned it up a little bit and wrote it for him?
Or didn't even speak it. He said just, hey, Gemini, write a letter to the season ticket holders and the fans of Houston about how excited I am about Nick Caserio and D'Amico, the upcoming season, and that we got a stadium thing we're working on right now, you know?
Yeah.
And it's all going to be all right. It's all going to be all right.
Writing a public statement, I'm not saying it is shade or anything. If you're a public figure and you write a letter, you get a little assistance from the PR folks.
Oh,
and everything.
for 100%.
Even if it's in your own words, you tweak it a little bit and everything before you put it out.
Even if you're really good at writing letters to people,
unless you're somebody like Mark Cuban or something that's just totally shooting from the hip all the time.
Yeah,
I think the vast majority
I'll fall into that category for sure. So the letter goes like, I'm not going to read the entire thing. The first part of it, Cal expresses his excitement for the upcoming season, how proud he is of what the team's done so far with D'Amico and Nick at the helm, but there's more to do. There's new heights. He used a lot of the same catchphrases that Nick and D'Amico both use. You know, he mentions special work ethic and relentless mindset. He mentions getting to new heights. These are all things D'Amico has said. He then talks about how much the team means to him and his family, the passion that they have for it. You know, his dad bringing football back to Houston 25 years ago is a big, big deal to them. Giving back to Houston is a core value of theirs. And then it gets to what I think is the crux of the letter and the impetus for it. If I had to guess, off the field, he says, Cal McNair says, there have been several articles written in recent weeks about the future of NRG Stadium. Although we're 7 years away from the expiration of our lease, I want you to know that we're working collaboratively and diligently with our partners, the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, Harris County, and HCSCC, which I'm guessing is the Harris County, I don't know what that, Harris County something or other, to identify the best path forward. With those partners, we've conducted a number of studies and continue to learn more about what we need to be successful in the future under the leadership of our new team president, Mike Toman, who has an extensive history of developing and renovating stadiums. I think that's an important detail here. I think that's a big, big impetus for why Mike Toman is the president. Not only is he very capable and accomplished country, this is his area of expertise, or one of many areas of expertise he has. He's been involved in the construction and management of a lot of big, noteworthy stadiums. Concluding, we support a renovation of NRG Stadium and are committed to exploring all potential solutions to ensure long-term success. We want to ensure we have a world-class facility that provides a competitive advantage for our team and a great experience for our fans while standing tall as a community asset. Ultimately, with our valued partners, our goal is to find a solution that works for all stakeholders involved, where everyone feels like a winner. And then he thanks everybody for their support, and go Texans. So I think what Cal would like to be the big takeaway there is that everybody's working together right now. We all know that the stadium is not ideal for the year 2025, or I guess more importantly, the year 2032 when the lease is up. And as of right now, the stated priority is renovating NRG Stadium. I guess the elephant in the room, Seth, and the question that needs to be asked is to provide the competitive advantage and, more importantly, the experience for their fans that stacks up in this day and age. Is NRG Stadium an appropriate starting point for a stadium like that?
Yeah, and just remember from our conversation with Toman and other things that I've read and listened to about this, a huge part of it is, okay, getting people into the stadium smoothly and efficiently. That a renovation it might involve a lot more than, you know, just a nice paint job and a few things. There's some pretty big structural things you'd have to do. But then they also can stand and watch while they're having almost a sports bar type experience.
Yeah.
So I think at the very least, if we're going to get really let's get really cynical about this.
Okay.
My most cynical theory about this would be, okay, what if they are just making a display of a good faith effort to try to renovate the kind of the same way somebody might, if you feel like you're going to divorce your wife, you start a couple years in advance really putting your best foot forward.
Yeah.
Yeah. At some point, she's going to bring up that you forgot to pick up the kids 7 consecutive times from Little League
Got to be out in front of that.
You were drunk, right. So you want to be sure that you start doing that. And then you also, go above and beyond a few times. Oh, she doesn't mention the time that I bought her flowers on Valentine's Day and took her out to a fancy restaurant, I suppose.
Right.
She just wants to talk about negative stuff.
Right.
Yeah. So at the very least, if you're the most cynical, I think this would be, all right, you're making a display of a good faith effort. I think they genuinely, if the circumstances are correct and if they get the deal they want, it would make sense that they want to renovate for multiple reasons. There are a lot of advantages to going out to a suburb, being able to build from scratch, from the ground up, not to mention the tax breaks you might get. And that's the negotiation part that could end up taking a few years is what kind of extra little perks do they get, and how does the negotiation with the rodeo go?
Yeah, in the rodeo, yeah, right. And that's a big thing. That's something that people need to remember. The Texans, okay, thank you. Harris County Sports and Convention Corporation is HCSCC. Yeah. Thank you, Texter. This is a unique situation. None of the 31 other teams in the NFL, many of whom have gone through this exact process over the last several years, have a partner with them, like the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, that shares the venue with them, that, let's face it, was a big reason why you were able to secure this stadium in the first place, to bring football back to Houston back in the early 2000s. And they know that. The McNairs know that. I think just from a logical standpoint, I don't think you need to be an engineer. I don't think you need to be sitting in these rooms with all these people and know what the studies they've conducted entail to look at the situation and go, renovating NRG Stadium to make it look like a reasonable facsimile of what a state-of-the-art facility looks like today. Yeah. What a state-of-the-art facility looks like today is way different than what state-of-the-art looked like when this stadium was built, obviously. Because at the time it was built, it was viewed as a high-level stadium. But you don't have to be an engineer or be in those rooms to know that logistically the type of renovation of NRG Stadium that we're talking about here is going to be really hard to conduct without disrupting a football season or a rodeo season or both.
Yeah,
that stadium is not in – that stadium, unlike other football stadiums, that stadium is not in primary use for just August through January. It's in primary use August through January, and then you have this thing that sits there from late February into early April – that is one of the staples of the Houston cultural several decades.
Yeah, it's hard to operate a massive construction project while you're also having one of the largest rodeos in the world.
A lot of dirt
going on, with not to mention A-list celebrities
concerts
coming in and out.
Yeah,
it's dicey. Now, I mean, just even think about, even if you can envision doing the renovation in the stadium itself and how they might have to maneuver around and section off areas or anything, just all of the staging outside the stadium for the construction companies and everything else like that, where you'd love to be able to have all the contractors set up exactly where people are also eating their gigantic turkey legs.
That's exactly. You want little kids walking around and people eating food with gigantic pieces of machinery and dirt flying everywhere.
Right.
That's what you want.
They got construction workers coming to the job site carrying their jackhammers on the what's the thing, the conveyor thing there where everybody rides across. What the hell is that called?
The conveyor thing?
The gondola deal there. It's like the ski lift, but across the,
you're talking, okay, I thought you were talking about a construction thing. I know what you're talking about, the amusement park thing, like a sky ride. Like a sky ride. Yeah.
Whatever they call it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got a guy carrying his jackhammer on the sky ride.
Sitting on the sky ride.
To go.
I thought he was, okay. I
was talking about a construction thing, Sean. I was mixing it with the sky ride.
I thought the sky ride was a construction thing also. Yeah, I didn't know what you were talking about.
That's what they could do, is they could turn some of the cranes into carnival events.
Yeah. Oh, that's an easy way.
Yeah. We could get lifted up on the crane high you around a little bit,
right,
and then set you back down and pick up a girder.
They could have it where they let kids actually handle a jackhammer. Like, that'll be 3 tickets.
Yes.
That'll be 3 tickets, and you get to jackhammer out one big pallet of concrete.
They could raffle off dynamite technician certificates or something.
What could go wrong? So I think
there's a part of me here, and I think a lot of our listeners might appreciate this. If you've ever thought about renovating an old house, because I found myself in this situation, you talk to architects about it. I'll say multiple, because look, the architect doesn't want to help you work on your renovation project. They want to build something new from scratch, so they can make their mark in history. They're like, well, it'd probably actually be cheaper just to tear that building down and build a new one. And I'm like, listen, dude, I know what you're up to here, all right? And then 2 years later, and a near divorce later, you're like, oh gosh, I really should have just torn this thing down. The architect wasn't lying to me at all. This has been a nightmare. That's a tricky thing with renovations. It's harder to project costs with renovations than it is to build something from the ground up.
Yeah, a lot of overruns for sure.
Yeah.
All right, a lot of people weighing in. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. I have a feeling figuring out what to do with the dome is going to be a big part of any NRG renovation deal. I 100% agree with that. 100%. Like the future of the Astrodome is also embedded somewhere in this initiative, I would say. If NRG Stadium and where they are now remains the site that both the rodeo and the Texans continue to play at moving forward.
Are you like me in my assumption? The most plausible explanation for why people are holding so tight to not wanting to tear the Astrodome down is that there are mob bodies buried somewhere in the foundation. I just assume that Jimmy Hoffa is down there or something. There's some secret that buried in that concrete that people don't want somebody to find.
It's a better explanation than the actual one, which is I think people are sentimental about it. I think people are just... People down here in this part of the country, in which I'm not saying it's a flaw or anything like that. I think it's part of what makes this part of the country great. It's a friendly part of the country that likes to look back on things, and they see that dome and they remember all the good times they had in there, and they feel as though if you tear that dome down, that somehow it erases part of your brain.
I think there are some remnants of Judge Hoffheinz and his good times activities buried down there, more likely.
Well,
this
is on brand for our show. I think you're more the cynic of the two of us with stuff like this. Probably.
Yeah.
Back to football for a second. We've been digging into some of these anonymous scouting reports. Probably Seth, I would say right now that one of the more I would say one of the, not controversial, but one of the more polarizing maybe prospects based on the measurements from the combine is Will Campbell, the tackle from LSU.
Yeah.
I'm looking at his anonymous scouting report from the Bob McGinn article, where Bob McGinn, a longtime columnist who pulls together anonymous scout quotes on different players on the word arm. And the word arm is cited 5 times in the Will Campbell scouting report, because apparently his arms are 5/8 of an inch shorter than you would like them for a tackle that you're drafting this high in the draft. He's viewed as a consensus top 10 pick. You know who's having none of this? Will Campbell himself.
For 2 years, nobody had any measurements on me, and nobody said anything about my play. So now all of a sudden, an arm length decides if I'm a good player or not. I think it's BS. But, any decision makers in the NFL, they don't really care. It's all, people who don't coach, and they don't coach for a reason.
Okay. He's a good interview. So Bob McGinn has 4 different scouts that are talking about Will Campbell in very small sound bites here. Sound bites are, quotes. And of the 4, here are 3 of them. Here are quotes from 3 of them. His arms are a little short. That's number 1. Number 2, if you want a nitpick, his arms aren't all that long. Number 3, he's got the feet, he's got the balance, he's got the ability to play tackle, but I want a longer-armed guy. Boy, Ross Tucker had a video about this yesterday. I should have pulled the audio. Ross was he was PO'd that scouts are taking this much.
3/8 of an inch.
3/8 of whatever it is, and saying, this is why you're not going to draft the guy in the top 10.
Well, okay,
when his film says he should be drafted in the top 10.
Well, but for Ross, part of it is that people were talking about his shorter arms before they had any measurements on him at all. Mm-hmm. And this is the thing about any of the measurements And first, it's one data point that you're using to get a whole picture of a player. And with arm length, a lot of it comes down to, okay, does the guy play like he's got short arms? Or if he does have short arms, does he use them well? Because it's like Mike Tyson. Because people love to bring up Mike Tyson in these scenarios. Say, well, like, hey, Mike Tyson had short arms and he did just fine. Right, because he was surgical. Because he used his short arms to an advantage. You got up underneath dudes and carved them up. That Will Campbell doesn't necessarily play like that. So if he were more surgical with his hands, people wouldn't be as concerned about it. But he's kind of sloppy at times and lets guys get into his chest. So scouts were bringing it up, or at least internet scouts. But guys like Daniel Jeremiah, who's a former NFL scout, guys,
yeah.
Guys that are pretty learned about it and have been doing it for a long time, that's where the concern is that, all right, a guy can have shorter than average arms, but I got to be sure that he overcomes it in some regard.
Yeah.
So it's still going to be a concern with Will Campbell. The notion that somehow his actual arm measurement is what's going to drive him down 20 spots in the draft or something, yeah, that's stupid because it doesn't exist, except amongst the dumbest of NFL scouts.
Yep.
He's really good. Like with his feet, I would say the same thing about Gray Zabel. His arms are a little bit shorter. The North Dakota State interior offensive lineman. He's played tackle, but most people think he's going to be an interior offensive lineman. Like he doesn't use his hands well enough to make you not as concerned about his shorter arms.
Yeah.
But he's also really, really good with his feet, and he does a lot of things that other long arm guys don't do. So it's always just balancing those things out.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. Let's get to some headlines. We're proud to partner, by the way, with the Texas Children's Houston Open at Memorial Park Golf Course this weekend. They weren't able to finish the first round yesterday due to darkness, but they're going to get it all made up today. Don't let the weather scare you. They got that rounded yesterday. A whole lot of fun out there. Scotty Scheffler, Rory McIlroy, more of the PGA's best. They're on the course right here in Houston all weekend long as well. The first round is going to resume this morning, 8:30 a.m., at Memorial Park Golf Course. Second round will begin as scheduled. Score updates, tee times, weather notes, ticket information. You can get all that at tchouopen.com right now. We love the Texas Children's Houston Open at Memorial Park Golf Course. Round 2, teeing off at 8:30 a.m. today. Headlines are up next. Before we get to that, I want to get you guys in a new
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, today's headlines. Let's start with the Astros. They win yesterday, 3-1 over the New York Mets. Big stories out of this one. Cam Smith gets his first hit as a major leaguer, and on his first swing, first pitch, gets his first hit. He gets that out of the way. Bigger story, Framber Valdez, your ace, pitches like one. Scuffled a little bit early on, but not enough to allow any runs. 7 innings, 4 hits, no runs, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts. Just a very workmanlike good Framber outing yesterday.
Yeah, no, and it was, it struggled to command his curveball early on, reined that in, ends up going 7 innings, which was nice, especially given that it was going to end up being a near disaster with both of your best relievers in Abreu and Josh Hader. Yeah. So Josh Hader provided us with an awesome, tense final out against Juan Soto. Juan Soto would have had a chance to be an absolute hero, but he struck him out on a full count with after loading the bases with no outs whatsoever. Previously in the inning, it was dicey there at the end. It was a 3-0 lead turned very, very dicey in the final 2 innings.
It was indeed. In the mound tonight, we'll dig deeper into the Astros opening day win at the top of the hour. In fact, we're going to overreact to everything that happened at the game yesterday. Big overreaction.
We've got a circle of trust already.
We have a way too early circle of trust and major overreactions and audio from the stadium yesterday at the top of the hour.
It's not an official circle of trust. We have to wait at least 2 or 3 weeks to have an official circle of trust.
Right. It's an overreaction circle of trust. I can't wait. Yeah. I'm excited about this. As far as the rest of Major League Baseball goes, the Red Sox win yesterday. Alex Bregman goes 0 for 4 with a strikeout. Cubs win as well, 10-6. Kyle Tucker 1 for 5 with an RBI.
Oh no!
You're looking to keep track of if you're looking to keep track. Now I don't know how Presley did, but I don't have the same pettiness for Presley as I do Bregman and Tucker this season.
Tucker, it's fun because this is not like Cubs fans are just thinking, well, they've played 3 games now, but hey, it's early. They were starting to get stressed about him during spring training. Just a quick Google search brought up this March 7th article. If you've been keeping an eye on spring training, you know things are not looking great. They couldn't be much worse. 14 at-bats, 0 hits. That was Kyle Tucker at the start of spring, when everybody was trying to be calm, cool, and collected about how, if you overreact to spring training, you don't know baseball. Well, he's extended it on into the regular season.
He has. Ryan Presley pitched the 9th inning last night in a 10-6 win, Seth. 2 hits, 1 earned run.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, if you really want to amp up the pettiness, I believe Justin Verlander makes his fan today.
That'd be a tough one.
Yeah, I don't have any, Verlander, Verlander wasn't one, by the time the season was over, I'm like, you can go. It's okay. We're good. I'm give him a big hug and say, you go where you need to go now, pal. You were injured a lot last year.
No. Presley and Verlander both. That was just, whether you want to call it a mutual decision or whatever it might be, it was a natural aging out for both those guys.
Yeah.
And it was just time for them to move on.
It was.
With Tucker and Bregman, it's very much just the old classic. All right, you money-grubbing whore. Fine. Leave. Don't let the door hit you on your non-hitting butt on the way out.
Where the good Lord split you. Yeah. Someone said Presley got the save. He didn't get the save. He just pitched the last inning. He didn't know you don't get a save in a game that's 10-5 when you come in. It's got to be a closer game than that's a text message. Someone said Presley got the save. No, he didn't. He pitched the last inning of a game. That's all he did. There was a funny graphic. As long as we're talking about Bregman and Tucker, and we got time and headlines here. There was a funny graphic they put up on the broadcast yesterday that showed the top 5 picks of the 2015 draft, I think it was, 2015 or 2016, whichever year it was that the Astros drafted Bregman with the 2nd pick and Tucker with the 5th pick. Mm-hmm. Man, talk about a draft. That's pretty good. Brendan Rodgers was the 3rd pick in that draft. He started at second base for the Astros yesterday, and Todd Callis brought up a great point. He's like, if someone had told you the day of that draft which guy is going to still be a Houston – which guy is going to be a Houston Astro on 05, that it would be Brendan Rodgers, the pick of the Rockies, and not Alex Bregman or Kyle Tucker.
Neither of those two.
Neither of those two.
If you had to take odds on those. Well, if somebody had asked me that, then I'd clearly know that, okay, this person is a time traveler, because why are they throwing Brendan Rodgers in there?
Yeah.
Now, Brendan Rodgers is not going to be the everyday starter at second base. Buckle up, everybody. You're going to have some. You know what? Look forward to it. The lineup changes are going to be fast and furious this year.
It'll be fun.
It's going to be something different every night.
Yeah, it'll be different. And when they start, if and when they start losing some games, it'll be a source of criticism, I'm sure.
Okay, yeah. So the combined Bregman and Tucker box score at this point is what?
2 for 17.
2 for 17.
2 for 17. Yep, 2 for 17.
As we know, Bregman's a notoriously slow starter, but Red Sox fans, they might have read about it, but they haven't been through it yet.
They're experiencing it now.
He's a notoriously slow starter.
Yep, he is.
That's right, Brandy.
That's right. 0 for 4 with a strikeout. Hey, by the way, MLB TV, get your act together. Crashed yesterday on opening day.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, man. Baseball, they got to get their crap together. Because, for one, I know locally, the fix I find myself in that I get angry about is that, okay, to get NFL Sunday Ticket, I got to have YouTube TV. YouTube TV does not support MLB, so you got to get Fubo if you're a streamer. Mm-hmm. And Fubo obviously doesn't support NFL Sunday Ticket. It's just that everybody who was clamoring years ago and whatnot, man.
Getting what you asked for.
This is the disaster that everything has fallen into. For people who live out of market, it's a real nightmare.
Yeah.
Because they black out games. I know when I've been back up north at times, like trying to find any if it's a. So I'm from Rochester, New York, which is way, way, way upstate New York. But I'm 7 hours away from New York City. And I can't watch Yankees versus Mets, Astros versus Mets, Blue Jays versus Mets, Pirates versus Mets. I think Boston even might be blacked out.
Blacked out for the Mets in Rochester. That's weird.
Yeah,
it's a big radius.
It's a pain in the butt.
Yeah, that's a big radius, man.
And in MLB, I'll tell you this. They're dialed in on not letting your VPN work.
Oh, really? They got the
Yeah.
Internet Gestapo out, making sure.
Yeah, they're brilliant with it.
Oh man. And by the way, you mentioned YouTube TV. If you have YouTube TV, you don't get Space City Home Network here locally either. It's not good.
So I cut the cord so I can have two quasi-cable providers.
Right,
now.
and
I'm a proud owner of 2 TV streaming services.
Yep.
And not to mention I got to sign up for Apple TV tonight.
Well, by the way, we're going to have Heidi Watney on at 9 o'clock today. She's a sideline reporter for tonight's Astros game. It's
I
on
don't
Apple
blame
TV
her.
Plus. No, it'll be a cordial conversation. We had her on last year. She's great. Rockets beat the Jazz last night, 121-110 in Utah. Alperen Şengün was awesome, 33 points, 10 rebounds. The Texans draft party is set at the Plaza de Avenidas right there in front of – it's where it was last year for day 2. Right in front of Discovery Green there is where the party's going to be. That was a great setup last year for the draft party. That's where it'll be again this year. Thursday, April 24th. Unless Nick decides to trade out of the first round again, then I guess it's TBD.
Last year was on Friday. Last year it was the second round. So this year I'm guessing I'll be back. If I do that, I don't know if I'm doing the second day of the broadcast or not. If I am, I'll be back in studio at the stadium with John and Mark.
I would guess you are, if I had to guess.
I won't be. That's cool if they decide to go elsewhere.
Right.
I'm not one of these people that needs to be everywhere all the time.
March Madness last night, Florida, Duke, Alabama, Texas Tech all win. If you're somebody who's complaining about the lack of Cinderellas, there really aren't any left, but Arkansas was probably the closest thing as a 10 seed. They lost in overtime to Texas Tech. So the tournament continues to be very chalky, and that's about it. Those are your headlines right there for a Friday. Cougs back at it tonight, 9:09 tip-off, and we're carrying a ton of the games here on Sports Radio 610 over the weekend. We are your home for all the March Madness here on Sports Radio 610. All right, let's circle back to the Astros. We overreact to yesterday's opening day win, including a way too early circle of trust. We'll get to that, and we have an emergency Pettycast at 7:20 today. You won't want to miss that. Stick around for that. Some really good Petty audio. We got a mock draft injection later on in the 7 o'clock hour. We got a busy Friday here, so stay tuned. Stick around, Sports Radio 610. But first, Zamora.
KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
And his first ever at bat. Ground ball right side, base hit. One pitch, one hit. Cam Smith delivers. Payne you first to third. He's safe.
Welcome to the show, Cam Smith.
Yeah, it was good, man. First pitch, first swing, base hit, ground ball, right side. Seems like he's hitting a lot of stuff to the right side, man. I'd go with pitches, or if it's a, maybe it's a guy who's just a year removed from college ball going against big leaguers. Maybe he's not getting around on it as fast, but he's still making good. All his home runs.
That first hit was 103 exit velocity, I think. So
yeah.
It's not like it was a tapper.
No, but everything's been going the opposite. Like all his home runs to right field. Everything's to the triple he hit the other night against Sugar Land to right field. Just something to watch. I'm super stoked about Cam Smith, but gets his first hit, getting a lot of love on the broadcast. Family getting a lot of love. I would imagine tonight with a whole new broadcast crew in there with Apple, it'll be a reset of that. Apple, I'm sure, watching the broadcast yesterday and seeing what a big story the Cam Smith contingent was at the game will be a big focal point tonight.
I do like the Apple broadcast because they almost have a cinematic feel to it. They use super high quality cameras and everything. So I enjoy that part of it. They've got that on-field camera that shows guys up close and everything.
Yeah,
they moved away from a lot of the gimmicky stuff they were doing in the first year, and now it feels more like a conventional broadcast, but with a few things amped up.
Yeah, I don't blame them for trying. I mean, you're the fifth or sixth outlet carrying games here. You're trying different things, but some of the stuff they try, like when they made Katie Nolan the ambassador of fun.
That was the first year.
Yeah, and I'm like, okay, this isn't really fun. For an ambassador of fun, I'm not really having more fun watching this right now.
Which is the streaming service that does where they'll have the local broadcast, like one of the teams color commentator. That's like
Blum will wind up on there doing a game with somebody else.
I kind of enjoy because I think that when the Astros have done it and it's been an opposing broadcaster, I like it because you get more insight into the opponent, but they've done a pretty good job of not acting like they're the home broadcaster and being a homer. They try to play it a little bit more down the middle.
Might be Peacock. I'm not sure. It might be Peacock. Not
Our
totally
listeners
sure.
will know.
Yeah. Text in Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. So the Astros win yesterday 3-1. Cam Smith gets his first major league hit. I've got 4 overreactions to yesterday's win, Seth, and then we'll get to our way too early circle of trust. This is what
I'll
you do.
I'll tell you whether your overreacting is justified with a margin of error there. I understand that you're intentionally overreacting.
Yeah.
Or I'll tell you you're just being a grumpy old man.
Cam Smith, get the engraver ready for that Rookie of the Year trophy. He's batting .333 on the season. Okay. Is that good or bad?
That's an appropriate overreaction.
Got it. Okay, good. Yes.
Until he shows me some reason to doubt him, I'll just go ahead and go with it, man. Because I've watched this. I've seen this before with Jordan.
Hey.
The Jordan, you kept waiting for the other shoe to fall where, of course, at some point he's going to struggle and it's not going to look right. Man.
We're still waiting.
Yeah. I think that first year in the playoffs, he started off kind of slow, but then he went on a tear.
He did.
So it wasn't even. You didn't even have the playoffs to say, well, that's where you saw the real Jordan. Nope. He was good and steady the whole time.
No, you're absolutely right. That's exactly. If he had come up with that sliding catch in right field, how much I'd be overreacting right now? Because I would be saying, get the engraver ready for the Rookie of the Year trophy. And get the whatever gold spray it is you use on the Gold Glove. Get that ready too for Cam Smith.
I like that he went for it. I think that I'd rather see him go for that than to play the bounce and allow a base hit because
he hit his glove.
Yeah. And it wasn't an error. If it had been an error, then maybe I would have dinged you or buzzed you on the overreaction. But no, I'm cool with that. And especially, it's his first Major League Baseball game in which he's playing a position that he is brand new to. So yeah, I'm totally cool with that play.
Well, I think he's got a pretty good head on his shoulders for the moment too, because there was another hit out towards him later in the game. And knowing the situation where you're up 3 runs, you don't need to make a sliding catch. He played it casually and let it bounce in front of him instead of sliding, having it go past him and put a runner in scoring position. So I'm 1 game in. I am enjoying the Cam Smith right field experiment. All right, this was Jose Altuve's first catch in left field as a big leaguer. It was the last out of the first inning. Jake Myers was kind of camped underneath it, and in swoops Jose Kelly Leak Altuve to snag the ball. And the optics on the broadcast was the two of them converging on each other, and it looked like something bad was going to happen. Here's what it sounded like.
Ball into shallow. Altuve cuts in front of Jake to make his first play as an outfielder.
All right, the best part of that is Blum chuckling in the background. It's not even close. My overreaction, Seth. There will be a heinous, grotesque collision in the outfield at some point in the first month of the season.
Buzz this man.
Buzz me, okay.
Buzz him. You know what? And I'm not denying that there won't be a collision in the outfield at some point this season.
Oh, this season.
I just think that, hey, tell me whenever you felt completely and totally comfortable that George Springer wasn't going to take somebody's ribs out
Jake Myers,
in the outfield. Yeah, he just Altuve's going to. I like that Altuve is just he was able to flip the switch in his brain where he said, all right, I know everything's uncomfortable. I know this is different, but I'm just going to go for it, and I'm just going to go out there and play baseball. So, there'll be a collision at some point in the outfield, as there always is with veteran outfielders.
Okay.
And the big thing with Altuve, you got to remember the simple physics of it.
Yeah.
I think just by virtue of being a lighter, smaller guy, less chance of bodily harm to either guys. The forces involved won't be as great.
What are you talking about? There's more chance of bodily harm to him. He's a little guy.
No, he does. He is like a toddler. He hits the ground, he bounces right back up.
That's true.
Think about the falls that toddlers take.
Yeah.
Where because they're so low to the ground and their bones are so flexible and pliable, they just it would kill a larger man.
Okay.
But Altuve will be just fine.
Just so I'm clear, the buzz that I got on that was not my prediction of there being a collision. I'm just over to there being a collision.
Yeah, it's you being a nervous Nelly about
it. Right. Embrace the collision is what you're telling me.
Sorry, I forgot how much you love Jake Myers and you're worried for his health
That's
and
a good
whatnot.
point. That's a good point. All right, number 3. 1 game in, the Astros need to trade for a bullpen arm. Stat. That's
an appropriate overreaction.
Yeah.
Hey, Sean, kudos to you. I was cursing your name during the game yesterday, but this is exactly what you were talking about yesterday morning when you talked about, all right, what's the thing that could upend this team and make you feel bad about them early on? Mm-hmm. And you talked about the bullpen. You're a little inaccurate in that it was your 2 studs that made you feel most nervous.
Yeah,
the two guys, Abreu and Hader themselves that almost squandered a 3-run lead.
I was worried about the 6 guys still sitting out in the bullpen yesterday, not screwing it up. Those are the guys
I was worried about Taylor Scott being perpetually warming up to go bail out one of the guys who's better than him.
At this rate, they're going to need to load manage Taylor Scott, and he might not even get into a game.
He probably won't play tonight because the warm-up takes up. That is, with the relievers, the warm-up's kind of a big deal. It's an
adrenaline
so
thing,
he might not be one of the top choices tonight because he had to warm up for 3 innings.
All right, so
he was warming up. We didn't know if Framber was going to come out for the 7th. Taylor Scott was warming up.
Yeah.
Then Abreu gets himself into a pickle. Taylor Scott's warming up.
Yeah.
And then we're talking about Josh Hader needing to be bailed out.
Yeah, man.
By Taylor Scott.
Yep. The MVP of that game last night, Taylor Scott. Yeah.
Yes.
Taylor Scott without even throwing a pitch. To 2. I've inappropriately overreacted to possible grotesque collisions in the outfield. My last one. This isn't even an Astros one. This is just one that I've felt having some fun with, and especially watching Mets fans react on social media. Juan Soto, $750 million bust. Clutch situation. Could have won a game. Highest paid athlete in the history of North American sports.
This is why you pay a man $750 million plus extra perks on top.
Give him 7 luxury suites in every game or whatever it is. Yeah. So appropriate overreaction or inappropriate? Okay, thank you. Yeah.
They got him for 15 years, Sean.
Yeah. He'll get a game-winning hit at some point.
Nah. 15 years of this.
That'd be great.
He's going to Pujols his way through that $750 million.
Dude, how stupid is that? 15 years?
I don't know. It would be stupid if it was using any of our finances, but Stephen Cohen It's just interest on his principal.
I guess.
He's he's not even dipping into his paycheck.
I suppose. I mean, last I checked, those guys don't like wasting money on things either, though. Like really rich. Really.
Cohen's known as one of these guys that's like super frugal and stingy in some regards when it comes to business, but when it comes to his personal life, he's pinching pennies at the office, wondering why they're spending so much money on ink toner. Yeah. But then he'll go out that afternoon and buy a $20 million Picasso. Yeah, he's that kind of guy. Boy. So right now the Mets are his Picasso.
Yeah, that's the guy you love.
They look kind of like a Picasso. Truth be told,
eyeball over
Why'd
here.
Why'd you pay that much money for that? Yeah.
Yep. All right. So you've cobbled together in the spirit of overreaction. You've cobbled together. And we'll read some of your texts, too, about opening day yesterday. 713-572-4610. Someone asked, why did Chaz take away an at-bat from Cam, and then he comes in and bunts? Chaz was already in the game. They brought Chaz in for defensive purposes, and he happened to come to the plate at a point where Jeremy Pena had gotten on base, so you're just trying to get Pena into scoring position there. They didn't pinch hit Chaz. They didn't pinch hit Chaz to sacrifice bunt. He was already in the game playing right field.
They're looking at Chaz as a less Rico Suave version of Jake Marisnick.
Yes.
But a more productive at the plate Jake Marisnick.
Maybe.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
In 3 out of his 4 pro careers, he's been much better than Jake Marisnick.
Yeah.
Offensively.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so way too early circle of trust. What are you feeling here, Pobzaza?
Okay, so I think the first one is easy because it's Framber.
Yeah.
I think Framber, a couple things that felt good because he always, even though Framber's been pretty steady mentally for a while now, he only had that one glitch last year where he himself said he went off the game plan and everything just kind of melted down.
That was so weird.
I know, yeah.
He gave up 3 bombs.
But he owned up to it last year when he did it.
Yeah, it was just strange.
So early on, struggling with command, he's running the pitch count up. You wouldn't have thought that he was going to end up going 7 innings in this game.
No.
Especially when he was struggling with his command. But he got it under control. 6th inning was when he was facing Vientos, right? And that last, it was the 7th pitch. They called it a ball, and it was a strike.
Yeah.
And Framber looked visibly agitated, stepped off the mound, threw another sinker after the previous sinker had been called a ball, threw a sinker, and it was into a double play.
Yep.
And then came back out for the 7th inning. And so Framber, everything you're looking for from the mental health checklist. He didn't get overly agitated with the umpire to a point where it screwed him up or anything.
I think the last out he threw was a strikeout. I think he finished with an exclamation point, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Acuna struck out looking.
That's right. It was a nice breaking pitch right over the outside corner. That was nice. All right, so Framber, way too early. COT status for Framber. Who's next?
Next is Jeremy Pena.
Okay.
I almost forgot Jeremy Pena, and then you reminded me of the very first play of the game for Pena. It was a brilliant,
Dude.
logo-worthy play where he just leapt up and snatched the ball out of the heavens. It was beautiful.
It was a line drive. I don't know what the exit velo was on it, but it was smoked by Lindor, and I don't know that Pena's going to make a better play all year than that one. That's very first out of the season for the Astros, and that might end up being the play of the year defensively, just in terms of just the difficulty of the play. There may be a better play defensively at a bigger point. It's not save the game for you, but just purely the web gem, if you just put your hand over what inning and what the score was at the time, that is an athletic play that very few people on the planet can make by Jeremy Pena.
And then they finished that inning with that nice throw by Pena also, wasn't it? No, that was Altuve. That was a line out to Altuve.
Yeah. The last out was the Altuve near collision. Yeah. So Pena was on base a few times and causing some chicanery on the base paths as well, so that was good.
Right, yeah. So next one that I just thought of randomly, these are not power ranked in order, but Yainer. Yainer showing some aggression at the plate, but also with a little assistance from the backstop gods, a pickoff at third, which was beautiful.
It was caught stealing. Guy was trying to go from second to third, and give Paredes credit on that too. A great scoop on that play of Yainer's throw.
Yeah.
That was a great scoop. That was one. Paredes had a couple throws earlier on in the game where they got outs, but like he threw it high on a routine play, threw it high to Walker at first base. Walker had to go up and get it and tag the guy, and I'm like, okay, these are the things Seth and I were talking about today where like Bregman just makes these things look routine. And then Paredes with that scoop on that Yiner throw on that caught stealing was really, really good.
Well, and I should have explained it better for people who didn't see the game. The ball went went past Yiner, hit the backstop, and went directly back to Yiner.
Yeah.
So it was. I mean, it was a lot of luck involved on that play as well. But third, and it was a really nice play by Yiner, and he looked good at the plate.
He's in the circle of trust.
Cam Smith, obviously, in the circle of trust. First pitch seen as a major leaguer, gets a hit. Could have had a chance to make a really nice catch in right field, but it wasn't an error and allowed a double. But just zero butterflies or anything. He said he had butterflies, but it didn't look like he had butterflies.
No, he didn't look nervous with his play. He didn't look nervous at all. His second at bat, he was getting down the line pretty good. He almost that was beat
close.
out.
Lindor made a nice throw to get him out on that. That easily with a lesser defensive play could have been a base hit.
An infield single. Well, and I thought I saw a tweet. You know, they measure the speed these guys are running down the line, and the speed with which he was getting down the line was an elite level of speed. So that was good to see. You know, it's in the end of the day, it was an out, so it didn't matter on the scoreboard. But yeah, Cam Smith, pretty good athlete. All right.
Do we have to? I'm not ready to put him here just yet, but Jake Myers 2 for 4.
It's way too early. Circle of trust. Put him in if you want to.
Are we putting him in? No. Okay, that's true. I put Cam Smith in, didn't I?
Yeah.
But I don't have any track record of Cam Smith struggling at the plate.
None. Not even in spring training.
Okay. No, I'm gonna hold Jake out, even though it's a way too early circle of trust.
Okay.
But I did look. I liked having him out there as a guy that can at least be a backstop for Jose Altuve. Jose Altuve is going to run in front of every ball.
I'm glad you brought this up. No, you can't put Jake in to control Altuve. That's his
true.
job. You got to control Jose Altuve, Jake Myers.
You don't blame the dog. You blame the dog owner.
Exactly.
And right now, Altuve is playing like an untrained German Shepherd out there,
just
viciously attacking everything.
Yeah.
Myers needs to get Altuve to heel.
Yeah, man.
Bring him to heel.
Right. Altuve out for 2 weeks. Where is he? Man's best friend. He's getting trained. Yeah.
And then the only one I had on there was the crowd. I gave for giving a standing ovation to Altuve at the top of the first inning when he came out there.
They gave one to Cam Smith out in right field.
Yeah.
They gave. They were very, very, very giving in their standing ovationness yesterday. The Altuve one was cool, and Altuve was very touched by it as well. He said.
Yeah, Altuve looks like he's having the time of his life. It's a fun new challenge.
No,
you know?
that point was made multiple times throughout spring training, which was kind of frustrating. Both Dana Brown and Joe Espada, if I'm recalling correctly, at least one of them, if not both of them, and some of his teammates too, were pointing out like he's having a lot of fun doing this out there, and I'm like, well, that's great that he's having a lot of fun. Is he good at it? That's what I really need to know. I'm glad
I prefer to not see him strike out 3 times. That's a
okay. No, is that no? He got a hit his other time up, but okay. But if we're gonna overreact,
in the circle of skepticism,
or even an overreaction, right? Like, is it an overreaction? Jose Altuve striking out 3 times on opening day. Circle of skepticism. We have this circle off to the side called the circle of skepticism.
Your Jose Altuve will stop reaching for pitches that are damn near impossible.
He never does that. Yeah. What are you talking about?
No, he would never do that. No. That's just early season stuff, right?
Yeah. He never does that.
I will put Abreu and Hader in the circle of skepticism. Not like this, man. Not like this.
Yes.
My blood pressure can't handle this, all right?
Yes.
I'm trying to not have a stroke here. It was awesome that we ended up. I did enjoy actually having the final out be Juan Soto under very precarious circumstances. It was fun to get the juices flowing there, but I didn't like the circuit. I would have preferred that it came with Hader coming in to rescue somebody.
It turned out to be right. That would have been better if he just came in to rescue and just hammered him out. You'd feel better about, say, today or tomorrow with Hader coming in. Like, I'm nervous about Hader coming in any time right now until I see otherwise. That said, it was one of those things that Hader and the Astros afterwards can say, you know what? We got the win. and we're going to be better for this. This actually put us in a situation that, the scars of this situation will be something that we can rub in the future and look back at, and it's going to make it beneficial for us.
Now, this is a way too early circle of trust, so we're giving very little. We're giving very little credit to anybody who didn't perform well in the game. Obviously, if this was an in-season circle of trust, Jordan would be in the circle of trust and what have you. But it's early, okay? It's early. The official circle of trust doesn't come out for another couple weeks, and we're just basing these early ones on immediate results.
I will tell you the two pickups in the infield, Paredes at third base, and this is a game that they won 3-1. There were no offensive fireworks in this game. One of the 3 runs they got was because there was an overthrow at first base. I mean, it was not an offensive display by the Astros. That said, Paredes working those pitch counts up is something you saw. That was good to see. And Christian Walker making really good contact his first 3 at-bats. You know what?
Let's put them in the circle of trust because we saw what we wanted to see out of them. It said, all right, hey, look, Paredes, when Paredes made his first nice play in the infield, it was kind of a reminder that, like, oh, yeah, okay, he's not Bregman defensively. He's not that level, but it's not like he's a bum as a third baseman. Yeah. And then Christian, both of them with their judgment at the plate, Walker with his hard contact, all of that. So far, so good. We're seeing what we need to see out of them.
Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. Tyler McGill versus Hunter Brown tonight. 7:10 first pitch. We're back to evening baseball. Game is on Apple TV. We will have Heidi Watney, the sideline reporter for tonight's game, on with us at 9 o'clock today on the show. All right, emergency pettycast, and this has been making the rounds the last couple days, but you and I have not sunk our teeth into this one yet. But this is one of the all-time great athlete versus commentator verbal battles that we've seen. Verbal battle that had a face-to-face battle that this all stems from to some degree.
It's a great battle in terms of the emotion.
Yeah.
And yet it's a disappointingly desperate showing by Stephen A. Smith.
Yes.
This just reeks of desperation.
Yeah.
I mean, he is grasping it for straws in all of this, and it's fun to watch.
Yeah.
I'm not denying that it's not fun to watch, but man, Stephen A. Smith's given him. He's taken several shots to the chin, and they're all self-imposed.
Yeah.
He's acting like the pitcher for the Astros.
Ken Giles.
He's Ken Giles.
He's punching himself in the face. I'm getting that same feeling too. I'm not a huge LeBron fan. But the more I watch Stephen A., and then when Stephen A. is getting out there and just getting his facts wrong about LeBron not being at Kobe's memorial, and if you're having to apologize on Twitter for something you got serious, like a serious thing you got wrong, and then at the end of that tweet you have to go, but I stand by everything else I said, you're losing the battle. So let's get to the audio that this all circles around. And a lot of you listening, you know what we're talking about. LeBron James and Stephen A. Smith are going at it right now. The genesis of this wave here was Stephen A. Smith, not all that long ago, basically calling out LeBron James as a parent for having Bronny James in the NBA and even the G League at that point to a degree. Like, he's just, why do you have your kid doing this? He's totally overmatched. This is your pursuit, not really Bronny's pursuit, that kind of thing. I'm paraphrasing what Stephen A. said. It's not really important what Stephen A. said. What's important is it pissed LeBron off to the point where at a game that Stephen A. was at, a late in the locker room at halftime, ready for the start of the third quarter, came over and said something to Stephen A. They had a little exchange, and then LeBron left because he had to get back to his day job playing basketball. But it was a big scene because everybody filmed it, and you knew what the whole genesis of it was, and Stephen A. commented about it afterwards. LeBron James went on the Pat McAfee show this week and sat down with McAfee for an hour. And I will say the parts of it that I've seen drop, I've not watched the whole thing. I've enjoyed. You know, it's definitely a different version of LeBron that we see, that we don't see in press conferences or in other interviews. McAfee seems to have that effect on people. Let's start. We'll get to Stephen A. in a second. Well, you tell me, Seth. You want to start with him calling out Windhorst?
Just go do it however you had planned out.
Okay. LeBron James. We'll start with LeBron James calling out Stephen Windhorst because that did piss off Stephen A. as well. Brian Windhorst, ESPN NBA reporter who's covered LeBron since junior high, and here was LeBron calling out Brian Windhorst.
I see a lot of too. Like I seen Brian Windhorst on one of these shows not too long ago. Like
Wendy.
Yeah, you played with Brian.
Wendy, you guys played together in high school.
Yeah,
right? He was on your high school.
This guy was like, says he's like my best friend. These guys are just weird. But
wait,
Wendy.
Isn't that
that's not real.
Yeah, he was our enforcer, huh?
Knew it.
He went on his show and said, oh, don't let LeBron fool you. Like, he wears number 23 because of Michael Jordan. Okay, that's a fact. He signed with Nike because of Michael Jordan. It's like, I signed with Nike because I got a hell of a signing bonus, and they gave me a 7-year, $90 million contract. And I moved my mom out of the hood the next day I signed that contract. And ultimately, my whole thing is like, what do I want to wear off the court? I was like, I want to wear Nikes. I want to wear Jordans. I want to wear pennies. I want to wear Bo Jacksons. I want to wear Air Maxes. I want to wear
Primes.
what are we talking about?
Stephen A. is going to come swooping in to defend Windhorst here, and then we'll get to the main event, which is LeBron versus Stephen A. But Windhorst had said those things, and he also pointed out Windhorst in that cut that LeBron's talking about, that he got offered more money by Reebok. He took the lesser money with Nike because of Michael Jordan. LeBron takes exception to that.
Yeah.
The part that really popped was that early part where LeBron insinuates that Windhorst has been saying he's best friends with LeBron.
Yeah, this is where I think that LeBron mistakes what people say about Windhorst with what Windhorst himself has said. I've never gotten the impression that Windhorst tries to act like he's buds with LeBron or anything else like that. But he has had some very good inside info on LeBron at times, and people will say, "Oh yeah, well he's just the buddies with LeBron, and that's how he gets these things and everything." That's dirty pool by LeBron.
Yeah.
I feel like it feels to me like LeBron has gotten sensitive about all these insinuations over the year, but he goes nuclear and acts like Windhorst himself is putting that out there.
Windhorst has never acted like anything other than a journalist every time I've seen him on TV. He's never acted like he's part of LeBron's inner circle or anything like defending Brian Windhorst.
I have worked with Brian Windhorst for years. Never once did he say that LeBron was a best friend. A matter of fact, years earlier, it was LeBron who sat in front of the microphones and said, probably nobody knows me better than Brian Windhorst, who's been covering me since I was in junior high school. But that's how he talked about him. Brian Windhorst is an exceptional commentator who does a phenomenal job for ESPN. My show, Get Up, NBA Today, Sports Centers, goes and covers the game.
So that's Stephen A. defending Brian Windhorst. Yeah. So Stephen A. is out to defend anything and defend against anything and everything LeBron is talking about.
Right.
He's called him a liar.
Yeah. Well, and so far there, okay, I get it made sense. Yeah. I think Stephen A. said what a lot of other people have said is like, what are you talking about? He's never called. Now, was Windhorst wrong about what 18-year-old LeBron, how he made his decision making? Was Windhorst citing that? That's where, if I was LeBron, I would be. If I were LeBron, I would be peeved at that. Yeah. Because that does feel like, wait a second, and I searched for quotes about LeBron at any point when he was a teenager, citing LeBron. I couldn't find anything. Yeah. That part I could see LeBron being PO'd about, but that doesn't mean that Windhorst might be wrong, but he's not.
Here's LeBron James calling out Stephen A. Smith on the Pat McAfee show.
Which leads, obviously, to you and Stephen A. Hey, legit, that feels like a moment that had been brewing for a long time.
He's like on a Taylor Swift tour run right now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're watching it. Yep. We're all seeing it.
Oh, yeah.
You're seeing it as well.
He literally, it started off with, I didn't want to address it.
Yeah, sure.
I didn't want to address it. I wasn't going to address it. But since the video came out, I feel the need to address it.
Yeah, on fire.
Are you kidding me? If there's one person that couldn't wait till the video to drop so you could address it, it's your ass. Like, seriously, and like he completely missed the whole point. The whole point. Never would I ever not allow people to talk about the sport, criticize players about what they do on the court. That is your job, to criticize or to, be in a position where, okay, if a guy's not performing, that is all part of the game. That's all part of the game. But when you take it and you get personal with it, it's my job to not only protect my damn household, but protect the players. And I think a lot of the media, including him, and I know he's gonna be happy as hell. He's gonna be smiling from ear to ear when he hears me talking about it again. Oh my God, he's gonna get home and grab some ice cream.
I hope at some point you two do get a chance. But you're right.
Dude, relax, bro. Relax.
I like how LeBron's
seriously.
I hate when guys get personal and he paints a picture of Stephen A. Smith with ice cream and Heidi Watney. That was pretty funny.
Okay, this is where I do. The lady doth protest too much a little bit, is that LeBron is saying, oh, I know what Stephen A's deal is, and he's going to be so excited in the fact that he was able to make a huge deal out of this. All right, LeBron. If what you wanted to do is genuinely have a conversation with him and communicate something to him, are you telling me that you couldn't have given him a phone call?
Right.
Or met with him? You chose to meet with him courtside, where it would be captured by cameras.
Yep.
So let's not act like that you didn't, at least on some level, maybe even subconsciously, also want this to be a big brouhaha or something. I understand not wanting to text him because then all of a sudden that's a public record. Stephen A. Smith is still, I guess, he's not a journalist, but he's trained as a journalist.
Not anymore, yeah.
You give a phone, if you want to actually have a conversation with him in person away from cameras or on the phone. Stephen A., you're not recording this, correct? Right? Okay, good.
Right.
You've been around a while, LeBron. You know how the deal works.
Yep.
So I don't buy him trying to paint it like, oh, this is exactly what Stephen A. Smith wants. Dude, you gave him exactly what he wanted. You confronted him in front of an arena full of people and television cameras. Yeah. But now your conversation and clear the air.
Okay, there's two bits of Stephen A. audio in response to that.
Yeah,
because LeBron went
exactly
first.
What LeBron wants.
Yeah, and so there's two. I want to get to this one first, just to make sure we get this in. Stephen A. does the thing where he says, "I could have said a lot of things about you, such as," and he lists a bunch of them. Here's Stephen A. Smith yesterday.
I suggest that he be happy with the things that I haven't brought up. I never brought up really and never really discussed why you were not at Kobe Bryant's memorial service. I never really brought up or discussed why you did not attend Dwayne Wade's Hall of Fame induction when that man was directly responsible for you capturing a championship for the first time in your career. I brought up none of that. I didn't bring up the fact that even though when people had asked, you had alluded to what had happened tragically to your son, and thank God he's okay with his heart condition. I didn't bring up the fact that even though you couldn't go to the Hall of Fame induction of Dwayne Wade weeks earlier, you were out of the country on business. I didn't bring that up. That's your personal business, okay? But the fact is, you wasn't at the Hall of Fame induction of a brother that's going to drastically assist to you being a Hall of Famer because he helped you become the champion that you are, and he was a big brother to you. I brought up none of these things. But LeBron James, at the end of the day, wants to come at me, and he's walking around pouting.
Dude, you're all over the place, man. Was it 2 weeks earlier or 2 weeks later? We have no idea what you're talking about. And by the way, he was at Kobe Bryant's memorial. Stephen A. had to go on Twitter yesterday afternoon to apologize and clarify that he misspoke and said, when I intimated that LeBron corrected myself in hour 2 when I acknowledged he was indeed in attendance, my mistake, shouldn't have even broached that subject. It wasn't my main point. I retract nothing else that I said. Have a nice day.
He should retract the other stuff he said because he almost made an excuse for LeBron for one of the non-appearances.
Dude.
But I think was he trying to say that you should have could have made at least one of those?
Don't ask me, Seth.
Non-attendance at events for people who have incredibly erratic schedules and everything else like that. I give that zero credence.
Yeah.
That feels so much like grasping for straws, especially when it comes to somebody like Dwayne Wade. Am I to believe that somehow Dwayne Wade has felt disrespected by LeBron James based on, or that LeBron's probably never professed a deep appreciation for Dwayne Wade in various private moments or something. He sounds really, really, really desperate, especially when he's flat out wrong about the most serious of those.
Yeah.
Well, the one where he was trying to get the most emotional impact there
Kobe.
was trying to pit him against the estate of Kobe Bryant somehow or something. That was weird. That was really weird.
And he got it wrong. It makes it even worse. So who needs to tap out more here? LeBron James or Stephen A. Smith? Is anybody winning this thing right now?
For either of them, they both love the attention, so I don't think either of them need to tap out. I think they'll milk it for as long as they can. Again, I mean, the beginning of this particular episode was LeBron confronting Stephen A. Smith on television cameras.
Yeah.
And somehow expecting a different outcome. No. Like if you're trying to have a it's like social media. Like, okay, if you really want to have a discussion with somebody, what's your best avenue? To hash it out publicly on Twitter or to actually contact that person?
Yeah.
Even just via DM or phone call or text or whatever. Like, it's just LeBron knew what he was doing.
Stephen A. is the one that's kind of showing some holes in his game right now, in my opinion.
LeBron's just playing it better.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
LeBron is playing it better. He's positioned himself where he can be the one that's being the honorable one, and yet it's still all being played out publicly, and both those guys love the attention.
You know me. You know I want this thing to go on forever, and we'll choose whether or not to use stuff on the show. I'm just saying if we're judging this like a prize fight right now, LeBron James is winning the prize fight right now.
He's winning the war of words.
Yes.
Which is like Stephen A. Smith going out and beating LeBron at basketball.
And dropping 30 on LeBron.
Yeah. That's the thing is that that LeBron, a basketball player, is winning the war of words versus the guy who's paid more money than anybody else to use his words.
Stephen A's job is to win like 7 wars of words every day on television on First Take. That's his job. And LeBron's in his dojo right now just crane kicking him to death.
This is like some guy from a dirt track showing up at the Indy 500 and crushing AJ Foyt back in the day or something. Yeah.
The funny thing on the text page, nobody likes either of these guys.
Yeah, exactly. That's about any of it ever other than they're like, oh, I'm just a pawn in your game that I'm even engaged in this. Damn it.
Mock draft injection time, and we've got CBS Sports multi-round mock draft, but now we can mix in the anonymous scouts talking about who the Texans take. Who are the Texans taking? It's an offensive lineman. We'll let you hear. Mock draft injection next.
Hey, you know where you get a war of words? In the courtroom. And that's why if you've been in an accident that wasn't
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, mock draft injection time. And this is kind of fun because now, depending on the position, we've got anonymous scouts on all of these players, from Bob McGinn of Tyler Dunn's website, golongtd.com. So we'll, in this exercise, if you're new to the show or you happen to be listening this segment when normally you're not in your car listening at 7:45, during draft season each and every day, Seth and I pick a different mock draft to explore and see who they've got the Texans taking, see if we can discover any trends, give Seth a chance to break the guy down a little bit when he's watched them on film. Seth's watched a lot of these guys. And sometimes we get the gift of a multi-round mock draft like we have today with Josh Edwards of CBSSports.com. And that's always interesting because you're like, all right, the Texans do this in the first round, then what does day two look like? And so we can, at least from a positional standpoint, because maybe the lower down you get in the draft, the less granular the scouting reports need to be, probably, for people out there. So we do this every day, is what I'm saying. So this is Josh Edwards, CBSSports.com. So we're going to announce the pick, and then we'll pull up some of the commentary that the anonymous scouts have about said pick. All right, so we ready for this, Seth? I'm copying and pasting the link. So I got the anonymous scout quotes ready to go. All right, Ben, hit that sounder. With the 25th pick in the Josh Edwards 3-round CBSSports.com mock draft, the Houston Texans select Kelvin Banks, offensive lineman, University of Texas.
So Kelvin Banks is like many offensive tackles in this draft that people don't know quite whether they're going to be an offensive tackle or an offensive guard in the NFL. And with Banks, it's easy to think about him as a guard because he's a guy that's better as a run blocker at this point than he is as a pass protector. And he's got strength. It shows up in the run game. Like, you'll see so many times where he just keeps driving his feet. He's got his body positioning is good and everything. He doesn't quite hold up to power as much as you'd like to see an offensive tackle hold up to power against some of the better guys like the Mikael Williams and guys like that. But I'd be very happy with this pick. I know our Longhorns all love Kelvin Banks, but I guess there's a little bit of a projection there in having him play guard. But with the 25th pick especially, I'd feel really good about this. All the things that keep him from being a top 10 pick aren't things that are impossible to achieve. It's not like he's not athletic enough or anything. Like Tyler Booker, I understand, the guard from Alabama, people are concerned about the fact that his overall athleticism doesn't seem that great. Yeah. Kelvin Banks, you don't have that same concern. So I would, I'm not going to say he's going to step in and start day one, but it wouldn't surprise me if he did. Here's what Scout Anon, the anonymous scouts, say about Kelvin Banks. Let's see if you agree with this. He did play left tackle, but this is one scout. He did play left tackle, but he's got sort of a right tackle's features. He's not perfect, but he's got the size and strength to both block in the run game to protect the passer. If he fails at left tackle, he'll be a right tackle. He has the most value of the tackles in this draft. Yeah, I know there's another one. One of Lance's anonymous scouts said, I wrote him up as a guard for us. The game, Lance Zierleins, the game he had a freshman against Will Anderson was maybe the best game of his career. Yeah. So that's not one of Bob McGinn's anonymous quotes, but and I guess I shouldn't have presented it like he's definitely a guard. He has that ability to maybe project either. Maybe they start him off as tackle or let him compete at guard and move him out to tackle eventually. But there's a lot of upside with him. Like even in some of the things where when I say he doesn't show strength as a pass protector necessarily, I think a lot of it's more rooted in technique and things that can be improved, and he doesn't look like a guy who's afraid to work on his technique. The intangibles and everything that you would worry about are all there. I think what might make some Texans fans nervous is that, much like Kenyon Green, He's a guy from Humble who is a better run blocker than he is a pass protector. There's certain things, there's some similarities in the scouting report that if you think too long and hard about it, might make you feel like, wait a second, is this another Kenyon Green? I think he's a different type of athlete than Kenyon Green.
You just triggered some Aggies, man. Or some Longhorns. There's some Longhorns, I should say.
You
just compared our guy to an Aggie.
I am not comparing them. I'm saying there's some similarities that people, when the nerve is still raw there from Kenyon Green.
Oh, like narrative.
They see it, they might feel a little bit differently. I think Kelvin Banks has more athletic upside than Kenyon Green did.
I'm going to read two more scouts on Kelvin Banks, and we'll get to the other picks that Josh Edwards made here. One that mentions guard, and the other one is a negative review of him. And I just want to see what your thoughts are on these. And another scout said this. He does look like a guard, but let him fail at tackle first because those are harder to find.
Yeah.
Do the Texans have the time to allow Kelvin Banks to fail at tackle before determining? This feels like something you would be doing on a 3-win team. Like, okay, well, we're still in a building mode. The Texans are in a mode where they want to go win a Super Bowl right now.
No, I think that right now you give him a chance to get on the field at guard.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, you've got a young project in Blake Fisher that might end up starting this year, might not, but he's there as your swing tackle for now. I mean, Trent Brown's on the roster. He's coming. For those of you who haven't heard us talk about this, Trent Brown is 6'8", 360 pounds, coming off of a torn patellar tendon.
Yeah.
So I'm not expecting Trent Brown to be an option early in the season, but they've got options at tackle right now. I think if they drafted Kelvin Banks, they would give him a chance to get on the field at guard first.
Yep. Okay, here's a negative review. Tell me if this scout is off base, because you've been largely positive about Kelvin Banks and discussing him here. Scout said this, quote, "I don't see it in this guy at all. Big dude, average athlete, gets beat a lot, falls off, not very athletic, has issues in space. He'd have to be a guard." End quote.
Right, yeah, and that's where I think that's where you try to figure out over time. You know, with offensive linemen, you see this a lot. There's sometimes guys where it just looks like, man, just like a kid that has his growth spurt when he's 15 years old. It takes a while for him to learn how to control all that weight and all that height and everything, and then the upper body's not quite connected to the lower body when they're moving.
Yep.
That's what Kelvin Banks looks like at times. And that's where it's hard, because it's a big projection. Okay, is this something that he's going to, with technique and experience, he's going to get under control? If not, then, yes, certainly he's got a better chance at guard than at tackle. But, again, that's also why he gets picked 25th overall instead of 10th overall.
If these glitches weren't in his scouting report, he wouldn't be around for the Texans at 25 in the first place.
Yeah, that's where none of these guys at 25 are the perfect prospects, because that's why they're available at 25.
Yep. All right, let's get to the other three picks here real quick. We'll just rapid fire these. They've got Josh Edwards has, with the 58th overall pick, Darius Alexander, a defensive tackle from Toledo. That would be out of character for Nick Caserio just because it's Toledo and not a Power 4 school.
Oh, yeah.
Right? 79th overall pick. I like this one. I want the Texans to take a running back sometime in the first 2 days. This is a good one. 79th overall, Caleb Johnson, running back of Iowa. That's one of the top 3 or 4 running backs in this draft. And then with the 89th overall pick, Charles Grant, which would be way out of character for Nick Caserio. That's not just non-Power 5. That's FCS right there with William and Mary. But Charles Grant is visiting the Texans. If not yesterday, then I think today. He is one of their 30 visits that they're doing. Charles Grant, the offensive lineman out of William and Mary. That would feel a little bit like the Julian Davenport pick, Seth, back in 2018, where I think in the 4th round they took Davenport out of Bucknell.
That's right.
Yeah. I mean, obviously it wasn't Caserio.
Whatever happened to Julian Davenport?
He might still be floating around the league.
Good spot? Yeah.
He was starting.
With Miami?
He was in the Tunsil trade. He was
in
a throw-in.
the Tunsil trade, and I think he ended up starting a fair number of games.
He played for the Colts a little bit too after he left here. So yeah, I'll look it up during the break. But there you go. There's our mock draft injection for today.
Running backs are fun because they are the best for the highlight reel that you watch after your team drafts a running back, and you always get super, super, super excited about them.
Yep.
And it's hard not to. I don't fault anybody for that, and yet running back might be kind of like offensive line, man. You just flat out don't know until you see him do it versus the NFL. I was talking to John Harris about this yesterday with the offensive lineman. I was telling him, like, man, I get such stress trying to figure out how I feel about offensive linemen because every single one of them has a lot of flaws. They have a lot of things they need to clean up when they get to the NFL. The best example that people have seen here locally was Mike McGlinchey, the offensive tackle for the 49ers, first rounder. Came in for a combined practice versus the Texans, and J.J. Watt just destroyed him. A very quality offensive tackle in the NFL. Got a big contract with the Broncos, but they've just got so much stuff they have to clean up, and it's a lot of projection. It's just a lot of projection. And at the other positions, it's easier for the positives to show up early on, where at offensive line, it's the negatives show up first and immediately because you could have 60 good snaps in a game, but those flaws when they show up for 5 snaps end up in a 3-sack performance.
All right. Speaking of scouting on, you people have loved this quiz game the last 2 days. Seth Payne reads anonymous scout quotes about Texans players, draft picks, current and former, and I have to guess. Play along with us in your cars coming up next. But Prize Picks, just put in my.
AILT. AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, about an hour from now, we will be talking with Heidi Watney, who is with Apple TV Plus, carrying the Astros game tonight against the Mets at Minute Maid. 7 o'clock start. She's a sideline reporter for the broadcast tonight. She joined us last year. She's great. She's a lot of fun. So we'll talk with her about the Astros, about Apple TV, what changes or advancements have they made in their coverage. The streaming thing with sports is getting to be a really, really big deal. So we'll talk about that with Heidi Watney in about an hour from now. But right now, we played this game the last 2 days, and it's gotten tremendous feedback from all of you who have texted in on the Jim Adler that really enjoy playing along with us in your cars or at your desk, wherever you may be. And this game is the founder of this game is Pope Zaza, Seth Payne. We use the anonymous quotes from scouts, from Bob McGinn, who has made a really nice cottage industry of collecting these quotes from anonymous scouts. He's a writer from up in Wisconsin who, if you've been listening in the last few days, we've used a lot of his stuff. It's really good stuff this time of year. Seth reads anonymous scouting quotes on current or former Texans draftees, and then I have to guess which one he is talking about.
Yeah, and I, you know what, this morning, you know what, maybe we'll find, okay, there's one specific player I've been looking for, but the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel, where Bob McGinn used to write for, and he did a lot of this stuff, they must have had budget cuts or anything because they don't have archives on a lot of things.
They can't afford disk space.
It'll show up in the search. I really wanted J.J. Watts because he's in Wisconsin.
From up there,
So I can find it at some point. At some point we'll do this late, maybe next year, and we'll get a J.J. Watt one. And I'll sprinkle it in there. But
all right.
It's getting tougher because now, by process of elimination, and with your vast powers of deductive reasoning, you can eliminate people from the pool.
Yes.
So it's going to be a lot harder for our listeners who haven't heard all these segments because they don't know which ones we've done already.
That's fair.
So give yourself a little bit of a leeway, those of you who are playing at home.
I'll give them leeway, and I will not do the thing that I would be just to show that I almost did yesterday with one of the players where I just jump in while you're talking. Like the very first thing you said, I knew who it was. I'll let it marinate and play out and let people play along, you know?
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's
this is a Texans draft pick.
Yep.
Who played offensive line.
Okay.
Maybe the highest ceiling of all the offensive linemen, said one scout. Arguably, this one's tricky. Oh, boy. I just really... Okay, I'm gonna make this really.
This is the easy one.
Really
this
hard.
is the first one.
This is somebody that we've already had. I'm just realizing
now.
So maybe the highest ceiling of all the offensive linemen, can play both tackles, and I could see him playing guard. He's a good athlete, has nice feet. I'd really like to work with him, but I don't understand why he was playing right tackle and not left tackle.
Okay, this has to be Blake Fisher, right?
No, it's Titus Howard.
It's Titus Howard? Okay.
Yes. Yep.
Got it wrong, and we've had it already.
No. I put it in there because the first time I screwed it up and included that he was a small school prospect.
Oh.
So that was the one that,
okay. And I don't know if we've done Fisher yet or not. I think
we did do Fisher, but okay. So now let's open it up to everybody then, because I can't even remember who we've done and who we haven't.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. This one, boy, I had to omit a couple.
I'm 0 for 1 on one that I've done already. That's terrible.
I had to omit some really obvious ones with this next one.
Okay.
This is a wide receiver sometime in the last 10 years.
Down, and I've got the list of draftees in front of me. For those who don't, those who are listening on the radio, that is the one thing Seth has allowed me to at least have the list of players they've drafted at these positions. Go ahead.
All right. He's an inside, outside, X or Z slot, X or Z or slot. He can do it all.
That's it?
Did interviews at the Combine.
Okay.
Expects to be cleared medically.
Okay.
He's a possession receiver, but he's quick.
Yeah.
Runs good routes.
Yep.
Doesn't have top speed or explosion. We won't find out his speed now. More of a chain mover.
You don't need to say anything else. Once you said there was an injury, that was the giveaway. But I was going to guess this guy anyways.
Mm-hmm.
going to say that is John Mechie III.
That is Jonathan Mechie III.
John Mechie III.
Yes.
Now, when you at first, the very first part of that description, I was wavering between John Mechie and Tank Dell when you're talking about he can play multiple positions.
Yeah.
He
didn't do Tank Dell a couple years ago. He wasn't on his list of top receivers. The disrespect.
The
disrespect they show our wide receivers. I won't stand for it.
Yeah.
The one that I did, the stuff I didn't include from John Mechie, born in Taiwan, grew up in Africa, and now living in Canada.
Yeah, that's good editing by you right there.
Yeah, that might have been a little too narrow.
Yeah. Yep.
The other parts of that, good football player. I don't know how you can take him that high, and in parentheses it says the first round. So I don't. Was John Mechie projected as a guy that might go at the back end of the first round?
Maybe before the ACL. I mean, he ended up getting taken 44th, played to that level. Mechie. Mechie is. I think he's going to be around the NFL for a while, but he's not played to the level of the 44th overall pick. Maybe he will this year. It's already his contract year. That's how fast that's flown by.
It is.
Yeah.
Man.
All right, who's next? Who you got now? One for two so far. How are y'all doing in your cars right now? Text in.
Let's go here. I had to delete a couple guys because I realized here we go.
Okay.
This is a Texans defensive back taken sometime in the last couple of years.
Okay.
Is he a true safety or a true corner? There will be a division there. He has the most talent of maybe anybody in this thing.
Wow.
I'll roll the dice and say he'll be a solid starter. I really like him. He's a high-risk, high-reward player.
Okay. All right. Now, you said it was recent.
Within the last 10 years.
Within the last 10 years. Okay. When you said recent, I thought Kalen Bullock, but I'm going to say this is Lonnie Johnson Jr. that you're talking about.
No, it wasn't, but that was a good guess.
Yeah.
That's a good guess. It was Kalen Bullock.
It was Kalen Bullock. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I part of the part about him not playing safety or true corner was that's a Lonnie Johnson. People, I mean, the Texans thought he was a true corner.
Yeah.
For annoyingly long.
Yes.
Remember?
Now he's a safety.
Lonnie Johnson.
Yes.
Yeah. And now he's a safety.
Yep.
And he's built like a safety. He's just a huge guy.
I got that one wrong, but I don't feel bad about it.
Other things about Kalen Bullock, I really player. He's got to clean up some of the tackling, but he's a really good athlete and has unique ball skills.
That's spot on.
Somebody else said we think he's a third-round corner. He's not strong, really inconsistent as a tackler. He makes some business decisions as a tackler. We haven't seen that out of him at all.
No. He needs to improve.
Reckless. Yeah, he needs to improve, but I think he's pretty reckless, if anything, when he goes in there. I don't think he's making business decisions.
When we sit here and talk about guys, I think it's an easy filter with this team. Like, is the guy swarmy or not swarmy?
Yeah.
There's never been one point during the season where we've thought, boy, Kalen Bullock, I don't know. I mean, he needs to be a little swarmier. Like, if anything, he's a little overzealous sometimes.
I forgot this about him.
Yeah.
His 8 reps on the bench were the fewest by any safety.
Okay.
That's a low number of reps.
It is.
For 225, yeah. His skinny legs are the most noticeable thing about him.
Yeah.
But this person goes on to say he's very thin, which doesn't bode well. He's a middle field. He's a middle of the field safety. Doesn't see route combinations real fast, which means he's in the trouble zone. Gets out of position too easy. We very much saw that early in the season. I think it's one of the things he improved on a lot by the end of the season.
I think the top 3 guys the Texans took in that draft last year, Lassiter at 42, Fisher at 59, I think it was, and then Kalen Bullock in the 3rd round. I think if you redrafted that draft, I think Lassiter's a first rounder. I think Bullock's probably a late first or early second, and I think Fisher, just based on potential, probably goes about where he went. Some good, did some bad. Those are 3 really good picks, and Kalen Bullock definitely doesn't make it to the 3rd round in a redraft.
Dude, he wrote a damn novella on Kalen Bullock here. This is because there were some serious Kalen Bullock haters on here.
Yeah.
This might be evidence of being in the right environment because USC, not necessarily known for its bone-rattling football as
Lincoln
of late.
Riley, not stormy.
Yeah. So that's where multiple different scouts said Here's another one. He's not a physical guy. He will turn it down. There's a lot of reasons why that USC defense was so bad. A 190-pound safety that's 6'3" has got to be one of the reasons. And
I think, man.
Yeah, he needs to improve on his tackling, but I didn't see a lack of willingness of physicality. Let me know on the text line if maybe I've got a blind spot for him, because I didn't see a lack of willingness to make plays as one of the issues.
That is a lazy narrative right there, that you're taking the fact that he played on a defense that was overall bad, and you're basically like, well, he played on that defense. He must not be very good.
Yeah.
That scout, if I knew who that scout was, I'd call him into my office right now, and I'd rip his scout badge off of his lapel. I'd say, give that back to me.
All right, for those of you who haven't played the game, for those of you who haven't played the game, you wouldn't know which quarterbacks we've done already, and obviously the Texans have drafted a few quarterbacks, but going back 10-plus years, this will be an easy one for you, Sean.
Okay.
But let's play devil's advocate.
I'll let him marinate for the audience. No worries.
He's got high-level NFL accuracy and NFL vision. I think he understands the game so well and gets it high football IQ.
Okay.
So given what you know, I think you're going to get this.
Given what I know, given who we've touched upon in this process, that's obviously Tom Savage. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
That's got to be CJ right there.
That's
right?
CJ, yeah. Most of the negatives were all about the S2 cognition test. There were people saying that's a no-go, that you just can't do it. There were some really nasty that I don't even like revisiting all the S2 nonsense.
Right.
All these dudes who had just found out what the S2 cognition test even was were naming it as an absolute no-go, that it's a barrier to ever making it in the NFL.
CJ Stroud off their board like he robbed a liquor store the day of the draft.
Right.
You know?
So to read some non-anonymous quotes, Ryan Day expressed his shock that Stroud's cognitive abilities were being questioned. This was Ryan Day. And look, a college coach is going to stick up for his player,
Sure.
but I think it's notable the way Ryan Day said it. I just feel like this is one that I've always felt was what makes him special. For this to be something that's a topic of conversation right now is catching me off guard.
Yeah.
And I think that if you think about all the various Ohio State quarterbacks that he's had, that CJ was the one that they're going to be like, oh, I don't know if he's got a good football IQ
it's
or
crazy.
anything.
Yeah.
Like CJ was the most advanced out of any of the more notable guys. And the other thing about the S2 cognition test was people kept framing it like it was an IQ test of some sort.
Yeah.
When it's way more about the way you visually process things.
Reacting.
And all of those. And the guy at the time was saying, well, no, some of these tests we're not sure because of the circumstances we gave the tests out, they weren't valid. And it took a full year for people to kind of go back and look at that and say, oh yeah, he did say that at the time, didn't he?
Okay,
yeah.
we are into our second draft cycle since C.J. Stroud was drafted, right? Last year, 2024, now this year, 2025. Have you seen anything, anywhere, about the S2 test since CJ's rookie year? I have not.
You know the funniest thing in going back and revisiting the S2 cognition test? What were we doing? We were calling it S2 cognitiacy.
I don't remember. I like that, though.
Yeah. The craziest thing about it was the people that had these conspiracy theories that the Texans put that info out there because they wanted CJ to drop in the draft, which was hilarious because the Carolina Panthers were one of the teams that actually subscribed to the S2 cognition results.
Yeah.
The Texans are not. That somehow it was the Texans were going to put this information out there so one of the teams that actually subscribes to the S2 cognition test would learn about it, and then that C.J. Stroud would fall to the Texans.
All right,
that's brilliant conspiracy theory there, yeah.
The Texans are acting like a team that's picking at 10 when they're picking at 2. Yeah, it's just a lot of dumb people out there, man.
I don't think we did this one.
Yeah.
This is the one big one. I don't think we did this one.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay, this is a wide receiver drafted by the Texans.
Okay.
He's gone through a tremendous maturation process. The product he is right now, he's a pro. His commitment level is really strong. He'll do all the necessary things to maximize who he is. He's more like a third-round pick, but he can end up being a good number 2 receiver.
Oh, boy.
Let me give you one more.
Okay.
His Senior Bowl was average, but he looked pretty damn good at Pro Day. He has natural hands.
Is it, man? Okay, I want to say Nico. Is it Nico?
It's Nico.
Okay.
Good job.
Thank you.
I probably shouldn't have said it was a big one. That was,
no, that's okay. It's all right.
The fact that somebody was saying that he's probably a third rounder, but he could be a solid number 2, that's a little bit of an underestimation, obviously.
But I think that was the narrative around him even 2 years into the league. He didn't become a number 1 until he became a number 1.
The negative that I couldn't give you because it involves a name is he comes out and runs a 4.4. Yet when he played, they passed the ball to number 8, Ronnie Bell, all the time. Bell looked like the best one by far, and they ran Collins on just
I got to look up what's his name, Ronnie Bell?
Up the field routes. If he's that good, why didn't the coaches try to get the ball to him?
Okay, Ronnie Bell. Ronnie Bell is an American professional football wide receiver for the Detroit Lions of the National Football League.
I think he started off with San Francisco, if I remember correctly.
Did he? Okay,
right?
yeah, let's see here. Yeah, good call. He was drafted in the 7th round by the 49ers.
Nico was that he sat out the COVID year.
Yes.
I mean, that was the big thing.
Yep.
So where that was a little bit of a stretch for Nick going out on a limb, kind of projecting some of those COVID guys.
Yeah.
I think Davis Mills kind of maybe fell into that where, all right, look, he hasn't played as much football as we'd like him to have played. Because remember, Stanford played even fewer games than the other teams did. So it worked out, obviously, with Nico Collins.
All right, Cam Smith. I want to circle back to Cam Smith. We're going to talk to Heidi Watney at the top of the hour. Cam Smith's first big day. His interview with Julia Morales after the game was excellent. How big a story was Cam Smith on opening day for the Astros for you? We'll hit that coming up next. But first, I want to tell you about the Men's Tea Clinic. Friday's my
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Astros win yesterday, 3-1 the final score. The good for Framber Valdez, 7 shutout innings. Cam Smith gets his first major league hit. That looked good. No catastrophes in the outfield, I would say. That was pretty good. If there's negatives, no real fireworks offensively, but they won the game, so who cares? There will be.
No catastrophes in the outfield. We had a near collision with Jose Altuve and Jake Myers, where Jake Myers was trying to call Altuve off. Altuve just ran like he was running whatever the equivalent of dancing like no one's watching. He was running like there was no one else in the outfield.
There's no one yelling at him. Yeah,
with his arm stretched straight above him, no slowing down. Grabbed the ball.
Yeah.
A collision or other circumstances. That play felt like when I got some, I did one of those monitors that your insurance company will send you to monitor your driving habits.
Oh yeah.
To see whether, and I ended up getting some money knocked off of my insurance. It was nice. Yeah, but that monitor, it beeps when you do something that's a little erratic or something.
Mm-hmm.
When it beeps, that's kind of that monitor saying like, hey. That's the kind of behavior that will lead to a collision in left field.
Yeah.
If you don't monitor it a little bit.
You're saying Altuve, we may need one of those out there for him.
He needs a little beeper.
Yeah.
You're like, hey, okay, this is unsafe driving.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah. I just hope
the worst thing about that little monitor is that I did learn some valuable lessons, because if you accelerate too quickly, it'll beep. And I'm like, well, I had to accelerate quickly because I pulled out in front of that car.
Yeah.
What, do you want me to get hit? And then I realized, I didn't have to pull out in front of that car.
Yeah.
Oh.
So it was
okay.
It was my adverse behavior causing the adverse behavior.
Yeah. It was like,
the beep.
okay. All right. Yeah.
This is like Inception. Yeah. Cam Smith, good news out of that game. I would say the only other thing from that game that makes me nervous that I feel like would carry forward would be if, we're in a one-run game tonight against the Mets and you got to bring in Brian Abreu and or Josh Hader. Although, man, Josh Hader threw enough pitches to where I'm like, okay.
It was the most pitches he's ever thrown with the Astros. I couldn't hear if he said with the Astros or in his entire major league career.
Yeah.
I believe it was the most since he's been with the Astros, his most pitches in one outing.
It was,
at the very least.
It was a lot. I forget which hitter it was on the Mets. I'm sure the text page will tell me. But, man, he went 0-2 on everybody. He went 0-2 on everybody, and he let them work back into the count. He walked the guy, gave up a hit. The one guy he walked, and, God, it escapes me who it was, but he must have fouled off 6 pitches. Amy and I are watching this. I'm like, man, this guy alone is going to get Hader taken out of this game because he threw like 10 or 11 pitches to one guy. Here was Cam Smith after the game with Julie Morales. Fun exchange after his major league debut.
Cam here. What a day. What a few days, a week. I don't know. We could go back to before spring training, I'm sure, with you. But just take me through the process that you had to go through as you walked up to the plate for the very first time, and what did you tell yourself?
Yeah, I mean, an incredible feeling. They weren't playing about you can feel the fourth deck. I asked Joe a couple of days ago, I said, are they going to fill those seats up all the way up there to where I can barely see? He said, you'll see. Yeah, so I felt that energy, and it just like, it feels so good to be home.
Getting that first hit, too, what did that do for you?
I think it settled me down a little bit, but at the same time, I want to keep going. I want to keep helping these guys win. So I'm just glad we got the win today. It was a great game.
I do want to know also how it felt or what it made you feel when you ran out to right field and you got that standing ovation and the crowd was going nuts for you.
Feeling that so far. Beyond the hit, I think going out there for defense, like waving to the fans, that was the best feeling.
You talked about the fourth deck. You talked about what you're going to feel in this ballpark. But, I mean, I know college baseball is great, but what are your takeaways from playing at Dyken Park for the first time like this?
Compared to college, it's like triple what Florida State has. They bring out a good crowd at Florida State, but this is no joke. I mean, this is the show. So I'm glad to call this place home now.
Excited to hug the 30-plus people that were here for you today?
Yeah, they're all here today, and I heard them too, so I'll see them soon.
All right, so there you go. And even at the end there, I think this is what I noticed. At the end when she said, thanks, Cam, he said, thanks, Julia. I'm like, good job. 22-year-old addressing people by their name. Like, you get to know new people in the building, man. Yeah, that was good.
He's had the advantage of spring training and whatnot.
Yep.
Florida State's record baseball crowd was 6,789 in 2008.
1/7 of what he's playing in front of yesterday.
Much different experience. By the way, when I looked that up yesterday, I realized I gave myself a little bit of a pass for saying. Remember, I was talking about Cam Ward, and I had said Florida State instead of Miami for some reason. It's the Cam Smith dynamic. I haven't messed up their names yet.
Yeah,
but I did
you've
mess
done
up
good
the alma
with all
maters,
these Cams in our lives. You've had a good week.
But that was a big one.
Yeah.
That was a big one. I was beating myself up pretty bad about the Miami versus Florida State. Look, I think Cam acknowledging that he was nervous before the game to the point where he had never before a baseball game.
Yeah.
He said that he knew that the butterflies were good because that meant he was ready. That's good. That's it. He's listened to somebody teach him that lesson somewhere along the way. But then also knowing that he did have to eat before the game. He didn't let the nervousness overcome him or anything.
No.
And that it was easier to eat also because he had gone to Shipley and got 3 dozen donuts for the guys.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
The thing, and by the way, thank you for the texters. It was Luis Angel Acuna. Ronald Acuna's.
There's 12
brother.
pitches in that.
Was it 12 pitches? It felt like 20. It was incredible. The thing that I loved hearing in that conversation with Julia was how welcoming the Astros fans have been, him calling it home a couple times, which circles back to the conversation you and I had with his mom outside the stadium that one day that we met her, where, this is her son. She thought he was going to be a Cub. They've gotten used to him being in the Cubs organization until the day he was traded for Kyle Tucker.
His grandma is a Cubs fan.
His grandma's a Cubs fan. That's a great point, too.
Yeah.
And she was, the day you and I conversed with her, she was clearly concerned about the reception that she felt like Cam Smith was getting based on social media. She was nervous that people were angry with Cam Smith about the Kyle Tucker trade, when in fact what she was probably feeling was more the love that Astro fans on Twitter have for Kyle Tucker than any negative feelings about Cam Smith. But you can tell from that interview there, you can tell from the way he's been performing for this team, and most importantly from her perspective, you can tell from the handful of interviews that she's done since you and I met her that one day in Houston that you and I assured her existed here at the time. We promised her. Thank you, Houston, for not making Seth and I look like we're welching on a promise. We promised her that they would that she and Cam and everybody else that's part of that family would be warmly received in Houston, and it has happened that way. Standing ovation yesterday.
Can you imagine if they had booed him when he came out there?
Dude.
I'm trying to think of the fan base that might do that.
Philly would do it as a hazing process.
Yeah.
Philly wouldn't even feel that way about him, but they're like, no, we got to boo the guy. Like, that's how you get it done. It's like getting a tattoo.
Right?
Yeah. Like
you don't want him to get easy. You don't want him to have it easy. Yeah, it's like a father that intentionally makes it really tough on his kids.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Text message. Okay. 5 years after all the buzzer BS, and you guys want to hit Altuve with a beeper in the outfield. Okay, this is a funnier one, though. Guys, I'm imagining Jake Myers calling off Altuve for a fly ball, and Altuve going,
when was that again?
Tuve, Hosey, my ball.
When was that again?
Snags the catch right in front of him. Oh, that's funny.
I think, look, yesterday there were a couple circumstances. One is, okay, if there'd been a collision with Jake Myers, obviously, and somebody gotten on base or scored because of it, there's probably going to be a situation like that at some point in the upcoming weeks. Cam Smith, it wasn't like he made an error in right field. It would have been a nice catch if he had caught it. But he didn't. Ultimately hurt the team in that inning. The Cubs didn't score.
Yep.
But there's going to be moments, and I think the biggest thing is, can they offset it offensively? And as long as there's no doubt in my mind that both Cam Smith and Jose Altuve will be better outfielders a month from now than they are right now.
Yes.
So there will be some hiccups along the way, But just in getting the everyday action and getting it natural and comfortable, it's going to get better as the season progresses. What they can't do as a team is start off so horrifically the way they did last year early in the season.
Yeah.
Because then it's going to really suck. And that was so weird last year.
Yep.
It was just such an outlier in so many ways, given the guys that weren't performing. It's one thing when there's injuries happen and some of your minor leagues don't perform well, but it was across the board on the pitching staff and with the hitting. Guys were just having their career worst performances. I don't expect that.
They were 0-4. They got swept by the Yankees to open the season, and their first win was a Renel Blanco no-hitter against Toronto. It was the strangest start to a season that I can ever remember. For a team that ended up winning the division, it's the strangest start that I can ever remember for a team that I've followed. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Top of the hour, Heidi Watney of Apple TV is going to join us. She's the sideline reporter for tonight's game. The game is on Apple TV tonight, for those who don't know. 7 o'clock start. She will be on sidelines. We'll get her thoughts on the Astros and get some insight as to what Apple TV's got in store for this coming Friday headers. Astros are part of a couple of them, including tonight. Up next, how popular is Nick Caserio with Texan fans compared to other GMs during free agency? You know what
this one's going to make you livid.
Yes.
Avid listeners.
Well,
those of you who are regular listeners, you're going to be livid about not the Nick Caserio dynamic, but another dynamic of this poll.
Yes, at the top of the poll, it will make you livid, and we're going to stoke those embers. We'll do that coming up next.
Don't be livid about your retirement.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, I am kind of addicted to these little studies that shape opinions and narratives that come from data on social media. I'm a sucker for it. You know, I like this stuff. We get them sent to us a lot of times by people representing betting outlets and things like that. And this one pulled me in yesterday, and they know exactly who to put in the subject header based on geography. Hey, Sean, I forget who sent it to me, but the study is from BetwayInsider.com.
Yeah.
And they said Nick Caserio is the 9th most popular GM amongst his own fans, positive sentiment based on free agency so far. I said, all right, I'll bite. I'll click on this. I'll take a look. And so I've got the rankings in front of me here.
They used online mentions of each NFL general manager in their team's home location.
Yeah.
So they geolocated where these tweets or posts were coming from and assess the sentiment in those areas of these GMs.
Since March 10th. So that's the beginning of free agency. Yeah, they call it a social listening tool.
Okay.
Well,
I don't like that.
Yeah, I know.
Big brother.
Yeah.
I've got so many big brothers now.
Yeah.
Used to be one big brother we feared, the government. And now there's big brothers everywhere.
All over the place.
We call it more likely to call him Karen these days. But still.
Yes.
Yeah.
So most popular GM, according to the geo-fenced tweets and social media posts in the city of Houston. Now, here's the interesting thing. The positive sentiment of the posts, you figure somebody who's 9th is getting, 60, 70% positive sentiment, something like that. He's in the top third of GMs. 47% positive.
Yeah. Come to find out, people are actually pretty negative
about
on social
free agency.
media. It was a shock to me.
Well, and here's the thing, Seth. We know that unless you're one of the heavy hitter, big swinging teams the first day, generally your fan base is going to get very impatient that first day.
Yeah,
we know that.
There's only 5 that were in the top 5 were the only ones that had greater than 50% approval.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so Nick Caserio is 9th. I'm curious if you want to text in Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line 713-572-4610. Are you feeling largely positive sentiment about Nick Caserio's free agency? I am a little surprised he's up that high, just based on the kind of, other than the Tunsil trade. Well, I guess the C.J. Gardner-Johnson trade. If you're including the trades, if you're just, because it's probably hard for that listening tool to discern which is which.
Well, yeah, they're not. They're just
that's
using the mentions of him during this period of time.
Yes.
So yeah, a lot of it comes down to how big were the moves and how much were people talking about him.
Yeah.
The Kenyon Green for C.J. Gardner-Johnson got a lot of pop and buzz, and some for nothing.
Yes.
Given the way that we've watched Kenyon Green over these last few years, so I think that probably gave him a huge bump. But then the Laramie Tunsil trade, even though, boy, there are a lot of people that, even if they were really cool with the Tunsil trade, still were waiting for a corresponding move on the offensive line.
Yeah.
So I think contrary to what people would think outside of Houston, because people outside of Houston were saying things like, what the hell is Caserio doing?
Yeah.
Inside of Houston, I think most Texans fans were for the trade, but they expected something to happen in the ensuing days, and there were no fireworks on the offensive line in the ensuing days.
No, but I do think the totality of what you're talking about, Seth, is a net positive for Nick. Because I think when there's nothing going on, people are more inclined just to sit back as opposed to comment on it. Whereas the Tunsil trade, everybody had opinions on it. And we did the poll. We did that simple poll. Yes or no, are you in favor of the Laramie Tunsil trade after it was made? And it was like over 80% of the people were in favor of it. So I think that trade probably helped him. Here are the top 5 GMs according to this method of measurement in terms of positive sentiment in their geographic areas. Number 5, Eric DeCosta, Baltimore Ravens. I feel like he's 60% positive sentiment. I feel like at any given time, that's where Eric DeCosta is among Raven fans.
I think that's where it's like the Ravens as an organization themselves. People are kind of like, we're just doing the Ravens things, and we're going to go, we got salary cap constraints. Yep, we'll deal with it.
July 14th. What's the positive sentiment? Eric DeCosta, top 5. Number Ryan Poles, Chicago Bears, 70% positive sentiment, man. That fan base is just into him.
They did. They were one of the teams that did exactly what the Texans fans would have hoped that Caserio was going to do. Is they bolstered that offensive line in a big way in free agency. They very aggressively and trades. They very aggressively addressed a hot button topic. So Ryan Poles, who continues to get credit heaped on him despite not winning any football games.
Right.
Good for him.
Right.
Yes, he's winning the PR game.
Number 3, George Payton, Denver Broncos, 75%. I haven't looked close enough to the Broncos offseason to know why he's up that high.
Well, the Geno Smith one was going to be huge. But
Geno Smith didn't go to the Broncos.
Sorry.
Yeah. I'm trying to think what moves the Broncos made that would have them up that high. I don't know. I'm not sure. Now, this number 2 on the list, Kwesi Adofo-Mensah from Minnesota, they were very similar to the Chicago Bears. They made big moves on the offensive line. They signed Will Fries. They signed Ryan Kelly. 88% positive, and I feel like that's probably Minnesota too. Don't Minnesota people just seem like, hey there, we love our Vikings. Way to go there, Adofo-Mensah.
I think the Vikings, though, because a lot of it revolved around, okay, how are you going to help J.J. McCarthy? So really aggressively addressing the offensive and defensive line, the offensive line in that regard. Yeah. And then they got, you think with the Vikings, back in the day when they had those 2 stud defensive tackles, I'm blanking the guys that got cut up. They went out and got a couple of premier defensive tackles.
Yes.
So I think just the perception of, hey, we're building this from the ground up, the fundamental upfront positions, and we're going to help out this young quarterback. Probably they felt good about that offseason.
Yeah, Jonathan Allen, and I'm trying to remember who the other D tackle they signed this offseason was.
Didn't they sign? No. The Patriots signed him. Yeah.
Whatever.
Anyway.
Yeah, you were thinking of Milton Williams. Yeah, he went to the Patriots. But anyways, 88% for the Minnesota Vikings. Number 1 on the list, and just kill me now, positive sentiment. You Jacksonville people are so gullible, man. You and your owner just snowed under big words from the magnificent Gladstone. 96% positive sentiment for this guy.
I think that, I have a fresh perspective, I'd say. A deep understanding of really the modern tools and mechanisms that are revolutionizing the sport. And so, that'll certainly be something that we leverage here. While at the same time, I mean, we're walking into the combine this afternoon, right? And so the current mode of operation is in rhythm. The cadence is in place. So my intent here through this initial spring is to really calibrate my own mode of operation to the current mode of operation, insert some specific efficiencies that'll help me better understand our group's insights and perspectives, and then assess at the end of this spring what types of things we can roll, put the pedal to the metal on a lot lot of advanced sort of modes of operation.
I've just lost complete respect for the city of Jacksonville.
They love it, man.
They love it. They're spoon-fed. Yeah.
They love it. He threw out some big corporate buzzwords, and they feel like they've got a plan. This is what I always try to do. What was that one I missed?
Took it to the limit.
Oh, yeah.
That's your audience.
That might be part of it. People in Jacksonville are like, we got this reputation as these slack-jawed idiots, like we're some characters on The Simpsons or something. But now we got a real good talk. That guy talks real good.
Smooth talking guy.
What are you going to say about us now?
Yep. You got a guy that uses his words real good, all right? People were weighing in on this. Yes, Nick seems like the type of GM that really tries to construct a roster like someone who doesn't want to absolutely tear it down because of day one free agents. I approve of Nick. Yeah.
No, and I think that with the Texans, too, it's, again, he was the 9th highest rated in this one. It's just that only 5 guys had greater than 50% approval ratings.
That's the big takeaway is people are not happy ever during free agency by and large.
The by far the worst was Terry Fontenot from the Falcons.
Yeah.
I feel like as long as they still have Kirk Cousins and a first-round draft pick at quarterback in the building, and Cousins is making as much money as he is, that's probably going to be the thing. Brian Gutekunst from the Packers was the 2nd lowest.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe Aaron Rodgers' propaganda campaign is working finally against Brian Gutekunst.
I don't know how popular he's been in since all drama started with.
Yeah.
The Jordan Love. I feel like Packers fans are positive about Jordan Love, but I'm guessing feel like, okay, but if this is going to be the same old team that doesn't aggressively pursue free agency and everything else, are we just going to end up in that same Aaron Rodgers situation at some point?
All right, Heidi Watney, Apple TV. They've got the game tonight between the Mets and the Astros. She is on sidelines. We will talk to her, get her thoughts on the Astros, the upcoming season, find out what Apple's got going on for their broadcast this year. We'll do all of that coming up next.
Yeah, we sure will. And Owen, you know what you got to take care of?
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne. It is day 2 of the Astros season. This is a successful day 1 as the Astros win their opener 3-1 against the New York Mets yesterday afternoon. They're back at it tonight, 7 o'clock start. Mets at Dyken Park. That's the hardest part, man, the new name for the park.
They did a great job with it on the broadcasts, both the radio and the TV yesterday. I thought they did a great job. Those guys have had it ingrained in their brains more than anybody to say Minute Maid, and they did a great job.
Julia caught herself. Julia got a meh out and then went to Dyken. Yeah, very close,
yeah.
and she got teased for it. But joining us now is Heidi Watney, who's going to be on sidelines for Apple TV tonight. Wayne Randazzo on the call with Dontrell Willis on color, and Heidi Watney on sidelines, and she joins us right now. Heidi, it's great to talk to you again. Welcome back to Houston. And have you trained your cadence yet to make sure that it's Dyken Park, not Minute Maid Park?
I have not. I'm hoping to not make that mistake. Actually, as you guys were talking about that, I'm like, oh yeah, mental check. Don't do that. Hopefully I don't tonight.
No, you'll be fine.
The signage in the ballpark will help, though,
Yeah.
So.
Good.
Yeah, and it's also, they've got up in the, I don't know if you've been out to the ballpark yet or not, but then the train, instead of oranges now, they've got gigantic baseballs.
Yeah.
So you won't have any cues that might screw you up or anything.
Yep.
Yeah. Yes, hopefully not.
Yeah.
That's probably more on Wayne Randazzo than me, so
Fair.
I don't know.
Fair. So Heidi, welcome back in, by the way. We really enjoyed talking with you when you came on with us last year. This is a very different-looking Astros team than the one that we were talking about with you. It's very different for us here with no Kyle Tucker, no Alex Bregman. How big a storyline is that for you, coming in sort of from a national perspective in looking at this Astros team heading into the season here?
Well, it was a big storyline this offseason that the Astros were retooling, and these two stalwarts were leaving. 2 of their best players were leaving. I mean, they've got Altuve still, and they've got a great pitching staff, but what are they going to do? But I have got to give a lot of credit to Dana Brown for retooling on the fly. And actually, I think in the whole, the team might actually be better than last year. Christian Walker is a huge upgrade at first base for the Astros. I remember when we would come in last year, that was a problem position we were talking about that they really couldn't solidify. Isak Paredes is not Alex Bregman, but he is a good third baseman. And, the interesting thing in talking with our researchers, he hit 19 home runs last season. If he had played all of his home games here at Dyken Park, not Minute Maid, or actually then it was Minute Maid, so that wouldn't have mattered. But if he had played all of his home games here, he would have had 26 or 7 more home runs because of the Crawford boxes, because of the way his swing is. So I think he's a great fit there at third. And then they got Cam Smith in that Tucker deal as well. And I mean, everyone's seen that video of Joe Espada setting up Cam Smith to find out he made the big league roster with his mom coming in. And if you didn't get choked up watching that video, you are not human. It was amazing. And to be one of the great players, I heard a Cubs official say, oh, I thought certain players were untouchable. I guess not, about Cam Smith. So his future is bright. And I've got to give a lot of props to Dana Brown for getting that done. He's not rebuilding, he's retooling, and they're poised to compete again.
Heidi, the ironic thing about that was there was a stretch of time in Astros history when Kyle Tucker was the minor leaguer who was designated untouchable. And and people were starting to get frustrated with Luna, especially when Tucker didn't light the world on fire his rookie year. Like, people were wondering, why is he untouchable? Why is he untouchable? And it did. Everything I read out of Chicago was that, man, they really didn't want to let go of Cam Smith. They really didn't want to let go of Cam Smith. Are you surprised ultimately that they did, especially, obviously given the way he's performed?
I am surprised because, I know they've got a decent budget there, but, they're not like the Dodgers. They're just not buying everyone.
Yeah.
And to have a cost-controlled guy who has that much upside and is that great of a player, and the person, by all accounts. I mean, it was great. I met Todd Callis after the game last night and got to chat about the team. I absolutely love Todd. I have known him forever. He's just, you guys have such a great broadcast team, really. And Julia, Todd, and Blummer. I mean, you guys are very lucky here in Houston that team has stayed together for so long because they're highly entertaining. Anyway, he was saying that Cam is just a really good human nation of the skill set, the size, the projectability, and being just a really good dude. That to let that guy go for potentially 1 year of a player seems a little strange. But the Cubs have a smart front office too, so we'll see what they've got in store.
Heidi Watney is on sideline. She's a sideline reporter tonight for the Astros and the Mets. Apple TV Plus is where you can find that. Sticking with Cam Smith for a second, Heidi, you said you saw the video. His family has been a big topic of discussion, too. Seth and I actually met his mom and grandmother by happenstance outside the park at spring training one day, and they couldn't have been nicer. Is Cam Smith's mom on the docket for a little sideline interview tonight, by any chance?
I would love to, and I asked for that, but we have so much packed into our broadcast tonight that we just don't think it's feasible to add another interview in. And I know that Julia talked to her on opening day, so Astros fans got to hear from her that way. It would have been nice to bring her to a national audience, but we're going to have CJ Stroud in attendance that we're going to chat with. We've got Francisco Lindor mic'd up during the game, and he's always a great guy because he's one of those people that can really handle the position and also explain what he's doing really well, which is great to bring our fans in closer to the action. I think I'm talking to Christian Walker before he takes the field. I've got the manager interviews in game. So it's kind of a lot to pack in, more interviews during the game because we don't want to take away from the game action.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Boy, that is an all-star lineup you got there, including CJ Stroud. Join us on the show. It's funny, Seth and I were talking right before you came on with us during the break about the local broadcast teams when the Apple team comes in for these Friday games, what the level of collaboration is. And it sounds like you obviously think very fondly of Todd Callis and Jeff Blum and Julia Morales. Can you take us inside maybe? What are they a good utility for you guys when it comes to just familiarizing yourselves with some of the really granular details that might be there? And is the relationship that you have with our team here, is that the norm around the league for you guys when you come in to do these Friday games?
It varies from team to team, I will say, but I've been doing baseball for so long and have so many friends in the sport that I will call up whenever we're going to do a broadcast. I'll call up someone with the local broadcast. Hey, tell me what's going on with your team. Hey, Mookie Betts has been sick. I know this is what they're saying publicly. What are they saying behind closed doors? And it's not always for broadcast. Sometimes it's just for my own knowledge so I know what's going on within the team and within those walls. Most of the teams now, because again, I've been working in baseball for a long time, I have at least one insider. But a lot of times, most organizations, not all, are really willing to work with you and help you out. And I know a lot of the PR staffs too, so I'll give some of those guys a call before in the week beforehand, early in the week. Hey, what should I be looking out for? What's a storyline that has been underreported in your from your input? And I also know a lot of managers too, so sometimes I'll text or call with them early in the week, like what should I be looking out for? A great thing about baseball, it's kind of a small circle. I really it's a big sport. It's a national sport. There's a lot of people involved, but the longer you're in the sport, the more people you know, and it's just really fun for me to get to come and see people like Todd and Julia. I take over Julia's seat while I'm here, and she's great. And then also giving some props to the local broadcasters, I think is nice too, because especially if they're a great broadcast and they help you out, then I have absolutely no problem giving credit where credit is due.
Heidi, because this is a city of the Houston Astros, we're not afraid to lean into computers aiding us. We like to mess around with artificial intelligence a little bit. So I had Gemini basically write out a script in the voice of Heidi Watney to lay out some of the things you might want to say tonight. Would you like to play a little game where you either approve of or disapprove of some of these nuggets?
Sure.
Okay. I've been told that I need to aim for a blend of enthusiasm, a focus on the key storylines, and that bright, engaging delivery. I feel like that's good so far,
Gemini
right?
thinks highly of you, Heidi. This is good, yeah.
Right?
Okay. Here are your opening comments. Tell me. It's so bad at this. Tell me if you would do this. Tell me if this is kind of close to what you're going to say tonight.
Okay.
All right, sports fans. We're down here at Minute Millionaire, even with the off-season chill. It's 72 degrees today. And let's talk about those Houston Astros, shall we? You know, that team that always seems to be in the mix. How are we doing so far?
Maybe not what I would say.
It's so
Wayne
bad.
might be a little bit better at it, but just doing the whole welcome thing, I got to get more to the point. I'm the sideline reporter. My time is limited.
Yeah.
And you already called it Minute Maid Park.
Yeah, you already got that
right
wrong.
off the bat.
Also that, yeah.
The one thing we told you not to do, and you got that wrong on AI. Yeah. Oh, my God.
All right. These are so cringy. Don't worry. If there's one thing I've learned about this, it's really bad at it. Everybody universally, when they hear these, they're like, is that what I sound like? Okay. All right. I'll just do one because these are just awful.
Okay.
And of course, everyone's keeping an eye on those key players. You know, the stars that light up the field. The discussions around how those players will be doing in the coming season are always a hot topic.
I don't think so.
Very, very generic.
Yeah. The silence tells me everything. Yeah.
It's funny you say this because somebody at my kid's school was like, "Do you ever use AI for your topics?" And I was like, "I'm not sure that would help. I mean, I'm not the most familiar with AI. I'm still old school, old fashioned, do my own research, but I'm not sure how much that helped." He goes, "Oh, just type in, the team you're working on into AI. I bet it'll give you a great bunch of storylines." So I went home and I typed in the team name. It was nothing. It was not back from AI. I was like, this is not useful at all. Maybe I'm just not using it right. So it sounds like it's not me, it's AI.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, it's for whatever reason it's really bad at sports. It'll like mix up the stats from different teams and everything. It's really, really bad.
I would not check my mentions if I were you, Heidi, after delivering something like that on TV.
No, we've watched you enough that this is nothing like what people should expect.
No. Other than the first part where it described your personality as being engaging and all that, that was good.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, that part was really good. Hey, we're talking to Heidi Watney, sideline reporter for tonight's game between the Mets and the Astros. How excited are you to see our new left fielder, Jose Altuve, Heidi?
Oh, it's funny. I'm talking to Jose pregame for our pregame show, and I suggested that we do it out in left field. We get to the ballpark really early and just stroll around out there so he can familiarize myself with his new home. And he's like, I'd rather just sit in the dugout. So,
he didn't want to do it? Oh, he would be familiarizing himself with it at the same time. He's only played one game out there.
Get to know the new digs. The ball will find you, though, right? He had a couple opportunities.
Yep.
Yeah. I am very interested. Look at this. This little corner right here where the ball could ricochet, oddly.
Yeah.
Although that could trip up anybody, though. That's not something that's just going to be unique to him. The most seasoned left fielder out there might still have trouble with that little Crawford box corner. But, he's doing good, and I'm interested to talk to him about the progression. I know I've heard so many interviews with him in spring training about getting Marlins from Berkman to Biggio and all of that stuff. So I'm looking forward to talking to him myself.
One thing too that Sean and I talk about, it's always nice to get people from a perspective outside of Houston because we get stuck in our own little silo here, and we start to have commonly held beliefs that maybe we're putting on the homer glasses a little too much. I think one of those might be with Hunter Brown, because Hunter Brown last year underwent a transformation after a rough start to where all of a sudden he became a really, really good pitcher. But I think we sometimes forget that, okay, he hasn't done it for an entire season yet. What are you seeing, hearing, and feeling about Hunter Brown, the pitcher, tonight?
Well, Hunter Brown did start the season off, really badly last year. Mm-hmm. But he was trying to be, talking to Dontrell Willis, our analyst, he said, he's trying to be a little bit too much like Justin Verlander, a guy that he idolized with that high fastball. Once he added the sinker, something that's going to go into righties, something that's going to keep them a little off balance so they can't just reach out over the plate, he took off. I think for him from May 1st through the end of the season, he had an ERA, 2.51 ERA, fourth lowest in the majors. Fourth lowest in the majors from May 1st to the end of the season. So if he can continue to build on that, I know he had some control issues this spring, but spring training, guys are working on things. I never really take stock in spring training numbers, especially from pitchers, especially. You will see some of the best pitchers in the league have 8 ERAs in spring because they don't want to show whatever, like they're having fun out there getting ready for the season. So I'm excited to see if he can carry over that, that second half and really the last 5 months of last season into this year.
Yeah, we're all pumped for that. No doubt about that. Heidi Watney on sidelines tonight for the Apple TV Plus broadcast of the Mets and the Astros. Wayne Randazzo on the play-by-play. Dontrell Willis on color, as Heidi mentioned right there. Hey, Heidi, real quick for our audience, we still get questions about the Friday Apple broadcast. This is something that's, if you have an Apple TV Plus subscription, this is included in this. If people want to watch this game tonight, that's just all they need to do is download that and subscribe, right?
Yes. If you have an Apple TV Plus subscription, you already have access to it. And if you don't have one, there's definitely a free trial out there for you to try it. I'll see if I can get, usually I post a code. That's a good reminder.
Yeah.
Usually I post a code the morning of our game. So I'll reach out to my guys and see if we have one. But so look for that on X. But look, the picture quality is unmatched. We just did a premiere last weekend of the World Series film, which also drops tonight, guys. And I mean, I know it was Dodgers, Yankees, and didn't involve the Astros, but if you want to see a great cinematic depiction of an emotional World Series, it is a Hollywood film, but it actually happened in real life. It's so good. And I'm not biased saying that because I work for Apple. I just like sports, and the whole thing gave me goosebumps. RJ Cutler was the director. He's a Hollywood Emmy Award-winning director, Academy Award-nominated director, and he put this together. And the access they got behind that baseball a lot.
Yeah.
You don't see teams in the World Series having video inside the clubhouse and inside the training room, but somehow they got it. So that drops tonight too on Apple TV Plus. You can watch that if you have a subscription. But yes, you can watch it from your phone, your computer, your TV, wherever. And it's now in the bar packages too, so bars shouldn't have trouble getting it. But our picture quality, the audio, the enhancements we do, and the biggest thing I'll say about our broadcast, and one thing that Apple and my bosses really care about.
Oh, no.
Did we just lose Heidi? That was a
We
tease.
did.
We did.
There you go. We lost you for a second, Heidi. You still there?
Oh, no.
Yeah, we lost you
Yes,
for like
I'm
5.
here.
You ended it. The one thing my bosses, and then it went off. Yeah.
Really? No, it was the one thing my bosses really care about.
Yeah, and I'm like,
Dead air.
Yeah. I'm like, now that's a tease. We got to go find Heidi. Yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. I'm just meandering around my hotel room. The one thing they really care about is bringing fans closer to the game. I mean, they care a lot about, Apple is just a perfectionist. So like video, the graphics package, everything is really clean and really nice. But they want to bring fans closer to the game. That's why we do so many interviews. That's why we're on the field. That's why we've got the Megalodon cameras and the umpire cameras and all the bells and whistles to bring fans closer to the action. So I think it's a really good watch.
Yeah, you can find Heidi on X at Heidi Watney.
Did I lose you again?
No. I was just giving out your no. That all sounds awesome. I just want to make sure I got. As you were mentioning that code you were putting out, I wanted to mention that where they can find you on social media right there. So at Heidi Watney, right?
At Heidi.
Lose you again, Heidi. It just drop again. So there we go. That was Heidi Watney, sideline reporter for tonight's game. Apple TV Plus, 7 o'clock start. And if you're there, say something. Not there.
We'll have Gemini do it for her.
Yeah. Say goodbye in Heidi Watney's voice. Yeah. All right. We appreciate Heidi Watney joining us here on the show. Sideline reporter. She does a great job. So that should be a fun broadcast tonight. And CJ Stroud's going to be part of it. That was a cool little nugget as well. All right. Up next, coming up next, Take-a-mania. We usually do it at 9 o'clock on Fridays. We're going to do it at 9:25 on a Friday. Does Cataldi reign supreme over the bad takes of the week? Again, we will see coming up next But first, I'll get to the golf promo in the next segment there, Ben. Daly and Black. Daly.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you, Payne and Pendergast. Big thanks to Heidi Watney. She was great joining us on the show. Normally at 9 o'clock, she's a sideline reporter for tonight's Astros-Mets game. You can get her on X at Heidi Watney. She's going to have a code out there, I guess, for those of you who haven't subscribed to Apple TV yet to see the game. There's a free trial. She'll have it for you on social. Yeah.
You'll all be happy to know that Jose Altuve will not be doing an in-game interview in left field. No. They're not going to have him mic'd up asking him various questions, as he's also Jake Meyer's trying to yell at him where to line up, and Altuve's answering a question about what his favorite color is. You don't have to worry about any of that.
Remember when Pena misplayed a pop fly last year in an Apple game where he was being interviewed?
When he was being interviewed,
during the game. Yeah. Like that at all.
So it's going to be Lindor. You don't have to worry about any Astros being the in-game interview.
Thank God. All right, Take-a-mania. We normally do it at 9 o'clock on Fridays. Worst takes of the week, trying to take down the defending champion. Angelo Cataldi, the longtime host in Philadelphia at WIP. He's retired from WIP, but he still pops up on podcasts and things like that. He's been the champ now for 2 months. He's had the belt. Many an opponent, many a foe have tried to take him down with horrifically bad takes, and they've been unable to do it. Here is Angelo Cataldi the day after the Super Bowl. That's how long it's been, on Andy Reid.
Let me let your audience in on a little secret, all right? Because most of the country will argue this to the death. Andy Reid is way overrated as a coach, all right? Andy Reid was in Philadelphia 14 years. He won 0 championships. Doug Peterson was here 5. He won 1. Nick Sirianni's been here 4. He won 1. The only reason Andy Reid was winning big games in KC was because he had this mastermind, Mahomes, making up plays on the run and doing brilliant stuff. The only reason Mahomes didn't do that yesterday is he had no time to do it. And Andy Reid could not figure out a way to give him time to do it. And the truth is, Mahomes is a stud. Mahomes is a great player despite yesterday. Zach, no argument. Reid, the all-time fraud of American sports is Andy Reid.
Okay, that's his fishing move. That's what keeps him on top with his belt that we've given him.
Right, yeah. By his logic, Bill Belichick is an all-time fraud as well.
All-time
Belichick
fraud.
went 9 years without winning a Super Bowl for one stretch of his career.
He was a fraud that whole time.
He was a fraud that whole time.
He was a fraud.
All right. And he only had Tom Brady, bailing him out.
I've got 3 challengers today, Seth. One is a written one on Twitter. The other 2 are audio. So here we go. The first one is Chad Forbes, who is he's an NFL writer, puts a lot of content out there on the draft. Compared to the level of fame that Angelo Cataldi has, this is almost the equivalent of pulling somebody out of the crowd to fight Brock Lesnar, but it involves the Magnificent Gladstone, and you know that's going to trigger me every time. Chad Forbes tweeted this earlier this week. Jaguars GM James Gladstone may be 34 years old. The coach is bizarre, Liam Cohen, but he knows ball. What's going on in Jacksonville deserves a follow. On the right track for the first time since Tom Coughlin's first stint. Analytics meets football guys in all the right ways.
Yeah, okay, this is the problem. This is the problem with that take, is that because the Magnificent Gladstone, just because he speaks with all of these just super affectatious, that's not the right word, whatever I'm looking, highfalutin terms of what, it was ironic to use that word. It was very ironic to use that word.
Yep.
Know that he's super analytical, dude. It doesn't mean that there aren't a boatload of other football teams using a lot of analytics.
Right.
He's just trying so hard. Why are they heaping praise on this guy who didn't even actually do much in the offseason other than overpay Eric Murray?
Right.
That's the thing that's so annoying about it. You're basing none of this on anything he's actually done other than the fact that he gets up and he talks like he's reinventing the game.
Yeah, it's bizarre. Is it enough to knock off Cataldi? That's the question, Seth. Is it enough to take down Cataldi saying that Andy Reid is an all-time fraud? I don't think so either. Yeah, I don't think so either.
Did he do it? Cover!
Cataldi kicks out. Yep, Cataldi. This is like 30 foes that he's had since the Super Bowl. All right, these next two are audio. I think one of these is going to come close this week. We'll see. The first one's Stephen A. Smith. This was Stephen A. Smith. This has nothing to do with LeBron James. This is Stephen A. Smith saying that the NCAA tournament is going to die if they don't have more Cinderellas moving forward.
If there was no NIL, if there was no trade portal, Shay, right? And you have zero, the mid-majors go 0-6 in the second round. Please, we ain't sweating that. But when you're able to point to rules that have been implemented, that ultimately shows itself to have inflicted upon the game itself, that's dangerous. Because what you don't want is a situation where nobody has a chance because those players from the, we're going to get some money from Kentucky. We're going to get some money from UConn. We're going to get some money from some other program that we can't get them in. You don't want that to be the reason you have these kind of results in the NCAA tournament. If people continue to get to point to that, then college basketball as we knew it, which to me is all about March Madness, will cease to exist.
Cease to exist.
Yeah.
The tournament will die and cease to exist.
This is one of those things where he's doing one of those things where people love to kind of point to something that's a quaint part of something and wax poetic about it and you make yourself seem like you're a true scholar. You're a true fan who truly appreciates all those things. But no, it's like the big names, big schools, everything else is what drives things. And largely this year where there are no Cinderellas, lo and behold, they've got the best ratings they've had in a long time.
Yes.
It's like the people who claim they're Civil War buffs, Like, it's so easy to say, well, I'm a Civil War buff, know? And like, all right, what the hell does that even mean? You like to watch a mini-series here or there, all right?
Yeah, call me crazy. I'm pretty fired up for Duke and Alabama on Saturday night. These are the 1 and the 2 seed. You got the 1 and the 3 seed with Texas Tech and Florida. You got a bunch of big names playing tonight. I like the Cinderellas as much as anybody, but them not being there doesn't affect my enjoyment of the tournament. I just enjoy it in a different way, it's silly. All right,
let's be honest. Cinderella, overrated.
Overrated.
As a fairy tale. And as ultimately, really, what do you think? They're going to find happiness together? No.
Yeah.
She's going to be annoying.
Glass slippers? You bimbo? What are you doing? Glass? That's the most high heels are uncomfortable already, from what I hear. Glass slipper?
Hey, Cinderella, how about you confront your stepmother yourself instead of needing to be rescued, you know?
Thank you. All right, now that said, is that enough to take down Angelo Cataldi?
It was bad take just given all of given the fact that, especially this year, he's dead wrong on it.
Yeah.
That it seems that it's not dying because of that. It might die for all of the other reasons. But no, it's just not as,
Boy, Cataldi is just reigning supreme. Did he do it? Cover! No. He just kicked out of Stephen A. Smith's finisher. All right, last one. This is from Coach Jason Brown. If you don't know who he is, he was the coach in that the documentary. I think it's Last Chance U is what it's called. He was the head coach. You familiar with that, Seth?
Like real old school, right?
Yeah,
very old. Pretty rough.
Yeah, Last Chance U. I guess he's got a podcast now where he streams. Boy, you talk about somebody who is on the negative side when it comes to Amir Khan, aura, if you will.
Amir Khan was the manager for McNeese State who got NIL deals and everything for carrying a boombox and just being kind of a character. Yeah.
And he's on his way to NC State to get similar NIL monies following Will Wade, the head coach there. So he was, for the first weekend of the tournament, he might have been the biggest story. And then him transferring a big story as well. Coach Jason Brown is having none of this.
Look at this f***ing wobble body. Looks like a f***ing fat bumblebee walking around pocketing $100K to f***ing do what? Wear a f***ing radio out? This is an absolute f***ing slap in the face of anybody who works at going to school to get a f***ing education and a degree. And all the workers that work there. Do you think the f***ing janitor at McNeese State makes $100 large? But Amir Khalid Kalalala can hang a f***ing radio around his neck and make $100K NIL money? Are you f***ing shitting me? And you think this is NIL? Now, can we all agree that this is a mockery? This kid earned an NIL bag. Do you think 6 through 12's getting $100K that sit on the bench to play for that team? And then I got to go over here and look at Amir wearing a radio around his neck, and he gets $100K, and then he gets to go with this coach and follow him and get another bag. Make it make sense.
Make it make sense. This is why this would compete heavily with Cataldi for me. Is that Jason Brown is doing a stream with BetUS label up there.
He's getting sponsored.
He's got sponsors.
For doing the thing.
What you're telling me is that you sitting here dog cussing this kid for 90 seconds and getting paid sponsorship money to do it is any less stupid than him getting paid to stick a Tick Pick label or a Buffalo Wild Wings label on a boombox is absurd. Okay?
It is. Well, in anything, I mean, you could extend that even to like, okay, is the 10th guy on the bench making more than the janitor at McNeese States makes? Does that make sense? Is that a true meritocracy?
Right. No.
Like, yeah, it's all, you're criticizing your own industry when you criticize
You're criticizing capitalism. Like, no, teachers should get paid more. You know why they don't? It's not on TV. Nobody wants to watch. Like, they watch this kid. People have eyes on him. It's compelling. He's prominently displayed in a spot where these companies can see their branding and their product placement, their signage. Yeah. So now ultimately, Seth, I leave it to Pope Zaza. But I'm telling you right now, this is very close to pinning Cataldi for me right now. Very close. Yes.
Really? I
think it's an idiotic take.
I thought, but it made me laugh though too. I feel like Cataldi. This is the problem. Cataldi was sitting on that take, just waiting for the moment to unleash it forever. Yeah. Ever since the Chiefs won their first Super Bowl. Yeah. And I think that this was more just the coach there just playing up a role that he's kind of fallen
I'm just
into.
In charge of bringing in the talent. You're the booker here. Who gets the pin?
All right. Oh, I can't. No, I can't do it.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
No.
Can he do it? Cover!
Cataldi kicks out again, man. Kicks out again.
I want to throw in just like an honorable mention. Yeah. Is it because I've seen this in some of these anonymous quotes multiple times about various players at colleges where they'll criticize that receiver from Arizona.
Yeah.
They said something like, well, they kissed his butt to keep him there so he wouldn't leave an NIL, and they coddled him. Yeah. They had to kiss his ass to keep him there. The reason I have an issue with that is like, okay, that might be the case, but he did stay. Yeah. Where are you equally criticizing every single guy who leaves an NIL? Because it's just that's the lay of the land right now. Yep. I feel like that's a kind of that same just knee-jerk anti-NIL take.
Good honorable mention. If I find any audio of somebody specific saying that,
they're all anonymous.
They're
scouts,
in the mix.
So there will be no audio.
Can't give a belt to an anonymous person. Those are the rules. All right, but Shedeur Sanders, his father Dion laid out the teams he would be okay with playing for. This is actually kind of big news in the draft realm. We'll have that for you coming up next. Final segment, we'll find out what the guys on In the Loop have going on. West Point Lincoln.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, you guys know we are proud to partner with the Texas Children's Hospital or Texas Children's Houston Open. It's at Memorial Park Golf Course going on right now this weekend. Second round teeing off about an hour ago. Scotty Scheffler, Rory McIlroy, and more of the PGA Tour's best are on the course right here, right now in Houston on one of the best golf venues in the country. For score updates, tee times, weather notes, and ticket information. We still got 2 days left after this, too. Get some tickets. Head out there this weekend. Go to tchouopen.com now. Here was Dion Sanders on with Skip Bayless. Skip Bayless, I guess, he's no longer with FS1, so he's got a podcast that I'm guessing does pretty well. He had Dion Sanders on. These guys go way back to those Cowboys days in Dallas together. And Dion, Dion Sanders, he set the team straight that put that bad information or the negative information out there about Shedeur and how he was aloof in the meetings and not taking it seriously. Dion found out which team that was, set them straight, but then more importantly, named the teams that Shedeur is cool with getting drafted by.
You know me, I'm going to get to the bottom of it, so I called that team because I tracked it down. I knew it was, and I called the head coach, and we had a candid conversation. Because
Did you really? Good for you.
We were really cool. And he said, Prime, that never happened. He said, matter of fact, it was a great interview. We all walked out of there saying, dang, this kid got it. I said, yeah, but this guy on your staff lied and said it did. So you need to check him. And he did. Shedeur has told me, he's talked to me intently about all the visits he's had with all the teams, so I know where his heart is. I know where he wants to go. If it's New York, it's New York. If it's Tennessee, if it's Cleveland, if it's still the Raiders, if it's New Orleans, if it's any of those teams that are seeking a quarterback, I'm happy with it, man, because I know what he's going to do to the organization. I know what he's going to do.
Okay, that last part first, that is a change of tune from Dion during the college football season where he was at least posturing to be very selective about where he would allow Shedeur to get drafted, and Travis Hunter for that matter too, where he would allow them to go. Seems like he's a little more open now to some of these teams that are at the top of the draft.
Did he say, he said the Titans, right?
He did.
He did. So basically of the top 5 teams that would be in the mix for a quarterback, the Titans, the Browns, the Giants, the possibly the Raiders, the Jets. Say the Jets.
Said the Saints.
And he did say the Saints.
Yeah.
So that's the top of the top 10 teams in the draft. Everybody that would be in the market for a quarterback he mentioned.
Other than the Jets. Yeah.
Other than the Jets, right. Yeah. So the Jets are the one team that maybe he's now they're also, of the teams that he mentioned, the Jets are the lowest of the teams that he mentioned, I believe. Yes. So
the Saints the Jets are picking 7th. The Saints are picking 9th.
Okay, yeah. So the Jets are of the top 10, the first 10 picks in the draft. The Jets are the only team that would be likely to draft the quarterback that he did not mention.
He did not mention, and the speculation was that was the team that said negative things or had a person on that staff put that negative info out there about him, because I believe it was, I forget who reported that. It might have been Diana Rossini or somebody that put that, or Todd McShay maybe put that out there. But the person who put it out there said that a team in the top 7, which is a very arbitrary number to pick. For people. When you say top, it's either top 3, top 5, top 10. Top 7 is not one you normally put out there, and they're picking 7th. So the speculation at the time was that it was the Jets that did it. And I would say that, and how about Dion saying he went to that team and said, that whole team said, no, we love Shedeur. And Dion basically
identified who the guy was.
Yeah, that guy. And
now we got to monitor and see who gets fired by the Jets if Shedeur goes to the Jets.
Yeah.
Because that one guy will be out there. Now, it would also, one of the conspiracy theory is that, all right, is a team talking smack about a player to get him to drop.
Yeah.
And do you think, would you put it past the Jets from having somebody on their staff maybe trying to get a guy to drop by talking smack about him? I would not. I would not.
No. The Bob McGinn, whose anonymous scout reports we've used extensively over the last few days because they're so juicy. Bob McGinn, golongtd.com. He's done this for years and years.
Real quick, just because I have to protect Aaron Glenn's reputation.
Yeah.
And I don't think, the way Shedeur said it, where the head coach said, no, we thought Aaron Glenn would never, I know Aaron wouldn't be the guy that was spreading false rumors, I think, to try to get somebody to drop.
Inside the building with the Jets, no way.
Yeah. But I could see somebody in that organization being shady enough to do it.
For
Might
sure.
have been Woody Johnson himself.
Might have been, or one of his kids, one of his punk-ass kids that was in there in the room. You should have seen his scores on NCAA 25. Shedeur sucks, and he's not taking this interview very seriously with us right now, guys. Bob McGinn's got, the quarterbacks, this is where you get the juiciest stuff on the anonymous scout, on the anonymous scout tip here. Yeah. In the positive realm, let me say this, there's a lot of positive with the first few scouts that Bob McGinn has here about his toughness, his leadership, things like he's a great kid. The concern seems to be from a physical standpoint, the arm talent, it's maybe not the best. His just the physical talent overall, he's not an explosive runner. You see him scramble, but it doesn't look like Lamar Jackson. he's scrambling, but he doesn't have the arm talent CJ does. So there's a lot of that in here, and especially like the fact that he took a pounding these 2 years behind those offensive lines in Colorado.
Partly
really
so,
tough kid.
Yeah, he's really, really tough. I mean, some of the pounding that he took was because he'll hold on to the ball too long. But, yeah, nobody doubts his physical toughness.
Right. Now, if we start to dig into the way Bob McGinn does this, he tends to get to the more negative stuff towards the back end of the scouting reports here. He says this. He'll get crippled. This is one scout. He's not going to be able to play the way he does in college. He'll get crippled his first season. Not a wow athlete for his size. He's in for a rude awakening. His dad was so uniquely gifted. He's not that guy. He's got mom's talent.
What a shot at Mrs. Sanders.
Yeah, a shot at Dion's ex, man. Yeah. I thought that was funny. And he is. Like, who is? It's Dion Sanders, you know?
I don't know. You know, though, if you're the kid, it's probably better to not be known as an athlete if they're the son of one of the greatest actual athletes, like of the normal athletic traits.
Right.
Because then the part about him, if he plays the way he did in college, he's going to take a pounding. I feel like we've just seen so many instances of that now where, yeah, that part is true, but we've seen so many college players learn, like, okay, they can't improvise as much. You know, Pat Mahomes will still improvise like crazy and everything, but it's a scaled-down version of what he did in college. So most scouts worry as much about that as long as they feel like the kid gets it and understands that he's going to have to operate in more of a rhythm in the NFL.
Says this, one scout, you're just setting yourself up for failure to take him high. System pocket passer without any redeeming special qualities. Doesn't have a real quick mind or quick eyes to see things. If he knows he can throw it right there, he can do that. He can't move, heavy-legged. It's amazing. Dion had two sons that played at this level, and neither one of them is a good athlete. He'd be I guess Shador's not running for anybody, like the 40. Yeah. He says if he did, he'd be a 5-flat or 4.9. I'll give him a 4.9. He doesn't have much upside. I don't see how he survives. In a lot of ways, he's been trained so much since he was young that he's almost a robot as opposed to being a natural quarterback. Real quick, Seth, carried himself like a star at the combine. They observed this, and not in a good. That's not a compliment. Everybody on the field gravitated towards him. He seemed like a very confident professional quarterback. Okay, maybe it was a compliment that he carried himself like a star.
Especially because I know they do watch that, see who gravitates to a quarterback. They want to see a guy that has a certain charisma about him. They don't want a quarterback that's just sitting off by himself, you know, playing Sudoku or whatever. So I think that Shedeur Sanders, in terms of a magnetism, they probably, even the guys that are negative about him, probably still recognize that, okay, boy, he does seem to have a certain charisma about him.
Yeah.
The part about the guys that keep bringing up how shocked they are that he's not a good athlete when his father was, it feels like they're guys who paid a huge stud fee to have a bull come breathe there, and they're not producing good.
Some nag.
Like, what the hell did I even pay for?
Some nag in the 4-H fair, you know, like some pony at a petting zoo. Oh, man. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, they are here. Gentlemen, what's going on?
Well, man, there was a little bit of hateration in that, man.
What, in that scout?
Yeah, that was wild.
These are the anonymous scouts. They let their hate flag fly.
That's it,
when they're speaking.
I thought they were talking about me.
Let's see.
Heavy-legged.
Amazing. He had two sons that played at the. Oh, that's about Dion, not about you.
The good thing, actually, the juiciest ones there were about the quarterback class in general. They like people just. There were some quotes about just how bad this quarterback class is, and like people are not high on really either on any of the quarterback prospects.
I'm so glad this is not our problem anymore. So glad. I mean, say what you will, CJ, last year he regressed. He was this, he was that. This I know. He's going to be the quarterback of this team for a long, long time.
Yeah.
Here's the quote. This is the most overblown group of quarterbacks. Every last one of them is overrated and inflated.
Yeah.
Wherever they end up, they're half around to around overrated.
And they'll be wrong about a couple of them. They always are. There's never a class that has nobody in it. You know, but
quarterbacks there is sometimes, you know.
Sometimes, occasionally, but like one of them's going to pan out, probably, I would guess. I mean, maybe it's Brock Purdy, like it did. You know, maybe it's Mr. Irrelevant. Who knows? You're listening to Crosstalk, sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. Fellas, good to see you. 1-0 Astros team. What is your question of the day today?
Question of the day. what hill always willing to die on?
No matter how wrong you are, and it has to do with Stephen A. Smith killing Nolan Richardson and then bringing him back to life.
Explain. I didn't. What happened?
This morning, he was talking about Calipari.
Okay.
And saying, he's going to recruit.
I was busy doing a show, so I didn't see it. Yeah.
I'm certainly aware. He said he's going to be one of the greatest recruiters since the late, since Mr. 40 Minutes of Hell. He called him the late great.
He called him the late great.
He could call him the late great.
Yeah.
May he rest in peace. And then the next segment, he goes, I am fully aware that he is alive. I'm like, no, you're not.
The late great. That's the second time in 24 hours that Stephen A. Smith. Now this one is just more that he's still alive. You can laugh about it a little bit. The accusation he made of LeBron James not going to Kobe's memorial, and it turns out he did go to Kobe's memorial. That would piss me off if I were LeBron.
And it should.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing about Stephen A. is he's always been boisterous and all these things, but one thing that you could always give him credit for, or at least a majority of the time, is that he would hold to his journalistic foundation.
Yeah.
He's getting real willy-nilly with it now.
Oh, yeah. No, he's so far gone from being a journalist now.
So there's something that you're absolutely feeling you're right on, even if you're wrong.
Okay.
The hill you're willing to die.
Do you
I
have
like
one,
Stephen
sir?
A. because he does the same thing I do. He makes the same mistakes I do, but he does it with zero shame.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's what's holding me back. Shame.
That's right.
He makes a lot of mistakes about certain factual stuff and just runs with it, and he doesn't worry about it. Yeah, I need to be more like Stephen A.
The one that I have inarguable. The one that I have, and I have a different perspective on it because I went to school there. But the thing that people, when the discussion of football and conferences comes up, the thing that people come at me with is, why is Notre Dame an independent? Why do they get to be an independent in all this? They should join a conference. And I'm like, why would they join a Last I checked, and the only sport they're independent in is football.
Right. Yeah.
Last I checked, they were in the national championship. It was no impediment to them getting to the national championship game. And I think a lot of people bring it up just because they feel like, one, it's some sort of privilege they have that they're independent, which it is.
It is.
If there was a financial reason for them to not be independent anymore, I assure you they would not be independent. I'm pretty sure. But their independence is very wrapped up in the history of the school, which I'm not going to bore the audience with. This goes back to World War II and the Catholic Church and a bunch of other things. But I guess that's the hill that off the top of my head.
Yeah, you're just like,
my wife is waiting for me downstairs to bring me to this event that I'm going to today. I'm sure she can probably tell me 5 or 6 in our marriage before,
Text in.
I asked Brandy this because I couldn't think of it. So I said, what's a take that I won't bend on? And she said, that quarterback. And she said that quarterback not because she doesn't know Anthony Richardson's name, but because she knows that she's not allowed to speak Anthony Richardson's name, that he will never be a good quarterback in the NFL.
I like that. All right, gentlemen, I got to get out of here. It's weekend time. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies in the worst quarterback class ever, where the best quarterback was undrafted, Matt Moore, the 2007 quarterback class of Tom Beck, Drew Stanton, and Trent Edwards. Oh, man.
I knew Seth would find one that had nobody in
it. Nobody.
Yeah, nobody. Matt Moore. Wow, that's brutal.
Undrafted
Matt Moore.
The experts in the NFL saw fit to at least Matt Moore at least started a couple of seasons.
Sure. All right, we are done. We are out of time. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start now.
Always a great appreciation, D&M Auto Leasing, for that crosstalk brought to you by a man who has 2 buttons open on his shirt, baby.
Oh, got that taco meat.
You know it's a Friday, baby. He got 2 buttons open on his shirt.
I have a tie over there I'm about to put on. I had to let it breathe.
That's my job. I'm usually the one that does that.
I got no taco meat, man. That's a clean-shaven chest.
There you go.
Right there.
There you go. You can never accuse.
You think I am John Lopez?
Exactly.
You can never accuse Sean Pendergast of letting the taco meat show because it's a bare chest. All right, let's get going on a Friday. I imagine it'll get funky at some point because Figgy Fig in, John Lopez in. I'm Reginald Atatula. Let's have a little fun with this one. And on the day after opening day, the fun is let's overreact, baby. Let's take it to the wildest extents that you are willing to on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
What up, Jim? And I appreciate Sean also getting involved there as well. 713-572-4610. And then also, I see you good people on the Mo Kiram Injury Lawyers live stream.
We keep it 100.
That is the YouTube, which is Sports Radio 610, and also on the Twitch, which is the overreactions of it all, or just what was the opening day feel for you? What were your vibes? How did you take it in? Did you go down to the ballpark? Did you go to the local watering hole? Were you at the crib? Like, what did it look like? What did you do to help spur on your Astros to a 1-0 record? In fact, standing alone atop
there we
the
go.
AL West,
it's
and
over,
on
baby.
pace for 162 wins.
Yeah.
Had to get that in. We have to go ahead and get. In fact, the 3-4-6 they got it in before we even started the show.
Yeah.
On pace for 162-0.
Yeah. Okay. So my first reaction is not an overreaction. I think it's going to be a reaction of a lot of people. Boy, I don't know if we can take this season the way we've been spoiled over the last few years.
Yeah, go ahead and get you.
I was just like, this is going to be a ride, baby. This is going to be a ride.
Monitor your sodium intake.
Yeah,
because like if you plan on watching a good amount of Astros baseball, particularly when they are on defense, monitor your sodium intake.
Let me give you a little example. So not even Hader. I'm talking about the eighth inning with Abreu.
Yeah, that's fair.
They load the bases. My wife walks through the room because she was cooking, and she goes, "That's it. They suck." like they're winning 3-0. That's it. They suck. Then in the ninth, I'm like, "Oh, they got them loaded again." Oh man, they're gonna suck, aren't they? I'm like, "No." It's a ride. It's going to be a ride, baby. And I don't think that's an overreaction. That's a reaction.
Yeah, that's just a reaction to that it's going to be a ride. The idea that they're going to suck is absolutely an overreaction.
Game 1, ninth inning, still leading.
I will say, like, let's go ahead and hit it fully in the bullpen.
Now, that was an overreaction. Mine is not.
I am scared of the bullpen right now.
Yeah.
Like, that is the overreaction, right? I think the reasonable portion of me is like, all right, these things happen with a bullpen naturally, is that you're going to have some instances where it gets a little dicey. You still end up with a situation where you get Juan Soto up with the opportunity to do something big with his bat, and you catch him swinging. It is a backwards K, and you're out of there with a victory, right? So, like, that's ultimately what still happened. And, naturally, baseball is going to, especially with a pitcher, like, sometimes it'll look a little funky, and then you look up and he's thrown 7 scoreless, right? Shout out to Fromber. But, yeah, I'm scared, right? Those are the two dudes that you are supposed to feel the most confident about, and maybe I'm just, like, not fully dyed in the wool of the stress that Hader and Abreu can bring you. But those are supposed to be the two ones that you're the most solid about, and I think that they threw 25 and 35 pitches respectively, if memory serves. And I'll pull up the box score again.
I think it was.
I was like, yo, I am down. We didn't see any of the dudes that we've been supposedly looking at, like, what are they going to look like? And on top of that, I'm already in some way scared on a shorter scale for tonight when they play the Mets in Game 2, because there's no way those guys are back up, right? Like, after throwing that many pitches in the first outing.
No, I was thinking the same thing. Yes.
So who's closing this thing down tonight, right? Like, all of those questions immediately popped up. But yes, the bullpen
question.
Bullpen scares me, dog.
Dude,
bullpen scares me.
And so my regular reaction is not my wife's overreaction. Mine is, it's buckle up. This is the way it's going to be all year long. Not just because, like, the bullpen and we're overreacting to the 55 pitcher through, but just the game in general. Like, there were moments, during the heyday, which is, long stretches last season, where Astros are up 3-0. What was it when did they go up? When were they up 3 in the third inning, fourth inning? So it was early.
Yeah, because you guys were still getting texts from me at that point.
Yeah, well, we'll get to that during confessions. But
you could tell it was opening day. I was all the way in.
But usually when they get a 3-0 lead, I'm thinking 8-1, 8-2, 10-3. Like, that game is over, right? I just felt uncomfortable even with 3-0.
Really?
Yeah, and I think that's just because the unknown and the uncertainty we have in certain areas with this team. Now, it's a good team. Nobody here is not confident in the Astros. I'm just saying the ride is going to be wild, baby.
Are you missing Ryan Presley yet?
Oh, his name was mentioned by a certain someone's spouse as well. Oh, they got rid of Ryan Presley, didn't they? God, you're just bitter today.
Big ups to Jan. We need to have Jan's corner. We just need to get Jan takes in here.
They sucked in the 8th. They got rid of Ryan Presley, didn't they? And they sucked in the 9th. And then she's happy.
We need an uncut type of segment from Jan.
And then she's like, "Oh, great!" When they won.
W, baby.
Got the dub.
It's the ultimate panacea. The win will make everything feel better.
Forget everything I said.
I don't even know if this is an overreaction or just a joke straight out. Lance McCullers coming in to close the 7th and the 8th. Like, get him ready in the pen because of the way that looked right off the top. Asked, like, where were you? How would you take it in? I appreciate the 346. They were on the clock, supposed to be working, but they weren't. Various people that said they were at Woodrow's and Edo, walked over to the park. Very good.
It's a good place.
At the game, turned. Someone said that when Isaac Paredes came up to bat, his walk-up music had all of our brothers and sisters in Latinidad, singing in the park, which I imagine is fun. Hey, speaking of overreactions, right? And this is a little bit off of the beaten path here, but I was looking at, some just various media when it comes to baseball. And one of the things I saw I think it was from The Athletic, if memory serves me correctly. Where they were kind of looking at the possible dark horse MVPs. And one of the names that came up as a dark horse MVP, and I think it was Grant Brisbee of The Athletic, said Isaac Paredes as a dark horse AL MVP candidate.
I'm here for it.
And I was like, that feels real overreaction-y. And I was the one who yesterday said he's going to outslug Kyle Tucker. You know what I mean? I think that's already.
At this point, why the hell did they trade Kyle Tucker? I mean, why they get Kyle Tucker then?
Yeah.
He could have kept him and Cam Smith. It seemed like
think about that.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of love being put in the fact that short porch and left, the Crawford boxes, is going to do a lot of damage for Isaac Paredes as he at bat. But I was like, MVP, I was like, all right, he's going to be a really good third baseman for you offensively. I was like, man, MVP, that's real overreaction. Now, I will if I send guys this text because I was peppering other people as well with these texts. And one of them was when I saw Isaac Paredes, the first couple of throws that he had, one was to second, one was to first. For some reason, it was a looping throw. He double clutched, and I'm like, dog. I'm gonna need you to get that ball out of there,
brother. Second, I thought Soto was safe. I still kind of think he was safe.
I was like, when on the broadcast on Space City Home Network, they're like, okay, they're signaling like they're not gonna challenge. I had a deep sigh of relief because I was like, if they challenge, Soto is safe and sound.
From the angle I saw, it looked like he made it.
Now let's get to some other overreactions that I have. And
I do want to say, when it comes to Isaac Paredes, then when he made the dive and catch it brought me back to earth. I was like, okay, cool, we're good. Defense is going to be cool.
And this is going to be something we talk about all year, as we've talked about. But Jose Altuve, thoughts? Because I was like, okay, so this is going to be part of my confession at 12:20. We were texting with you and Figgy. I was also texting with my guys from the Bite Me podcast. They're huge baseball fans. Captain Scott, Captain Dean, Captain Caleb.
Big ups.
They're huge baseball fans. And Scott texted, so you're going to have to take back a little bit of an overreaction. You're going to have to take back everything you said about Jose Altuve. First of all,
1,000 fielding percentage, baby.
And I said,
nobody has had a better fielding percentage at left field than Jose Altuve. That's a fact.
And I said, why? That was almost a disaster.
In the first inning.
I was like, watch that again. But they're huge Astros fans. Anything is going to be a positive.
Play that Altuve had in the literal top of the first inning. It was like, I was wondering, I was thinking
when
to
is
myself,
it going to happen?
Before this game, I was like, I remember all of the energy that we had first time in left field in spring, and then nothing gets hit to him. I was like, is there any possibility that happens in the top of the first? The answer was absolutely not. He's getting the ball to him.
Ball into shallow left center field, coming on Myers, coming on Altuve, and Altuve cuts in front of Jake to make his first play as an outfielder.
That was like watching a car accident almost happen. Like they swerved at the last minute.
Yeah.
Real overreaction vibes. I like what you're doing here, 346. Boys, I think we got a Gold Glover in left field.
Oh, God.
That's a hell of an overreaction.
Is that Kevin Scott's number?
I don't know, maybe. But yeah, Altuve and Myers, I mean, it's in the left center field gap, right?
Yeah.
So in theory,
it's center field all day.
But I know that Jake, especially with the dynamics of your left fielder coming in with Altuve really like grabbing onto it and Jake Myers being that guy who has a lot of range, the expectation, even in that moment, I was like, all right, so Jake is going to handle this. Anything in those gaps?
Jake was calling for it. He looked like he had it.
And Altuve ran through right in front of, and that feels like something you do in the infield because y'all play a lot. I was like, the outfield, we not playing like that.
That seemed like an all-star game type of goofing around.
You're playing too much.
Thing.
I need you to lock in, right? I know that they've talked a lot. A lot of the people around the Astros, whether it's other people that are his teammates, Joe Spotter, are talking about how much fun he's having in the outfield. I need you to hunker down a little bit. You're having a little too much fun.
That was an interception.
Yeah, bro. He came through like he's out there on rush hour traffic in 59 swooping in front of folks. I was like, dog, what's happening? I'll give you this quote from Jake Myers after the game. Quote, he kept it and he caught it. That's all that matters. I know it doesn't. I don't know it all. I know that it doesn't always look good.
Yeah.
And maybe I could have called it a bit earlier, but he made a great play. He made a great play. I hope I can kind of lay back the next time and let him make a great play.
Altuve just pretty much said, the hell you are. I'm catching this. The hell you are. I've been waiting for this for a long time, all spring long. It was, what did I say in our text? It's going to be an adventure, man.
It is going to be an adventure. But I was happy that he made that play because it was a good one, right?
Yeah.
Good route to the ball. Obviously made the catch. There's obviously going to be those instances where it gets a little dicey, but one of the things that also reminded me is like, they also need to develop a rapport. I like that Jake Myers admitted that he probably could have called it a little early because it does seem like that is an admission that, maybe it wasn't just how Jose Altuve in the moment, right? It might have been that, and it has room to get better. I don't love the idea that Jake Myers is like, next time I'll lay out. No, dog, I would like you in
catch
there.
it.
I'm going to be honest.
Please catch it. One more here for you because this is truly an overreaction, but I think truly my feelings as well.
Oh, I hope you're going the place that I think you're going.
If this is the Framber Valdez that we get.
Oh, okay.
If this is the Framber Valdez that we get, this is going to be exactly what the doctor ordered. Sorry for the cliche, but, ground balls, command, control, unafraid. He talked about that in the postgame. And, 0 earned runs, 7 innings in an opening day start.
12 swings and misses.
Yeah, if this is the Framber we get, we're in business. And I'm looking at you, Jim Crane.
And that's here's the thing. If this is the Framber we get all the way around, I was already concerned about the possibility that they were actually going to extend him.
Yeah.
We gonna end up in a place where you're looking at a compensatory pick, right? Like that's what it looks like.
Yeah.
Because in my mind, I was like, how are you going to handle this? Because if he is so good, you can't afford to even try and trade him at the deadline and get something off.
Yeah.
Right? Which, you would just have to take this to the end of the season and say, thank you for your services.
Yeah. Let's get our pick.
It does not feel like this organization in their MO, especially with them talking about they have not held like significant extension conversations at this point.
Oh, boy.
You have all those things happening. It doesn't feel
Where
like
were you
going to
go, Cam?
No.
Oh, yeah.
I was going to go somewhere that the text line went, from the 832, because I want to get to the overreaction. Cam did a fantastic job. Jake.
Oh.
RBI Jake. He gets the first RBI of the season for your Astros. And what was it, 2 hits?
Yep.
Jake Myers' bat is here, baby. We're going to make him an offensive player, y'all.
It was yesterday. That is an overreaction.
No, the real overreaction is that outfield is legit.
Oh, well.
That's a legit outfield, man.
Well, Cam did have that one where he tried to slide in on and wasn't able to grab it. That was a little tough. And then there was another instance where then he decided to play a little conservatively, but I think he handled his business pretty well.
No, look, you can't say anything bad about Jake Myers. I fully expect Chas McCormick to get the start today. I think they're going to be mixing and matching, and maybe we need to watch second base as well. Maybe they'll mix in Dubon because we heard what Espada said yesterday about, he's our starter today, but that didn't mean he's our starter. I'm like, what? Wait, what? He's our starter, but he's not our starter.
Right.
So not necessarily our starter.
We're going to get a feel for all of those things.
Get these guys some early season, starts and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. But one of the things that I really loved about this, and this is not really an overreaction, or maybe it is, right? Maybe we ultimately see these guys get a little bit more aggressive again, and maybe they don't stick to the plan. But it felt like, man, they did a great job with long, drawn-out ABs outside of, maybe Jose, who, you know how
that's
it
what
is.
He is.
But these guys made sure to, see pitches and really work counts. And then they built innings. It wasn't just big swings. And I think that's really what's going to be imperative for this team, especially because then when the big swings come, then you're just putting up crooked numbers on the scoreboard. It's not just, solo shots. They were getting guys on. They were getting them over. In fact, even when Chas McCormick was subbed in as a defensive replacement for Cam Smith, once you had a 3-run lead, he comes up to bat, and I'm like, oh, there's a bunt, right? Because they're just getting Pena over and trying to play a little small ball in that instance. I was like, I like this attention to building innings because I think that's the thing that really applies pressure to a defense. So I really enjoyed seeing that. Somebody said, has anybody seen Chaz? We saw him yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
We saw him yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Put a nice bunt down. Sack bunt. So we still eagerly await his first at bat official at bat, not in at bat. Man, super excited for this season and really excited that you're 1-0 as the Houston Astros. You stand alone atop the AL West and on pace for 162 games. All the cliches that we can get in.
And Juan Soto, scary dude. Just a scary looking dude. And why he swung at that pitch way out, we'll take it, but I'm not exactly sure why he did that.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I very much appreciate it. Somebody said give the outfielders shot collars. You get too close. You're too close. Yeah. You're too close to each other. All right, we'll definitely circle back around, talk more Astros, especially ahead of Game 2 of this opening series later in the show. But coming up next, how was that for Madness? A really good Thursday night. Let's talk about all the good and get ready for Cougars, Purdue Boilermakers tonight. We'll do that next.
Tomorrow, baby.
tournament is here. Want to hear your Cougs as they battle through the bracket? We've got you covered on the Odyssey app. Every game in its entirety at your fingertips wherever you are. Just download the Odyssey app to tune in.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Cause it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let's have a fun Friday, why don't we? John Lopez, Reginald. Appreciate the 214. Again, always keeping me clean because I did say that the Astros were alone atop the AL West. I lied. They're atop the AL West, tied with the Mariners who beat the A's last night.
Late game.
That don't count.
Yeah.
They beat the A's.
Anything after 9 o'clock doesn't count.
They beat the A's.
I like what Figgy's doing here. I'm assuming you're about to take a proposal.
They still
of Rob
0-0.
Hey man, when you beat the A's, you only get half a win.
Yeah.
They don't even have a home. They're just the Athletics. All right. Man, so that was a fun game. Obviously, seeing the Astros get a victory 3-1 versus the New York Mets. Clay Holmes didn't do too much damage, which was cool. And you move on. You're on again tonight. Now, of course, it's an Apple TV Plus game. So you won't get.
Oh boy!
What?
About to get a bunch of text messages. How can I watch the game?
Yeah.
Apple TV Plus, friends.
Why the game ain't on regular
That's
TV?
right. Well,
I'll tell you what. Just call Figgy. He'll tell you.
Yeah, exactly. Hit him up directly at the.
I actually had some people call one day asking what channel
They're about
the
to call
game was
again.
on.
That's
Man.
right.
Look, just keep an eye on that light right there.
How can I watch the Astros game?
Figgy's got all your answers.
Well, I mean,
So I got to download the app just to watch the game.
Unfortunately so. Or you could just turn your attention to a little March Madness because it's delivering in the Sweet 16, baby. It's delivering. Last night, I hypothesized yesterday, and it's not like I was like shooting in the dark. It was pretty evident there was going to be some good games, that last night's games, the 4 games that they played, would be better than the whole first round. And Lopez, how do you think I hit there? Because we had some really, really good basketball.
It was captivating. I mean, it was one of those. And I was telling you guys this before the show. You realize they just have the formula down perfect, man. I mean, March Madness, NCAA tournament, you get your upsets. Boy, did we get a shocking finish as well. But you also get to see, like, the one game, one or you're done. Are they going to dial it in tonight or not? Duke, Florida, and boy, Alabama, they dialed it up big time. Was 25 threes Crimson Tide made? I mean, it was awesome basketball.
Right. So, do you want to go chronological, or is there a game that you caught your attention?
No, all of them. Just hit me, and I'll hit you back.
All right. BYU Alabama is where the night started. I thought that this one would be even more up and down than it ultimately was. I mean, there were still what?
They had 52 points at the half.
190 points in this game all the way around. Actually, a little bit more because I'm not doing my math.
110-86, something like that.
113 to 88.
Okay,
that was the score.
That was an NBA game right there, man.
Yes, and it was because Alabama set the new men's NCAA tournament record for a single game of 3-pointers made. 25 of them things, as they just kept knocking down shots. And it started early. Like, it started very early. What was it, Sears?
Yeah.
He started seeing him go
March
through.
Sears,
and he knew
calling him.
He knew exactly. He knew exactly what time it was when those started going. I thought BYU would put up a better shot, but they also scored 80-something points in this, so I guess I can't knock them too much.
I know. I mean, it wasn't them. It was the other team.
Yeah, you take 88 points every day of the week in college basketball. You definitely take 113. 113. You know what my thought was after this? I don't know. I mean, it's possible, obviously, but did Alabama spill all the candy in the lobby there? And I mean, to dial it back up against Duke?
So. Yeah, I hope so.
You want Duke?
I don't want Alabama if they're going to be scoring like that.
You know what I mean? Like, was that like their apex, and now they have to draw?
I would hope so.
Again?
If you have more than 113
Yeah.
in
Well,
a 40-minute basketball game,
I want to see them if that's what they got.
Do they get cold now? Does it go the other way?
I don't know that they're going to get fully cold, but this is who they are. Like, they're an up-tempo team, and they knock down shots. And, I mean, obviously, this is the extreme of it, but they have that potential. That's one of the things that makes them tough. That's one of the things that was made this a really fun basketball game. But I guess we can jump to the other game where maybe they do pose a better of a challenge, because I thought that Duke-Arizona was absolutely going to be, like, this was Duke's best matchup of the teams that they could possibly get was Arizona. And for a minute there, like the entire first half, they were just going back and forth, where it was like, all right, one team would get a 3-5 point lead, and then here we go the other way. And in the second half, it just opened up. Like, Cooper Flagg looked phenomenal in this basketball.
That's the other thing that the NCAA tournament gives us that nothing else does, and that is you get to see the next great thing. Like, you see the next great thing unveiled for the country, because everybody had heard about Cooper Flagg and, Duke's good. But, I mean, we all know how much college basketball people watch during the regular season. That's not a lot, most people.
Yeah.
But the next great thing, and that was a performance for the ages, from Cooper Flagg. The numbers, 30.6 rebounds, 7 assists, 3 blocks. But in that context,
one of those blocks he threw into the third.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
In that context, I can go back. I was thinking about I can go back. You can almost always remember, like, the first time you saw in the tournament. Go back to Magic Johnson. Like, you'd heard about him a lot. He was on Sports Illustrated, and all of a sudden, that guy, Steph. Steph with Davidson. You can go back. Melo.
Yeah.
Nobody knew Melo. And then all of a sudden, like, that guy. So I think a lot of people right now are going, that Cooper Flagg kid.
Right, where you get a real introduction to him playing like the highest level talent on a big stage. Cooper Flagg is delivering, and I can't wait for the possible matchup that could happen. But before you get there, or actually, I can't even get to that to tonight's games, because I got to talk about what was the most stunning ending of all the games last night. It was Texas Tech getting over on Arkansas after Arkansas had a very nice lead late in the game. Texas Tech said, no, we need that.
And now it's Darian Williams. And this is who you want. Knox will pick him up. Williams corkscrews up, off, and down. It's a 2-point lead. Final seconds. Wagner with it. Driving on Hawkins. Firing off. Texas Tech has won. The Red Raiders have won in the second largest comeback ever in the Sweet 16.
Turner and everybody involved for making sure that Kevin Harlan was there for that game.
I'm glad he got that one.
Yeah, that was incredible. 16 points they were down, man. Midway through the second half.
I thought it was over.
Yeah, midway through the second half.
I thought it was over, man.
Yeah, and then that happens. And by the way, that's the dude that also tied it at the end of regulation. And John Calipari, legendary coach, I thought he misused his timeouts twice.
The Cinderella story over, huh?
Oh, God. Should have called the timeout at the end of regulation to set something up. Should have called timeout after the bucket.
It's always been a question I've had about John Calipari, and I'm not unique in that. Just how good of a coach when it comes to like the on-court things. Because in college, you get more of that separation where are you the CEO recruiter guy or are you on the court guy? And I've always viewed him more as a CEO recruiter guy, and I've given him a lot of due for that.
Yeah.
This is one of those moments where I think you're right. You absolutely needed that. But salute to Grant McCasland and the entirety of that Texas Tech team, because they got down. I mean, late they were down a good something like, was it like 10 points, even more? And I think with probably about 5 minutes to go, it was like a 69-59 game. And they just stormed back, knocking down threes, and they got themselves to overtime, and they went ahead and won it in that way. So they will move on as I hoped, and my personal
your bracket's
Elite
good?
8 looks good. I had all 4 of these teams just barely, which is fun. But
you might be leading right now.
I don't think so. I highly doubt it. Nobody cares about my particular bracket, anyways. And yes. You're right. Love as well.
Yes.
Love, because he was cooking his damn self.
Yes, he was.
They met up against some Monstars, and that's how I feel Purdue might feel in this game tonight. U of H takes on Purdue tonight. What are you looking for here? Because for me personally, the thing I'm most excited about is obviously it's actually like the defense, and not that that's surprising with this Houston team, but because it matches up so well with Purdue. Purdue loves doing running pick and roll. They have an all-American point guard, and what's my guy's name? I forgot his name as soon as I was about to go to it. But yeah, they have an all-American point guard, and they like running that pick and roll, and this team blows that up consistently all season long.
I think Purdue's going to see 6 players on the floor when they're on offense. I think UH's defense is absolutely going to work them. And then, the other side of the bracket, Tennessee, Kentucky, a couple more SEC teams that could face Houston if they win. Terrific basketball tonight again. I mean, just terrific.
Braden Smith is his name, and I look forward to him having a few turnovers because I think these guys definitely get in their pockets.
Right.
They're gonna need to bring the offense though. Like I think this is where you're gonna see the law firm of Uzan and Cryer, and maybe you put some Sharp in there as well.
Yeah.
Hopefully showing up in a big way because that's gonna be necessary. But yeah, I'm very excited for this one. It is 7:10 tonight?
It is going to be at 8:09.
Okay, they got the later game.
Yeah,
they got the later game.
9:09. I made the same mistake again.
Is it 9:09 Eastern?
9:09 Central.
No, Central.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
All right.
I keep looking at that 9:09, and I refuse to believe. I refuse to believe that it's.
Good thing is it's a Friday. They got the watch party.
Yeah.
Downtown.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, but
take a nap before.
That's right.
Is the weather gonna be nice for the watch?
Oh, it might clear up by then. It's supposed to clear up by tomorrow.
Like I don't want to say that too loud because I would still like to, everybody get out there and enjoy it. But I'm just,
I got rain, sleet, snow, get out there.
That's right. We watching the Cougars play some basketball.
9 p.m., 68 degrees, cloudy.
All right, that's not too bad. Just bring you
season.
Hey. 10:30 p.m. a little rain, but by then you'll be into the game.
You should be drunk by then.
Yeah, it won't matter.
Why? You being drunk is not.
Rain won't bother you.
Yeah,
rain
just
won't
water.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, you going out there? You don't have an umbrella.
Shower,
I got
right?
this tequila. We good. Yeah,
you shower right.
Yeah.
Water ain't gonna hurt nobody.
That's right.
That's wild. Yeah. So a great game night of basketball. Looking forward to another one tonight as well. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day, inspired by Stephen A. Smith, just out here saying whatever he wants. We'll get you the audio of it, but what hill are you always going to die on? 713-572-4610. You're just not going to come off of this take. We'll do it next.
All right, D&M Auto Leasing right now, and
222. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez.
We're on Radio 610, enjoying a Friday. Opening day was yesterday. We had a little bit of overreactions earlier in the show, and those are still trickling in. It seems like people are circling back to a similar one, which is that Jose Altuve, Gold Glove coming.
That's the hill you're going to die on?
Maybe that's the one that folks are going to die on.
Yeah.
Question of the day today, inspired by Stephen A. Smith. We'll get you audio in just a second. What's a hill that you're always just going to die on? You're just never going to get away from this particular thought or take. 713-572-4610. Because Stephen A. Smith, he's been on a roll in the last week and not in no good way. This was just this morning, you said.
This was this morning.
Doing his show, First Take, on ESPN. He was talking about the games that were happening last night. Some really great basketball games, including the one that we were talking about that ended in overtime in fantastic fashion with Texas Tech getting a victory over John Calipari's Arkansas. And in talking about that, seems like he killed off a legend.
Listen, it's the NCAA tournament, so anything can happen in a one-game scenario. So, of course, he'll have a chance. And, of course, he'll have his teams in the tournament. Of course, he's going to be able to recruit better than anybody ever has there outside of Mr. 40 Minutes of Hell himself, the late, great Nolan Richardson, God rest his soul. But in the same breath.
So if you didn't understand what happened.
Wait, what?
Nolan Richardson, obviously, fantastic coach there at Arkansas, did a great job recruiting there and everything. He's still alive.
He's still alive.
I mean,
he called him the late great. He doubled down. He calls him the late great.
God rest his soul.
God rest
the late
his soul.
great and God rest his soul.
There's no
very clear. You think that he is dead?
It'd be one thing if he said the late great.
Yeah.
Where you'd be like, I'm just calling him great.
Yeah.
The late great, like not necessarily he's dead. But you said God rest his soul.
God rest his soul. How is Stephen A. gonna get out of this one, boys?
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, before we even begin the show, I just want to make sure I am fully aware that Nolan Richardson is alive. Okay, I trust me. I apologize for that. I don't know why I said God rest his soul. I know he's alive. I've always known that. So I just wanted to make sure I made that clear, Molly, before we moved on to the show. I don't want anybody thinking I thought the man was gone. I did not. I know he's alive.
You are.
I'm sorry.
I actually didn't even hear you said that, but important to clear that up.
Yeah, you did.
I said it. All right.
You're lying. You are lying.
See, and this is the thing. I maybe could have been like, I knew that. I forgot for a second. I always knew that?
Yeah.
Come on. Yeah. Come on,
He
brother.
could have said slip of the tongue or something like that. Look, I always knew. Man, come on.
He's like, I'm doubling down. I will die on this hill. And thus, our question of the day was born. What is a hill that you are always going to die on?
Mine has been mentioned on these airways before. And it's just opinion, but I just know I'm right.
Okay, what is it?
You mentioned the greatest NBA players, greatest basketball players in the history of the game.
Yeah, that's one of the ones that came in from the 832, Hill They'll Die On. They said Larry Bird, top 3 player of all time.
That's not the one I'm saying, but go back and do your work. It's Michael Jordan. It's a discussion between Michael Jordan and LeBron James and Wilt Chamberlain. Wilt Chamberlain is absent. Go to Google, go to the video, go to YouTube.
I seen somebody post that video today.
When he was 16?
Yeah.
Dude.
I ain't gonna lie, like he was balling, but I was just focused on the people he was balling with.
Well, that was high school,
though. He was playing against plumbers.
Look at these dudes, man.
but see, that was high school. And the reason I always say that is, and Wilt actually predated me some. Like I saw him when he was with the Lakers and all, but I didn't see, I wasn't even born or didn't even see him when he was with the Sixers and stuff like that. But I saw him some. I saw him, a little bit when he kind of flirted with the ABA. Wilt Chamberlain. The one thing that drives me nuts about that, he didn't play against anybody. You're insane. You're insane if that's your argument. It's Bill Russell. It's Bob Lanier. You can go down 6, 7, 8 guys that he consistently saw in a much smaller NBA. Wes Unseld. I can just go all down the Kareem. Just like you can say I don't agree with your opinion, but don't base it on he didn't play against anyone. That Wilt Chamberlain is
played against the mailman.
No, he did not.
Plumbers and all that.
Wilt Chamberlain is, I think, the greatest basketball player ever, but he's certainly top 3.
I subscribe to the Howard Bryant school of thought when it comes to when you talk to the best players in NBA history, that there has to be a center and non-center division. Because for so long in this league, the game was just, there were centers and then everybody else.
Yeah.
And in that era, you did have the likes of Wilt and Bill Russell, who 6'9".
Yeah. Kareem was 7'2".
Right.
Wes Unseld 6'10".
No, and I wasn't.
Bob Lanier 6'11".
My man got defensive. I was not trying to.
No, I'm talking about for those people. You know who you are.
He got defensive.
You know who you are.
No, but yeah, like those guys kind of operated in just an entirely different space.
Yeah.
So especially now that this game has become more wing and guard driven, like we're kind of comparing, and I hate this phrase, but you're in some ways comparing apples and oranges. So it almost gets tough. But you're right. Like there's not enough consideration for the great bigs in the history of this game when we start doing the greatest of all time debates, which I'm sure we should all probably be tired of at this point.
What hill are you dying on?
Well, there's quite a few of them, but one of the ones that just came in, I'm actually very in on from the 832, and this is pandering, but I think it's right. Black Greg said the Rockets would have beat the Bulls in the finals the years that MJ retired, 100%. 100%. You can't get me to move off of that one. Like, there's so many people that are, yeah, those championships were cool, but that's because Mike was not there. Nah, man, Mike was run down.
That's a good one.
Mike was run down. Like, Mike was tired. He needed that time off to recuperate and regenerate.
And he gambled, too, so.
Well, yes. That's the recuperation and regeneration. No, but there was particular reasons why he stepped away. Like, and I know there's conspiracies about the, all of the other things that happened in there. No, those Rockets teams were menaces, and they went on crazy. I mean, going and winning a championship as the 6th seed is something that just does not happen.
Yeah.
But that's because they clicked in a way that was something different. I think they would have absolutely held their own against those Bulls.
Yeah, the hill I'm dying on, and this is a wild one. I don't hear anybody saying this, but 2017 finals, Warriors, and they had KD.
Yep.
I really feel like if J.R. Smith didn't try to run the damn clock out, I think they would have won that. I think they would have won that series.
The Cavs?
Yeah. I think that just sucked the life out of them, and it was over from that point, man, because they could have beat them that first. I think, was that the first game? I think that was
game one. Yeah,
they could have beat them the first game, man, and I think they would have been on the ropes.
Was that a 6-game series that time? No, that was a 5-game series.
Was it 5?
Yeah,
it felt like a sweep. But yeah, I think that was a 5-game series. But I think they could have. I think that would have been a big statement. A couple more I got real quick. I feel, look, I would die on this hill, man. Will Smith and Lil Bow Wow don't get the hip hop credit they deserve.
I agree 100% on the Will Smith.
Yeah, I just feel like people, every time somebody talk about the greatest and bring up all this stuff, they just go to Will Smith like, oh, he's corny. I'm like, no, he lasted a long.
You're right.
He lasted a long time. Bow Wow lasted a long time. I don't even like Bow Wow, but he had a long hip hop career, and I feel like people just always use every excuse in the book to overlook it. And he had ghostwriters. He had this. Oh, his music was corny. I'm like, man, he been around for a long time, man. Yeah. I got to give it to him on that. Last one, real quick. I still got to cut off the car whenever I get gas. I would down this.
Yeah,
I do not.
Yeah.
I do not care. People always try to say, "Oh, it don't do anything."
It doesn't.
Nah, I got to slap some metal. I got to have the car totally off, the keys out the ignition.
Got to put on gloves.
Yeah,
why are we playing this game? Like,
because it doesn't matter.
I don't care, man.
Why do you need the car on this?
Because it's hot in Houston.
You're not going nowhere.
Because it's hot in Houston.
I'm not, man. You got the car off for like 3 minutes.
It gets hot in a minute.
You say it's hot in Houston. You did this in New Orleans in February.
Sure.
We had to cut. I cut.
Oh, that's
that car
right. Y'all
off.
were nervous.
I cut that car. Of course,
man. We ain't trying to blow up.
Reggie turned the car off. He turned it off.
That's right.
What are you doing?
I stand in solidarity with Figgy Fig when he says we are not gassing up this car.
And we not talking on the cell phone. Like,
you're that far in. I'm like the gas will explode because
you lost me. Yeah, you got to hit the car a couple times. Man, we ain't doing all that.
Oh man, I didn't know that you went that far with it.
Ooh, okay. 713. I'm not going to argue with this because of one particular name that comes up here. They said theirs is hip hop. Jay-Z's not even top 3. They go Nas, Tupac, and Rakim. I'm not going to argue with you because
I can tell how old you are. Yeah, you put Rakim in there.
Yeah.
Rakim does not get enough of his love. I love this one that came in on the Twitch. In fact, from Badass Mofo Lady T. Refuse to scan a QR code, and they will never seek out a TikTok.
How do you get back into your TV whenever you get logged out. You know, or
they get on that thing where they move around. They type it in.
Or what you do when you go to a restaurant? They don't have menus.
Yeah.
Ask them to bring you a paper menu.
That's an interesting one.
I do respect it though because
the man's watching.
I will say that well, there's that, but then also there's many situations where like there's a lot of QR code scams. You have no idea where that QR code takes you or what it could possibly put on your device once you get there.
Yeah.
So like I understand that level of concern to where you're like, you know what, not doing it. One of the ones that I had before we got to some of the basketball ones, the idea of like just being a winner in sports.
Oh,
hate it with a passion.
He just wins.
I'm like, what are we doing here? I'll never back down on this.
Yes,
like,
he just wins,
it's
Reggie.
So dumb.
Dang, no love for Tim Tebow.
Yeah.
That's exactly the issue. That's exactly the reason.
That guy's a winner.
Because we could all see that he was bad at football.
All
Did
he
you not
do is
see the
win.
NFL playoffs? That guy's a winner.
All he do is win.
I was like, y'all can't seriously believe this, right? Unbelievable.
This one's going to set Figgy off, too. Other than a select few, off-brand cereals taste exactly the same. I agree with you on
Stand
this.
in your truth, friend.
Hey, Cinnamon Toast Crunch over Cinnamon Squares, man, all day.
Mm-hmm.
Some other ones that have come in as we've gone. Let's see. And of course I missed them. Refuse to use self-checkout. I do not work at this establishment. Good answer.
Mm-hmm.
Good answer.
Damn.
I always use self-checkout.
Man, I'd be mad when the line is full at self.
Yeah.
Like, dang, man.
But I respect. I'm like, yeah, I don't work here. I got to do all this code. You do it. Check. Go ahead and roll these things through. And then I mentioned the MJ one. I think we're good. I think we covered it.
Astros were not the only team cheating in 2017.
100%.
I think there's a lot of people on that hill.
100%.
There's a lot of people.
100%.
Yeah.
The problem is you're the ones that got caught. That is the problem there. And then this is Ocho who brings it back to opening day. He will die on the hill that you should not be pitching to Juan Soto when you got to open base.
They weren't. He went to 3-0. They never gave him anything to hit. Now, maybe he's saying intentional walk, like just put him on the base, whatever. But they went to 3-0. Then they threw down the middle, and he took. Then he fouled one off. Well, at that point, it's 3-2. And then see if he chases. And he chased way out of the zone. Yeah.
They don't care. Put him on the base. 713 says leaving the car on when gassing up breaks the valve inside the fuel system and causes problems.
No, that's not true.
Okay. It supported my particular case, so I was just going to read it.
So it's true to you.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where now Dion don't care where Shedeur lands, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
You buying it? We'll talk about that and more next.
All right. So you're finally at a place where you want to build.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL, but real quick, the question of the day was, what is a hill that you're just always going to die on? You're just unwilling to leave? And I think we just got to keep that going all day because people got takes, baby. People got takes from the 713. I will not tip unless I'm sitting down in a restaurant.
Oh, man. I get it, but ever since COVID, I'm like, you got, even on the
they
pickup,
got you?
Yeah, they got me. Even on the pickup, you got to do it a little, even just 10%.
It depends where you at, though, right?
Oh, not fast food. I'm talking about you pick up something, whatever, at a Mexican restaurant.
Wait, what's the difference between fast food and just the takeout?
Well, fast food, you just whatever.
Are they not doing the same amount of cooking and bagging up that you are at a restaurant?
No, not really. I mean, it's a system. But what I'm saying is at a restaurant, they're still going to make the.
I feel like fast food deserve a tip a little more, right?
No, I don't do as much on fast food.
Occasionally, no love for the fast food.
I've got a lot of love for fast food. But when I pick up now, I always tip, even if it's, I guess just a habit now out of COVID.
So you're the person who's creating all these boxes where they got us tipping on various things.
That's me.
It's your fault?
Yeah, but I hate those. And they start at 19%.
Because apparently you can't say no.
Yeah. Like they start at 18%, and then it goes to 30%. I'm like, how are you going to check 30%?
All right. Let's go around the NFL now where, hey, there's gonna be a party. We love parties, right?
I love parties.
Texas announced a couple things. First and foremost, they announced the draft party, which is presented by Modelo. That's going to be at the Plaza Avenida, Houston, on April 24th, which is, of course, the night of the first round of the draft. So that should be fun. And then on top of that, we have visual on the draft hats.
Oh, we do. That's right. They just dropped, didn't they?
Yeah. So did you get a chance to look at them? Obviously, they're one in a line of a lot of draft hats that, they have a certain style that they take all the way across. In order to kind of describe it, it's, I guess you actually have a different color hat that I'm looking at. But, they'll have the actual cap one color and then the brim of the hat a different one. On the front panel of the hat, you have the H-Town logo. So it's not the Bull logo. It is the H. Across the top, and underneath it says Houston, Texas. And then on the brim, it kind of has almost like branches of sorts, or what are those described as?
I don't know. I guess that would be. It's kind of like it's a decoration of some sort.
Yeah.
Olive leaf.
Yeah, olive leaf. There
it's
we
an
go.
Olive leaf.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I was struggling.
I think they're pretty clean, and I don't mean clean as I really love them. I do love them. But clean, just the design is a clean design, clean, sharp design. You talk about leaning in. They are leaning into H-Town. I love it.
Yeah, I did find it interesting that they went with that logo, but that's the template. It seems like all the teams have that same space. However, they're getting clowned on a little bit because they do kind of look like a veteran hat, especially with that little olive leaf flourish. Like it does look like they're trying to do something that's almost like pseudo military. In the way they're going about it.
Yeah.
But yes.
Every NFL team has that little, it's almost like the wreath that they put back on Jesse Owens, when he.
Yes.
It's the olive leaf wreath. Something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, are you getting one of these hats?
I would take one for sure. Yeah. I like them.
I'm sorry. I'm not doing a draft hat.
No, I'm not going to draft a hat. You're not going to do a draft hat at all? I think it's a clean
If somebody
look.
give you one, would you rock it?
Maybe. I just feel like we really need a hat specifically for the NFL draft as well.
Which one is worse, the draft hats or the spring training hats?
Ooh. Well, I feel like the spring a little more than a draft hat, which is just that one night. And shout out to the 832 who's already bought both of them.
Yeah.
Already bought both colors. But you know what? I will also acknowledge that I'm not a big hat guy. I don't do a lot of hats. So the idea of having all of these different hats and for different events makes it so that I'm just like, I'm not doing that.
The thing about these that I like, it doesn't really highlight the draft. It's more of a team hat for the draft.
Okay.
I think you would like this one. Like it doesn't say 2025 NFL draft, because after the 2025 NFL draft, they're useless.
Yeah. Sure.
But these are more. I like these. I like these a lot more than any I've seen lately. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Some other things that are happening around the NFL. Another pro day happened yesterday, and there was a lot of talk about this one because it could have featured the potential largest NFL player of all time, the draft prospect Desmond Watson, interior defensive lineman from Florida, weighs in at 464 pounds.
364.
No. 464 pounds. He could be the largest draft pick in NFL history. And Big Boy was doing all sorts of things. 6'6" frame. And there's not a guarantee that he'll be drafted. I know that there's, he's not necessarily like super highly regarded necessarily.
Yeah.
But they had him run the 40.
And he didn't really disappoint considering he weighs 464. He had a 25-inch vertical.
25-inch vertical.
Dude, at 464?
Somebody going to bring him in the camp. I don't know if he's going to get drafted, but somebody going to bring him in. Why not?
Right, like I saw someone talking about this, and they were talking about, hey, man, if y'all are out here trying to ban the tush push, which I'll talk about here in a second, this feels like a tush push stopper. Just go ahead and put a big old man in the middle. All right, you think you that strong? Can you move 500?
I think, if it passes, it hurts his draft status. If the banning of the tush push passes.
Interesting.
I think it hurts his draft status. Some NFC East team would bring him in the 7th round.
Yeah, possibly. Or, just to get the flyer on him or see if you can get him as a UDFA. To that end, Diana Rossini of The Athletic said that nothing is set in stone, but the sense that she's getting from around the league is that there is momentum building around the idea of banning the tush push. It's growing, is what she says.
Man, that is sorry, man.
It's soft.
I hate it. It is soft. I think that's, and I said it from the very beginning. It's not the coaches that are voting on this. It's the owners, and if
they feel some type of way about Philly,
I can't have it, so neither can you. That's what the owners are doing.
They don't want to see Desmond Watson succeed.
Nah, it's one thing a team doing it and they not that good.
Yeah.
But you got Philly who just won the Super Bowl doing it and unstoppable.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
If coaches were voting, I don't think it would pass. Owners voting, I think it'll pass.
That's
which
so
stinks.
whack.
Yeah, stinks.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. But yeah, I was just very intrigued by, and I kind of hate, I don't want it to just be a novelty, but there is novelty in like a dude who is 35 pounds away from being 500 pounds.
Yeah.
And he could end up in the National Football League. I mean, the boy that you mentioned, he had the vertical.
Yeah.
He moved a lot of weight in lifting when it comes to the bench as expected. He was sub 6 with his 40-yard dash.
5'6", I think.
5'9", 5'9". You were really giving him a lot of credit.
I was giving him way too much credit.
But yeah. And supposedly, according to Billy Napier, his coach of Florida, which again, your coach is going to speak glowingly. He said he's extremely intelligent, got a great sense of humor, great teammate, all those things. In addition to dude has an incredible stature. Somebody said bring him in so he could play versus the Ravens and they could stop bullying our defense.
There was a game this year when the Aggies played Florida where he was in the middle of the field and somebody missed an assignment and he was just standing there and I forget who the running back was. The Aggie running back ran right at him and then did one of those whoop straight to the right. Straight to the right. Like, I ain't going there.
The road is closed. I need to find an alternate route.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Salute to Desmond Watson. I don't think no way that the Texans in are on that, right?
Nah. Well, nah.
Okay. All right. Very good. Some other things around the NFL. So Brock Purdy is in this space where he's trying to we're trying to figure out what he gets. Actually, before I go to the Brock Purdy, because I did tease this, I want to go to Shedeur Sanders, right? One of the newer quarterbacks in this particular draft. His pops had been out here talking, as he is wont to do, and obviously as he has the platform to do.
Oh, word! He out here talking.
Colorado. Look, he. That is, as the head coach of Colorado, there's a lot of instances. And then he has like the show that he has. There's just a lot of instances.
Dion Sanders out here talking.
But Dion Sanders was asked about Shedeur and whether he'd be comfortable with him playing in various places, including like the places that are at the very top of the draft. This is what he has to say now.
Shador has told me, he's talked to me intently about all the visits he's had with all the teams, so I know where his heart is. I know where he wants to go. If it's New York, it's New York. If it's Tennessee, if it's Cleveland, if it's still the Raiders, if it's New Orleans, if it's any of those teams that are seeking a quarterback, I'm happy with it, man, because I know what he's going to do to the organization. I know what he's going to do.
All right, so let's do a little impromptu. We usually do it on Thursday, buying or selling. You buying what Dion is saying there? Now, first of all, he did say, I know where he wants to go, and then he says, I don't care.
I'm buying it. I'm buying it because I feel like he know his son can potentially fall way down in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
So now it's like, hey, we'll go to any one of these teams that want him, like in the top round.
Yeah.
Now, if he was like the undisputed number 1 overall pick, then I think he'd probably be a little choosy.
Mm-hmm.
But nah, he like, man, I want to get I want my son to get drafted highest possible.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right on there. I think they don't have nearly the same amount of leverage.
Yeah.
In that same situation, if they wanted to make some things happen, it did sound. He sounded kind of dad-like, like really.
I'm buying it too.
It was really sweet
because
he
of
was
that.
like, yeah, if it's where it is, I know his capabilities. He'll make it happen no matter what, and he seems to have a desire that you let him go and.
Yeah, I'm buying it too. I think, and he also realizes maybe he's been. Maybe he's been humbled a little bit. He kind of remembers, you just
said you got to humble Dion. Huh? You got to humble him.
Not a humble Dion. He's been humbled a little bit.
No, it sounds like it because remember all that talk of he ain't going to Cleveland and all this other stuff.
Remember he was saying back not even a year ago, I know who the first 2 picks are going to be, and all that. I think he realizes. Yeah, the NFL is very, very particular.
It's still the NFL,
It's still
man.
the NFL.
Yeah.
So I think I do buy it.
And I think now we're in the part of the process where I imagine those things that he says affects the process. Whereas then I think, we're doing a little bit of marketing, a little bit of selling.
You see how petty these teams can be.
Mm-hmm.
Like they can take his words and be like, oh, you know what?
Yeah.
We're not drafting him or we're not looking at him. So that stuff means a lot now.
To that end, like I read a really interesting profile from Derek Klassen of The Athletic, kind of breaking down Shador Sanders and his outlook and some of the things that he had, like looking at the accuracy that he has, but some of the ways in which, throwing down the field, he also wasn't like pinpoint accurate. He was kind of just generally accurate, where a larger percentage of the time his receivers had to kind of make some moves to get to the football. He basically ultimately comes to a place where Shador Sanders kind of has a good, not great profile, which is about what we were looking at. And I think the real interesting thing that he ultimately comes to is Shador Sanders, like, are we talking about more he's in that tier below Cam Ward and he's further away from, is he further away from Cam Ward or from the next group of guys? Because I think that'll be kind of telling. Because the next group of guys is the folks like that. Will Howard, if you let him tell it, he's trying to be a quarterback 1 after his pro day or what have you. But those group of guys outside of there, like, where does he fall? Because right now he exists.
You're making me think here
in a nebulous space in the middle where people are like, he can go 3rd to the Giants or 2nd to the Cleveland Browns, or he can fall to like 21 or something.
Yeah, I hadn't really thought of it in those terms, and I think, and this is no slight because I think he's good. I think he's probably further away from Cam Ward than the next group. And the reason is what you're talking about with that piece that you referenced.
And it's a deep dive, so I'm only.
But the gist of this part of it is he's good at throwing to spaces, which is basically a college offense saying, open it up, throw it here, the receiver should be there, that kind of thing, as opposed to over a linebacker and in front of a safety.
But good under pressure, good throwing the football on the move, although like he doesn't necessarily do that on his own. You might have to scheme him to do those things. Like there's clearly good things in here. You wouldn't be talking about him as a high first-round pick otherwise, but I think those questions exist in a way, and I feel like Dion is trying to neutralize some of this stuff. Somebody said Shador is Bronny James, another bust, which I don't think is right on either
no,
accounts. Funny enough, it does seem like, hey, Bronny James is looking like he's a second-round NBA pick prospect where he's working it out in the G League as of right now.
Yeah.
But 409, they said if Sanders falls, the whole green room attention will be the biggest since Brady Quinn. That's Chuck. I don't think he's going to the green room.
I'm over that, man.
Yeah.
The death of the green room, man.
Yeah.
I think somebody like him is probably doing his own thing.
All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That's around the NFL. on this Friday. Coming up next, CBS Sports ranked the top 20 quarterbacks of the last 5 draft classes. Where does our guy C.J. Stroud rank? Let's talk about that next.
Payne and Pendergast.
When it comes to the Texans and
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Searching. I like it. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. CBS Sports put together an interesting ranking of the top years of draft class, and that's including this one, mind you. So 2021, 22, 23, 24, and then this upcoming draft class. And I'm really interested in how you would stack it, especially because I know that you guys were talking earlier this week. I believe it was you and B. Scott on Tuesday. And I was trying to join the conversation by text, of course.
Yeah.
About kind of where these quarterbacks in this draft class fall. But of course, within the last 5 years, the Texans drafted C.J. Stroud, right? And he had a incredible rookie season. And then, he had a sophomore season in which it was not necessarily as productive, even though you end up in the same place when it comes to the end of your season, right? Going to the playoffs, losing in the divisional round and such. But I was interested to see how people would stack him up and how some of the guys in this year's draft stack up along with all of those ones. So with that being the case,
no, I have not looked at this.
Very good, and that is I'm going to lean on that because I'm going to ask you, John, in the last of the 20 quarterbacks of the last 5 drafts, top 20, where do you think C.J. Stroud falls when it comes to caliber of quarterback?
Last 5 years,
yes,
quarterbacks drafted.
2021, 22, 23, 24, and of course this upcoming 2025 NFL draft.
C.J. Stroud, I'm trying to go through them all in my head here. I'm going to say definitely top 3.
Okay. Figure what you thinking.
I was going to say maybe 3 or 4.
All right, so in that instance, who would you possibly think is better than CJ?
I'm looking. Let's see. At the last 5 years. I would say I'm going back to 2021. Ooh. Kind of slim pickings, isn't it? Just 5 years.
Yes, sir.
You know what? He might be 1.
Yeah, I was going to say I don't think he
1 or 2. Depending on how people feel about Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, I was going to say, I will put CJ over Jaden Daniels right now, but I wouldn't be surprised if they had Jaden Daniels over CJ.
Well, according to Chris Trapasso of CBS Sports, CJ Stroud is the best quarterback that's been drafted over the last 5 seasons.
All right.
Okay.
No surprise with that, right?
No. Where do they have Brock Purdy?
Good question. Brock Purdy, they have 3rd after Jaden Daniels.
That would be my top 3. So they did it right.
Okay, according to you, they did that right.
They did that right. Now 4 and 5 gets interesting because, man, I mean, there's not a whole lot right there.
Well, I'll go ahead and rattle off the top 5. Again, C.J. Stroud being the best quarterback that's drafted over the last 5 seasons. They put Jaden Daniels 2nd, which I really appreciated considering that there was a lot of talk about, Jaden Daniels has reset and he's now have the best rookie season of NFL quarterbacks. A year after C.J. Stroud kind of, grabbed that, they're still acknowledging, how good he was and the reasons why he had a little bit of a downturn last year. They're pointing that at where the offense was, where the offensive line was, which, locally we talked about. So, again, CJ 1, Jaden Daniels 2, 3, Brock Purdy, 4, Jordan Love of the Packers.
Okay.
And 5, a player in the same division as you, Trevor Lawrence.
Wow. I think that's fair. Now that I look at all the quarterbacks drafted, I didn't look at the list, but I'm looking at all the quarterbacks drafted. Yeah, I guess that's fair. Probably 5 would be right.
I think it's fair. I guess I my mind be thinking like, man, they ain't showing no love to the. I would have thought probably Trevor Lawrence was like number 2 or something, 1 or 2, because it's Trevor Lawrence.
He probably should have been if he'd come along.
Yeah.
More like he still seems like he exists in that place where a lot of this is relatively hypothetical from when he was drafted. It looks like, hey, there's a lot of potential within there. And that draft status is still carrying him, but we've not seen the prospect that he was in 2021 turn into the type of player. They even gave him the contract that would seemingly befit the player in theory that they have not seen on the field, which thankfully for the Texans, because that guy's in your division, you have to see him twice a year. But we know uniquely, because we've seen him with this level of, consistency, that he has not become that kind of like terrifying quarterback that he should have been, that he should be, if he is actually living up to that number 1 draft pick that he had.
I do have this top 20 or top 10?
Top 20.
Top 20 of the last 5 years. I would, looking at the quarterbacks, and maybe I'm just being dumb here, I think Davis Mills is pushing top 10.
No, they didn't put Davis Mills.
They didn't put Davis Mills at all?
No, they didn't put Davis Mills as the top 20. So here, I'll give you.
Because, like,
I want to see who else on this list.
Think about this. Like, I know Bryce Young's probably up there.
Bryce Young comes in at 9.
But if you're putting.
That's a little.
If you're putting Anthony Richardson ahead in the top 10, top 12. What has he done? What has he done?
That's a great question. You want me to read the blurb that they have here? There's been deep strike flashes, no doubt, but they've been outweighed by wayward misses on easy throws and bad decisions outside of a structure. He's higher than other clear first-round bust quarterbacks because he's played in 28 games since high school, counting college and the NFL.
Give me the whole top 10.
All right, so the entire top 10, of course, I gave you CJ, Jaden Daniels. 3 is Brock Purdy. 4 is Jordan Love. 5 is Trevor Lawrence. 6 is Bo Nix of the Broncos. Yeah. Great rookie year. Caleb Williams of the Bears is 7th. 8 is Drake May, which I find, I don't know. You can sell me on the Drake May, but I guess you have not seen it all the way come together. We're just seeing pieces when it comes to it. Bryce Young comes in 9th. Okay. And then 10th, Michael Penix Jr.
This is kind of an interesting thing. Like everybody knows Davis Mills is a backup quarterback. He's been productive. He's been a productive quarterback.
You got to be honest, though. It'd be kind of wild that Houston Texans had 2 quarterbacks.
Oh, of course, but how are you looking at this? Like the most productive? I mean, he's okay. Now I need to know the other top 10.
I'm about to say
10 to 20.
Yeah, because these sound like all starters.
Because go as he's reading the list.
Well, I mean, if you end up as a backup, it's kind of hard for you to be one of the.
That's what I'm saying.
But he's been a starter.
He has. All right, so. As we continue on the list.
Now, if we got Mac Jones on here, then I will be like, all right, hold on.
So I will continue reading from 11 to 20 on the top
I'm going to stop you every
CBS
time
Sports.
I think Davis Mills has had a better career.
And I'm kind of amazed that you have not noticed that none of the quarterbacks that are in this year's draft class coming up have been put in any of this. Do you think that that's fair, first and foremost? You think that's fair?
Absolutely.
All right, 11 is where Cam Ward drops in on this list. So they're putting Cam Ward as the 11th best.
So before he played a snap?
That's right. Justin Fields at 12. Okay. Shador Sanders comes in at 13.
Come on, man.
Yeah, man.
And then that's where we get to Mac Jones
all
at
this
14.
damn list of him.
They got Shador Sanders ahead of Mac Jones even, man.
Well,
keep going.
Mac Jones looks like he fell very quickly into, he's a backup. I mean, Mac Jones, his 1 year
he had an
okay,
good. With McDaniels, he had an okay year.
And then it very quickly became apparent. That is not really a starter that you want. Will Levis 15, Anthony Richardson 16, Zach Wilson 17.
What are we doing?
Kenny Pickett 18.
What are we? Now you still don't think Davis Mills should be on this list, Figgy? You still don't think that?
Now I understand. Like, now
I mean, you look at. I'm telling you, man.
No, I get it. Right, so the first 10 was like starting quarterbacks, though. So, it'd be weird to have Davis Mills on top 10 against these starters.
I said pushing top 10. He'd be pushing the top 10.
Now, Kenny Pickett and Will Levis.
Yes, and I feel like there's a couple of places where people should probably be offended, all right?
Yeah.
19th is J.J. McCarthy.
God almighty.
They got J.J. McCarthy behind Kenny Pickett, Zach Wilson, Anthony Richardson, Will Levis. They're about to literally. They have his replacement on the list above him, and they're like,
so technically, the Titans got 2 quarterbacks on this list.
There you go. There you go. Somebody does up there.
And then Trey Lance is 20, which I'm like,
that is ridiculous.
Guys, what are we doing?
All right, so we've established Davis Mills deserves to be on this list.
Yes.
How high, though? That's the question.
That's where I'm going. I would put him. Okay, who's 13, 14? on the list? Who's 13?
I mean, we got to take these Cam Wards and Dion Sanders off.
No, but that's the idea, is like trying to see how they fit in. And I thought that was an interesting exercise because me and you had kind of a conversation about, a side conversation just about the idea of, I think you at one point said, one of them is going to be a stud. Like you're just going to, and I'm like, I don't think you can assume that one of the quarterbacks will absolutely be a stud. And I think that leads you to a conversation and a question where you go, how high of a ceiling do you have to be able to project on a quarterback for you to then make that in the draft? And I think that you might be seeing that. Cam Ward seems like the ceiling is high enough as he's probably going to, like, I think he profiles us at the high level, a really, really solid starter, right?
Yeah.
Shedeur, I think, is an interesting one because I'm like, all right, is he going to be like a good starter as a relatively high ceiling? And then is that a place where you get comfortable? But that kind of player they have at 13. And then they immediately go to Mac Jones, who has failed as a starter, who is a consistent backup. That's where we get to the backup territory.
Yeah.
So Will Levis at 15, Anthony Richardson at 16, and then Zach Wilson at 17.
All right,
it's probably the Zach Wilson there, right?
No lower than 15. Davis Mills.
So you got him above Will Levis and Anthony Richardson for sure.
Yes.
That's fair.
Right?
Yeah. God, Trey Lance? What have he done?
Well, I can tell you what he's done. I think he just signed a contract with the CFL team. That's what he's done.
Goodness gracious, man.
But I do think that they're 100% right at the very top where C.J. Stroud is still in that place. Like you are blessed with a quarterback where even through, and like from a national perspective that, sometimes isn't as favorable to a player locally as they can be. They saw through that season last year, even though there was a lot of conversation about, is he having a sophomore slump? People could see through and be like, no, that's still the one. And it's so nice to not be in the conversation where you're having to make the proposition or the conversation of how high is the ceiling or how low of a ceiling do you have to go to? No, you're just in a place where when the time comes and it becomes available, you give him his big money contract and you continue to cook. And not only you give him the big money contract, and you wonder if you're going to see the production. You know the production will be there. You know that you're set at quarterback. What a place to be if you're a Houston Texans fan.
That's comical.
You're just stuck on.
I'm just stuck on.
They could have just kept it top 10.
Top 10. I wouldn't be so offended.
So Mac Jones is not on this list.
No, Mac Jones was.
Is he? Okay.
Yeah, Mac Jones was in the lower quadrant of it. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including I kind of want to check in on what some of the other former Astros did on opening day. Plus, Rockets getting a victory over the Jazz. We'll talk about that next.
In the loop.
If I'm getting back to
T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with
conditions apply. For JD Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin'. And something just happened that I'm sorry, I got to talk about.
Oh, for sure.
In the NBA, in the Southwest Division, if you still, subscribe to divisions in basketball, the Memphis Grizzlies just made a move that is kind of wild and probably takes them off of your radar at all for the playoffs. Not that I don't know that anybody felt super strong about the Grizzlies, but Taylor Jenkins, who's been the head coach of the Grizzlies for, a handful of years? What has it probably been, like 5 years at this point?
Yeah.
He has been relieved of his duties before the end of the season as the head coach of the Memphis Grizzlies. And it's a really perplexing move from the Grizzlies because he has seen them have a level of resurgence and be really good with young guys in that space. They've done a good job of taking second round type guys and making them better. Guys like Brandon Clark, guys like David Roddy, who no longer is there, but I think Santi Aldama is another guy who's been really good there. They've taken guys and made a lot of chicken salad out of some lower draft picks. But they've had an up and down year, and now he's out of there, and that's a really interesting coach that's going to be out there for teams this year.
Shocking, right?
Yeah. How many more games they got in the season?
8, 9, 10, depending on
y'all
where
decide to let them go. I'm like, damn, something must have happened.
That's where I am too. But they're not. They're 44-29.
How many games off the Rockets are they? Because they're currently in 5th behind the Lakers, which obviously puts them behind where you're
They're
number
3
2
games in the loss column behind the Rockets.
You don't usually see a coach get fired like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So unless we hear something on him doing something, this is very perplexing. But he is too good to be one of those guys that's out there beyond the next cycle to where you could add him.
He'll
to
be
the
coaching
staff.
next year.
No, I know, but as a head coach.
Yeah, he'll be a head coach in the NBA next year.
Because it's one of the things, and I don't know, and this can be viewed a little negatively, and I don't want it to be, but one of the things I look at with this Rockets team is just how young the coaching staff is, and I always wonder, how do you maybe add some experience to that? And one of the things that you often see is, if there's just a guy who's been out there, can you add an experienced guy to your coaching staff as, year over year things happen? I imagine that's not going to be one that you. And also, he ends up being a little bit more of a defensive guy, and you've got defense on lock when it comes to this team.
Yeah,
they do a good job of coaching up defense.
Well, I think he'll be a head coach.
Right.
With what he's done, obviously, they're still in the hunt. 2 weeks ago, now I got this just straight off of an NBA writer on Twitter about 30 seconds ago, but apparently 2 weeks ago he had the 4th best odds to win Coach of the Year.
and now he is on the unemployment line.
Yeah,
it's a wild world.
It's a wild world.
It's from the 832. He must have said something about Ja's mama. I don't know, maybe. But the most out of his players do such a good job of that. And then he's a really good, insightful coach, really knowledgeable. It's one of those guys where very quickly people put the stamp on him. Okay, we know that he's a good coach. Which is one of those things that you're not always certain about. With a young up-and-coming coach, and he's one of those guys. So that's interesting. We'll see where he ultimately lands in the offseason, and we'll see what that does to the Grizzlies. I imagine that really takes them out of a place of really having a good contention. I don't know that they're going to get the new manager bounce or what have you this late into the season.
Our friend Adam Spillane had a very interesting theory he just posted. And that is maybe they already made up their mind and they don't want him to make a run in the postsead.
Yeah, because
then
it's
you have
real
to
bad
keep
optics.
Him. Then you have to keep him. Kind of like the NC State coach, making that run into the Final Four last year. They had already decided to fire him, and then it was like, oh crap, can't fire him. Now I don't know why they would have already decided to fire Jenkins.
Yeah. I don't know, but you've seen coaches that have made a run and still get fired in the NBA.
Yeah.
So I don't. That would be a weird way to do it.
Yeah.
Not the way that I would have handled it, but not my team, not my problem, I guess, right? That's how that is going to go. My team, my problem, and no problem at all. The Houston Rockets get a 121-110 victory in Utah, take themselves to 11 wins in their last 12 games. And this was business as usual, wasn't it? This team handled business, especially behind Alperen Sengun, 33 points, 10 boards. And one of the things about it is just he looked really solid also with the free throw line, but he was cooking in a way that when he's at his best, that's the type of game that you like seeing from Alabama.
No, it was very much an expected, and they did what it was expected type win. Going down, getting Utah taken care of. Now, the interesting thing is from here, to me, the takeaway from the Rockets is you got a 2-game lead now on the Nuggets, and you have 3 home games left, and there's 2 weeks remaining. So this is where it gets real interesting. They've done to be able to do. We talked about it before it even started when they got the soft part of the schedule. You got to win most of these games. Man, they damn near won all of them. I mean, to be able to do that says something. Maybe they're finding a little something.
Yeah, and some of the things that I've hoped for as growth points we've seen, and you talk about Alperen Sengun, the touch on the rim was good in this game, right? Shooting free throws was good in this game.
Free throws, yeah.
With Jalen Green, it's very evident that you see, and I mean, he shot 8 of 20, so it was a solid game. It wasn't a great game efficiency wise in that aspect, but you're definitely seeing him as more of a primary ball handler in instances. In fact, this was a game in which you closed with the younger guys. Dylan Brooks and Fred VanVleet were not on the floor in the closing lineups. You closed with a lot of the younger guys, Amen, Tari, Jalen Green, and Jalen Green had the ball in his hands, and he's distributing in a much better way. The blinders are getting less and less, where you've seen him be just pure scorer mode in years past. And I'm not saying early in the season, but years past where it's he gets blinders. You're seeing that fade away fully where he's looking to dime. In fact, he had a fantastic pass to Ems at home. So a really good win by the Rockets against a team that they should, although a team that's been giving them hell a little bit in the Utah Jazz this season. I imagine that's because Will Hardy was Ime Udoka's lead assistant up in Boston, so I have a feeling he has a good idea of how his system works. But they got the win that was necessary. Their next game is on Sunday in Phoenix against the Suns. Go ahead and get a win and see if you can continue to push them down as they have fallen out of the play-in as of last night. The Phoenix Suns are now in 11th. If you continue to push them down, make that draft pick a little bit more lucrative in potential deals or in a possibility for you to utilize it in the draft.
And I think obviously Jalen Green, you talked about it, the little signs of development, growth in this stretch. In the last game, I thought we talked about it here. I thought his decision making, and that's what you're referencing. It's not just just scoring, but decision making, whether it's distributing the ball or just how to read the floor in particular sets. That's what you got to have going down the stretch.
We'll talk more about it a little bit later, but he really is the question that you've asked all season long, and I think it's been a fair one. Is who do you give the ball to at the end of the game? And I don't know that you're in that place where you're like, oh, no matter what. Yeah, it's absolutely Jalen Green, but he's made it so much easier to put the ball in his hands and say, hey, we need you to get a bucket. Because it's not just that. It's if a team loads up or if a team finds a way to stop it, he's done a great job of finding where that ball needs to go to in order to get the bucket that's necessary. All right, some other things that are popping in some ways. The Texas Children's Houston Open is round started. Had 3 guys at the top, Alejandro Tosti, Ryan Gerard, and Keith Mitchell, and they got the full day today. They had to stop for darkness yesterday because of all of the things that they were kind of working around. They're back in action today, and it looks nice out. We haven't had some of the rain that we were kind of concerned about when it came to the forecast as of late. Are you looking at the leaderboard?
I'm looking at it right now. Is this happening as we speak? It sure is.
Scotty Scheffler making the run up the table.
Holy!
All right, what's his round? Or is he finish his round yesterday, or was
3
he
under? He was 3 under or 2 under when it stopped. I was like, this can't be right. Scotty Scheffler, 9 under on the live leaderboard that I'm looking at. Leading the pack. How about that?
Okay, so
you got a headliner up there
playing good golf.
Yeah, this is it because Minwoo Lee was tied for the lead. Now he's dropped back. He's even today. This is stacking up pretty good here, buddy.
All right, so I have a feeling that I know where one of the places that you'll be this weekend.
Yeah, I'm going Sunday.
Okay.
I'm going Sunday.
All right.
Yeah.
I mean, you might want to add Saturday the way that this is going right now. It looks like he might be playing some really fun golf all through the weekend.
I'm going to be at Driftwood Shores at Wolf Point on Saturday.
All right.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
He's a busy man.
He is a busy man. But, yeah, Texas Children's Houston Open still going on and happening there. I mean, make sure you go out and see what's happening because, again, you've got, if it wasn't just good to get out there and see some golf, get some fresh air, you got names that you large capacity playing really solid golf, and he's on a run right now. Like it's a
Big
hot
time.
day.
600 today.
Beautiful.
600 today.
I would now like to go to the hater leaderboard as opposed to the Houston Open leaderboard. Cam Smith, he got a nice hit in his debut, which was really fun. And Isaac Paredes looked really solid, especially on defense. Had a good stop at the hot corner. But let's look around the league at the former Astros and see how they did. I don't know if you have Schadenfreude in your particular bag, but if you would like to pull that out, you can. Kyle Tucker went 1 for 5 for the Cubs, and what was they poured it on.
Yeah, they did.
Like that was one of the games yesterday where it was like, oh, so y'all took all the offense and poured it out on day one. Are you going to have any left over for the rest of the season? 10-6 was the Cubs' win over the Arizona Diamondbacks. 1 of 5, 2 strikeouts for Kyle Tucker though, but he had a walk and an RBI in the top of the second to give them a lead at 3-1. He only had 1 hard hit ball in the course of that game. So Kyle Tucker, okay. The Bregman slow start, though, that's going to be a thing. In fact, the fast start that did happen, though, because the Red Sox were opening in Arlington, the thing that happened very quickly was Bregman being booed. They made sure. They were like,
heartily.
We know who you are.
He was really booed and just laughing the whole time. He's like, man, I can't get away from this stuff. He was just getting booed like crazy.
Yes.
So they introduced the entire line. Well, he was going to be there anyway, but they actually do the on-field introductions.
Yes.
They line up on the base pass. Boy, they were letting him have it.
Yeah, he had a big smile ear to ear because he knew what time it was.
Yeah.
At the plate, though, this is par for the course, as we know very uniquely. 0 for 4 with a strikeout. He did have 2 hard hit balls, and he had one of those long outs, 392 feet rather, fly out. But busting out the last laugh over the Rangers with a top of the ninth that went Trevor Story walk, Christian Campbell single, Wilyer Abreu home run, and that was what gave them the lead and ultimately won the game for them 5-2. So the Rangers got the loss, and Bregman got booed. So if you are inclined to view it that way, you got the best of both worlds.
I'm never going to be inclined to view it that way unless they face until they face the Astros and just kind of pulling against him having success. But yeah, come on, Bregman and Tucker. You can't hate on those cats.
And then I appreciate the 8-3-2 bringing up the other former Astros a little bit further away. Correa went 0 for 4 with a strikeout. Springer went 0 for 3 in a walk and 2 strikeouts. So they're saying that they feel
they did some research. They were definitely hating.
You've got the hater leaderboard on lock. In fact, that is now your responsibility, 8-3-2. You got the hater leaderboard. And then also, just to be a little bit more of a hater before we move it along, you did see that Cam Smith, doing his rookie duties, brought in 3 dozen Shipley donuts. The young man knows this. He's got taste.
That's how you do it.
He's got taste.
He said home in the post-game interview. So great to be home.
God, I love that kid.
All right.
God, he's doing exactly what he needs to do. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. In fact, I think we might talk a little bit more about Cam Smith because coming up next, we got a little game. Let's play some word association for Astros opening day. A little opening day word association.
Pendergast.
This is going to be
ILTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Funky Friday happening here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. It's going to get real funky because I believe Figgy has a treat in store for us that is off the beaten path.
A tasty treat for y'all.
Well,
we all going to try it.
All right, very good. I'm looking forward to that. We're also going to play a little word association about opening day for your Astros, in which they got a 3-1 victory over the New York Mets. And in What's Poppin', I was mentioning some of the other Astros, recently departed Astros, that what they did. And a fair point, Ocho brought up. I forgot Ryan Presley. You're right. He closed it down for the Cubs, but he did it in kind of typical fashion. He allowed a couple of hits and a run. He had a 5-run.
So Ryan Stressley.
Couple of hits and a run.
Yeah.
Ryan Stressley.
And closed it out.
But he got the 3 outs.
Yeah.
And he got the win. But he had it's you could pitch a little different when you have a 5-run cushion. The only problem is that is it going to be any different if he has a 2-run
did you
cushion?
lose the game, though? It's like, did you die?
Did you die, though?
Did you die?
Did we win the game or not?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Lopez, we're going to play a little game of word association, no?
Yeah, Astros-related word association. After game 1, we were talking earlier about some reactions and overreactions. So I want to just get, first thing that comes to mind when I mention this name, based on yesterday. Yeah, based on yesterday. All right? Cam Smith. What word immediately comes to mind?
It's going to have a negative connotation, but it was kind of overwhelmed.
Okay. I could see that.
It was a big moment, right? He had a contingent of 30 people in the stands there to watch him. There was a lot of love that they had for him. And also you could see the ways in which in the outfield, right, when he was getting up there, it was a little tough to get to that. And get to the, what was that, one of those balls that came in just a little shallow left, or it wasn't shallow left, but it was shallow from where he was standing, and he was trying to come in on it. Couldn't get it, and then, bounced away from his glove. And then even at the plate, I think I mentioned this to you, he got a hit early, which was cool, but even that hit, you could see he was a little late to the ball.
He was nervous.
There was nerves.
Yeah.
That's probably the better word, is the nerves, right?
Yeah.
So there was that, and you could hear it a little bit. You could tell he was taking in everything. I think, Figgy, this is him talking to Julia Morales after the game.
Take me through the process that you had to go through as you walked up to the plate for the very first time, and what did you tell yourself?
Yeah, an incredible feeling. They weren't playing about, you can feel the fourth deck. I asked Joe a couple of days ago, I said, are they going to fill those seats all the way up there to where I can barely see? He said, you'll see. Yeah, so I felt that energy, and it just it feels so good to be home.
Getting that.
I think it settled me down a little bit, but at the same time, I want to keep going. I want to keep helping these guys win. So I'm just glad we got the win today. It was a great game.
I do want to know also how it felt, or what it made you feel when you ran out to right field and you got that standing ovation and the crowd was going nuts for you.
Yeah, I think that was the best feeling I had so far. Beyond the hit, I think going out there for defense, waving to the fans, that was the best feeling.
You talked.
Figgy, I want to get what your word association is with Cam, but that one fits exactly with mine. Mine was wholesome. It was just a wholesome story, wholesome moment. I mean, it feels good to be home, and it's just all that stuff, and just the way his whole story has gone. Hopefully, it just continues. What word popped to mind after yesterday for you?
Star ?
Okay.
Oh,
that's the first thing that popped up, because yesterday I tweeted, I'm like, man, I'm thinking about getting an Astros jersey. Which jersey should I get?
Yeah.
The overwhelming name that kept popping up was Cam Smith.
Yep.
Cam Smith. I got a couple Jordans, but it was mainly Cam Smith. I'm like, man, are we looking at I don't want to call him a hometown star because he's not from here, but it feels like he's from here. It got the feeling of a hometown star.
It's new blood, man.
Yeah.
And it's exciting, and he's got all the ingredients. All right. First word that pops into your mind. Figgy, I'm going to start with you this time. Framber Valdez.
Ace ?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, mine was stellar. That was a stellar performance. Got a huge double play ball. 6th inning, I believe. Obviously, 7 innings, which I thought was a little bit of a surprise. A little bit. 4 strikeouts. didn't give up a run. Just a stellar performance by Fromber.
Yeah, and play along as the 346 is. They said exciting for Cam Smith. On the Jim Aller, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-43.
The Texas Hammer!
Thanks, Jim. Professional. It was a professional outing. It's a
good one
for Fromber. I mean, he came out early, and then I got concerned, and I don't know if I texted it to you guys during the game where I was like, man, you look at the way that he started losing command.
A little bit in the middle.
And I was like, oh, man. And then it tightened right back up as soon as Juan Soto stepped up to the plate. Right? Like, shake that off.
Slapped himself in the face a couple of times. All right. No more messing around here.
Right, and so he got right back into it, and then ultimately the thing that got me is I look up and I'm like, damn, that was 7 scoreless innings, right? It was just professional. There's going to be some ups and downs or what have you as a pitcher in the majors. You're going to go up against really good batters. They might win the battle, but he 100% comes out and he did his job and more. 7 innings, you went right to the part of your pen that you feel confident about. Yeah. He did his job and a little bit more, as you expect from Fromber.
All right. First word that comes to mind, Reggie. Jose Altuve. I said first word that comes to mind.
Exciting. I'll still go with exciting.
Can be interpreted several ways.
Yes, it can. And I'm going to utilize all of those because that moment where he comes through and side swipes my J, like, and what are you doing? But at the same time, the emotion in front of that was, oh, yeah, he's enjoying himself out there, which I appreciated.
He was determined.
I was trying to find a word that would also fit the feeling that I had where I was like, oh, that's right. Jose Altuve is going to swing at the things that he swings at, and you just have to deal with it.
Yeah.
But I was like, it's fine. I will lean more on the idea of him in left field, looking like he is fully up for the challenge. Mm-hmm. He's up for the ride. He's going to enjoy it. And we just have to deal with the fact that there's going to be some ups and downs with that.
This might be I guess this is 2 words, but I was going to say cardiac arrest.
Yeah.
Okay. We can hyphenate that.
Cardiac.
Cardiac.
Because that first inning, I was just like, oh, my God.
That could have been a disaster.
Like, it looked like a car just ran through a red light and almost hit another car. We're like, oh, my God.
Y'all see that?
That's such a good point.
Oh, my God.
Y'all see how they almost missed it, hit each other?
I did that yesterday. It was 2 cars trying to get over at the same time in the same lane on the freeway. Yeah. I'm like, oh.
So before you move on to the next one, for Altuve, Gold Glover, that's hilarious.
Oh, gosh.
Somebody said Cam is already approaching darling status, so darling is the name.
All right.
Word that they use there. And then with Fromber, and this is a good point that I didn't mention, they said that they're just glad that Fromber didn't let the ump get in his head. And that's not a single word, but that is a good point, right?
Yeah.
That has always been the question. Mm-hmm. And again, the professionalism, he's in that place where he's able to handle the mental aspect of this, which, he's worked heavily on.
Yeah. My word for Altuve was capricious. Unpredictable.
Go ahead and hit the drop if you want to.
Oh, okay.
Don't worry. You missed it. It's too late.
Capricious.
First of all, you throwing too many big words at me. Okay, now, because I don't understand them, I'm going to take them as disrespect.
I want it noted that there wasn't me this time.
Jeremy Pena and Brendan Rodgers. We'll do a combo here.
Jeremy Pena and Brendan Rodgers. I don't know if the word came to mind for me. It was like,
I'll start this one. Mine was nails.
I was gonna say cool.
Nails. You got what that snag in the first inning.
Yeah. Oh, dog. How am I forgetting that? That was incredible.
That snag in the first inning from Pena, and then a beautiful, nice, crucial, ultimately double play in the 6th inning. That was nails. That's what we got to count on.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah. And it was good seeing him on the base, Pena on the base paths as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I could put those 2 together, I would probably say lockdown.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for.
That was the whole objective of making the move when it came to second. Mm-hmm. He looked like that. Now, don't ask me about Brendan Rodgers at the plate. We'll talk about that later.
Yeah, we're talking about that a lot.
Hot boy summer. All right, guys.
Brian Abreu.
Uncomfortable.
I said nervous.
Yeah, nervous. Yeah. I'm going with nervous.
I mean, he got out of it, but that's when my wife walked into the room and said, all right, they suck. I was like, that's a little harsh. It's a little quick. Like, okay. And then she was happy. Yeah, nervous.
And I don't know that I have a different word for Josh Hader.
Josh Hader.
I don't think I have a different word.
I got one.
Y'all want to hear mine?
Yeah, go ahead.
Overrated.
Why?
Or even overpaid.
Oh, yeah, man.
Overpaid.
Yeah.
That's the part that, but he still ends up getting it done, right, in the way that you need it. I was just like, yo, they're throwing a lot of pitches early, and I wonder how much of this is just this early they'll find a way to settle down. And also, you're going to have some of these instances, but I was like, how much of this is what I'm in for over 162?
Well, it's funny you say that,
boys.
Because my word for Josh Hader is deja vu. Like, we've seen this way too much.
Yeah.
He had a really good year, but we've seen this way too much. I mean, like,
from a closer?
Oh, my gosh, $90-something million closer. It's like, come on, man, make it easy. But it's not going to be easy all year long. All right, Christian Walker.
Worthwhile.
It's a good one.
Solid.
I'm going to say upgrade. I think it's a definite upgrade. I think we're not going to have all these conversations we had last year about first base. I think they're over.
Well, I feel like, and I'm trying to sell my word to you now. The word worthwhile, because people talked about it's an overpay to get him, but you needed him. No, it's feeling like it's going to be worthwhile having him there but the production that he's going to give you at first base. I think he hit a 110, a 110.4, and then like a 106 when it comes to exit velocity.
Yeah.
And I think he ended up being like 1 for 3 for when it came to those. But I was like, okay, so the ball is just going to jump off his bat, and he's going to find the space. I think I texted you guys about the first one.
Yeah.
That the expected bat was like 72%. Like, that is expected to get down 72% of the time. And I'm like, okay, so even in this instance, if he's hitting the ball well and then maybe it just finds a glove in this instance, more often than not, that will find the spaces and you'll get 100% of what you pay for out of him.
Yeah. I mean, there are no words for me to describe how much life is going to be easier with Christian Walker, at first base. I really like the addition. I really like his leadership. I think he's going to be a leader. I think it's going to be really good. All right, the last one. Go ahead.
Can I bounce backward one more time to go back to the Jim Adler text hammer text line?
Yeah.
Hater, liability, overpaid, scary, and then someone else said, "Who's going to relieve today?" Which is also a great question because I don't know.
Oh yeah,
what was that? How many pitches?
25 pitches from Abreu, I believe, and 30 from Hader.
Something like that. Yeah. Like, who's closing this thing down tonight? I have no idea.
You're closer, right?
Yeah. Call McCullers up. No, just kidding. All right, this last one. Tell me the first word that comes to mind, word association. It's not player-related or team-related other than Dyken Park.
Huh.
Mine was meh.
Yeah, I was trying to find a word that would kind of capture that.
Meh.
I was kind of trying to find a word that capture that.
Maybe it'll grow on us.
Tricky.
Tricky is a good one.
Because multiple people came up with that situation where they started that, Dyken Park.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I know on the broadcast, you got multiple people on the broadcast as well in that place.
Yeah.
I think it's just going to take a while for it to settle in for us.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Lopez on here. Kind of make the ice spot stick, and maybe that will stick. I'm not sure. But it's a little tough saying Dyken Park.
The thing about Minute Maid is it just seemed right.
Well, I think also
Dyken Park may eventually seem right. Doesn't seem right now.
Yeah, and that's fair. When it comes to naming things, I think sometimes we put a little too much stock on the name on the front end. I tend to believe that names are built through the nostalgia of experience. And I think that as we spend time with the name Dyken Park, we'll have other things to attach with it.
Yeah.
And I think it'll land for us.
But I think the other thing is, like, we know what Minute Maid is.
Right.
Like, that's it.
I got that question a lot. I've got
like Dyken.
What is it?
What the hell is Dyken?
Yeah.
So I think that would make it tough, too.
I think that's a big factor. Like, wait, what is it?
Yeah, if it was like Pepsi or something like that, that would be a little easier. We know what Pepsi is, but like, what the hell is Dyken?
And of course, the obvious jokes came in for you, Lopez. I'll let you view those on the text line. What is? Wait, Subaru? What does that mean? Somebody's just like, Subaru is what is.
We're not going to call it that.
What, Subaru?
No.
The other one.
Yeah,
of course. Somebody said awful. Interesting. Okay, so you really not liking it at all. And then Walker, I appreciate the liberal use of hyphens. Professional hitter.
We're going back to that?
Oh,
yes.
Goodness.
Professional hitter.
We're going back
to Michael Brantley.
That's
Bradley.
Right.
Yeah.
Although I would love to have.
He's a professional hitter.
You were wearing your Uncle Mike shirt earlier this week.
Yeah.
I do like this one. Did you mention Adventuresome with Altuve?
Oh, I did
coast.
It's going to be an adventure.
Easy word for Walker was upgrade, they said. And then what's in the back of the train now? Big old baseballs, baby. Big old baseball. And I was kind of sad we didn't have an opportunity to get that thing moving. Maybe today.
Oh, that's right.
As your matchup, Tyler McGill is the right-handed pitcher for the Mets, and then Hunter Brown goes for your Astros.
And McGill gives up those hard-hit balls, huh?
Yeah, so I was looking at the StatCast numbers, and of course, it's from last year, so we'll see if this remains the case. But high bat or barrel percentage for him, and a high percentage of hard hit balls. So maybe you actually get.
So who's going to hit the first home run?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I was really hoping when Chaz came in as a replacement late in the game, I was like, ooh, maybe we will get this situation where I was talking about with the drive where they get their white boy Chaz home run and then he bunted, and I was like, all right, I can respect
Text that in as we get into confessions here. Who's going to hit the first home run today?
Okay, yeah, let's get those. I'm interested in who you think will hit the first home run for the Astros as they face off against the Mets for the second game of the series. It'll be 7:10. It'll be on Apple TV Plus. Apple TV Plus if you're trying to get a view of this. And in fact, shout out to Payne and Pendergast. They had Heidi Watney. Okay. I'm gonna bail out because I smoked that.
They had what?
Sound like he said,
they had Tidy Whities.
Tidy Whities.
That's what he said. They had Tidy Whities.
All right.
Seth and Sean wear Tidy Whities.
I
they on they Stephen A. Smith
they
stuff.
Might. Wait, what was the underwear that Seth had on the table up here?
No, they were tidy, but they were not
boxer
whitey.
briefs.
Yeah.
Heidi Watney. There we go. Who is the sideline reporter for the Apple TV Plus coverage. All right. Coming up next, we'll do a much better edition of Lunchtime Confessions next.
The OG.
Radio 610.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so I got to open my phone for my first confession here. Because one of the best things we do in sports, you guys, and I'm sure our listeners can absolutely relate, is text with our various friend groups during a big game, right?
Absolutely.
Absolutely love doing that. I think everybody does it. So I'm looking at my text group with the Bite Me crew is what I call it.
Okay. Did you name it?
I put names on all my groups.
I know.
I put names on all my groups. I think it's easier to just call up the group, like if you haven't texted them in a while. So anyway, I went with the Bite Me crew, which is Captain Caleb, Captain Scott, Captain Dean, as the game's going on. And first text is right before our show ended. He goes from Captain Scott. I already turned John's shows off. So excited watching the game. Then just talking about like, I thought center field was a priority. I mean, just real good baseball talk. Never a doubt. Good old-fashioned group text. But let me go to the text group with the
In the Loop crew.
The In the Loop crew.
What would you name our group chat?
I'll have to come up with a good one on that.
The closer.
No. I'll just put it this way. I won't go through the text.
Oh, what? You gonna say that there's not strong baseball talk happening in there?
Texting with Figgy and Reggie during a baseball game or any big game.
Don't put it on Figgy because I want the smoke. Go ahead and direct it in my direction.
Is like listening to a philosophy lecture, or
that definitely ain't me,
or a statistics class. Reggie, like we're like, hey man, whatever, commenting on all the things happening on the field, and Reggie's like, well, the expected batting, what is expected hit rate?
Yeah, expected batting average.
Batting average on that hard hit ball by Christian Walker was 720. And
I just thought it was a good note.
I'm like, dude, he hit an out. He lined out. He's out.
Yeah, but not all outs are made the same, though.
And then
he did the same thing with Cam Smith.
Yeah.
Walk a little bit late.
Well, no, and he got that from data. He got that from a website, like where he's.
The Cam one
I thought you saw something that you talked about.
I actually need to go and double check that and see the baseball savant.
Dude, I'm like, man, Cam got his first hit, first pitch. And he swung a little bit late on that one.
Yeah, the numbers say that he was this, and this. I'm like, dude, let's just talk ball.
Well, in a way, I'm kind of being lazy because I was just using that as my de facto note taking. So I was just texting it to you guys when I probably should have just written it down in my notes. Yeah. But I also thought it was an interesting note. Like he hit the mess out of that ball.
I kind of like
most times I would have been.
I kind of like it for the simple fact that I don't really talk like that whenever I'm talking sports.
Yeah.
So it's good to have that one person that
he's that one person.
Yeah,
he's that one person. And yes, I while I appreciate it ultimately because we end up talking about it on the show. I'm like, dude, we're just texting. We're just talking about the game.
I'll take it elsewhere. My bad.
No, don't stop. Don't stop doing it.
That's what I'm saying. I like it.
That's the other part of this.
You can text me about it.
No, now he's going to punish us.
Yeah.
Now he's gonna
this is going elsewhere. You don't want my stats? I'll take them elsewhere.
All those nerdy stats.
Somebody else wants these stats.
Man, you almost got that. Well, actually, the catch rate was 96%. I'm like, catch probability. I'm like, dude.
No, but in an instance like that, it is good to know because, oh man, he really shouldn't got to that. And then you go, actually, if you look at it, they probably, most outfielders don't actually get to that in a majority of the time, and you're able to give them a little leeway,
And Captain Scott's over there talking crap, and Captain Dean. I felt like don't change. First of all, don't change texting us, but Reggie's that guy. He's the.
I like it, man.
He's the nerd, stats data geek.
I like it. I'm gonna start copying and pasting on my Twitter.
See, now I'm definitely not sending you text now.
I'm gonna sound smart as hell.
Done here.
I'm gonna sound smart as hell.
Reggie is the person I sit next to in class and cheat off his paper.
All right, you're assuming that all of these things were absolutely smart. Like that's why it's in the text. We trying stuff out. We seeing how you feel about it.
It sounds smart.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I will also have an opening day confession.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand something about baseball.
Okay.
And that is, why did we not have wall-to-wall baseball yesterday?
Was it because of the tournament?
But the tournament games were in the evening.
Well, I thought you meant wall-to-wall, like all night.
Well, I mean, we could have started in the day.
Yeah.
Like day baseball feels like, opening day feels like a day baseball day.
Used to be every game was during the afternoon.
It should be a day thing.
Yeah.
Right.
Unless it's like a Sunday night, opening Sunday night or something like that.
I think we had like a couple of early day games, and then we had like most of the games in that like 3 o'clock slot where the Astros were. And I was like, I feel like we could have had some more baseball games in the middle there where, you know, all day long. And maybe they were just.
I agree.
They were looking out for America and hoping, trying to make sure that productivity stayed high because I imagine we would have all just been watching baseball all day.
Yeah.
But that feels like a good time to me.
No, I think that's a good confession right there. That's kind of silly to have. By the way, from the 346, I can just see Figgy texting back, "Oh, word," on all those numbers and.
I bet there was probably 2 texts that were basically "oh word."
Yeah, I felt like that person know me pretty well.
These are my confessions.
So yesterday, I tried hot yoga for the first time.
Oh, I meant to ask you.
You look like a different man, Figgy. I see it.
Yeah, It was very intense. I ain't gonna lie, but I actually enjoyed it, man. It was actually pretty cool, man.
You survived.
I survived. And I will say, I know for a fact I was the rookie in this class.
Okay.
Because all them people just knew exactly what to do. This wasn't like a beginner's class. This was like go in and try to swim. And so I'm over here looking like, I was kind of looking like Will Smith in, what's that episode of Fresh Prince when he went to go see Aunt Viv dance or something like that?
Yes.
And he's just kind of
looking all over the place. That's how I was trying to copy the lady next to me, see how she doing. And then they got on all fours, backwards. I'm like, I ain't doing that one. I would just act like I'm meditating. I'm going to sit here like I'm meditating. But it was pretty good, man. Yeah. I thought it was pretty good. The teacher there, he asked what I do for a living. I told him work in radio, 610, all that stuff. He said he used to listen to 610. He used to listen to a show with Nick Wright and John.
Listen to the show too.
Yeah.
What made him stop?
Yeah.
He was like, my favorite person left. And
Actually, that's exactly what he said.
Wow.
He said, when Nick Wright went to FS1, then I was like, that's when I stopped listening.
Well, I appreciate
But he said he gonna listen. Hey, shout out to Casey.
All right,
that's
shout out to Casey.
Yeah, he said he gonna start back listening. But
I'm no Nick Wright, I'll tell you that.
These are my confessions.
I had one of those mixed emotion dad moments last night. So the last time, like the best way I can illustrate it is like the first time your kid beats you in one-on-one basketball. You're kind of mad, but you're also like really proud.
Sure.
Last night, I went to my oldest son Jacob's house for dinner, and he made from scratch like a 3-course Chinese food meal. Like fried rice, lobster, I think it was like a Szechuan lobster, pork belly. Ooh. I mean, he just loves to cook. He's got the gene, man. He just loves to cook.
Man, I might have to invite him over to the crib, man.
And that was my moment. I went like, I could never do this. I can, obviously I love to cook. I do a lot of barbecue, a lot of other stuff. I've never been good at Chinese food. And it was like, dude, it was like top-notch Chinese food restaurant from scratch. And I sat there and I'm like, he beat me. He beat me on this one. I'm mad, but I'm kind of proud. It's like last time. It's like when he beat me in one-on-one basketball. It was excellent. Like just name your favorite Chinese food restaurant. I was kind of mad, but proud.
But now you just gotta use it to your advantage, where you just ask him to make you stuff all the time.
Well, now he can do all the Chinese food. Anytime we go down that road, I'll do everything else. You just do the Chinese.
Let him do some barbecue and all that stuff, man.
He's getting there with.
See, that's why he feels okay.
Man,
he feels okay because he ain't coming taking your territory.
Well, he's not me.
He's more of a griller than a smoker, and you got to take your game to the next level with the smoke, and he's working on it. I patted him on the head and said, "Good job."
When he said
he's gonna pass you up in a minute, watch.
When he said he's a griller and not a smoker, I was like, "Oh, okay." So I'm well out of my depth because I thought those were relatively close.
Yeah, that's same.
I was like, "Oh, my bad. I did not realize I was talking about 2 different sports." Apologies.
These are my confessions.
I'm going to be completely honest here, as is the segment. Where there's been like a trend on social media where there's another like AI filter or whatever that is like the Studio Ghibli filter, if you're familiar with that, that studio of films or what have you, where people are taking images and putting them in and processing them. And I've learned something about myself. I get irrationally angry seeing people use AI all willy-nilly. Like, I understand, man. It takes a lot of resources, and I get it, right? It's a developing kind of tool.
Yeah.
And so with the developing tool, you want to use it and develop it, but I feel like with the amount of resources, you should probably use it for things that make sense and things that are like useful.
Not yet.
Just like
right now, it's just fun.
I have this photo and I want to put a filter on it.
Yeah.
Well, there are filters that don't utilize like crazy. Nope. Doing the AI, just do it.
Yeah.
And it's not just that. Like, there's other instances where people will ask like AI a question. I'm like, you could have just Googled that. Like, that didn't need a full artificial intelligence. All you needed was just the basic search.
Somebody did that to my tweet one time because I forgot what I tweeted, but they retweeted me back and said, "Hey Gronk," or whatever the thing.
Gronk.
I like the idea that Gronk is the one answering this question.
He said, "Hey Gronk, how many da 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 da?"
Yeah.
And then the thing replied and gave him the answer. I'm like, why you ain't just Google that and come back to me?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, so now you clearly showing me that you had to Google this information.
Yeah.
So you could have went to Google, came back with the stats.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, what is this?
This is silly, but I like to use AI for creating images that are bizarre.
Okay, so it's you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're part of the problem.
Hey, AI, can you make me an image of a dog fishing for a manatee? And it'll come up with some
just to get your kicks. You're not even using it for nothing.
Isn't that funny? Look at dogs catching a manatee.
Yeah. Why don't you ask AI to make a picture of Taylor Swift doing something?
No, I'm not going to do that.
I would advise it. I'll tell you that.
Attaboy.
For sure. All right. Those are your lunchtime confessions presented by the Men's Clinic. Somebody said, why was Chaz McCormick put in right field? It seems like that's something that I find to be very interesting. I want to circle back around and actually talk about that. But it seems like Joe Espada, and this is probably why he kept 5 infield or outfielders rather. Seems like the possibility of deep very high, especially
and it has been.
Yeah, and it looks like it's getting higher, especially when you have a young guy in right field and a guy who is a little bit, up and down in left field, depending on what it looks like defensively. So it's gonna be something to watch over the course of this season. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, the Rockets have been on quite a surge through a place that they absolutely should, but they've been on a surge. What's been the key to that? Because I've noticed a couple of statistical things that we could point to, and I kind of want to dig into like what the actuality of those stats are. We'll do that next.
Payne and Pendergast.
800-285-2521. 800-285-2521. 800-285-2521.
Exclusive furniture.
Where low prices live. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. The Rockets on a big surge in the last handful of games. They've won 11 of their last 12, including their game last night against the Utah Jazz in Utah. And I was interested. I was like, man, they've been cooking, and you can kind of see it. I kind of wanted to get to what's at the heart of it. Like, what's at the heart of the surge? And if you have any thoughts, take up on over the last 10 or so games, text it in 713-572-4610. Lopez, you don't have to text. You can just talk.
Okay, I'll talk.
I was like, if you want to text too, you can, but I feel like that'd be a little roundabout.
You're Reggie.
And unnecessary.
Yeah.
So for me, obviously they won this game. What was it, 121-110, if memory serves correctly. A solid win, and we talked about some of the things that we saw, especially from your two guys that you just paid up in Alperen Şengün and Jalen Green. And one of these guys absolutely factors into one of this. Him, Jabari Smith Jr., not even sometimes, a large part for Steven Adams, who's currently he's moving towards having the best offensive rebounding percentage in a season of any player. Rebounding has been huge. They've ticked back up on that. You remember there was a time period in this season where they lulled a little bit on rebounding.
Yeah.
You saw that kind of come back to the field in some ways. They were having some issues winning some games in that time. They have been rebounding at a special rate of late, including that game last night where they out-rebounded the Jazz by something like 20 boards.
I think it was like 18-5 or something on the offense. It was a lot to a little. But the offensive rebounds were strong last night, which is their calling card as well.
Right. So they're getting back to basics there. And the other thing that I noticed was another getting back to basics moment for this team, which is this team has been really, really good in the clutch, but specifically in the clutch, they've been really good defensively in the clutch. All right, so when it comes to defensive rating, and defensive rating is your points allowed per possession for the other team in a very basic metric on average for a game. What would you consider to be like a pretty solid defensive rating?
Oh, you tell me. What is the mean?
I mean, right now, probably you're probably in like the hundreds, and if you get into like the high 90s or what have you, it's usually kind of reasonable. And of course, this skews a little bit when you get into these smaller subsets. The clutch time, mind you, is the final 5 minutes of a game, particularly if it's within a 5-point game, right? In those clutch moments over the last 10 games, a 75 defensive rating. They have been stifling defensively versus their opponents in this stretch. And it's worth noting that in the last 10 games, they haven't had a lot of really top-notch competition. Probably the best of those was the Denver Nuggets, which they lost that game. It's the one that they lost out of the last 12, which no Jokic, which that was a little bit of a disappointment in there. However, they've been incredible defensively late in games. And I think that if you pair those two things, the offensive rebounding, getting back up, and then their defense being great, particularly in the clutch, I think that those point to I'm kind of locking those into what we've seen Ime Udoka do with the double big lineups and with the zone defense.
Well, thank you for that last part, because you talk about what's been the difference here outside of the competition, which you have to note. That it's been not exactly the best competition, but nevertheless.
Yeah, but I'm not trying to use it to knock them down.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. 11 out of 12 doesn't lie. For me, it's been. And this is Udoka, but it's largely him. Like we always talk about, how in basketball you have to adjust, in series you have to adjust, how difficult it can be. I'm talking more philosophically, how tough it is 50, 60 games into a season to change the way you do things. And I think that's been the key. We can point to several specific things that Udoka and the Rockets have kind of realized, again, 50 or 60 games into the season, that they've just flat changed the way they do business. The double big thing gets a lot of run. That was relatively late in the game. I mean, they tinkered with it here and there, but it was relatively late in the game, in the season, when they really started relying on that. Then Jabari Smith, becoming a bigger factor, including, inside and out. then playing some zone defenses, which is another one that it's hard to just philosophically change 60 games into a season, but they did. And then also the individual part, the credits the credit that you have to give is Jalen Green was riding this up and down roller coaster, seems to be finding himself as a true, not necessarily a point guard, but a kind of a floor general, or at least developing into more of a floor general.
Well, a little bit more of a playmaker is the way I
playmaker is probably a better way to put it, because he recognizes like the next play that's possible, not just the play in front of him, and that's really hard. So they've sort of transformed themselves deep into the season, and they're benefiting from it. To me, that's been the biggest key.
Yeah, and speaking of the transformation, one of the things that's also worth noting is Ime Udoka was never. I'm really a huge proponent of a zone. Like I kind of tend to the school of thought that you go to a zone when you feel like you can't guard a man, which is almost like an acknowledgement of not being good enough in some ways. Which I mean, it's a flawed way of looking at it, but I think you understand where I'm coming from when I do that. They've gone to a lot of zones, so there is something within me that goes, ooh, is that some level of acknowledgement that, hey, their perimeter defense has not been solid enough, or they haven't been able to kind of be a backstop. But one thing that it clearly does when you have a zone in is that you're going to stifle. It's going to make it significantly more difficult for teams to drive through your defense and get to the rim because you have someone stationed there. And they found a way to also take the zone and still play a solid perimeter defense on top of that. Plus, now you have your bigs in the place to get rebounds, and I think that all those things have allowed them to focus back in on the things that get them better to, get them playing their best basketball and get them to the things that are their calling cards, which are rebounding the basketball, playing defense, and those are the things that are going to carry them over. And I think that this might be something that helps them when they get into matchup time, which is the playoffs.
And see, I have a totally different view of the zone than that.
Okay.
Because I feel like certain teams are just built more for a zone defense. You're not less manly. I think that's what it comes down to. Like, you're sort of like, kind of what you said, we're not good enough or we're not man enough to play man defense.
Not man enough.
Yeah.
It's in the name. It's man defense.
But to me, that's...
You saying there ain't no real men out there?
No.
Not if you're not picking up one up.
That's what people think. But that certain better for a zone than the man, especially teams that can close fast, that can clearly clog a lane, make, as you just mentioned, sort of make it hard to dribble, and can recover when the ball is swung to the opposite side. Well, the Rockets are built for that. They're athletic. They have athletic. I mean, everybody is in the NBA, but I'm saying on the wings in those situations, they can do those things. I wish I could tell everybody, you're not less of a man because you run zone. You're first of all, does it work? Who cares if you're less of a man, because it works and you're winning. And secondly, your team might be built better for that. And I think the Rockets are maybe built better for that.
The one thing I'll say is I don't think you can subsist off of a zone.
No, you can't do anything, every time down the floor. But I think certain teams can thrive with the zone.
And I think for me, you're not going to change my mind on that. Like, I hear you on that. I hear what you're coming from, and I do respect, or at least I'm trying to be better about respecting it. And we've seen really good coaches, consistently use various zones as, kind of curveballs. Like Nick Nurse has made a lot of his bones as a coach, throwing out not just a zone, but like kind of unique zones, throwing out a triangle and two and things like that in various circumstances. So I understand the place that a zone has, especially when you're trying to find schematic advantages. The only thing that for me is that this team has really good individual defenders. And so that should lend itself to playing man. And at times it felt like that was slipping a little bit. And I see the zone coming through and helping them re-solidify the defense in a strong way. And I think also it's helping them get a better grasp of some of the defensive principles that they were a little on the edge on. Like, you talk about getting into rotation and flying out. I think that the zone helps clarify some of your responsibilities there, where when you're in rotation and man, it's like, well, who's running out to the corner and then who's on the second pass, who's on the pass away. Yeah. Sometimes they would get in a little bit of a funk in there. I think the zone has helped them really bring that in a little bit.
I mean, sometimes they've had big lulls when they're in the man, of whether it's focus or effort or whatever it is. And the other part of it is, and I don't mean to make this like a zone versus man discussion, because
it is now, and I'm on the man side. You better be picking up the zone
because it's about what's changed for the Rockets, right, and what's made the move. I think that's it. I think that's a big part of it. That and the other things I mentioned, and I think finding a nice a nice offense, not just a defense with the double bigs. It's working on both ends, and the offensive side has been very productive.
Dude, I want to talk about how much I love the double bigs, and this is another opportunity to heap some praise on some dudes that I think we've been a little bit critical of, but in a way that because they're getting better and there's still room to grow.
Yeah,
Alper Sengun has been so good passing.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about
in that space. Like, because when you're playing the double bigs, if one has to be a bigger big than the other, Steven Adams is the guy who's usually a little bit deeper, playing as the, on the block, where Alperen is maybe playing at the high post or what have you. He's been so good at getting the ball, making a decision on whether it's his turn to attack or whether he needs to attack and then dump that off or pass out of it. Especially in this, you saw it in the Jazz game especially, but he's been so good in that space. And that's put in a different way. And then you look at it on the other end, is it just gives more rebounding prowess and more opportunities to get the boards and then stop possessions, turn it the other way, and go get points. So I really love what the team on the floor has done. When you talk about Jalen, you talk about Alperen, and then a lot of the other guys around them, right? Guys on the wing. But also, I think that a lot of credit needs to be given to Ime, who, again, Will Hardy, who is the coach of the Utah Jazz. He was the lead assistant in Boston for Ime when he was the coach there.
Yeah.
He talked about how he tried to convince Ime to use more zones. And so, like, this has been a real development in him. I love the growth that is also being displayed on the coaching staff with the bench, as you've seen over this last stretch of games. And so 8 more games to go. Their next game is against the Phoenix Suns in Phoenix on Sunday. And let's see a fantastic quality run. I want to see them continue surging right up to the playoffs and give themselves an opportunity to make a little noise.
And last thing, the individual development over the course of the season, and some of it has been not totally in their hands. It's been the coaches, it's been injuries, it's been everything else. Steven Adams has just been an absolute game changer for this squad. I mean, just absolute next level game changer, and that's going to go a long way. And Jabari deserves a lot of credit for changing his role and his place on both ends
and finding ways to get better at it. Like finding the aggression within it, right? The ways in which I need to go now, or no, I don't need to go now. He's definitely sussed that out. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, a letter from Cal McNair. And also, something else have gotten us to a place where we're looking up and we go, the Texans might be thinking about like moving locations away from the NRG location. What are all the what ifs when it comes to location in the greater Houston area? Let's talk about that next.
In the loop.
If I'm getting
here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I saw John Hickman on Twitter ask, what are the chances of the Rockets getting Cooper Flagg after seeing him ball out against Arizona and Caleb Love and them yesterday? And I was looking at it. I went to Tankathon just to see, because you do have control of the Phoenix Suns pick, and they are in that lottery area. They have the 12th worst record right now. So, obviously, there's a good chance that you end up with a 12, and I have a strong feeling you're not going to get Cooper Flagg if you only have the 12th pick.
Right.
But there is a one.
Safe to say.
If the season were to end right now, there is a 1% chance, or 1.5% chance, that 12th pick in the lottery would garner, or the 12th best odds would garner you the number one pick.
Here's the thing. 1% is good enough for me to, I'll watch.
Sometimes that's all it takes.
That's all it takes. But it could get better, right?
It could get better if the Phoenix Suns continue losing, and you can help that out by getting a victory over them.
What would you do if
Sunday.
they did get like the number 1, number 2 overall pick? Do you stay?
Damn fool.
Do you stay there, or are you trading?
God, yes. This guy he's going to be he's going to be superstar.
Yeah.
You talk about Cooper Flagg.
Yeah.
Well, he's probably going to be number 1.
That's what you said, number 1.
I say number 1 or number 2.
Oh, well, number 2 changes everything. Yeah, number 2 changes everything.
Yeah, number 1, you got to give me Wemby. Yeah, you got to give me Wemby for that one.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about the Texans, though. Cal McNair sent he signed up a nice little letter that was sent to season ticket holders.
I think he typed it on a Royal typewriter.
I mean, it was digitized. So if he typed it on a typewriter, then he handed it to somebody for them to then go and.
Do you think he actually wrote this or typed
I think
it?
He absolutely
or did he just kind of like talk to somebody?
I think he told people what he wanted to say. It's his words. Maybe just
that's swag though. If
maybe just
write this letter for me. I want to talk to the Houston Texans, let you know that everything is. And somebody just sitting there writing it down. Yeah.
What if it was AI?
Oh God!
Please, Cal. Please don't do that. All right, I will give you that letter if you are not a season ticket holder in a segment that I like to call reading. Off the field, there have been several articles written in recent weeks about the future of NRG Stadium. Although we have 7 years away from the expiration of our lease, I want you to know that we are working collaboratively and diligently with our partners, the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, Harris County, and HCSCC, to identify the best path forward. With those partners, we have conducted a number of studies and continue to learn more about what we need, or rather under the leadership of our new team president, Mike Toman, who has the extensive history of developing and renovating stadiums. We support a renovation of NRG Stadium and are committed to exploring all possible solutions to ensure long-term success. We want to ensure we have a world-class facility that provides a competitive advantage for our team and a great experience for our fans while standing tall as a community asset. Ultimately, with our value partners, our goal is to find a solution that works for all stakeholders involved, where everyone feels like a winner. Thank you for your continued support. And as we embark on the 2025 season together, signed, D. Cal McNair.
All right, so the talking points are very clear now, right? Mike Toman, when he was on Texans radio, said variations of the exact same thing.
When he was on
here,
yeah,
he said variations of the exact same thing. And now Cal is saying a different variation of the exact same thing. We're committed. 7-year process. Could be a 7-year process. I always like to note that's a guideline, not a rule. I mean, these contracts can be reworked. So it could be 3 years, 5 years, whatever. Our priority is renovation, but all options are available. We're hearing the exact same talking points time after time after time, which is exactly how I would do it. That's not a criticism, because you do want to see what you're going to do, what you could do, but you also want to have leverage if you need it.
Yeah, he ain't trying to show them cards.
Yeah, you want to have leverage if you can have it. So, and you and I have talked about this. I get the mixed emotions, but I'm very much an advocate of, at minimum, renovation. I think the stadium needs totally jack the citizenry. A new stadium would probably be preferred, just because I'm a big fan of obviously blowing up the dome, but not just that, making it a true destination point entertainment district. Between now and whenever this thing is resolved, you're gonna get tired of me saying that. Every every successful and new sports stadium, much less NFL stadium, but especially NFL stadiums, they have to be a place. It's a different world. They have to be a place that people want to go to rather than their man cave, you know. And I feel like it has to happen here, as just not just a fan, but for the community. You know, that area has not really gotten a whole lot better in the last 40 years in terms of wanting to be in a place where people want to go, other than the games.
The last 5 years.
But I'm saying, even for the last 40 years, people go there for games, and that's it.
Yeah, and it's getting worse.
Yeah.
And so the phrases in this particular letter that jumped out to me was world-class facility, competitive advantage, community asset.
Thank you.
And I think those are he laid out pretty cleanly and clearly, I think, the things that they're looking for, which is obviously a clear upgrade to not just being a nice facility, but a world-class facility. Competitive advantage is an interesting one because I'm interested into, like, what are the aspects of the stadium that they believe can create a competitive advantage, like on the field? I'm guessing that's
people,
facilities as well. Or
I think it's people.
Okay,
it's been an ongoing thing. I mean, you hear them blowing the fireworks and all that stuff to get fans and create that atmosphere. Now, maybe there's some tweaks to that.
Well, if you're talking about getting fans in seats, one of the things that also goes beyond the stadium itself is infrastructure.
Sure.
Because that's one of the things that whenever we have these conversations about, why can't people immediately jump up. They're like, traffic is not one.
Exactly.
And that does make me wonder, and because now I've turned to what are the what ifs with this? Like, how do you make that happen without moving from that location, that particular location? And I want to make it clear, Mike Tolman, president of the team now, was within
all of them.
I mean, and all the parties involved made it very clear. Moving out of Houston is not out of the greater Houston area is not on the table, and it never will be.
No.
Like, so I want to start there and respecting that part of it. However, they haven't made it. They haven't said that they have to remain in that location.
Yeah.
And one of the things I think about, because I think Brooks Capenna wrote a very interesting piece in The Athletic today about the history of the Love You Blue, and like obviously just taking you through the negotiation, if you will, that Bud Adams had with the city. Like, it's always been a really weird circumstance of the tenant, relationship
the worst.
with the organization in Harris County. I was like, is there a chance of them moving out of Harris County though?
I don't.
And dealing with a different county or a different municipality.
I think that's a very slight chance. But this is what I would say to the point of maybe moving away from NRG Park. They absolutely made it very clear. Moving from Houston is an absolute no. Moving from this area, they've never said it's an absolute no.
Okay.
To stay. There's a big difference between that being a priority and an absolutely not.
Sure.
So I feel like they could move from here, and you know why? Because I think there's more leverage. I think anytime you just sort of float it out there, like with the county, with some of the powers that be that are maybe giving you trouble. If I would, again, none of this is criticism. I would be doing the exact same thing.
Do you think do you think they're using the Astrodome as the leverage of, if we don't get this tore down and redo something here, then we probably gonna move elsewhere?
I don't know if they're putting it in those words, but again, I would do that too. I would say, listen, man. Listen, that thing's got to go.
Because because let's say they want to stay there, and maybe, I don't know if they could tear NRG down and rebuild it or how they do that, but there's no way you could keep the Astrodome there. I just don't.
That would be my answer.
So that would be their leverage.
That would be I would say, I want to stay here. We want to stay here. We want to renovate, but we can't do either of those things with the Astrodome here. And just make it very clear.
And if the city say, nah, we can't tear this down, then.
Funny you should say that. Funny you should say that.
Okay.
Because running parallel to the letter and this discussion that we're having is another story that was in the Chronicle yesterday that had to do with what Jim Crane is doing.
Jim Crane, the owner of the
Houston Astros. And I read the story and I went, I know what I would do. Again, I would be doing the exact same thing. So I'm in the Chronicle. And let me do the segment called Reading.
Okay,
that
very
I
good.
like to call Reading.
I love it.
The Astros insist a new era. This is the Astros, but stay with me here because I think it affects the Texans. The Astros insist a new era is ahead for the blocks surrounding Dyken Park. the Astros made a series of purchases for the land across from Texas Avenue in 2016 and 2019, envisioning a vibrant ballpark entertainment district with bars, restaurants, and shops. Astros owner Jim Creighton cited the large-scale mixed-use development, The Battery, outside of Truist Park in Atlanta, as a primary inspiration. And when observing the area flooded with fans, especially in October, it's easy to see Creighton's vision. If executed correctly, the Astros could have a thriving commerce center on their hands, finally bringing continuity to a prominent but imperfect section of downtown Houston. So Jim Creighton has been buying little pieces of land around, I almost said it, around Dyken Park. He's been buying these little. If I'm the Texans, if I'm Cal and Hannah McNair, I'm picking up the phone and saying, what else is for sale around there? Because this sort of partnership, if you will, even if it's literal or just figurative, with the Astros and a huge, awesome. Keep in mind they're redoing
George R.
Brown. And they're closing off, I think, Avenida de las Americas. They're going to close that off, make it a walkway. And
I always
all that.
love when you put a little sauce on it. I know.
And so downtown is going to be awesome in the next 10 years, maybe 6-7 years. So if I'm sitting there going, hey, let's go kick the tires over there, see if we can partner up and find a place at or near the Dyken Park area, maybe in the east side, we start buying up some of that stuff.
But see, it will be a little easier for Jim Creighton to do that because Dyken Park is downtown.
Sure.
And there's stuff around it. But don't you feel like Cal and Hannah will have to find a place for a stadium downtown first?
Absolutely.
With the higher land rates or what have you of like buying that amount of land downtown, I imagine would be
But on the east side,
more.
not as expensive. And let me remind everybody, the Astros moved from the Astrodome. The Astros did exactly what I'm talking about. You know, in the late 90s, they had a big issue with the county, all the things that we're talking about. The county, the rent, the Astrodome facility itself. And they said, you know what? We're going to go ahead and build this stadium downtown, and now look, and now he's going to expand it even more. The Texans could do the exact same thing. A little higher price, but you're not a servant to what the county's whims are, and the Astrodome is gone in terms of being in your hair. Like, I could easily see where you got a downtown, entertainment district, as we just described. You got Dyken Park, and let's say within 3 or 4 blocks, you got Texan Stadium, whatever it is.
I hear what you're saying. I just don't know. The thing that I wonder about is, like, getting people in. I'm wondering if that doesn't get more difficult game day, and 2, the game plan that it seems typical, not here. And of course, I know this is a very unique place compared to other places, but I think that we can use other places to kind of give us a little information. We've seen other places leverage the exurbs, the suburbs, to then be able to negotiate with the city, where yes, they are usually more stressed on resources because they are being the hub for the entire area, whereas the suburbs get to benefit off of that, and they can maybe take some of those, their tax base, which sometimes is more so because it's oftentimes people that can afford to live outside of that general central area, to then put into a stadium, right? Like, that is one of those things where you have sometimes, in the same way that you have various cities bidding against each other, sometimes you'll have municipalities in the same place bidding against each other because they want the services and in theory, the traffic that's attracted. And I do wonder. I mean, someone texted in, bring it to Missouri, bring it to Missouri City, right, or the Missouri County, or whatever, or Montgomery County, rather. And then, or bring it out. There's land out that way, right? And there's people that will talk about Katy, Kingswood. Like, there's all sorts of different areas around here that I'd be interested to see if they wouldn't be like, hey, we're willing to pony up and give you a situation that isn't as complex as what Harris County has with this stadium, where we have it and we're the ones who will renovate it, and you are at our beck and call, whereas there might be a favorable sweetheart deal to be made elsewhere. And I do wonder if that isn't something that the Texans would be interested in, keeping it in the greater Houston area, but finding somewhere where the land is cheaper and where a municipality would be willing to give you more money.
My strength, use it wherever you can find leverage. Use it. And as far as the downtown and congestion and all that stuff, look, those are all things. Those are all things that are absolutely true. But I was here. We had this exact same discussion about putting a baseball park downtown.
Sure.
This exact same one. So it's like I always say, don't tell me about the waves. Just bring that ship in.
So, look, it's becoming hotter and hotter, and I thought it was very interesting that Cal felt it necessary to respond to all of the reporting, a lot of it by the Chronicle, and you mentioned also you mentioned The Athletic, correct?
Yes.
And like the reporting that has been happening, it's not out of nowhere and it's not for nothing, right? Clearly, they feel necessary. Hey, this is how we feel. These are our stances in response to those things. This feels like it's going to continue to be something that's interesting and that's something to watch as the Texans try and find what they called a world-class facility that gives them a competitive advantage and allows them to have be a community asset. Those are the three things that I'm going to continue to use as the
community asset
that I look through all this for them. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's about the time where we hand it over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got for us?
Yeah, man. So for the first time in Figgy's mixtape history, we have a special guest joining us.
Okay.
And she brought us some crawfish ice cream, and I'm making y'all try it.
Okay.
All right. Is crawfish ice cream good? We will find out next.
Payne and Pendergast.
This is going to be a super intriguing season for the Astros, especially early on with this out.
Sports Radio 610.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yep, it's the mixtape in the loop. Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Friday. Happy Friday, and we got some ice cream in the building.
We sure do.
I got to give a special shout out to Nikki from Red Circle Ice Cream.
What's up?
Oh, my bad. I forgot to cut your mic. Big shout out to Nikki from Red Circle Ice Cream. And she brought us some crawfish ice cream.
Crawfish ice cream, guys.
Yeah. Nikki, how in the world did you come up with some crawfish ice cream?
Well, why not, right? We're here in the South. Everybody loves crawfish ice cream, right?
Well, they love crawfish.
They love crawfish. Well, they love crawfish. They're going to love crawfish ice cream even more.
Yeah.
You know, eating with my family and friends, sauce is dripping down my arms. Mm-hmm. I got an epiphany. I'm known as a... Why not?
You know, Nikki, I think you need a little more energy and giddiness. just a little. You need to be a little happier.
Right? Just a little
bit.
You
need to be a little happy. Don't be so down on yourself all the time.
Do you know what? Red Circle's motto is eat ice cream, live happy. So
well,
you
are
go.
it. Yeah, you are it.
So how many people actually buy this ice cream? Buy the
we have had this for over 6 years. So there's a reason why we make it for every crawfish season, and we always sell out.
That's crazy.
That's great. And y'all tried the ice cream during the break.
I was honest with you, Nikki. I said I'm skeptical. I'm just gonna be honest. I don't want to lie.
And he had a real serious face too.
And I did. I had a serious face, which is not often. But then I had a scoop, and then I had another one, and I was like, "Well, dang, that's pretty dang
good." That worked, right?
Yeah.
Right. Super creamy though, right?
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
So how did you make the actual ice cream part taste so much like crawfish? Because the ice cream part tasted like crawfish flavor.
So, you know, with ice cream, it's one of those things where you've got to do sweet and salty at the same time, right? And you don't want to take away from either of those profiles. But with crawfish, you got to boil it down. And to get that intense flavor, right? So that's what we did with the ice cream. We had to really boil it down to get that intense flavor to pull through with the cream. And so I think that you taste it through and through, crawfish all the way, right?
I keep taking spoonfuls because I'm like, there's no way and it just keeps hitting me in that way. How long did it take you to revise this recipe, though? Because this doesn't seem like a thing where you just drop it in and boom, it's done.
I'm the ice cream lady. One shot, baby.
Really?
One shot.
Seriously?
Yeah. Touchdown, one shot.
Wow.
So what's the wildest flavor you ever? Because I feel like this is pretty wild, but I feel like you got more tricks up your sleeve.
So, Figgy, you know, we've got over 150 rotating flavors, and our next flavor is it's not too crazy. It's durian ice cream. So you never know what a durian ice cream is?
What is
I've never had a durian. I've heard of it.
You've heard of it? It's like this custard-like fruit, but it's banned in like a lot of Southeast Asian countries because it's so pungent.
Okay.
The smell will just hit you hard.
Okay.
But we make it. We have it available now at Red Circle Ice Cream. You definitely got to try it. You guys, radio station, let's make it a party and go down there and try some durian ice cream at the store. But we've got also other flavors right now. Our flavor right now that we're featuring is mango sticky rice.
I didn't taste that one. I did the other two, but those are delicious.
It's really, really good.
Yeah.
And I brought you some other samples, of course. We got hot Cheetos.
I tried that one.
And that one right there, Clint from the other show, he tried it, and he was just like, I can't wrap my brain around that it's hot Cheetos.
That's exactly right.
So we really try to create flavors that, you know, people eat every single day and go, okay, well, I can't imagine eating that as an ice cream. And then when they have it, they're like, oh my God, it's crawfish. It's hot Cheetos. It's durian ice cream.
Yeah, that was me.
We've got chocolate and vanilla too,
was me.
you know, for those folks that just want chocolate and vanilla.
Sure, yeah.
You know, but we're also known for our churros.
The churros
So we
are
make
good.
freshly hot churros, right, guys?
Yeah.
And so when you put the churros with the ice cream, it just makes it a whole, takes it to the whole another level.
What kind of churros do you have? Like what type of flavors?
So we've got anything from our signature cinnamon sugar. We've got Fruity Pebbles. Fruit Pebbles, Nutella, we've got it. You want it, we've got it for you. And we make it fresh every single day.
All right, so our text line that are the folks texting in, 713-572-4610, are already kind of putting up a challenge. My co-host here is a huge smoker and griller, and somebody said, what's next? Smoked brisket ice cream? Would that even be possible in your mind?
You know what? A few years ago in the rodeo station, we actually had a barbecue-flavored ice cream, and that did really well as well.
Unbelievable.
So whatever you think of, I can probably create it for you.
All right.
That is crazy. So how which one of your ice cream flavors was the most controversial flavor?
For sure.
For
sure. It's got to be our crawfish ice cream figure.
Yeah. Really?
For sure.
Okay.
And that's a no-brainer, right?
Mhm.
I mean, we had a lot of hate a little bit to begin with, but then slowly when we, presented it at the store and people came out to try it, they were like, this works.
Yeah.
I can't believe it, It
does.
So it really works.
Mhm.
We're a small business here in Houston,
Mhm.
and we have just had a tremendous amount of support around this flavor, and a lot of people just coming in and saying, we love it. It's really good. Keep doing what you're doing. And we
Mhm.
just love the support. And we do also have 2 other stores. They're franchise stores out in Pearland, out in Sugar Land. So go out and support. If you can't make it out to the Chinatown location, we're here to serve you our wonderful ice cream, waffles, and churros.
Have you ever seen anyone that tried one of these crazy flavors that actually had to throw up or vomit?
You know what? They came close, but then we so for people that don't kind of believe that the crawfish ice cream is going to work, so I prepare them. So I because I'm not a good person. I don't know how to do CPR yet, so I don't want to have to do that in the store, get a defibrillator or anything like that. So
Yeah.
I give them a little chaser.
Yeah.
So we kind of lead them to it,
Mhm.
We hold your hand through the whole process and make it real, real fun.
That's good.
All right, so you talk about supporting. I see you're wearing your U of H Cougars hat.
Go Cougs! Go Cougs!
What's been the experience watching the Cougs this year for you?
You know what? I'm an alumni, right? So
Mhm.
you gotta love Coach Sampson, right?
Mhm.
I mean, he is just. I went to the game at the last game of the season, and I was able to get courtside seats.
Oh.
And so, oh my gosh, it's unbelievable. And the speech that he gave at the end of the
Mhm.
season, it was just amazing. I mean, everybody was just like. Yes, rooting and everything. It was amazing to see it real close up and everything. The players, coach, it's a camaraderie, obviously.
Have we gotten any local athletes to try some of these ice creams?
We have
at all?
not, but we would love to have
Okay.
all the athletes
Okay.
come in, throw it down with us at Red Circle Ice Cream.
The first thing I thought of is what would Kelvin Sampson say trying to eat the?
Well, you had him at U of H alum.
Yeah, he'll probably do it just for that. That's
Yeah.
right.
Yes,
You had him
yes.
at that. My only question for you is, can you just work on your attitude a little bit? Can you just
Okay.
pick it up a little bit? But it's very endearing. And
Thank you
it's
so much.
very,
Thank you
very
so
good.
much for having me. I
Yeah.
appreciate you guys so much.
Yeah.
I'll get you out of here on this. So
Okay.
if you had to come up with one flavor based off of this show, what type of flavor ice cream would you come up with?
Okay.
You know what? Let's put that out to the polls for your listeners.
All right.
And then get back to this kitchen, roll something out
All
for
right.
your
So
listeners.
this is going to be the official In the Loop flavor ice
Got
cream.
to do that. So all your special listeners, hit it up with me. Let me know.
Yeah.
We already have a text in. They said, Lopez, this is your moment. You have OG barbecue sauce?
OG barbecue sauce that I make.
Okay.
OG sauce ice cream?
OG sauce
Oh, that
ice cream.
sounds like a big collab with us.
That's
yes,
a big collab.
Yes.
Let me know. Hit me up.
Yes.
That's right.
I'm down with it. Can you explain to people, Nikki, where can they get some of this lovely ice cream?
So we're located here in Chinatown at 6838 Branchester Drive. We're just a few blocks down. It's not that far,
Okay.
maybe 12, 15 minutes down here.
Yeah.
So come out and check us out. And also our Red Circle Ice Cream in Sugarland and in Pearland as well.
Man. Well, all right.
Thank you so much,
Yeah,
Nikki.
thanks for joining us.
Eat ice cream, live happy.
I love it. I love it.
Obviously.
Thanks for supporting local, guys.
Yeah, appreciate it.
How did y'all like the Cheeto one? I haven't tried that.
I didn't know what it was. I didn't see the label.
Was it spicy?
And so I ate it, and I told Reggie, I said, it's got a little kick to it. It's very
It's a
good.
slow burn,
Yeah.
right?
And he goes, well, look at the label. I was like, oh. And I don't even eat. This is a testament. I don't even eat Flamin' Hot Cheetos. I prefer regular Cheetos, but I like that. That was good. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I haven't tasted all the other ones. All right, so if I had to try one next, Nikki, what's the next one I should try?
Definitely try our Elmo Crunch ice cream. It's
Okay.
our signature flavor. It's red for Red Circle Ice Cream and Elmo, obviously. It's
Mhm.
our version of cookies and cream, and we can't keep this flavor in stock every single day. Honestly, we sell out all the time.
Awesome.
And it's that good.
Good.
I can't wait to try that one.
Mm-hmm.
But you got to have it with our freshly made churros.
Okay. Today because I feel like I've
I'm
already.
going to have to say it like that from
There's
now on.
never enough time for churros, right?
Exactly.
Appreciate you, Nikki, for
Thank you so much.
stopping by.
Thank you guys so much.
And thank you for the ice cream.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's all I got.
Oh, you got? I was like, I thought you had something on the backside. Okay, very
That's
good.
all I got, man.
All right,
Happy
you're-
Fridays. Ice
Happy
cream.
Friday. My Friday is very happy. I just keep taking bites of this ice cream. Like, ain't no way this actually tastes like some crawfish. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Funky Friday, a Happy Friday, an ice cream Friday apparently, and a churro Friday as well. All right. Coming up next, we're getting ready to hand it off to the fellas of the drive. I kind of want to do a mock draft check-in if you're okay.
Yes, sir.
Like, let's do a mock draft check-in. There's been a few of them that have come out with multi-round picks. So I kind of want to do that a little bit. We'll do that next.
Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, yeah, you are in the loop on a funky Friday. Hope that you've had a good day as we're gearing up to head into the weekend. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig hanging out with you. Appreciation to Miss Nikki at Red Circle Ice Cream for coming up and bringing us a mind-boggling ice cream. Still to this day, I'm amazed by it. All right, before we hand it off to the fellas of the drive, though, I did want to get into this mock draft check-in because this week, last couple of days, I've seen a few multi-round mock drafts that's been kind of interesting.
I saw a couple pop through, yeah.
And obviously, we see the things at the very top of them because it's not just all right, who would you take, but it's a consideration of now. How do you go about building your team out and finding various different talents going through it? So I'll start with ESPN. Matt Miller, who is a draft scout for ESPN, and I kind of bring this up because I have questions about it. He starts with obviously the 25th pick, and he goes for the Texans. He selects Josh Simmons, Ohio State. Now, we've had some conversation about Josh Simmons this
Already
week.
have a little bit of a question on that one, yeah.
Coming back with the patellar tendon.
Swarm? Yeah.
But is he swarm is basically the big question, right? They talked about maturity issues and such things, and those things pop up, and you have those kind of concerns about a player on this team, particularly after you move Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah.
It feels like you ask the question, what did you do it for?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
The way I brought it up, he's kind of a poor man's Laramie, based on what the reporting has been anyway. In terms of really good pass blocker, not sure about, him leadership, being a, swarmy kind of guy. So I'm already questioning, that one. But the funny thing about 7-round mock drafts, every year I get caught up in them, knowing that I shouldn't get caught up in any of it. Because everything, we all know how the draft works.
No, of course.
It's like,
I view the mock drafts as a exercise in iteration. Like you do it over and over, and you kind of work a lot of the various permutations of what could happen to get you to a place where you're like, okay, I kind of like the way that one lands or what have you.
Yes.
And obviously we won't know because there's so much more. What did the player do? Which that's a huge part. Don't get me wrong, but it's what do they then do when they get into the circumstances of being in a building and what is around them, and then being in that particular city and what all of those things come with. But Josh Simmons, it's just I don't know. I've soured on him, and maybe I did this to myself in some ways. But with some of the reports that have been out there about his general demeanor, and then obviously, we're also still leaning on the idea that yes, he'll just be perfectly fine coming off of this injury that we don't see very often for offensive linemen. That's something that's concerning. But okay, he has that there. Then after that, he goes with the guard, Marcus Mbao. in the second round for the Texans. So how do you like the idea? I think for me, looking at the multi-round drafts, I was just like, how do you like the idea of the way he goes about building? Tackle guard at 1-2. How do you like that feel?
No, that is something I can get behind, even though how I feel about running backs. But nevertheless, it's a big need, and even though they've added some guys, it's a need where you need to go younger. You need to have the future, especially with C.J. Stroud and others coming up on their contracts.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And not you talk about C.J. Stroud and others. I think you're also talking about on this offensive line, the guys that you bring in are as stopgaps. You're looking at one-year deals on a lot of them, right? Laken Tomlinson and Cam Robinson on the left side.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you kind of are wanting to start to build this. The only interesting thing is that he's not a big size guy. He's an athleticism guy. And I don't know how you feel about that. And I don't know that we have a definitive feel on what the offensive game plan with his game plan offense, but you seem to lean into the idea that this is probably going to be Patriots based, at least run wise.
I'm just about convinced.
And that feels like you need size.
Yeah. Just about convinced based on, not just the Trent Brown Patriots guy, but just the Cole Popovich, his roots, even though Nick Caley, has got some Sean McVay in his recent background, his roots. I mean, this is what they grew up sort of coaching, is this I hate to use smash mouth, but this very direct power type offensive line. I think that's exactly what we're going to see.
All right, so you go tackle, you go guard, and then with the first of your third-round picks, because remember, you have a couple of those courtesy of your Laramie Tunsil trade, Terrence Ferguson, you go tackle Terrence Ferguson out of Oregon. Or sorry, not tackle, tight end.
I was going to say.
Yeah, sorry. Tight end out of Oregon, who, not a great run blocker, but a solid catcher of the football. And, of course, you give Nick Caley a tight end here. So tackle, guard, tight end, and then to round that out just for the top four to end, I guess, your day two drafts, you get a defensive tackle, TJ Sanders. So no wide receiver in the first couple of days.
No
in fact,
back.
just letting you know, no wide receiver at all because on day three, DJ Giddens, running back out of Kansas State at 166. Jeremy Harris, a cornerback late in the sixth, or actually early seventh, and then later in the seventh, a few picks later, LaQuint Allen, another running back. So 2 day 3 running backs and a cornerback. No wide receiver in the draft. How would you like the idea of going tackle, guard, tight end, defense, 2 day 3 running backs?
Well, who's your third wide receiver? I mean, what kind of confidence do you have?
Justin Watson.
Yeah, what kind of confidence?
John Mechie.
That's it. I mean,
Xavier Hutchinson. Like, you were leaning into that being your wide receiver course. One of those guys having to step up.
Braxton
Berrios.
Yeah. Well, he's going to be returning kicks. We'll see. No, man. I don't like that.
Just the draft in general. You're like, I'm out on this draft.
Yeah.
I kind of set you up because as soon as I started at Josh Simmons, I was like,
yeah, you're already off to a bad start here. But I do like the positions, except for maybe tight end I would replace with running back or wide receiver. Probably wide receiver, to be honest.
And I'm surprised that I was like, you also were like, hey, day 2 running back. Because I was the guy who was like, and I liked, and of course I like DJ Giddens. He played at my alma mater, right? But I like DJ Giddens as a guy that you throw into a room and see if he can shake some things up, right?
Yeah.
But you seem to be like, if you could address running back earlier in a way that gives you a real true backup to Joe Mixon as opposed to just having Dameon Pierce.
And I think the odds of getting a guy that can contribute sooner rather than later are higher at running back than any other position. Just because you can get him in a later round.
Sure, 100%.
You get him in his third round. A lot of guys that's high. That's a high draft pick for a running back.
So that's just Matt Miller's draft. Matt Miller, you low on the power rankings of draft pickers for the Texans
at
right
least
now.
In this room,
because I'm not very fond of that 7th round. But how about a 4-round mock draft from the NFL Network, right, or NFL.com? This one I find to be a little bit more interesting. So round out. However, you do start again with offensive tackle, except it's Ariante Ursery of Minnesota, a guy that has not been mocked a lot to the Texans. Usually when we're talking tackles, you're seeing Kelvin Banks Jr., sometimes you're seeing Josh Simmons. Not a lot of Ariante Ursery being mocked to the Texans.
Enormous guy.
Yes, very big.
Fits the profile. I want to say he's like 6'7". Yeah, he's right up there with Trent Brown. He could play first base on some of those softball teams. Enormous guy. Fits the profile. Not one that we've talked about. a whole lot, but I'm slightly familiar with his work, and I know he's a big dude that would certainly fit what they're thinking about doing.
All right, so you go tackle there. You mentioned it. You're looking at size there, but then after Ursery, you go defensive tackle as opposed to going offensive line. So you add Joshua Farmer of Florida State. So just early on, again, I'm kind of looking at the way that they're stacking these together. Offensive line, defensive line, particularly tackle and then defensive tackle. How does that feel to you?
I'm a little hesitant, but that one I get. We've talked about this has been one of your big points. Like, they don't have that stud. That, and I'm not saying that that's going to be a rookie, but it's a guy that maybe could surprise as a second-round defensive tackle. And if you have that confidence in him, maybe he could be something. Certainly learn from some good veterans that have done well here. I see the thought process there. I don't necessarily agree with the second-round pick, but I can see what they're doing.
And the only thing is he's 305, proportional thickness, all those types of things, right? So you have that guy maybe as that space eater there to try and kind of play that one tech. It doesn't have great quickness. And that's a little scary,
well,
especially
need to be 360 then.
Yeah. Exactly. For defensive line, a defense for D'Amico Ryans, the way that it seems like you want a guy in the middle that has a little bit of quickness, but then also you're not going to find the perfect draft guy unless you're drafting in those blue chip areas, which we know this year there's not as many of those. Okay, so you go offensive tackle in Ursery out of Minnesota, defensive tackle Farmer with your second round pick, and then with your third round picks, this is where I find it kind of interesting. Linebacker Shamar Jones out of Florida with your 79th pick, and then with the 89th pick, wide receiver Savion Williams, TCU. So again, this 4-round mock, offensive tackle, defensive tackle, linebacker, wide receiver.
Linebacker? Nah.
Oh, we're also throwing this one out?
Yeah. Well, the third-round pick I'm throwing out.
Which one, the linebacker?
Yeah. I feel like they're going to, they brought back, what they had, and they're definitely going to, they can find a linebacker like that elsewhere with higher priority at receiver, running back, et cetera.
Yeah, I'm just kind of interested that you see multiple mock drafts kind of stack it in a way where you go, okay.
Yeah.
Especially, I appreciated that they added Savion Williams in there, who's like, a guy that can kind of go deep on the outside, played at TCU. I know that Kyle Williams has been a guy that's gotten a lot of love recently.
Didn't he get isn't he going to get a top 30 visit here?
I actually don't recall. I'll have to double check. I know for certain that that's a dude who has the kind of over-the-top speed that, it feels like you're looking for. The only problem is, and I guess I will again ask you one more question as I've been peppering you with these when it comes to draft. Are you good with the wide receiver profile of really fast, questionable hands? Because that's what Kyle Williams seemingly is.
I think hands is kind of like, it can be one of those things you get better at at the NFL level. So yes, to answer your question.
Okay.
There have been a lot of guys that, have had that same question in the profile and end up being pretty good receivers.
All right, so that's just a real quick mock draft check-in because I saw there was a couple of multi-round drafts, and I was like, okay, this might give us an opportunity to kind of check in with the way that teams are looking at the build, the full build, as opposed to just what is the player in the first round that fits kind of one of their needs. How are they looking at the way that you go, Who are you apologizing to?
I just kicked this chair into you.
Not into me. Just an empty chair.
Okay. Well, all good.
All right. Real quick before we talk with the fellas of the drive, and yes, Will Fuller profile kind of is what you're talking about.
No, look, there are absolutely some that are like that. Yeah.
But we were talking about opening day and everything. What's your favorite opening day moment? Because MLB.com put out a best opening day moment for every single team. And I don't know that you had a moment yesterday that you would absolutely go, yeah, let's.
Cam Smith getting out there,
just
Altuve getting out there.
Okay.
Both of them talked about it afterward. Cam Smith got that standing ovation, rookie 21, 32 minor league games, and there he is standing in the middle of
right.
Park. Really funny to me with the audio we played earlier when he's asking Joe Espada, are they going to fill it up all the way to the top row up there?
It reminds you how young he is.
Yes, how naive and, like I said, wholesome.
I will say, it was one of those things where you see him and how big he is, but sometimes, and maybe it's just the angle, right? Because you get in the park, you get the angle of those cameras shooting down in the outfield. He looks so much younger than I realized. And I mean, that he is a really young cat, a year removed from college. but he just looks so much younger. And a comment like that where he's asking somebody like, are they really going to fill it up to the top? Yeah, dog. We talk about professional baseball. They filling this thing out.
It was really funny to me. Just the way that he's like, seriously? Wow, that's pretty wild. So yes, that was one of the wholesome moments, one of the best top moments. And then Altuve getting it, getting the love as he went out to left field.
So that's specifically for yesterday, but can you take this wider just to the Astros in general? Is there a moment that comes to mind for you that you go, yeah, man, that was a moment that's going to live with me just for in Astros lore when it comes to a big moment? Because I'm interested to see if maybe you might pick the one that MLB picked for the Astros as their best opening day moment in franchise history.
Opening day moment. I would say, no, I can't think of one like that. I'm trying to think of what they came up with.
All right, what they came up with, March 29th, 2018, for the second year in a row, after a World Series. Well, not the second year in a row after World Series, but the second year in a row, and then after also a World Series. You have George Springer leading off, sending a yard in his first at bat, just lead off homer.
That definitely would be one. That's for sure. But here's the other one you had me thinking about. Just Roger Clemens on opening day, way back. Yeah, way back. The hometown hero, Katie, all that stuff, pitching on opening day. That would be definitely one.
All right. Well, I mean, it was a fun opening day game. We'll get another one, or not another opening day, but another baseball game.
The second opening day is today.
If you want to call it that. Hunter Brown on the mound for your Astros. Excited to see that. Apple TV Plus is where we're going to see that one at 7:10. Welcome in the fellas of the drive into our D&M Auto Leasing Crosstalk. It is Ron. It is Clint. And I'm very interested. I'm interested because we had the conversation yesterday, and you guys were like, Chaz who? Did y'all have that moment when y'all saw Chaz come in the game where you're like, is he actually going to do this?
What, bring him in?
No, but once he came in, like, did you think maybe that he would actually, come through for me and hit that home run, and y'all would actually have to lose it for Chaz?
No. They wasn't going to give Chaz a chance to hit that home run. Don't you lay this bunt down, Chaz.
I was disappointed, but I was also like, yeah, that makes 100%
It was the anti-home run. Yeah.
Yeah, the interesting thing, too, not with our conversation, but just in general with the Astros, is that's the no-brainer, right? Late in the game, Cam Smith comes out.
Yeah.
You replace him with Chaz McCormick or whoever the hell they got up at that point in time. The Altuve part is when it's going to be a tighter ball game. That's going to be the –
Yeah.
I was going to say that's the no-brainer, but I don't know if it's like who do you think is a better out, Cam and Altuve?
I trust Cam.
Yeah.
I trust Cam.
Is that even a discussion at this point?
Yeah. But to the point you're making is, but the easy part right now is to take Cam out and leave Jose in there.
Yeah.
Right now, just because you trust the bat.
Yeah.
But
yeah, how long before that switches?
Well, yeah, because routinely they would do that to Yordan.
Mm-hmm.
When he was playing left field, they take Yordan out, and there is no bat in the lineup that is more important or better than his.
No, absolutely.
Because like you could feel Cam with the first time doing this nerves. Like you could feel it through the TV screen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm just wondering how long it is before that's gone. Because I feel like once that's gone, it's like, oh yeah, Altuve, hey, come sit by me.
My man Jose said, "That's my ball."
Dude, Figgy put it perfect.
My ball, Jake.
Figgy put it perfect earlier. It's like whenever you're driving on the highway and you see two cars almost hit.
Yes.
And you're like, oh!
Yes.
Well, he also said it looked like when somebody run a red light and barely miss it. Because that's what it was. It was like, Jake's calling that, dog. Let Jake get it. You're good.
He run the red light, and then you step on the gas a little bit just in case the cops are late turning the corner. That's what Jose just kept running to the dugout.
And look, I don't know if Jake would do this with many others. Maybe he'd do it to Zach DeCenzo. But I would imagine Jake may like to have a conversation about, hey, man, we're out here, we're calling these off. But you sure as hell can't have that conversation with Jose. You just got to trot your ass back in there.
He said the opposite.
Just like
after the game, he said, I probably should have called it earlier. No, man.
No, Jake, bow up, man.
Maybe I could have called it earlier.
That's one of my problems with Jake, man. No, Jake, I don't give a damn. Hey, say, man, no, We got clear.
I'm the center fielder.
And hey, Jake, we caught that replay, man. You caught it early and loud and often.
Hey, and you was camped up underneath that thing like this right here.
Altuve said, "The hell you are."
Jake,
and he kept running did that smile, just ran it on in.
Yeah, I was like, you play too much, man. We got real stakes out here.
Go ahead, Jake.
Jake actually went further and he said he made a great play. I hope I can kind of lay back the next time and let him make a great play. I was like, no.
Please don't.
Don't lay back.
Please don't lay back.
We need to figure out who's doing what here.
No, Jake out here saying, I'm going to lay back, and then we're going to see. Y'all going to keep letting him do this?
There we are.
Well, shout out to Jake.
You going to let me hold it down? Hey, Jake had 2 hits yesterday.
RBI Jake, baby.
How about that, Jake?
Jake said the bat coming around this year.
Yeah, I had Jake on my underdog. I had lower than, and he blew that out of the water with his fielder's choice RBI there at the.
What a jaw!
I just signed up for underdog.
It's good. It's a fun little game, man.
And that's the beauty of baseball season.
Fun little game.
You missed one day. We got another game.
Yeah.
It's
a beautiful thing about March Madness too.
That is true.
Well, unless you're the Hogs, you got to go home.
I wasn't gonna say. I was gonna leave that to this man over here.
Oh, that was a painful watch, boys. All right,
so I'll let you guys get after each other on a fantastic Friday. We're done. We'll catch you on Monday. We've been in the loop. And right now, one more time, thanks to D&M Auto Leasing for this crosstalk. Right now, you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And now the drive is live.
The drive is live. That's right. And let's all right, let's start it here, folks. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, please participate in this. Those of you that are participating via the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, please participate here. This is where we're starting. 713-572-4610. Tyler Milner went to the game. Tyler Milner had a hell of a night.
You're damn right.
Tyler Milner had a hell of a...
Jack and Jill pacing to it, doesn't it?
Tyler Milner...
What does that mean? I never heard that.
He went up the hill. Tyler Milner had a hell of a night that ended on DoorDash.
I forgot I texted you.
What restaurant?
I forgot until this very moment I texted you.
We will unveil this by the end of the segment.
And yes, I know my voice sounds like Ish.
Well, it didn't help when you came out and didn't pace yourself like I don't think you did yesterday.
I tried to set the tone, baby.
And tried to set the tone with that.
One down, 161 to go.
Yes, you should have been like me in New Orleans. I was out there just trying to stay low the whole way.
Not like Reggie.
Until it damn. Well, I knew my voice was in trouble that whole week. I was trying to stay low the whole time until
need a throat coat.
Yeah, I did. That damn fake digs came on. But where did Tyler get DoorDash from?
Good starting question.
Name the restaurant. We will let you know by the end of the segment. We know Tyler ventures out.
Where
on
and
the
what
door?
time?
Wow! Oh my! We know Tyler ventures out on DoorDash.
What happened?
My man in League City, right on the money. First shot.
Friend in League City, well done.
Where did it? We got some people. We got Jack in the Box from Toby. We got Jack in the Box from Kick Rocks. Had to be Jack in the Box. All right, we'll let you know by the end of the segment. But please, where do you think Tyler finished off his night? What time would you say this was? Because that we also need to give those context clues.
Yeah, that's
what time did you
fair.
shut it down? By the way, that game started at 3:10.
Marathon boys.
And you know Tyler didn't get there at 3:10. What time did the ordering of this DoorDash take place?
Yeah, you're right. I'll give the people some clues to this.
You sound like hell.
Oh, I know it, man. I know it. I'm just glad I don't feel as bad as I sound, to be honest. But I'll give you some clues here. I got home at about 1:15 a.m.
Oh boy.
Ordered the DoorDash very quickly. Like I realized I was.
So we got about a 1:20,
hungry.
1:25 DoorDash order a.m.
Yes, that is correct. I think it arrived on my door probably about 1:50.
And I got
I would have bet that you ordered it in the Uber.
I actually had it pulled up in the Uber and I was trying to, but I kept getting sidetracked.
Yeah, you probably when you're in an Uber, you probably need to pay attention to where you're going anyway.
Kept getting sidetracked in an Uber.
DoorDash your.
I did have it, and I was trying to order it to like have it arrive when I got home, but then I got home and I was like, damn, I never did that. So I had to order it from where? From where? It's delicious.
By the way, folks, Tyler is going to the Houston Open tomorrow too. So.
Oh man.
As he just said,
I'm scared.
I mean, is he gonna be recovered by Monday?
All right, guy. He said that DoorDash arrived at 1:50. Folks, again, I want to be very clear.
What a week.
That the first pitch was at 3:10, and we all know that he did not get started if he was doing it right at 3:10.
So there's no doubt
he was not.
There is no doubt it was a 12-hour bender.
Pre-game started about 1:00. Yeah.
Yeah. So go ahead. Let's keep that.
Shout out to the fine
mind.
folks at Woodrow.
Again, also here, man, I thought about you last night, man, and you know, it felt like Reggie was trying to almost say that, hey, we'll let Ron go ahead and take you out, take care of you. You guys know me, unless that I am backed into a corner, and that has only happened one time in 5 years on this show.
I can verify.
I am not a your team lost.
You're not. You never have.
No, man. I felt bad for you last night, Clint. Oh, I felt bad. Like
I felt bad this morning when I saw it.
I told you I want to lose the way Maryland lost yesterday. I want to lose the way BYU lost yesterday. What was Rob thinking yesterday? I want to lose what lost. BYU came to the under 8 timeout. They had given up 97 points. That's where I want to be. I don't want to be up no damn 16. By the way, and to slide yourself in the record books, I believe that is the biggest comeback in Sweet 16 history. Down 16. I think up 6 with like a minute to go after he hits the 3 in the corner, Knox. And then you end up in overtime and you lose almost, a last-second shot. And then you can't, like, I was feeling for you, bro. I felt bad for you.
It was a painful watch. It was a very painful watch just simply because we lost, but also late start with overtime.
Oh, you had to stay up.
I mean, if you get the win, it's worth it. If you don't, it's what the hell. And next thing you know, I mean, hell, I made it through my 3-year-old running in the room trying to get Mama, and Mama getting up and taking the 3-year-old back to her room. So I'm laid up in my bed by my damn self by the time that thing went off, man. By the time that game finished. Yeah, that was a tough watch. I mean, big boy hitting that 3 to send it into overtime was a I mean, what a shot. I mean, what a shot. Oh, long range, over and through. Big body. I mean, it was a tough watch. It hurt. It was painful.
Nah, yeah, man. I like that is I can remember when Kansas lost to Michigan up 11 with 3 minutes to go under 4 timeout. Somehow, damn Trey. God, I hate that kid. Just came back and just ripped your heart out, man. I did, and that was – I thought, like, we're looking, all right, Calipari, this is about to be the story of the – he's in there, and they got out just like kind of you were talking about yesterday. Texas Tech still struggled to shoot. They just had that – they had that one matchup, Texas Tech did, and they kept going to the switch. They repeatedly kept forcing a switch. I'd have just started just trapping him and making him get out of his hands. But Williams, they kept switching him on a guard, and his big ass was just back. And that was their offense.
Yeah.
Like, that was what.
Well, late they got hot from 3, and that's really what helped them. And they hit 4 or 5 threes down the stretch in the last 3 minutes, 4 minutes, whatever it was. And Arkansas' shot selection was absolutely garbage. I mean, it was. Nelly was hot throughout the game, and so I don't blame him for going to him in crunch time. But down the stretch, the last 5 or 6 minutes, 11 was the guy.
So you're saying Nelly was getting hot in here?
Nelly was hot in there, no doubt about it. I mean, Arkansas was on fire, and
Knox had it going early, and then.
Knox late was the one that he could shoot it from range, and then when they extended the defense to him, he could put it on the floor and get to the rack without the length at the rack of Texas Tech hurting him. The problem was when Nelly put it on the floor, they extended to him, he put it on the floor and would drive, he'd get swallowed up at the bucket, right? Knox wasn't getting swallowed up. So I understand why they went to Nelly because Nelly was hot the whole game, but Knox was the guy that should have had the ball, and not just the last possession, but he should have had the damn ball the last 3 or 4 possessions.
Yeah, DJ Wagner.
Well, Wagner's a good one, just like Nelly. I mean, he was going off all night long, but clearly the advantage was in 11.
Even the shot that Brazil, he hits the huge 3 to tie it. I'm sitting there saying, no, like, that ain't your deal, Jack.
Yeah.
And that thing went down.
But the mistake, people want to talk about not calling a timeout, not fouling when you're up 3 late right there, and that's fine. I get it. But the reality of it is Calipari took his foot off the gas at the 10-minute mark when he was up 16.
Someone just texted in, Clint, are you mad at Calipari? Because they said someone else texted in, up 16 with 6 minutes to go, you just can't lose that game.
Well, at about the 10-minute mark, when they're up 16 at that point, is when you could tell they just took their foot off the gas. They started pulling the ball out. They started dribbling the ball out. They took all the air out of the ball. And that was really where they held the advantage, was the tempo, to keep the tempo rolling. Texas Tech isn't as comfortable playing that way. Arkansas is bred to play that way, and they took the air out of it because they had to lead. They did it way too early. I'm questioning a Hall of Fame coach here. That ain't my get down, but it was very clear that way too early, they took the air out of the ball.
This wasn't hindsight. You were probably looking at it while it was happening.
Well, in the moment, I'm going, hey man, I hope it works out for you. I hope this works out for you, because it is clear what you're doing. And then you have they get hot, which you knew Tech could. They had shot the ball horribly
all night
for all night and the previous 2 games. Right? I mean, you had no idea that they were all of a sudden going to flip a switch and get hot the way they did, and you get poor shot selection from about a 6-minute stretch, and next thing you know, it's a 3-point game and they're back in this thing, or 6-point game and they're back in this thing.
That was just one of the moments I just was like, arguing over. Why are we still playing basketball right now?
Yeah, and before you even realize you're beat, right? Yeah, it was a painful one to watch, no doubt.
Yeah. By the way, like the texter just sent in. Yep. Well, I feel you. The Lakers were up 18 in the fourth quarter, and LeBron took a urinary break on himself for about 15 seconds there. Along with the rest of the Lakers defense, just all over themselves. So hell, I know you probably don't take any appreciation in this, but it was the game of the tournament.
Well, it is. Here's the thing: it was a game of the tournament, and back to your other point about the Lakers, it is a little easier to swallow when your college team does it, and then you turn around and you watch LeBron and Luka do it. It's like, well, it happens. It's part of it. I'm gonna tell you what, though, boys.
The tough thing is, though, they get to play again Saturday.
That's regular season, right? I'm gonna tell you, man. Like I feel like I always playing at Arkansas, like. I feel like I played for one of the more rabid fan bases in all of college football. They're not going to put 108,000 in a stadium like Tennessee or Michigan or what. But when it just comes down to per capita, like how crazy the fan base is, I'll put Arkansas up against anybody. I don't know. Kentucky basketball in particular may be worse. I mean, they are. And I understand the Calipari deal. I understand the Calipari's history there. I mean, they are ruthless with this stuff, man.
Yeah, they are.
And I think it's more just their basketball than it is their fan base in general, but their basketball fan base, which is their fan base.
See, they're different. Like Kansas fans can be really just arrogant and pisses people off in that way. Kentucky fans, they're aggressive. They go.
Well, it's just like their hate for Calipari. Their hate for Calipari is just. I mean, I made that little comment on Field of 68 when I was on with him. I was like, look, there was one guy in the locker room when he took the deal over. Hey, he stole Kentucky's top 3 recruits, and he took 3 guys off. Okay, that's fine. I said he had $7 million, and he went shopping. So he went shopping in Kentucky.
There were many Kentucky fans who had a sexual-like experience last night when
Calipari lost. No question. No question about it. Now, we'll see what they do today. We'll see what they do today versus Tennessee.
By the way, again, 713-572-4610. Those of you on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, those of you on YouTube and Twitch, Tyler went to the game yesterday, 3:10 start, and he did what he does when he has a night. He hit that DoorDash, and he made an order around 1:25 a.m., and received that order at 1:15. Can you guess the restaurant he decided to, in his drunken state, to go to from DoorDash in the middle of the night? Can you guess it? We've got some guesses we will unveil. He will just start reading. You will understand where it came from. He will just start reading his order coming up. Remember, we're giving you context clues here. Middle of the night, he did do it at home. So those of you who just were texting in places like Twin Peaks, that's probably not it. And it was 1:25 in the morning is when he hit that order. So can you guess that? By the way, I think obviously that game was one of the big stories of the night. How about Cooper Flagg last night?
Yeah.
And we talked about it.
I watched it on the ticker.
Yeah, we talked about it when you were out last week. They got a chance. This and the NBA has a chance to really eat. Now, I don't think he's going to pull off the Caitlin Clark type of thing where he becomes a huge, huge star. But if he could become the star over this tournament, over this 3 weeks or whatever, going into the NBA, like that would be a huge deal of a young star that people followed and started to fall in love with. That is, and last night, 30 points, 6 rebounds, 7 assists, 3 blocks in that game on CBS. Cooper, the American flag.
Oh, I see what you did there. Did you do that, or did you pick that? Did you steal that from somebody?
I heard it from Jay Williams first. He didn't really sell it like that, but now I cleaned it up a little.
Sounds better from you.
I cleaned it up a little bit. The American flag.
That's well done.
He should have a flag all the time.
You think he should come out with one draped over his shoulders?
Yes, every time.
Or run him with one.
If he's got the right marketing group, he will.
Now the problem. I don't know. I'm a little concerned because he's like doing it right. If you go watch a tournament game, he's got about 3 or 4 commercials that are running.
Okay.
And you can't miss them. So they're doing it right. The one of them is my problem is he's decided to take his talents to New Balance, and I think that's a real problem.
Yes, I could agree with that. And
I don't know. Now I'm not gonna say I don't know why. I'm gonna assume they broke him off early in a way that it was hard for him
I didn't
to
know
turn
New Balance
down.
had basketball shoes.
Oh, you did? Yeah. You want to know who they get? This is why a player that has a chance to be the star that he is, these are the people that are the stars of New Balance basketball. Their number one guy, Kawhi Leonard.
That's fitting. If you'd have gave me some time to think about it, I'd see who I would have landed on, no doubt about it.
And his shoes are atrocious. Atrocious.
Yes.
Murray from Denver. That's
Okay.
That's
I don't know if I'd have got there, but
Canadian. That's another one. Like it's rough. It's a rough. But he's in that commercial, and I'm like, come on, dog. New Balance.
New Balance. That's a tough one. He clearly didn't take it at LeBron's advice and say, what do I want to wear off the floor?
Like the floor, to me, for him, the floor is Adidas. Like we got to go, it's got to be Nike, Jordan, Adidas. That's the floor. Maybe you want to get for him, the star he is.
Yeah.
Puma's trying to make a run.
Armour.
No,
he could do the Steph Under Armour, man. I mean, Steph made Under Armour. Steph made Under Armour cool.
It's all right. You remember that nurse shoe he had?
Burritos.
Okay, we know.
Yeah, I mean that's all you need.
Well, hell, you started with the entree.
What else did you get?
It was a more simple order than I've had. It was two beefy 5-layer burritos and 2 soft tacos, and a cold Dr. Pepper.
That's good for you. Normally you order with your eyes. How much of that did you eat?
Probably about 3/4.
Because you don't ever finish it.
Well, I guess it was more than 3/4.
So
I got brain fog, man.
So those of you, because we got people with Waffle House, we got people with Whataburger, Jack in the Box. Those of you who went Taco Bell on the money, and the very first person
was that Tyler in League City?
Tyler in League City, he went Taco Bell right off the bat.
Hey, Tyler knows Tyler.
T-Mill had that Taco Bell for sure. Someone texting Gus and Katie, who knows T-Mill very well. Taco Bell, Gus and Katie. There you go.
Gus. You've heard of Bo Knows Bo, but have you heard of Tyler Knows Tyler?
Those of you are disappointed in yourself with Jack in the Box, I thought that was a very good guess.
I stared at it.
McDonald's.
Waffle House was a pissy poor choice. Tyler, I mean, I'm gonna go out on a limb, and I'm gonna guess Tyler ain't been to Waffle House.
It's been a while, but
I bet you ain't been there 10 times in your life.
Oh, dude. My most busted up nights very frequently in Baytown, Texas, ended at a Waffle House.
In Baytown. But there was one in close to College Station too. Mm-hmm. I think they just tore it down or something. They just closed it down or something.
But that Waffle House on Garth Road in Baytown, I was a regular there at one point.
Somebody texting Applebee's. McDonald's would have been mine. That probably would have been my guess.
Oh,
Just it's history. Tyler bangs out McDonald's. Didn't you order that 20-piece nugget once?
Yeah.
Like
I think it's like the only time I can bring myself to just do it.
And then, I remember he had Taco Bell one night, and Megan found him with food all over him.
That was a bad
as
moment.
he was passed out. All right, coming up, there's something that's going around from Texans fans that I believe the term that Clint has used. It is the silliest ish that he has seen. We'll discuss that coming up.
All right, y'all, check it out now. Power outage. This ain't silly. Nothing silly about this. Power outages, they can happen at any given time, man. Extreme heat, extreme cold, hurricanes. We've experienced them all around these parts, no doubt about it. What's the point? Well, it's easy. You need to get your tail down to get an estimate on a Generac home standby generator down at Generator Supercenter of Houston. It's that easy. They're the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer today. And the reality is that old power grid that we're on, it ain't never gonna last, y'all. It
in its entirety at your fingertips wherever you are. Just download the Odyssey app to tune in.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Well, I love how so many people here on the text line and YouTube and Twitch are angry at themselves for getting it wrong.
I get the competitive nature. It's all right, friends.
Somebody texted, damn it, my first guess was Taco Bell, but I thought it was way too obvious.
I get the thinking.
Hey, Tyler.
You're first. That's just like
Tyler was deep in that liquor at 1:15. The obvious is the answer.
I was in that deep in.
Trust your gut. That's what Clint was saying this morning after Duke was 3 points off.
14 parlay. It wasn't nothing but a little $1,100 bet. It wasn't nothing but a winner.
My gut was in a bad place this morning.
Gosh dang, the gut, man. You trusted yours last night at Taco Bell.
Yeah, didn't trust it this morning though.
Well, hell, it's Taco Bell. You knew what was coming.
Very fair.
All right, Clint. What is it? What is it that you're hearing to deal with the Texans that's got you in the? This is so silly.
Well, it's old news around Tunsil, but damn it, I'm tired of it, man. Like the conversations that people have around, and the silliness that has gone on around Laramie Tunsil. I don't know what's sillier. I don't know what's sillier, to be honest with you, Ron. Is it sillier that we ask questions like who's going to fill Laramie Tunsil's shoes, and we compare guys that are on this roster or maybe draft picks to Laramie Tunsil, whether it's just in passing in conversation or it's legitimately asking the question, what's sillier? Who's going to fill Laramie Tunsil's shoes or Laramie Tunsil's trade was a contract move? Like which one's? It's like, wake up, folks. This isn't a we think we can fill the shoes of Laramie Tunsil with a draft pick or a one-year guy that happened to be on the market a week into a week into free agency. And this wasn't a damn contract move.
What
right?
was the move then? Tell them.
Well, I told you. I've told you many a time. The move. And as I'm scrolling social media, I see something, and I'm like, well, this was fitting. Somebody posted a sign here that said, nothing will kill a great employee faster than watching you tolerate a bad one. And I thought, that's probably pretty fitting for this conversation we're fixing to have. This was a move because they needed to change the entire offensive line room. And they were willing to risk taking away the best, most talented player you can argue on the damn team, definitely the highest paid and most accomplished. They were willing to trade future for the face of your organization was at the utmost importance, and they were willing to trade this guy. And there's people out there that want to literally shape their mouths and say it was a contract move, right? I mean, get the hell out of here. Look, it was a move to completely change the face of the offensive line room. It was a move to give the OC and the new O-line coach the best ability, a clean slate, to go out and correct the major problems that are on this team.
Get the hell out of here.
I mean, quit talking about who's going to replace Laramie Tunsil. Nobody's going to replace the talent that Laramie Tunsil was. It's a collective effort. Cam Robinson, he's not going to replace him. Titus Howard, he's not going to replace him. Trent Brown, they're going to be nowhere near. They're not even in the same stratosphere.
And they say no.
Right, Mark. Yes, exactly. I need you to listen.
The hope is that the collective is better.
That is the hope. As the collective, yes, the left tackle is gonna pale in comparison physically
from a run
to Laramie Tunsil.
From a pass blocking perspective.
Yes. From again a pass blocking perspective, which is the most important thing in Houston as an offensive lineman goes, which is exactly what D'Amico Ryans told you he looks at first and foremost when he looks at offensive linemen. Yes, nobody's going to fill those shoes, right? The point is you're bringing in guys that are all going to buy in. They're all going to be here in the offseason. They're all going to participate. They're all going to make each other better. They're all together going to raise the room, and on the offensive side of the football, they're going to raise the bar, and they're going to do so with absolutely zero resistance.
Are you getting the feel that people are concerned or nervous? Like, how are they going to feel this? Or they're not like this was a mistake for them to do this? Is that
I think, and rightfully so. I think people are nervous about the pass protection for C.J. Stroud, and I think most people look at it and you go, well, damn, you needed to get better in the pass protection department. You just traded your best guy. I don't have a problem with people that are nervous, don't understand the move. But the problem is like, I mean, especially if you listen to these shows or if you're involved in the media and you cover the team, like it's silly to walk around talking contract talk. I mean, if you cover this football team and you don't understand, or you're a fan for this football team that listens to sports shows like this, and you don't understand the what's going on in this offensive line room, then shame on you. It's blatantly obvious. It's blatantly obvious.
And I would say, listen, I'm not going to say it's going to work perfectly. Again, if you've listened to this show, you know where I stand on how they have decided to build this offensive line. It is not at all what I thought they would do. But I will say, the feel it has and the hope it turns out like this is, God, who is going to fill the shoes of Stephon Diggs? That's what that's got to be the conversation in Buffalo last year. Who's going to fill those shoes? God, let me look at this group. And they lost Gabe Davis too.
Yeah.
What are we going to do? Like, what are they going to do? Who are they throwing the ball to? I mean, she's a rookie. What are they doing it to? Okay, Keon Coleman, that's nice. They signed Matt Collins. They're the number one scoring offense in football, and that's they had. And some people have texted us in addition by subtraction.
Yes,
they wanted to change the room and how the room was going, and I think that is what the Texans are doing. Again, also, and I don't know if it's quite this much, but the thing you hear out of Buffalo was, oh, Diggs was cool, like. Maybe people didn't have as much of a problem with Diggs as maybe it showed. Like, you heard glowing things, just like I think you hear glowing things about Tunsil. But they needed to change the fabric of the room.
Yes, absolutely. And there's nothing wrong with saying it, but for whatever reason, it's not accepted, and it's not. I mean, that like talking contract talk with Laramie Tunsil is plumb ass silly. I mean, it was a byproduct of needing to get rid of him at this point in time. He was still valuable, had a couple years on his contract, and you could get some compensation for him, some draft compensation for him. You're lucky that was the case. They were moving on from Laramie Tunsil any way you slice it. D'Amico Ryans didn't stroke him all year long, and then in the moment when he needs to protect his quarterback better, go, you know what? To hell with that guy that I've been telling y'all. I'm lucky to have. To hell with that guy. No, it's just silly. I don't know. I heard it again. I mean, for me, it's just like, come on, man. What are we doing here? It's
just clear, your thought. It's just very clear that the direction they want to go.
It's not we need contract for CJ or Will's contract or Stingley's contract. It had nothing to do with that. And this wasn't where we really think we can draft a guy and get talent. I hear people talking about like draft picks and going, oh, if you draft a guy at left tackle, so-and-so was really good, and compare him to – no, don't compare him to Tunsil. Don't compare Cam Robinson to Tunsil. It's silly. It's not – you're not going to get there. It's a no-win situation. A rookie or Cam Robinson, they're going to pale in comparison to Laramie Tunsil. Maybe. Understand it's a five-man game, and those five guys are going to be better with Laramie Tunsil not being here than the five were when he was
That's
here.
what their plan is.
That's
what their hope is. All right, coming up, why yesterday from a long-term perspective was important for the Astros. We'll discuss that coming up next.
In the loop.
If I'm getting back.
For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses.
And the helicopter tours. Call right now, 832-662-2045. That's 832-662-2045. You don't want to miss this. It's the dream you've always had. Get your piece of coastal paradise.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, 10 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Want to get to an important part from yesterday's Astros game here in a second, but want to also let you all know that we're a proud partner with the Texans Children's Houston Open happening at Memorial Park golf course this weekend. You can catch Scotty Scheffler, Roy McIlroy, Tyler Milner, Sterling Milner. You can catch them all. They'll all be out there, and many, many more of the PGA Tour's best are on the course right here in Houston at one of golf's best venues in the country. For score updates, tee times, weather notes, and ticket information, head to tchouopen.com for more. That's tchouopen.com for more. Tyler's going to be out there.
Be a good time to get out there, boys. Scotty Scheffler posted 8 under today.
Where's he at now?
He's in the lead, 11 under, done for the day. There's a Canadian Taylor Pendrith is 10 under right behind him. You look at the guys in the top: Scotty Scheffler, Gary Woodland.
KU.
Is he?
Yep.
Is he really? I didn't know that. Tony Finau's up there at 5 under. It drops off and gets into single digits pretty quick there after you get past. Somebody's going to have a hell of a Saturday, Sunday to catch. Jason Day's up there. Somebody's going to have a hell of a day to catch
Scotty.
Catch Scotty, yeah.
What's his lead again? How many strokes?
He's 11 under. And you got one guy at 10 under, one guy at 8 under, a handful at 7 under. Everybody else is 5 strokes back going into Saturday.
So Tyler is continuing his Houston sports tour of the week. What's the game plan for you and Sterling tomorrow? Are you following a group? Are you picking a hole? What's the game plan?
I'm guessing we'll probably have a strategy similar to what we did last year. We don't really follow too many guys. Last year we followed Scheffler, there for a bit just because the dude is so damn good at golf. It's a marvel to see. So we'll probably follow Scotty for a little bit. But then we got that venue hopper. So we like to hop between the different par threes, those greens where they got a party going on, then head on over to the suite.
Oh, you got
action.
You can go in any party you want to?
I can go any party I want to tomorrow.
Oh man.
Yeah, I'm nervous. I need my voice to
I'm gonna tell you, go to 15, the party hole, and the one directly where the ball is getting hit directly at you, and get on one. See if you can get on one. I doubt you'll be, unless you get there early. Get on one of them bar top tables right there.
Hell yeah. We're trying to get out there by about probably 7:30 a.m.
Oh,
in the morning.
Oh, yeah. Full day. Marathon, baby.
Yes.
I mean, you couldn't pay me.
We keep it 100.
I mean, I would. That's what we did it's very critical. We were out there about 8. About 7:30
on a Saturday.
PGA Championship. We did.
I mean, you say you're gonna be out there at 8:00 watching.
We did it Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
You're gonna be watching these cats down here about 1 under. I mean, who you gonna watch at 8:00 in the morning?
Yeah, but you got to get spots. You got to get spots, and you got to get. That's no, it's very important. Like if you go, we tried that first day. We tried to follow Tiger's because it was like Tiger, Rory, and I think Keegan Bradley was in the group.
Rory's 2 under through 6, by the way, so he's got a chance to make up a little room.
But they were in a group, and we decided to follow that first day. And that was like Disney.
22,000 steps.
It was like Disney, and then you weren't getting good spots because everybody's picking spots. What we learned to do is, man, let me get a good hole where I can get about 3, where I can see about 3 of them at once.
Real close to the drink stand.
Yeah, close to the drink stand. Well. That was a crazy thing, but we were close to a
backyard.
The guy was giving those $10 beer cans is what we was paying for, but it felt right. Yeah, I saw your boy John Daly, boy. I was like, oh, he really just smokes darts, and that wasn't
one after another.
He's just smoking them jokers.
I don't know if he always did it, but my time following John at events and. Obviously, just being around him is he does not change one bit for the tour.
Not at all. It never has. It's always been that way.
I mean, it wouldn't shock me one bit if there ain't something in that bag.
You go to Getty Images, you put in John Daly, like his career, like multiple pictures out on that course, just dart.
Yeah,
he's loading them up. All right. Well, that'll be a fun event, and we're proud partners with the Texas Children's Houston Open. Tyler, I'm sure we'll have a great time out there. As good a time as Scotty Scheffler and Rory, I'm sure.
Hopefully I don't get arrested like
Rory
Scotty.
dropped the shot.
Oh, hopefully you
dropped
don't do
the
that.
stroke, man.
Yesterday, though, opening day, you couldn't have dreamt up really a better performance from your starter yesterday. Framber Valdez goes 7 innings. You were out there for that, Tyler. 7 innings, no runs. And he got stronger as the game went on. And when you're looking at the very first start of the season, I mean, I wonder if any other pitchers went 7 innings yesterday. And Framber looked like, you know, he's in ace mode. And the question to me when I look at that long term is, will Framber be the guy? Will Framber Valdez be the guy that breaks through and gets paid big money from Jim Crane?
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say no.
You don't think he'll be the exception? We've not I guess the exception has been Altuve, kinda. Even Bregman, they were potentially going to put stuff out there, but obviously that's not the number that they were wanting to hit. Is Framber going to be the? You start looking, and I feel pretty good to say, Clint, he is going to put together a season that is going to have him command top dollar.
Yeah,
I don't think this is going to be. I know there's been some frustrations with Framber, and again, I'll just say, go look at the end of his years every year, and he is a top 10 Cy Young Award finalist. He's clearly the best starter on the team. That's been the last several years. And Clint, I get the feel that he's gonna probably put together, which this team needs and will welcome, closer to that 2022 season when he finished top 5 in the Cy Young.
You said it yesterday, man. Contract year's undefeated. I mean, he goes out there and let's be honest, he went 7 innings, was literally stronger in the 7th than he was in the first through the third. He could have went 8 or 9, and he could have won a complete game last night if they wanted to. I mean, now obviously you wouldn't do that coming out of the gate, but the fact that he went 7,
his pitch count was.
Yeah. The fact that he went 7 out of the gate on opening day is impressive. I mean, he's got a hell of a start to put together a monster year, no doubt. I just look. I think when a couple of things factor in the question being is Framber Valdez he's gonna pitch his way into a top of the market deal. Is that something Crane would do? I don't think there's any chance. I think you look at how he's handled superstars, up and coming guys of late, position players and pitchers, and then you look at what the success that they've been able to have at the All-Star break of bringing in Verlander. Before that, it was Greinke. I mean, it's just they seem like those kind of – the Astros have had luck with them. Hunter Brown and Spencer Arrighetti and Ronel Blanco and all these youngsters appear to be coming. Who knows what Lance McCullers is going to do? I just don't see it happening.
So you think that he's going to fall into the category of losing him and not really getting anything in return? See, that's what has made the Kyle Tucker thing, at least bearable, right now. Yeah, because not only you get in return, you got 3 guys that are going to be playing in big roles, right? You got 2 starters, everyday starters up to this point, and then you got a guy in the rotation. I would assume Framber, like, they ain't going to trade him in the middle of the season, especially if they're in contention. And so you're going to potentially lose him for not. That's like he would be the one, right? Like 31 years old, the ace thing. I guess maybe they're banking on baby. Hey, come on, Hunter. Your time. Take over this bad boy. See if we can get you early. Yeah,
Well, that coupled with their ability to go get a veteran, proven championship caliber starter when they've needed it the most, I think there's probably a level of confidence there that they could do that again as well, if need be.
Yeah. I don't know, boy. I was hoping because he's going to put together a year where it is almost going to feel like, damn, we really going to let him go?
Yeah. I hope not.
Like, we're really going to let him go?
The Astros are obviously that rotation's a lot better with him in it, but yeah, I don't see it.
You don't see it. Mm-mm. Yeah. Tyler, you think Framber breaks the mold? You think Framber? You think you're
I lean more towards that it's possible than not.
Yeah.
They just value those arms way too much. Not saying they're gonna do it 100%, but I think it's very possible.
Have they paid a guy?
Who's
Lance got 80.
Is Lance probably the longest contract they've given out?
They gave Javier a new deal, didn't they?
They gave Javier. We're talking about on a different
planet. Right. I got you.
Like they gave Verlander big money short term.
Yes.
But
Yeah,
I'm not sure. I'm drawing a blank. What's my man with the big beard? Did they pay him?
Keuchel?
Yeah, Dally.
I'm not sure. He ended up going to the White Sox, I think. So I don't know what happened there. It's been so long.
I mean, I don't.
And
think,
I'm hungover.
I guess the overall point is I don't. They may have paid somebody somewhere along the way, but I mean, Framber's. I mean, you're talking top of the market long term.
No,
right?
no. We're talking.
I mean, you're talking 6 years.
Probably 6 years. 200 something.
Yeah, I mean that's. I mean we're
that's different. That's different.
We're not in that McCullers 80 million.
They'll sign the Javier
80 million.
They'll sign the Javier McCullers deal with him right now.
Yeah, we'll give that to you right now.
Yeah.
And I don't think Javier is going to take a
Framber. Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry. I don't think Framber's going to take a 2-3 year deal.
Yeah. Dallas Keuchel. He may not have got paid, but he's a good decision maker.
He didn't get paid, but he had it made, didn't he?
Shout out to Kelly Nash. Good decision maker for Dallas Keuchel. Don't look her up, Tyler. Coming up, I think there are some who are now this draft for the Texans. I'll try to ease those nerves coming up on the other side.
Payne and Pendergast.
This is going to be a super intriguing season.
Their access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
The Houston Texans are on the clock.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back into The Drive on a beautiful Friday, a big sports night here in Houston. You got the Astros, Game 2. Going to go ahead and try to take care of the series against the Mets.
Big skill.
Hunter Brown goes tonight. And then the Houston Cougars take on the Purdue Boilermakers in Indy. I can tell that Kelvin Sampson is pissed about that. The ex-Kelvin Sampson got an issue with having to play Purdue in Indianapolis in a home game as the number 1 seed. He looked, he said, no. And I could tell.
He was lying?
Tell Kelvin's a little annoyed by that, which I understand. I can understand that. But they are maybe the toughest team in America, and I think they'll be just fine with that. They'll probably relish that thing. Anybody going up, or anybody in Indy? Anybody going up for that? I don't know how much, what kind of contingent they will have at U of H. Why did you make that face, Tyler?
I just don't know. Anyone would go to Indianapolis. Indianapolis.
You would go to Indianapolis if you had a chance. If Texas A&M was playing for a chance to get to a Final Four. Right?
Well,
you would do it for sport. You'd be over there going to that steakhouse.
And you'd enjoy the hell out of it. You probably call Ursay since you hung out with him Tuesday night.
What up, Jim?
Yes. Call Jim. Did you get his number?
Point. You would enjoy it. No, I think you would enjoy the hell out of Indy.
Man. You should have told Jim.
I tried to buy him a drink.
Hey, I know you and O'Cal.
Did you? I know you did.
But he's worried about you slipping something in
there.
Well,
no, he told me. He's like, no, but I'm going to buy you one.
Did he buy you one?
Yeah.
Now, Jim was hoping. Now, let me say it.
Ursay's a friend, man.
Allegedly, Jim was hoping you offer him something else.
Yeah, he wasn't looking for no drink.
Would not shock me. I don't ride that dirty, though.
The stadium takes care of the drinks. What else you got?
I like to have a good time. I got a little turn, but I'm not in that lane, Jimbo.
Offer me something I can't get back there behind these seats, bud.
Couple of clues.
Make it worth my while.
Couple of clues. Emily Blunt.
I think when you went Britney Spears, I think that was the best one.
Christina Aguilera.
That's a good one,
the
too.
girl from All That, Amanda Bynes.
Yeah, that one.
That's tough.
Any white woman, basically. That's a hit. Little of that white girl. Maybe Jim would have been all right.
Hope you're listening, Mel.
Yeah, a little bit of that right now. Okay. All right. That's it. Friday, Tyler Milner, who is pacing himself. By the way, Tyler, just drink water tonight, man. Nothing.
That's my plan.
You got to tear it down. Cool.
Oh,
you got to get some sleep.
Oh, no, though. I mean, you just laid out all what's going on.
I know.
We got Sweet 16, we got Astros. I'm drinking tonight.
No.
Yeah, you can't go straight home.
No.
I mean, I don't know. Ron, you're asking for too much of a change. I mean,
he just needs. He's got to get. I think he needs to turn in immediately when the Astro game ends. He's got to get up at 7:30 and he's got to ride. Like you're going. What's the plan? 7:30 to what?
I mean, the Astro game it's going to be 10:30.
Well, I know I'm not.
I can't go to bed early.
He doesn't leave immediately after the game.
I would suggest that he's
got to stay and watch the fireworks.
Are you going to the game tonight?
Oh no.
No, yeah, no. I would suggest.
But I want to watch it.
I would suggest that you maybe turn in the 7th. But I'm just saying, I know you're not going to do that.
I would suggest you mix in a water with that monster you're drinking over there. Maybe some
I
kind
didn't
of
bring in an energy drink today.
Maybe you ought to stop your ass down here at one of these clinics and get you an IV or something.
Maybe some.
I don't want you to change your ways. I know that is a lost cause, but I do think you need to start thinking about what the hell you're doing with your body when you wake up.
I really thought when I woke up today, I was thinking like, all right, tonight I need to just watch these shows on the TV, maybe chill
and shut it down.
But I wasn't thinking Sweet 16.
You got to set realistic goals. You got to set realistic goals. Like what you should have done was got your ass up and said, "All right, let me get some water. Let me get maybe mix in an emergency breakfast."
Didn't do that.
You know, make sure you got your jug of water throughout the day, and make sure you get you a good lunch, and then
You're not wrong.
I got some almonds back here. I got some peanut butter and a banana. Mix all that stuff in, and now you'll be ready.
No, you come at me about not making changes, and now you're trying to get him to eat a good lunch.
Well, I think getting him to eat a little something and maybe focus on his body from the time he wakes up to the time he gets to the bar. There's a much better chance of that happening. Than him not going to the bar.
I'm trying to get him to just take the night off. I could go for a real
greasy meal right now.
I'm just trying to get him to take the night off and maybe get some sleep.
He wants grease.
I know him just get a little sleep.
Hey, Bun, if you're listening, I love a Trill Burger.
What's your plan? What's your plan? 7:30. You got to try to get there 7:30, and you're going to shut it down by when? Like, what's the plan for you and Sterling?
If it's like last year, we'll be out there till the last group finishes on 18.
Does it like in your mind?
I optimize, bro.
Does your mind ever go to like recovery? Any level of recovery?
And the moments of pain the next day, yeah. You just mean like recovery overall for my body. You're not saying I need to go to like a clinic, right?
There's no way.
We need to stop joking around if that's
the extreme. I'm just talking about the common sense grown man approach to.
I'm a grown man about it though. I don't let it affect anything I do professionally, what we do here at the station, what I need to do for my family, my wife.
There is no way that Tyler is going to the Texas Children's Houston Open tomorrow, starting at 7:30 and going until the last group. The last group finishes their round, and then going home on a Saturday evening. And that, again, while I'm saying, if you're going to go all the way, like this will be the third one this week, which I understand. You went to the Rockets game, floor seats. That one wasn't too bad, but you
it all came out of nowhere.
You got to roll. I'm guessing you rolled this thing to midnight, at least that night. Then you're rolling here. We're ordering DoorDash and receiving it at 1:50. That means we're well after 2.
Beefy fat.
And we started. I'm gonna guess around noon. All right, and now we're going to Houston Open again. Like I just think Friday night's got to be your Sunday. It's got to be your night of rest. And then Sunday, you just lay it down.
You don't win any marathons, Ron, without putting a couple Band-Aids on your nipples, man.
You got to. From Melissa texting in.
Who's listening?
Tyler, this is why I get pissed.
Oh, I was trying to give you a shout out,
girl. She did say, hi, Ron and Clint, I'm listening. Tyler, this is why I get
what
pissed.
did Tyler do?
Whatever then, Mel.
What did he do?
Well, then here he goes. See.
Whatever.
I mean,
say hi to Ron and Clint.
I just want you to mix in some level of recovery before we find you wrapped up in a sheet.
Oh my God, dude! I really hope you.
I mean, a sweat, a sauna, a emergency.
Yes, I've done all those
some orange
days
juice,
past.
Some water.
I've somehow survived 34 years, Clint. I'll be all right.
What's it go so dark?
Good God!
To get you wrapped up.
Just having fun, then all of a sudden the lights went out.
That's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen.
Every once in a while.
Well
that's
done.
What's gonna
that was
happen.
well done.
Every once in a while, that first 48 just starts to mix in with Clint. He gets people rolled up in sheets.
Really?
How much beating can a body take? I mean, you thought riding dirt bikes at 8 was bad.
What are you talking about? Look at Keith Richards. A lot. The body can take a lot. All right. I know I can tell you're nervous about Tyler. You want it.
I'm dead serious.
I know you are. Is this fair? Are you? Because I think there are a lot of people who are with you on this. Are you nervous about the Texans in this draft coming up? Are you nervous?
Not as much as I'm worried about Tyler.
But you are. But there is some
all right,
worry.
Can we talk some damn Texans?
But there is some worry. Like just listen to you as we've been talking about it. It feels like you're not completely sold that this draft is going to go, or at least your confidence isn't way up that this draft is going to go in what they need.
Well, look, I'm torn with the Texans, and as it pertains to the draft. Like, there's no debating that they have been successful, generally speaking, 30,000-foot view on the draft of late. They have drafted extremely well. There's no denying that. I mean, I think, what is there, 7 starters in the last couple of years?
That's what I was going to say. Yeah.
I think you did. Is that you that pulled them numbers?
Yeah, I was going to say.
I mean, look, there's no denying that they overall have done well in the draft and finding immediate contributors and guys that have high ceilings, that play above their ceilings, that are mature enough to play early. They've done a really good job. Now it's two things down and say. There's a reason why there's a desperate need at the interior offensive line position. There's a reason why when you move on from Laramie Tunsil, there is a rush to bring in a bunch of one-year veteran tackles to try to figure it out, is because you just haven't drafted really, really well. You haven't drafted well at all, for being honest, as it pertains to the offensive line. The Kenyon Green miss was a major setback. Juice Scruggs not being a plug-and-play center that you got aggressive and went and got in the second round. That guy's still kind of floating around, and the jury's still being out on do you want to depend on him? He's going to be in the rotation somehow, some way, but can you depend on him? You'd like for him to be a lock, stock, and barrel center right now, and that position not be a problem, but it's suspect at least. So, I mean, they have just not been real good at the O-line position in those early draft picks. And so two things can be true. I'm not nervous about the draft. I am nervous about the interior offensive line protection problem that everybody in the organization mentioned and acknowledged and spoke of, that being the need to protect this quarterback from the inside out, and then them trying to do that via the draft. That scares me. That concerns me. Yeah. But the draft in general, I'm not real worried about it.
Yeah, I think there are a lot, as we've seen, people who have sent things in, I think, are nervous about it. And just to ease it, you can, when it's these two in particular, like when it's during this D'Amico and Nick era together, history has shown, they hit, not just like at an average rate, they hit an above average rate, right? Like the last 2 years, if we just look at the top 4 rounds, and really the top 3 rounds are the ones you really look at where you have real hope that you have guys that can add to your team. Really outside of that, it's kind of a crapshoot. They got 8 contributors, 7 starters in that. And I mean, like, some of them, you know them as in CJ and Will and Tank, and they've had really big keys. And then hell, they've got even some others like in Henry Toa, who was a starter that got in the 5th, and Patterson, who has played a big role for him and may start again in the 6th. Hutchinson, who's been on the field in playoff games and played big. So I would just say the history would show that they will find guys that can add to their team and be successful. Now, I get the point that you're making. In particular, is the group that it feels like they're going to be going to get.
Yeah.
Which is the offensive line that makes, because within that, Juice Scruggs is one of those guys that have been one of the 8 contributors. Now, how do you feel he has fared?
Right. Well, if Juice wouldn't have come on the heels, but the reality of it is Kenyon Green, and it's not just the fact that was a first round bust, but how did Nick Caserio and look, before it gets to Nick Caserio, it's got to get through several layers. How did Kenyon Green get to a point where these guys said, because we're not talking about a second, third round pick. We're not talking about, hey, man, this guy's got a pretty high ceiling. He's still available. Let's jump up and get him late in the second round. You're talking about the 15th overall pick in a draft. How did you sit across from Kenyon Green? How did you sit across from Kenyon Green and not realize that the temperament wasn't right, the personality wasn't right, the body wasn't right, the drive wasn't right, the toughness wasn't right? Like, how did you miss all of those signs on Kenyon Green? Because there's not, Ron, let's be honest. I mean, I don't want to kick a man when he's down. He's not here anymore. But there was never a moment in a press conference setting. There was never a moment within the first couple of years where when he walked out, you were like, damn, look at that dude. There was never a moment in a practice or in a game where you were like, okay, now I get it, right? I mean, we literally had to lean into watching him from 100 yards away and going, damn, his feet look good. Hey, man, this is after 2 years of not playing. Damn, them feet look good. Looks like he's moving good. And it's like, how did somebody sit there at the college level when he was coming out as a prospect and go, overall, man, let's ride?
To that, let me ask you this. do you think they would have made the same assessment if D'Amico was here? Like, do you think if it was the combination now that it was Nick and D'Amico sitting down with a player like Kenyon Green, do you think, because it does?
God, I want to say no, man, but I just
because it does
think,
seem like it seems like they've been better at catching that, like the catching what you're describing, like that combination. D'Amico, maybe like D'Amico catches some of that. Now I get they've had guys here. Tunzel would be one where they've kind of catered to it, but not in the draft. They seem like
that's a fair point.
It
that
seems
is a
like
fair
with
point.
D'Amico there, I feel better. And I'm basing it off the history, not just the history of it. Like the guys we look at it, like it didn't have to be Will. It could have been somebody else they moved up to get, right? The kid from Texas Tech that year, I think the Raiders got. I remember people were really high on. Could have been something else. But they sat down and saw it. That's it, right?
It, yeah.
It could, like, Bullock. That's it. We sit there. Lassiter. It could have been, well, to be honest, now that we've looked at all the corners that went right there in that area, I think all of them worked. But it could have been somebody else. But Lassiter,
that's
they
fair.
saw
That's
it.
a fair point.
That if I'm the
D'Amico effect of just pinpoint the intent, looking for different athletes.
And I think there's also probably with D'Amico coming in, there's also some other staff. There's also other people that are different here from when
fair point.
When he was. So that to me would hang the hat on. I think that the Kenyon Green is a big one there, and there's some others. John Mechie. I wonder, does he sit there and does he go, yeah, I don't know, John. I don't know if I'm all over the John Mechie thing.
Yeah.
Like I wonder, does he pull that trigger? So I do think there may be a difference there with him being there. So hopefully that is it. All right, coming up as we continue, the lineup is out. We'll give you that, and let's move to the Rockets as they continue rolling. They beat the Jazz last night, took care of business against teams they should. As they roll to the 2 seed, we'll get into them coming up as well as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Let's go, Rockets.
The OG has thoughts on the Texans' offseason. handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. The NCAA tournament is here. Want to hear your Red Raiders as they battle through the bracket? We've got you covered on the Odyssey app. Every game in tips wherever you are. Just download the Odyssey app to tune in.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, lineup is out. By the way, Tyler, you weren't here yesterday. I did make the announcement. The next time I will do the lineups for the Astros.
Today?
will be,
I assume,
when Lance McCullers starts for the first time.
The hell, man!
It needs to be special.
You know how much I like it.
It's lame. It's lame.
And the Drive family likes it.
It needs to be special. And
this is special.
I told you.
I mean, Lance this may never happen.
Stop.
We're getting Astros.
I mean, he ain't cracked 40 pitches yet.
For real,
He will Sunday. He will Sunday in Sugarland.
We're getting Astros lineups that haven't been seen the last 3, 4, 5 years. It's a special time.
I know it.
We need you setting the tone. We need you getting used to these new names and giving new nicknames.
Listen, I cannot.
This is weak.
I have to make it very special.
I mean, you made your decision.
And Lance's first game out on the bump.
Weak as
that's going to be special, man. I'm going to add Lance to the lineup as well.
Special right now and then, but whatever.
No.
It's fine, man. I'll get over it.
I wanted to do it opening day, but you weren't here.
I wasn't.
Don't blame it on Tyler. He wasn't even ready. He didn't have it prepared.
I did.
Wham, bam,
no
thank
Tucker,
you, Cam.
No Bregman. I mean, you don't even know what you got for Cam because I know you're not going to bite on Tyler's wham, bam, thank you, Cam.
I'll be looking forward to McCullers and all that. I will definitely be looking forward to it. But
that's an original. Yeah, when McCullers gets on that announced.
Boy, it better be good.
Show's doing an announcement.
Yeah, you better freaking bring it that day.
If I'm still working here, I will be doing the lineups right there. But the lineups today, and I'll do it in my regular voice, for the Astros against the Mets. Altuve stays in left field. He leads off. Paredes at third base. I like him, man. He looks real comfortable out there of the new guys as well, but he is batting second. Looks good. Why not? Who wouldn't love to be in that spot?
Yeah.
Batting behind Altuve.
He's in a great spot, and boy, I saw Chandler Rome talking about, you want to know why Paredes in the 2-hole? Paredes saw 16 pitches in his first 3 at-bats, or however many at-bats it was. It was just like he is.
And Altuve, Alvarez loves that.
Well, it's Joe Espada. I mean, the one thing he said this year, from last year to this year, is we're going to be a more disciplined team. We want to see more pitches at the plate. Paredes got that message loud and clear.
Yep. So Paredes is hitting second, playing third, and Alvarez, like yesterday, is the DH. Walker, first baseman, he's back. He looked pretty good yesterday as well. Diaz had an RBI single. Is catching tonight back there in the 5 spot. Pena again, shortstop. Jeremy Pena. Cam Smith is in right field in the 7th spot. And not your starting second baseman, just starting 2 straight days, according to the captain, Joe Espada. But Brandon Rogers is again starting at second base tonight, while Jake Myers is in center field. But that does not mean that Rogers is the everyday second baseman. He's just starting the first 2 games of the year. But that is the lineup. Hunter Brown with the ball. So they are running out the same lineup that they ran out yesterday as they prepare to try to get game 2 and win the series against the Mets. That's the lineup out tonight.
Excited to see Hunter Brown. Obviously, Cam Smith night 2. Altuve in left field for the 2nd straight night. But Hunter Brown is the show here, man. That's what I'm excited to see is can he take that next step?
Pick up where he left off. Yep. All right. Last night the Rockets faced another team that you look at and you say, hey, they should take care of the Utah Jazz, and they have been really, really good at that. And they did that again last night. They win 121-110 and get to 48-26 over the Jazz. Big night from their all-star center in Şengün, 33-10 last night. Another big part of this game was the return of Amin Thompson. They got him running there 15, 10, and 5. That's what he can do. 15, 10, and 5 on 11 shots, 2 steals and a block, so impacting the game all over the place as he normally does. But he did get some run coming off of that ankle issue. Jalen Green, 20-21 on 8 of 20 last night. Easton had a pretty nice night off the bench with 15. But a solid win, doing what they need to do, and even more creating a little bit more distance between them and Denver for that 2 spot. last night in that win.
Yeah, I mean, obviously getting a win versus a lesser team is what the Rockets are supposed to do. But the story there, you mentioned it, Amen Thompson back on the floor, not just back on the floor, but contributing on several different fronts. So it's back to his normal self, back to what you expect from him. And Jalen Green, obviously not a big night from Jalen Green, but he still has 21. He still contributes. Tyler, good night for us to take off on the Jalen Green over
Right.
bet. But yeah, man, that's
He gonna mix in an 8 of 20 every now and then.
And we set that one out.
He goes.
We set the right one out.
Hey, and those of you on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, those of you on YouTube and Twitch, I see you out there, Cornbread, Kick Rocks, G-Man, all of y'all, you can participate in here, Melissa, the rest of the gang. They're 48 and 26, sitting here in the 2 seed, and the playoffs are around the corner, less than 10 games left. No matter what happens in the postseason, has this already been a successful season for the already reached? Like, this is a successful season already.
For me, yeah. I mean, you've exceeded. What have they exceeded last year's win total by? I mean, we got to be 10 plus at this point or close.
Yeah, and they were just outside of the play-in.
Yeah,
last year.
I mean, that you've hovered between the 2 and the 5 seed damn near all year.
Even
long.
if they
You
get
spent more
swept,
time.
even if they get swept in the playoffs.
Look, they could mess the bed to a point where, like, well, boy, that was some fake stuff. That all they did was hustle during the regular season and benefit from that. Once it mattered, they wasn't worth a damn. Now they are not above that. That may happen. I'm going to assume right now it's not going to happen. And look, I think they have clearly taken a step forward. Sticking with their young core, as I badmouth a lot of the fan base early on about it. I still would make trades for certain guys with some of these youngsters, but it has paid off in a much bigger way than I ever expected. I mean, I would say now that it's kind of emerged where your top 3 young guys, Amen Thompson, Jalen Green, Şengün. Obviously, it's not just Şengün and Green at this point. I think Amen's in that conversation as well. Love what you're getting from Jabari Smith and Eason as well. So, yeah, it's been a hell of a season for the Rockets. I would be okay if they're maybe not swept, but I'd be okay if they put up a good outing and it ends in the first round.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to get swept. It'd be very disappointed. Well, they're looking at some combination, Clint, of the Warriors, Timberwolves, Mavs, Kings, potentially as the teams that they would match up. And I can't. I'm not saying I can't see any of those teams beating the Rockets in a 7-game series. I don't think they would get swept. Cornbread coming in. Oh yeah, Udoka got them dudes right. Magic OL 05 100%. Yeah, I think a big thing is not only the season on its own. Right, they're the 2nd seed in the West right now. Is what they are. Like, and I'll be honest, I didn't think, and I'm sure there are people who are reminding me of this. I didn't think they would. I thought they were a team that was going to be in the play-in. Right? I remember talking with Champ Slice on here. Nah, man, I don't know about them being, above a 6 seed. Well, they're the 2 seed. And I think as important, Clint, I think we're learning about certain players on this team. I think that was a big thing of this year. What do we know? What do we learn about certain players on this team? I think we are learning a lot more about Amen Thompson. Right, I think we're learning even more about Jalen Green and Tyree Eason. I think we're learning about these guys.
Yeah,
like we're learning what they have and kind of understanding. And so now, Clint, I think if you want to make moves, after this season, moving down the line, I think you got a better understanding of who you might want to make moves with and who not with. So I think this.
Well, you got a much better understanding of. Even if it's a guy you give up, what that guy means to the team, what he brings to the table, what his true value is. Now, unfortunately, so does the rest of the league.
Yeah.
I mean, so does the rest of the league. I mean, they know if you move, you're going to get more for him because he's proven, but they know exactly who they're getting as well. So they're getting significantly better. They're not taking a gamble on a young player. They know. So, look, I mean, I think guys have become more valuable. As well as if they remain, they've become more valuable on the trade block, on the market, if you will. And I think if they remain, obviously the organization knows how they fit in to what Ime Udoka wants this thing to look like long term.
Yeah, I love it. Green and Şengün have responded well to getting paid. Right, like they've had good roles with it. We'll see rose through. Yeah, but this is success no matter what happens to me the rest of the way. All right, coming up, somebody absolutely deserved it, got paid, and to me is probably still underpaid. We'll talk about that coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
When it comes to the Texans and trying to figure out how Nick operates,
Hulu and Paramount Plus on
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with autopay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply. For JD Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
What if your limited inventory had unlimited potential? What if your biggest risk was not taking one? What if you could make every move matter? Bank of America's business solutions can help bring your biggest what-ifs within reach. Find out how our digital tools, cutting-edge insights, and trusted expertise can work for your business. What would you like the power to do? Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Try.
We love interacting with the folks that listen and view the show. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, those of you on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Lord knows that you all have helped make us a top 20 afternoon drive show in the country, the number one listened to show in the city, sports show in the city. We appreciate it. And for guys like G-Man. Okay, now that we had a bit of this sports conversation, can we get back to the concern for Tyler?
In all seriousness, I'm going to shut that down because that's whack.
I didn't hear him. What did he say?
We can all have some fun, but I don't like that tone Stoerner took there at the end.
I mean, you need some of that in your life.
Bro, get the hell out of here.
You need some of this in your life.
All right, you're smirking. There it is.
You need some of this in your life.
About to make me get real with you, bro.
I'm going to bring a grocery bag in
I'm
here.
going to shut that down. Right?
I'm going to bring a grocery bag in.
That's a beautiful part about being the guy in the control room.
I'm going to bring a grocery bag and put it in there in that front of him every day. I want you some emergency.
You ain't buying me nothing every day.
Yes, I no. I'm going to bring it. I'm going to buy one box that'll last you it may last you 3 weeks. There's about 15 packets in there.
That man said get some water and orange juice.
Orange juice, some water. Rehydrate. Yeah. Maybe a little Ron's throat goat.
Put a little vodka in that orange juice. How about that? Dive that down.
The people I was at the game with yesterday brought that up. They said, man, when I heard Ron the other day, they had never heard of throat coat. They're not in the radio world, but they were like, when I heard him say that, they said I almost spit my drink out.
Let me tell you, every time he says it, I know what he's talking about. Every time he says
throat coat.
I can't help but smirk.
Really? Throat coat. Does throat coat make you smirk?
I'd never heard of it until I got into radio.
It's just one.
Singers use it. The singers, performers.
Well, I mean,
Shania Twain.
I mean,
I don't know if that's accurate, but I mean,
can we just call it something else? Is all. I mean, I just
no, man. It's coating that throat, baby.
I didn't know if you was talking about one of your old girlfriends or if you was talking about some kind of. I didn't know. Every time he says it,
nasty as hell.
Every time he says it, I check up. I'm like, man, would you please quit saying that? Damn.
I could use a throat coat today. I'll tell you that.
I think I got a little coat in here right
He got a little coat in his bag. He's got a little goat in his bag over here, y'all.
You're gonna throw me that throat coat.
Look at it.
You on YouTube?
It really. I thought you were just.
I got to bundle this throat up, man. Throw me that throat coat.
But seriously, like when you read that and you thought you was gonna bring it to air, you didn't think, hey man, that's a little too close to throat goat, and probably ought to ease on into just kind of some.
No, like Jordan Alexander, Ron Pauls. No.
Yeah. Every time he says it, Jordan, I agree with you, Chief.
Throat coat, man. It's a tea. It really helps when people are hoarse, having some issues there.
I mean,
y'all just step up now.
A lot of things other than just being hoarse.
It's coat.
Huh?
It's coat, not goat.
I didn't know what you was talking about.
Somebody said I've heard a throat goat. Come on now.
Yeah, that's
coat,
right.
man.
I know.
We're being nasty, man. Good Lord, man. I'm telling you, if you're having some issues with the voice, get you some of that coat. Get you some of that throat coat.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man. And I'm looking, and I'm open for business, throat coat. Just want to let you know that right here.
She's out of line and kind of mouthy.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that phraseology was bordering on just don't do that.
Yeah.
I'm open for business.
But we move on here. Dion Sanders. He got a deal, $54 million extension with Colorado. The Colorado coach Dion Sanders has earned a 5-year deal through 2029, making him one of the highest paid coaches in the country, according to a copy of the contract obtained by ESPN on Friday. His base salary will increase to $10 million in 2025, making him the highest paid football coach in the Big 12 and amongst those in the top 10. And I'll be honest with you, for what he has done for that particular university, Clint.
Yeah.
Like he's underpaid. And I know that may sound a little wild when you say that, but the money they made even not the last year, but the money they made off that first year and the amount of people who enrolled to that school.
Yeah.
Oh, because of the football?
A 20% hike in enrollment and 90. I think they I don't know how they calculate it, but in terms of what that 90 some odd $1 million worth of revenue brought to the or value. It wasn't revenue. It was however they calculated all value brought to Boulder, Colorado. So yeah, I would say he's still severely underpaid. Here's the thing: is when you get these coaches that are is transcendent the word like the guy at Indiana right now, and I know he got a raise, but when you're at a middle of the road or even lesser university in that particular sport, and you are in a conference where that conference has revenue sharing and all of that, and you take one of those programs from the bottom or even dabbling in the middle, when you take one to the top and it doesn't look like it looks like if I had to bet on Dion Sanders and the Colorado Buffaloes in that conference, I think they're going to be in the top 3 or 4 teams as long as he wants to be there.
That's what I was going to say, Clint.
But you're taking that team in a conference where you're already getting revenue sharing, you're already getting all that. Now the additional revenue of being now their nationally recognized logo with the. I mean, he's got NFL Hall of Famers all over his coaching staff now. He's got Marshall Falk up there now. Did you know that?
I didn't know.
Marshall Falk's gone up there, and that's running back coach.
Man, I'm glad he got work again. The issue NFL Network.
Untied and undefeated. Untied and undefeated.
We lost Hall of Famer Marshall Falk. But yeah, Sapp, we lost him to NFL Network for
I think
similar
we
things.
lost Sapp several things, I think.
But I think the finish there was a similar thing.
Yeah.
But a couple of things with that. One is Dion is unique, even compared to the guy at Indiana. Like, Dion didn't make the bowl game. Remember, they didn't make a bowl game year one and added all of that.
Yeah.
Right? Like, Dion is bringing to a university that is like he's putting them on par visually, like to Alabama, like not saying they're that same program, but I'm just saying the popularity and how much they're talked about and how much we see them. And even Saban's not just like walking into like, I don't know, maybe Saban could, but the thought that, hey man, you know what? Let me pick Kansas.
Let's see what old buddy does at North Carolina.
Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, Belichick's a good one. Let me go to North Carolina. Do I just raise that? Like, I don't even think Belichick raises it to the level that Dion became the biggest story in the sport for 2 years.
And he's found
at Colorado.
And he's found a way, whether it's like, and some of it is I think some of it is manufactured drama. But I think Dion understands that showmanship side of things where that helps. Their drama and that storyline. His son Shador, how good he is. Obviously Travis Hunter. Him bringing in Lil Wayne and all these different big faces because
everybody was just coming like they're
right. They're just showing up, right? But he's doing these concerts and after games in the locker room and all, like everything he's doing. Like I was reading this article the other day. I had it in the rundown or in our notes a while back. He just changed the whole recruiting game. He has not taken one recruiting trip to a prospect's home. I mean that's compared to like these coaches that are on the road for. And have visited 400 schools in a year kind of deal. I mean, he is like just totally change the recruiting. And I don't look. I think it's going to work. It looks like it's going to work. Yeah, he's doing it.
I don't know if Matt Rule can.
Yeah, right. Well, Dion's doing it, right? And so we'll see. We'll see what that looks like moving forward. But he is changing the game and staying in the media eye. It's one thing to capture it with hiring Dion and all the different stuff Dion brings to the table. It's another thing to be able to hold the eye of the media for so long, and he's done it for 2 years.
You think he keeps – because you said Colorado can be a top 3 team in that conference.
Yeah.
Now this is the first time from Jackson State where obviously he raised that program and even, the popularity of that program. They were on TV in times where teams like that. But he's had Travis Hunter and Shedeur both runs. That now has stopped, right? I wonder what it looks like now that he's going without those talent. Obviously, he can recruit and get talent, but that's going to be the next step here.
I mean, he's going to get a 5-star quarterback any year he wants it. Assuming he can continue
with all the stuff we just talked about.
Right. He's going to get that. He gets it. Now, the thing is can he continue to win without Travis Hunter? And it's hard to wrap your head around. One player typically doesn't mean, even if it's a quarterback, he's only on one side of the ball. When you look at Travis Hunter, I mean, I still don't believe we've done this justice. My man was playing 120-plus snaps a game. Yeah. I mean, 120-plus snaps a game and was a top 3 player. And right now, from a prospect standpoint, a lot of the draft gurus will tell you that he was a number 1 wide receiver if he wants to play wide receiver, and he's a number 1 corner if he wants to play corner. So you can argue he's a number 1 player at 2 positions, playing 129 snaps and impacting the game on both sides of the ball in a major way. Can Prime turn the? I think he can replace Shedeur, and it fairly simply. Like Shedeur wasn't a 5-star. Shedeur's a good player right now. He's an NFL prospect. Hell, he's a top 10 pick. But you can get a more gifted player. You can get a much better athlete. You can get a bigger arm. You can get better at quarterback, as crazy as that is. You can get more talented at quarterback immediately with a 5-star. Now, can he play to the level of Shedeur? I don't want to disrespect Shedeur to that level. Now, can he play to that level? We'll see. But you can get tangibly better at quarterback immediately when Shedeur leaves. Can you replace that dude that impacted the game week in, week out on both sides of the football for 60 snaps on each side? That question, because that changed the game.
Well, the hope for him is probably that he just has more talent and he doesn't have to
overall.
Have
yeah. Well, hopefully they get better in the trenches because they have not been good in the offensive line, even with the number 1 recruit they brought in last year who started, and even with a bunch of the transfers, they still weren't great on the offensive line.
Well, Phil what's Phil? Phil Load.
No, I ain't got him.
He was a tackle for years with the Vikings, something like that. He's their O-line coach, but another NFL guy over there. Yeah, no, he's got a lot of like. You want to get to the league? There's a lot of dudes over there that played in the league that's coaching that thing. Yeah. What you got coming up at the 4th?
Well, I got a new tune. I know everybody out there. Every now and then I pass on a new tune to y'all. Well, I got a really good song passed on to me. And it is a country song, but it's got a real chill vibe to it. I'm gonna tell you what that song is. May even get Tyler to play a little bit of it. And I heard the old general, the General John McClain, made a comment yesterday on Texans All Access, and we got to hash this thing out. What position's Titus Howard going to play? We'll discuss that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, we got to talk about Underdog Fantasy, y'all.
Odyssey Sports Station.
Oh, King Ding-a-ling in there.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Yes, Dirty's Daily, all right. It's one of them old, ain't a football Friday today. It's one of them March Madness Fridays. Got a little basketball rolling around here. And John McClain talking that smack on Texans All Access. Before we get there, I got to put y'all on this one. Ryan, you know, every now and then you hear a song. Every now and then you hear a tune. I had a buddy of mine from Mount Union, Tennessee, up there working for Tyson, old punter up in Arkansas when I was there. Good. He ain't good for much, but he's good for some good tunes now. He said, I got a song for you, brother, and he sent it to me. I said, well, I ain't never heard it. What is it? That's it right there. Put that right there on a little pool, little chill.
This his song?
No, it ain't his. This, and I'm sure he plays it on the guitar and thinks he can sing it. But that's it right there.
I ain't never heard this a day in my life, but I really like this.
Hey, sit back patio and do a little smoking some meats or something back there watching the Astros or something in that pool.
Hanging in the hot tub.
Tell me that ain't it right there.
Hell
That's right. Gavin Adcock is the man, young fella's name. Song is called Need To. When you get a second, obviously got a good jam, good vibes. Listen to them words when you get a chance. We all been there. Sometimes you need to, baby. What a tune. What a tune. By the way, Dirty's Daily is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
We keep it 100.
That's them, what she said. Hard as hell to say. Easy to dial. 281-222-2222. Before we get to my parlay here, my little Sweet 16 parlay here, we'll put that out there. I was trusting my gut away from hitting the second one in a row, second 14 parlay in a row in these tournaments. I don't want to get too over my skis here, but I feel like when you're hot, you got to run with it, right, T? When you're hot, you got to run with it.
Absolutely. So never walk away from a heater.
So I'm gonna throw another one out there.
Never, huh?
I'm gonna throw another 100 at it and see if I can't get one.
Why not, huh?
But boys, here's the deal. There's been a lot of movement with the Houston Texans on the offensive line. Lot of movement. Cam Robinson, Trent Brown. What's my man inside? Ed Ingram.
Big Ed.
What's the other fella? Laken Tomlinson. There's been some movement on the offensive line for the Texans. Obviously, Laramie Tunsil out of here. All access. Now, both of them, for the record, I will tell you that John Harris and Mark Vandermeer both dodged the question when old Johnny when Mad Dog, the General McClain, threw it back at him. What offensive lineman right now on this football team? What offensive lineman is most likely? Which one is a lock to be a starter, and at what position? Got to have both of them now. You can't just like Titus Howard. He's going to play somewhere, or at least I think he is.
That is an interesting question. I think there's
all the
one.
movement. Who you got?
I think that's an absolute lock.
Absolute lock to start and where?
Cam Robinson.
You think Cam Robinson at left tackle?
I think he is a lock at left tackle.
I agree, and I think that is at 12 to 14 million. What is it, 12 million and contractually, and then a couple million extra in incentives, possible up to 14 million. I think that was John McClain's answer was Cam Robinson, and I'd never thought about it in this instance. Right, is like. We had a protection problem as severe as anybody not named the Chicago Bears last year. And right now, all the moves that have been made, right now, there's one guy that you would bet on knowing if he's going to start and specifically what position does he start at. Cam Robinson at left tackle. I've got a second one for you, and that's all I got. Right? Let's take away the what position he starts in.
Titus is going to start.
Titus is going to start somewhere, guard or tackle. He's going to start somewhere. You've got two True blue plug, and I'm not talking about rookies, by the way. I usually save this term for rookies. Plug and play starter right now of the 5. We don't know if Jarrett Patterson or Juice Scruggs is going to play center. We don't know if Laken Tomlinson, Juice Scruggs, Titus Howard, Ed Ingram. We don't know if which one of those guys are going to be the guards. Right? You look at all the guys that were signed. Titus Howard. And last year's draft pick at right tackle, Blake Fisher, who's going to be the right tackle. Trent Brown works in there somewhere, and it already said center, right, with Jarrett Patterson and Juice Scruggs. Yeah. So you've got to improve big time from last year, and right now you've got one guy that we know for sure is going to play left tackle. Or he better play left tackle given his contract, and you've got one other guy that you know is going to play either guard or tackle otherwise. That is a scary position to be in. That's where this organization is right now, and it's why I've landed on all the moves that were made. It's you've created some real depth. You've generated some serious depth. You've created a ton of competition. I think you've swung physicality into your favor. I think you've changed the chemistry in the O-line room, and I ultimately think that you're a better offensive line, more cohesive, better offensive line across the board. But boy, you sure would think with C.J. Stroud out there, a couple more years of the C.J. Stroud rookie contract, you sure would think that we would have, hey man, Joe Tooney's playing guard, hey man, Fries is playing guard, hey man, Reisner's going to play center, or whoever the center is, you're going to plug and play that guy. Right now, we just don't have that. Another thing I took from John McClain. We haven't talked about John McClain on here in a while, man. The old general. I miss the old general. John McClain,
booger butt.
I mean borderline disrespectfully. Said Titus Howard is a guard.
Straight up.
I mean,
and he can be matter of fact.
He even matter of factly said all these people out here talking about Titus Howard at tackle, at left tackle and right tackle.
Well, sorry,
Titus Howard's a guard. He's gonna be a guard.
Something like that.
And I just, of course, I'm not. Look, I mean, John's free to have his own opinion and does a ton of due diligence to get to it. I just can't get there, boys. I mean, you can look at the moves that they're making and how many tackles they're bringing in, and you can surmise. You can get to a point and go, "Hey, man."
I didn't hear him. I did. What? Why?
It was within this conversation. It was within this conversation of Cam Robinson and Titus Howard and it was just he said he played really. He thought he played really good guard. He said they believe that he is better at guard and that he was going to be a guard on this football team. Now, I don't know if John's just arriving there based on, again, the tackles. You ship one tackle out, you bring two in, so just the sheer numbers. I don't know if he's thinking you drafted Blake Fisher in the second round, you played him last year, you started him in a playoff game, so he's obviously going to start this year. I don't think that's the case, by the way. But I guess I can connect the dots to how he got there. I just don't agree with it. Like, I think Titus Howard – I think Titus Howard survives at guard, and I think he's been one of the better guards.
He has at times been better than any of the other options.
Correct. But I still think Titus Howard, when you look at build and you look at where his best tape has come, where he is clearly more comfortable, where he is paid, like the amount of money that he's paid, like I don't think. I'd be shocked. Like we go back to, like I can't help in this conversation but go back to, Ron, the Kenyon Green, like who sat across the table from Kenyon Green and thought that was number 15. Like, you mean to tell me the same guys that sat across the table and decided to make Titus Howard one of the highest paid tackles in the game have now decided that Titus Howard is a better guard? Like that is a tough jump to make for me personally, even though they have signed a boatload of tackles. I look at it, Ron, as I look at the boatload of tackles as a more of a response to, we are not going to be put into position to play a second-round draft pick Blake Fisher that may or may not be ready because we have to send Titus Howard to guard. We are not going to be in the position to where we have to move Nick Broker to right tackle because we're so thin at right tackle. We need help out there. We potentially have to play a guard out there. Like, to me, this is one of those moves that D'Amico and Nick sit down and go, damn it, fellas. I mean, y'all, we can play this Bill O'Brien versatility crap if you want to, but I need to make sure that the offensive line, that we're too deep of guys that are at least going to play the position that they're built to play. That's what I think this tackle move, the surplus of tackles is, as well as I think like a Trent Brown comes available and you go, and I don't know Trent Brown. I don't know this to be true. I'm just guessing. A Trent Brown caliber player, the presence in an O-line room, if that's the mentality that D'Amico and Nick are looking to instill in this offensive line, that guy in that room immediately makes a change. So I think there's a lot of conversations around the O-line. I cannot find one that gets me to a point where I say Titus Howard's a guard.
Well, the only thing is by all of their actions and the moves they've made, it appears that that's what they believe.
And is Titus Howard a guard?
Now, here by the moves they've made of loading up more with tackles, and not just tackles, but guys that you feel like can start in the league and start multiple games at tackle. And what they've done interior-wise screams to me.
But let's flush that though, Ron. Let's flush that out though. In that line of thinking, and I'm talking about John McClain's line of thinking of Titus Howard's a guard. So is it fair to say that this team's tackle position is in a rough spot right now? I mean, you're banking on a second-round pick from last year.
It's probably
and Trent Brown?
Now, depth-wise, it's in a good spot. But
with those guys?
Well, depth-wise, I'd say, like, all right, if Trent Brown's a guy that's coming off the bench, like depth-wise, it's.
I mean, Trent may be done, right?
He might be.
I mean, they're banking on Trent being they're banking on him at being healthy and being a backup.
I'm just saying depth-wise with Trent, and you know Titus can always do it, but I'm just saying depth-wise, they got 4 tackles that can play.
If Titus is out there, yes.
If Titus is out there, but we'll play it as the point of. If you got 4, that means maybe you think Titus is a guard. So in this thing is you're looking at him as a guard, and I would say starting-wise, I feel probably as good as I do about the guards with Titus and Tomlinson right now, or Scruggs, than I do about the tackles. So I feel like it's about the same with the tackles and the guards. Terms of told you,
that would be going into the season with Blake Fisher, Cam Robinson, and Trent Brown as your tackles, and having Titus Howard working at guard all off season, all camp as a guard. Like if he's couched as a guard.
What did they go into with it last year? Right, it was Tunzel and Titus. Who was the swing?
Blake Fisher. Yeah. Yeah, I just that seems to be. I'm just fleshing it out as we talk. Like that to me, that seems to be like, okay, well then you better draft a tackle.
I don't love the fault that the game plan is to plan to have Titus play guard, but clearly by their moves, it looks like that is the case.
Yep.
And we will damn sure know by the draft, and even the draft, they draft a guard. It may just mean, Patterson or Juice is the odd man out. Or Tomlinson's the odd man out.
That is Ryan Hughley. I'm Clint Stoerner. You listen to Sports Radio 610. That old raspy voice behind the glass is definitely T-Mill. And I want to remind everybody, I just put you on that good new tune. Gavin Adcock, Need To is the way to go. We don't just talk sports around here. Every now and then I got to put you on a good tune you can add to your chill playlist. If you know what I mean, that will be played around my pool this weekend, Ron. That will be played around the pool.
Absolutely. Get on that grill.
Well, that grill you got me by the back door. I flip burgers on it every now and then. I will be honest. We got us one of them Blackstones.
I know you was talking about getting one. You like those?
My wife really likes it, so yeah, I love it. I come home Wife done put joint. Ain't cooked breakfast on the jet
breakfast
though.
a lot. That's what
I think I may do breakfast this weekend. I moved my table inside the little safety fence for my kids.
Breakfast is clutch on them things.
So we hit that Black, turn a little music on, hit that Blackstone out there, and then the table's right next. You got a little 6-topper right there. I can bring Laney's little high chair out there, and we can do a little morning breakfast in the sun beaming down on us.
I ain't used my flat top in a minute. I might do that.
My wife knows. My wife's good with it. The flat top, the grill.
Yeah.
I don't know where else we were going with
Well, I just saw Tyler peek up. I didn't know where he's going.
You're a pervert, man.
I'm questioning the
we all have tendencies.
I'm questioning the history of my wife and Tyler.
Bro, well, not lie to you like that. You're a lot bigger than me. We just rode bikes together and had elementary classes, man.
I rode bikes and had elementary classes with a bunch of chicks that
I don't
dirty
know how
dog.
to tease.
Well, I'm just saying.
I
rode bikes too.
Pressure on Kelvin Sampson coming up next, right here live on the drive.
All right, if you've been injured in an accident, any kind of accident, now look, I'm telling you, Mocarim Injury Lawyers is the way to go, man. I'm telling.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back to The Drive as we continue to roll through here on a Friday. Just a little update. I lost the other button on the volume on my phone.
You might just need to go get a new phone, bro.
I tried to cut it up because I knew I could cut up. I don't know why I say cut up. Like that's just something that I cut volume up. Just quickly could turn it. Then I said, damn, lost it too. But, of course, I know you ain't got to use that, baby.
You got that. As long as you don't lose your thumb, you'll be all right, Bob.
Lose my thumb, man. You know, I found out the other way how I could turn that thing up and down. But, you know, got it. There we go. A little bit.
Get it in there.
Got to get in there.
Well,
Got to get in there.
You're going to lose your fingernail in there.
There we go. That's all right, baby. Yeah, I probably need to get a new phone. It's really the charging part, man. Just been stuck with low with low charge before, and for me to use it, I got to really hold it in to a certain spot.
Yeah, you need to get that fixed. I mean, again, it's the volume thing is one thing because you have multiple ways. The charging thing is like you've had to go. You went and bought a bunch of these flat lay down chargers and put them all over the house just to avoid getting that port fixed right there. Get that damn port fixed.
I have. I've probably about four of them.
I mean, you've got your money's worth. You got good value out of these UTECs.
There we go. Yeah, I've done it. Yeah, I probably could do that. Yeah, it's all right though. All right, NCAA tournament gets going. You can listen to that tonight. You can listen to U of H right here on Sports Radio 610, courtesy of Westwood One. Stay tuned. That'll be coming up after Texas All Access. And one of the games tonight that you will be able to hear and of major interest here is U of H. We had our guy from Field of 68 yesterday, Rob Doster, on with us, and Rob said, hey, shouldn't worry about Purdue tonight. And I tend to agree with him. Purdue's got some size and some shooters, but they are going to give them hell, especially on the perimeter. But I think the bigger picture with U of H, now this will be a cluster F if they lose tonight. They should not lose to this team. Tennessee, Kentucky, we'll see. Especially Tennessee, but they shouldn't lose to this team. But Clint, this to me, I feel there's a ton of pressure on Kelvin Sampson in this Houston team.
Really?
Yeah, I think there's a ton of pressure because I know Rob talked about that year they had a couple of more NBA pros.
Guys that were hurt though.
Yeah, they were injured, they were hurt, but I just think this group has the combination of really good talent. Cryer is nice. Uzan has been big for them. Sharp is a really good shooter for them. Jerron Roberts, in his feels like 8 years, has found an offensive game, has perfected that little push half hook shot that he takes. This is a combination of talent, understanding who they are, understanding what their coach wants, and then combined with experience, not just experience, but experience playing together. And as we arrive in this NIL trend really taking off, Clint, you're not going to get that type of combination as much moving forward. You're not like, I wonder moving forward how many times Kelvin will have a set of kids that have played together this long and has this much talent. They may have the talent, but they've played together this long. And that's why I think this is, to me, is his best opportunity to win a championship. And I think there is some pressure here to get through it. I think Duke is obviously really talented. We saw that yesterday. Florida, their A game is really good. But this group to me is the best opportunity. Hell, I think even when he was at Oklahoma, when he was at Indiana, this is his best shot this year. That's why I think there's pressure, because NIL portal, we're seeing it. Hell, I mean, Clint, there's like 2 or 3 kids that are in the Sweet 16 currently that are in the portal.
That are playing right now? Oh, wow.
There's a kid from Michigan who entered the transfer portal last week, and he's playing tonight for Michigan. I'm just saying, like, this has to be a year right now, because they lose Cryer, they lose Roberts. Like, this has to be it.
Well, I have no pushback whatsoever. I'm just excited about the when we get down to the Elite Eight, it's going to be good versus good. It's going to be let me rephrase. It's going to be great versus great. There's not going to be a lot of like we have, like you complained about a couple years ago. Final Four was here in Houston.
Oh, that was awful.
And you've got a couple of Cinderellas involved. Like, this is the one seed. Said yesterday, the one seeds are absolutely tremendous, and now it looks like chalk is good. I mean, ultimately you're going to end up with 1s, 2s, 3s, and 4s. And it's going to be some hellacious basketball down the stretch. Elite Eight on. Not that it's not been good already, but it's going to be a lot tighter and I think a lot more competitive games down the stretch.
Yeah, text line coming in. Ron, U of H point guard has only been there this year. Yeah, I didn't say they all are. Jerron Roberts has been there 8 years. Cryer and Roberts and Sharp all played together last year. So as Tugler. Like their crew, Uzan is the only new person to the group, right? You're generally not going to have, like moving forward in college basketball. Hell, you're going to see it with Arkansas. You're going to see it all around. You're generally not going to have 6 guys that are in your rotation play together 2-3 years in a row, right? And you'll add some stuff. So I just think this combination is it's better than anybody else in terms of that. Yeah. Like Duke has more talent, but they don't know each other the way that U of H players do. Florida has more talent, maybe. They don't know each other as well as this. This to me has the biggest.
You mean lay that parlay down next segment?
You got a little parlay. You got one down.
Yeah, I didn't get to it in that old dirty.
All right, well, yeah. Let's hear your parlay coming up.
We got to talk through it. I think it's I like a team effort.
Let's hear your parlay. Let's talk a little Framber, and Diana Rossini is reporting potential.
The OG has thoughts on the Texans' offseason so far. Lawyer Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, when we hear that music coming up at Daikin, it better look better than it did yesterday.
Ooh, ain't that the damn truth, boy? I'm glad Abreu and Hader got that. Hopefully they got it out of their damn system.
Hey, they said, hey, we want to make this damn thing as hard as possible for both of them. Let's load these bases up, baby.
Let's stretch this thing out night one.
Hey, let's load it up, and then Hader said, no, I want to face Soto with the go-ahead run at the plate. Hey, but that was a nasty-ass slider. He threw him to get it out. We were sitting right here watching it as it came to an end. So, big time performance once he got in there. But when we hear this, this is the entrance music for Josh Hader.
Mixes all those.
It looked better. You think Ryan Presley be over there? Yes, come on. The way Stephen A. was last night at the end of that Bulls-Lakers game.
I'd imagine there's a little bit of him. I mean, I imagine what they gave Ryan Presley was enough. I mean, that's probably it was probably perfect because I imagine he's still got a little Astro in his blood. So he likes to see that likes of Altuve and Jordan and Yainer and those guys win. But the two guys that
in the ninth.
Yeah, right. Not in the eighth or the ninth.
You think the eighth or ninth?
Yeah,
you think it's both of them?
Yeah, it's both of them, man.
All right, what's this parlay you got? You gonna try to make a little early cash?
I'm gonna try to.
I don't know if Tyler's listening or not, but what's
all right. I mean,
Dylan, what's up?
I don't know if you're listening. If this may be something you do later on with T-Mill's best bets. I don't know if you're listening to this, but this is the parlay you're going with, huh?
Well, I'm going heavy favorites tonight, boys. I'm going heavy favorites tonight. I don't have a dog I'm gonna pick, but I'm going Michigan State -3.5. I'm going Tennessee -4.5. I'm going Auburn under 154.5. Michigan 54.5. And I'm going U of H -8.5. I'm gonna lay them points, big points on U of H. How you feel about it? What do you think about it?
I like U of H. I think Purdue may struggle getting to 60 tonight. I like U of H in that. I like the points there. Michigan, Auburn, that's interesting. That to me is, I don't know if it's going to happen. That is the biggest upset alert to me is Michigan and Auburn. Auburn hasn't played great here of late. They lost 3 or 4 going into the tournament, and they were kind of tight a little bit. But the total there, that's I don't know. What was that score of your game, Michigan, Texas A&M? Was that a high-scoring game, Tyler?
91-79.
Yeah, I was going to say, that got up there. So we'll see. Auburn can go up and down with the best of them. I don't that one's probably the one I'm most shaky on of your parlay. Love the Michigan State one. Gotta have for me myself. Got them in the Final Four and Tennessee, Kentucky. You going Kentucky on that?
No, I went Tennessee. Tennessee -4.5. Michigan State -3.5.
That's a weird.
The Auburn under 154.5 in U of H.
Yeah, Kentucky has beaten them twice already this year. They're 0-2 against Kentucky. We'll see what happens there. But I like the way Tennessee is playing right now. By the way, I have got to be, if I'm not in the lead, I got to be near. And I had a very good night.
You had a very good night.
I had a very good
I'll
night.
check and tell you. Or you're talking about the paper ones?
The paper one. Yeah, I had them. No, I mean, they're all the same. Mine is the same on both. I had all those final, the Elite Eight. My entire Elite Eight is still alive. I had Alabama against Duke. I had Alabama winning, getting there. I had Duke beating Arizona, and I had Texas Tech facing Florida. So I picked that. Tonight I got Michigan State against Auburn, and then I have.
You're not beating me.
I have Houston versus. Well, that's all right. I know I'm tracking well. You've lost your title winner, so I'm in.
Wait, are you even in on this? The digital one?
I should be.
I don't see it anywhere. I don't know why that would shock me, but
we're talking about the one that's posted in here, old school.
But he said he was on that one too.
I thought I was on both.
Yeah, I damn sure ain't on no digital one. I'm in here in this old school one right here.
Damn it!
I was sitting pretty in the Sweet 16, but
unless you put it under like an alias.
Is it? Hold on. Is lavender? Is there a lavender? Yeah, I put it in a Terry Lavender. Is there a Terry? I'm just kidding. Just kidding. No, man, I like it. I like it.
How you like Michigan State, Ole Miss under 144.5? They're two mid-range scoring teams in their conferences in both.
I think that one's not bad because Michigan State's defense is top 10 in the country, but Ole Miss has been shooting the ball a lot better than they normally do, especially in the tournament. But I don't think they're going to get the same shots that they've been getting against Izzo. And Izzo has had a week to prepare for this.
Yeah.
And I think they're going to have real problems on the board. Michigan State's really good on the board. So, and then Michigan State doesn't shoot threes well. So that's the other part. They're really great in the open floor and fast break, but they don't shoot threes very well. So that's not bad. That's not a bad one. I know you guys ain't gonna like this. Diana Rossini reports this. Nothing's set in stone yet, but the sense I get from around the league is that momentum around banning the tush push is growing.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me one bit.
So weak.
It's not weak.
Yes, it is. There is one guy who has worked at making himself very great at it because he's an ox down below, and he's using it to his advantage in his team. And now he's going to get punished because no one else around the league can figure out how to do it.
I think Josh Allen has been pretty good at it. I think
come on, though. He doesn't do it near as much as Jalen.
First, the Bills do it a fair amount, but they've been pretty good at it. The Ravens are starting to do it now with their tight end. We're starting to see it. For me, the whole big thing is just the secondary people who get to shove and push the guy. I just honest to God, Clint. And I don't even want to exclude you from this or anybody listening. How do you stop it? If you have...
You make a rule that gets rid of it.
But I mean, seriously, strategically, on the field, if they can snap it and the two guys behind them can stand, they don't even have to run up, right? Hell, can we just tweak it? Can you make them have to line up, in a certain position? They get to stand right there behind them and immediately start, honest to God, how do you stop it when it's that thing? That's my thing is,
I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I don't know, how do you stop that particular play? I don't know. I don't know exactly how you stop it. There's obviously you have to be built a certain way with two defensive tackles that are immovable. You have to have two linebackers that can do some of the stuff that we saw what Kansas City do would stop it with Buffalo, and you just get lucky and jump over and grab the guy.
Yeah, every time they jump, people try to jump over.
Yeah,
them dudes are just pushing.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm a little bit less leaning into, because while I do agree that the guys pushing from behind obviously help.
Because in my mind, I'm thinking, well, all right, what if the defense, if they did the same thing, right? If the linebackers
push the D-line,
all stood behind them and did that, but then you know exactly what you leave yourself wide open for.
On the backside. Yeah, I mean, anything. That's part of it, right? I don't know. I just don't like setting the precedence of, for me personally, I understand the complaint. I understand the frustration. I do. But, like, I just don't like taking something that, if we're being honest, two guys in the league are really, really good at, and two teams spend a lot of time doing it and preparing and are really successful with it. Two teams have the quarterbacks that are built to do it, and it's not crazy. You're not going to break their neck. You're not going to hurt them. You're not. It's a strength. And going, man, they're too good at this. Man, we can't stop it, so we got to outlaw it. Like, that's the part. Where do you draw the line beyond that of guys are just so good at a certain thing? Like, where do you draw the line? I don't know, man. I don't like the precedence it sets. I know it's low-hanging fruit, and I know it's really a poor response, but the only option is to stay out of 3rd and 1. Stay out of 3rd and 1. I mean, yeah. I would like. Here's the deal, or 2. Yeah, look, I mean, I would like to see like the really good run teams in the past in 3rd and 1 or 2, and I'm talking about the great power backs in this league that play with really good offensive lines. How often in 3rd? Like, what's the difference in like their success rate in those situations and just running the ball straight downhill and the success rate of Josh and Jalen?
Josh and especially Jalen, to the point that Tyler was making, but Josh and Jalen and them are got to be in the 90th percentile.
Yeah,
I think like in terms of how successful they are. It's just literally you can stand right there behind them and immediately push. Rather, because there are multiple times we see an initial stop, stand up.
Yep.
But then what happens is that there's the push from behind. Or hell, at least, all right, hey, running backs, you gotta line up 5 yards or whatever your normal depth is off the field. And at least then maybe if the whatever it is, the time that they have to run up to do it, and you get them like stop. That's just my thing is. At some point, there are many times where Josh and Jalen, they're not doing it. Like, they're not doing it. They are getting helped in by others. Like, I don't know. I just the weak part of it. Sure, I get it. I look at it. I'm just like, all right. How do you defend it? Like, what is the move? And then you're just beating her like Washington. What do they do? My man just kept trying to time it and jump over.
Right.
Just kept trying to time it every time. And then they got to a point where the official was about to go ahead and just score the touchdown.
Well, I mean, and this is obviously not the exact same, but it's a similar issue. And you see it's like using tempo. Some of these offenses that are using tempo in college, like in order to even have a chance to stop it or to better their chance to stop, they're faking injuries. Right. So what do you do? So what do you? How do you? Like, the rules are set up to with tempo. You're at an advantage because the defense can't sub. So you find a team that's most teams don't give a rip, but you find a team that's really, really, really good at that. They start winning with it. Then all of a sudden, we're going to start changing rules and letting people act like they're injured. And I don't know. It's more the precedence that I don't like, because there is no doubt about it. There is that the advantage lies in the quarterback you have. It starts there. I'm not saying, to your point, there are guys pushing and all that kind of stuff, and the work that they put in, that's part of it too. But they're playing to the strengths of their quarterback. And so, I mean, you can argue that, especially with Jalen, that Jalen's, lesser of a threat in the pass game on 3rd and 5 or 6. So we want to change that as well. It just gets to where, I don't know, it's hairy.
Yeah, I think the next move is we're starting to see more teams, even if the ones that don't have confidence in their quarterback doing it, because I agree with you on that, we're going to start seeing teams do what Baltimore started to do, and that's use another player like a tight end or somebody they feel comfortable snapping the ball and doing it, because they've started to do it. They'll move Lamar out, and they've had big time success with it. To me, it's just the pushing. The pushing thing is just wild. We just don't generally allow that on other parts of the field. All right, coming up a little 5 o'clock fire. We'll get you ready for the Astros tonight as they look to take on and beat the Mets again. We'll give you the lineups on that. March Madness upsets. who had the best chance, and what do you think the story is going to be of the night? And then a team that the Rockets could run into in the postseason, one of the strangest firings in the NBA, especially in terms of timing. We'll discuss all that coming up next right here live on the Drive.
Go Cougs!
Payne and Pendergast.
When it comes to the Texans and trying to figure out how Nick operates in the first round,
It's Dewberry.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
And his first ever at bat. Ground ball right side, base hit. One pitch, one hit. Cam Smith delivers. Pena first to third. He's safe.
Welcome to the show, Cam Smith.
There it is. Cam Smith was in the lineup for his first game yesterday evening, and he helped get the first run scored right there. That set up a first and third situation, and Jake was able to drive in Pena with a ground out. And Cam Smith contributed in his first at bat. He is in the lineup again. His lineup, and it is very similar to yesterday. Left field, Jose Altuve leading off. Paredes is playing third base. Lee is batting second, playing third base. Yordan Alvarez is the DH, batting third. Christian Walker is playing first. Feeling good from that oblique that had him out. He got him a nice hit the ball pretty well yesterday. Yainer Diaz, who drove in a run as well. He is batting fifth at the catcher spot. Jeremy Pena continued his play from the spring training portion of the season. Looked pretty good yesterday. Was on base multiple times. Cam Smith, as we just heard, his first major league hit. He's in right field. Brendan Rodgers, again, Clint, he is again in the starting lineup at second base. Hey, Joel Espada, the captain, said that doesn't mean he's going to be the starter, but this is 2 games in a row where he is playing second base. Jake Myers is in center, and then Hunter Brown. Clint, tonight, same starting lineup. The second potential ace going tonight. It seems like your mind is really, really on being able to see Hunter Brown for the first time.
Yeah, look, I'm locked into Hunter Brown. I mean, Hunter Brown, you talked earlier about, is this Framber Valdez last year with the Astros? Is this a contract year? Is that contract somewhere else? And we don't know the answer to that question, but I know it's not Hunter Brown's last year. It is Hunter Brown has arrived. He's been big over the last couple of years in terms of whether it was 2 years ago, just kind of spotty last year, being a key cog. And this year, him, Pena, Diaz, a couple of guys that have shown their worth, actually taking that next step is big. And after watching Framber Valdez go out there and come out of the chutes hot and give you 7 innings and looked like he was getting stronger as the game went on. Looked like he could have went 8 or 9 innings had you wanted him to. I can't wait to see Hunter Brown. What's he look like? What's the difference last year to this year? What kind of tweaks did he make? What kind of pitches did he add? And ultimately, what has he taken it to another level? I'm watching Hunter Brown earlier in the year. That's going to be big for the Astros this year.
Yep, and he is very, very important. Very, very important to this team, Clint, because the feel right now is, hey, there's some guys with Spencer Arrighetti. You feel pretty good about it, but still, you're not, 100% positive on what you're going to get. Ronel Blanco, loved the season he had. Does he replicate that? Does he stay that? I don't think you're 100% certain what he is going to be, right? And then you've got Wisniewski. Then you've got a lot of the injured guys following that. They really need those top 2 guys, Clint,
to be nails, no question.
And really know what you're going to get every time out, right? Because I think there could be some ups and downs with the other guys in the rotation, and he's got to be that. And that's what he was in the second half. I mean, you start looking at after June, Hunter Brown was, hey, man, he's going to get you 6 innings, probably going to strike out between 7 and 10, and 6, 7 innings, and you're going to get what you're going to get. And is that something that is every time out, depend on it like it was last year? But they need that from him.
Well, you wonder, too, I mean, he's got the makings of a power pitcher, right? You wonder, too, if he's going to take that next step. And is there, how big of a step is that? How high is his ceiling? What's he capable of doing?
You're right, because that was a heck of a step he took last year.
Yeah. It just seems to me like, boy, he just seems to be a little bit more mature than most youngsters, and it just seems like the ceiling is a tad bit higher with him. And so, we'll see how it all unfolds. But yeah, I think there's another step there and potentially another big step there.
Yeah, so big one for him tonight. Get this thing started right. Try to take the series against the Mets, and we'll keep an eye on things. A lot of people. What was it? Give me that feel, Tyler. You were there last night or yesterday, excuse me. What was it for with Cam and coming up and
the fans are electric and ready for this Cam kid
because we didn't have the volume. We could just see
and y'all know I was sitting right behind Cam out there in right field. The fans were, throughout the entire game, shouts, "Cam, welcome to the big show, Cam. We love you, Cam." Like, people are ready for this kid.
Yeah.
What was your yell? What was your phrase? What'd you choose?
Well, it would have been "Wham Bam, thank you, Cam." But I was gonna do the next inning, and that's when he got pulled, so I didn't get an opportunity to.
Oh,
yeah.
He would have heard you too.
Next time.
Did you take a pot shot at Chaz instead?
Nah, me and Sterling were giving Soto some hell though.
Oh God, I feel that is true. You're out there with Juan Soto.
I felt bad for him, kind of.
Does he ever react? And I'm sure you weren't alone. Were there? Did you hear things that if you were Soto, you would have turned around?
Yes.
Oh, I bet it's brutal with him.
From my own mouth. Yes.
No, did you hear him?
From your own.
And just to be clear, people, I'm not talking about his kids or going overboard with it. I just healthy sports-ish talk. Okay.
I'd like to know how healthy this is if you said you'd have spun around.
There's a video out there. He's yelling about him not having an arm.
I did tell him it looked like he may have put on a few lbs since his national days. I don't think he liked that one.
Put on a few pounds, big fella.
Hey, fat ass.
You ain't got the arm to get it there, big fella.
Yeah. Oh, you eat a little too much? You had some donuts this morning? Checking out on the berries? I tell you, man, I feel bad about this sometimes. I told you my Shea Hillen brand. I feel real bad about him. I got him. He swung and gave me a look. I thought, well, I'm a dumbass. Let me just chill out, man. I ain't made for it to go here, man. All right, Astros, Apple TV tonight. Apple TV tonight. Those watching, we'll see if they can continue this little thing, get it to 2-0. March Madness tonight. We've talked a little bit about U of H. They play Purdue tonight in Indianapolis. Yes, Purdue that's going to be, many people think maybe a home game for Purdue in that game, so that is one to watch. But Ole Miss, Michigan State, there's a 6 seed. They're the highest seed remaining right now. They take on Michigan State out of the SEC. Kentucky, Tennessee, Michigan, Auburn. Damn it, the SEC is going to be represented by multiple teams in the Elite Eight. I'll be damned if that. They've already got Florida in there and a couple more here. Auburn as well as they take on Michigan. For you, Clint, is there a game that sticks out to you that you're most intrigued to see, or is there maybe an upset maybe you're looking at in this thing?
No, look, I think the U of H game is definitely the pick of the litter here for me. I mean, that's it was already just being here, being a fan and being from here, and hell, I'm a fan of Sampson. I'm a fan of the program just in general, but. When we had Rob on the other day, just talking about how much he likes all these 1 seeds, and they're obviously 8.5 point favorite there. Like I don't know, it has a chance to be a big night for U of H to run away with one and dominate in the Sweet 16, and so I would pick that one. Just pick of the litter. I don't not necessarily an upset alert or anything like that, but that's the one I'm most excited about. That's the one in my parlay that I feel like I'm most confident about too.
That is one that I'm gonna be intrigued to watch.
Yeah.
Tennessee is lost. Tennessee's been a really good team. Obviously, they're a 2 seed. They played in the final of the SEC tournament and played a good game against Florida until they took over late. But they've gone 0-2 against Kentucky this year.
Done twice.
And they have struggled with Kentucky's pace. And Kentucky, boy, they got shooters all over the place. And what they do, and they get up and down. So those two, and Tennessee might be, them in Houston, I think, are the two best defensive teams in the country. That's why that will be an absolute rock fight if those two are able to win and meet in the Elite Eight. But that one's a fun one. The Michigan State Izzo, I always just like watching Izzo. That's a fun one. But potentially to me, the story of the night. Last night, I think it was obviously the Tech Arkansas game and Cooper Flag. To me, it's potentially Michigan. I think Michigan is a interesting matchup for Auburn. They've got those 2 7-footers sitting there right in the middle of the paint. And I wondered, and I'm not trying to bring this back up for you, Tyler, I wondered if they could hang with the athleticism of Texas A&M. Like they've got those big dudes up front, and as Tyler probably watched, those aren't 2 athletic 7-footers. Those are real live 7. That ain't Anthony
Big
Davis.
clunking around, buddies.
Yeah, they're clunking around, but one of them can shoot really well. And they handled the athleticism, I thought they would, which makes me wonder how they'll be against Auburn, a team that A&M just beat not too long ago. That could be the story. Michigan could be the story of tonight and upset the number 1 overall seed. I wouldn't bet on it, but that to me is the talk. I think that will be a really, really tight game tonight.
I hope it's tight and low scoring.
Yeah, you need tight and low scoring.
I always want it tight, man.
What do you got? You got Houston. You need them.
U of
-8.
H. I'm going to take U of H minus 8.5.
Yeah,
and that Michigan Auburn game tonight, I took the under 154.5.
Yeah, I feel like this game for U of H will go similarly to last week, and then it just got weird where they just kind of let Purdue or let Gonzaga just get back into that game. Was like a 10 to 12 point game the whole way, and then they just started to make some mistakes there at the end. So big night tonight, and by the way, tomorrow that Duke Alabama game, I can't wait for that one. And the way that Alabama,
I got Alabama winning.
Alabama set a record last night. Most threes made in a
25.
Didn't even know that, but I got Bama winning tomorrow.
I have them in the Final Four too. I got Bama. I got Bama, Michigan State, Florida, and Houston in the Final Four.
I have all the same except Michigan State.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Because you had A&M, right? Yeah. All right.
Nailed it.
But no, it should be a fun one tonight and tomorrow.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, we talked about the Rockets a little bit earlier as they are holding well in that 2 spot. But a team that they could potentially run into in this postseason, the Memphis Grizzlies. They've had some good wars this year. This is weird. Something is up. And I know, like, I sometimes I hate that my mind immediately goes in certain situations that something's up. But Taylor Jenkins was one of the youngest coaches when he got hired. He's currently 40. When he got hired by the Grizzlies. But after 6 seasons, right now, less than 10 games to go, he has been fired by the Memphis Grizzlies front office, and they're tied for the 4 seed. They're tied with the Lakers for the best record. They did lose last night to the Thunder, and it was a decent game. But he gets fired after the game, and this is coming from the report. The Memphis Grizzlies fired Taylor Jenkins, their winningest coach, on Friday with the team struggling down the stretch and at risk of losing home court advantage for the postseason. I genuinely am appreciative of Taylor's contributions to this team and the city over the past 6 years, general manager of the Grizzlies, Zach Kleiman, said in a statement. This was a difficult decision given the consistent and tangible development of our players and overall success under Taylor's leadership. I wish Taylor the very best going forward. This is just odd timing to fire him right now. That feels like something else in this situation that forced him to make a move.
No, it don't pass the smell test, partner. It just doesn't. I mean, you talk about development, you talk about the winning they've done, you talk about the 4 seed right now with the playoffs right around the corner. I mean, you've let it go this long. You got less than 10 games to go in the season. I mean, you literally, all you got to do is wait a month to play this thing out. And hell, you'd be a fool to hire anybody before the month's up anyway to see who all's available. So
well, I mean, they're clearly going to go with somebody that's
in house.
Yeah,
I mean, this don't smell right. It just doesn't smell right in the timing or the reasons given why you move on from them. So, but I mean, look. I mean, if it's a potential Rockets opponent in the playoffs, I'm here for it. Just stir it all up, man.
They're going with a gentleman whose name I can't pronounce.
Oh, they already hired him.
Yeah, he was the head coach of Paris basketball in 2024, winning the Euro Cup. And
he was on the staff.
He's Finland. Yeah, he was on the staff. He was an assistant. He is named the interim head coach. Generally, when stuff like this happens, it feels like either he's gotten into it with someone in the front office, but more likely to me, it feels like this generally, a star on the team, like a star player, Jaren Jackson, or the two, or Desmond Bain, like something is happening with the stars of the team that's generally out of nowhere like this.
Yeah, it's either Ja or HR.
Yeah, Taylor was called into the Grizzlies' office this morning and fired in person. Stunning dismissal is what Sham says. I bet he gets a job next year. Like, even hell, I mean that is just something happened with one of the guys there on the team. That is a weird move for a team that has a chance to make some noise in the postseason. Because really, outside of Oklahoma City, hell, it feels like it's game for anybody.
Yeah.
To get where they're getting. So that is the latest there. All right, if you are anyone that is potentially struggling with what the Texans are going to do in the draft, struggling with if they'll make the right call, I'm here to give you a little positivity. Not to be so nervous about that. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Hey, it's not too late. On your way to catch them Cougs tonight, right? They don't tip.
Or just download the Odyssey app to tune in.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Just want to calm maybe some nerves, guys out there. I think some are nervous about this draft. I think some maybe base some of their nerves off of some of the things that have happened in free agency that you maybe not have been thrilled about. Some have some nerves, and I just want to say with the draft, listen, it is fair to have those nerves, those concerns. I think it's very fair. But if we just take a look at it from the numbers, Clint and Tyler and the listeners out there, I think this Texans brass in the last 2 years, since this has become D'Amico a part of this thing, Clint, with D'Amico and Nick and this team, they have given you numbers, and what they've shown and what they've done is not just an average job in the draft, but a well above average job in the draft. When you look at the first really 3 rounds, to be honest, those are the rounds in which you feel like, hey, man, I want guys to be starters to real contributors. If you get that, those are premium picks, rounds 1 through 3. Well, hell, if we just look at rounds 1 through 4, since D'Amico was named the head coach and they started that partnership between him and Nick Caserio, in 2 years, they've had 8 guys in the first 4 rounds become contributors, 7 of them starters, which include CJ and Will and Tank. Juice Scruggs would be in that, as he has started in multiple positions, right? Blake Fisher has started at the end of the season and potentially is on track to start this year. And also, hell, they've even found guys late. Henry To'oTo'o became a starter, and as you said last year, maybe the most improved player on the team. And then Patterson has started games in the 6th round, and Hutchinson has been a contributor to this team. They have done well in the draft. So I think the odds are, coming out of there, based off what they've done, Clint, they're probably going to add a good 2 to 3 more contributors on this team. Potentially guys that may even be more than contributors that become starters. Now, can they do it up front? That's, I think, is the question. But their track record over the last 2 years screams, Clint, that they have done pretty well at this, and we'll find pieces that can help.
Yeah, look, I think 2 things can be true. I think we can sit here and we can tip our cap and give flowers to the organization for what they've done overall in the draft over the last couple of years. I think it's been absolutely tremendous. It's been a big reason why they've had the success they've had. And I'm not just talking about Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud. I understand those are the big chess pieces, but ultimately there's been a lot of guys that are contributing and or starting and making big-time plays without a doubt.
But even with that could have been Anthony Richardson.
Yeah, no, look,
you know what I mean?
One could say that it could have been Bryce if he'd have failed, or if Carolina wouldn't have jumped. And so, I mean, look, at the end of the day, they've done a good job in the draft. But to your point, the overall draft has been good. But when you narrow this thing down to, hey man, offensive line, particularly interior offensive line, I said this earlier. I don't think the Juice Scruggs pick, an aggressive 2nd round pick, would have been discussed in so much depth as it is now had it not come on the heels of the Kenyon Green 15th overall pick that was an absolute bust, right? So, but we got to look at all of it together. When you're talking about interior offensive line, when you're talking about this offensive line as a whole, just offensive line draft picks, the jury's still out on Blake Fisher. Jury is still out on Juice Scruggs 2nd round, particularly when you've got desperate needs. You'd like for those guys to be able to get in there and be mainstays. We still don't even know what position Juice Scruggs is going to play. As I mentioned, Kenyon Green, I don't know how anybody, much less a group of guys on several different levels in an organization, sat across from Kenyon Green. And not that I think that the organization should be better than a bust. That happens, right? That happens. Unfortunately, it happened to Houston a couple of years back. But the thought that a scouting department, Nick Caserio, and as you mentioned earlier, at the time, D'Amico wasn't here yet. So how did those guys do it?
It was mostly Nick's show.
You put it on Nick. Like Nick's making the final decision. How did Nick Caserio sit across the table from Kenyon Green and pick a guy at a position that's a plug-and-play position and go, yeah, this is the guy? Because if you look at it, there was never a moment in Kenyon Green's career here, and I mean never. I'm talking press conference. I'm talking when he walked out of the locker room, and I'm talking about his play on the field, his ability to stay healthy, the physicality that he brings, the fight that he shows, the discipline. None of it was 15 overall pick.
Yeah.
I mean, when you look at it, you knew he was, by the way he was built coming out of college, you knew he was a developmental player there. How do you select that guy 15 overall? Hopefully you vet guys and you're looking for a certain temperament and a certain toughness. How did you sit across from that and go, this is 15 overall? Like, in terms of finding the specific need that this team needs, I think they'll be fine finding a receiver. I think they'll be fine finding an interior defense. Nothing on the defense side of the football with D'Amico here scares me. The skill positions, look, I think when we're talking, when you've got Nico and you've got CJ, I think you've got the two tough ones, the two most difficult ones to find. You've got them. You found those guys, so it's going to be hard to miss anywhere else. But that two things can be true, Ron. I'm not overly concerned about the Texans in this draft overall, but as you,
but you're talking about the most important.
When you zoom in on it, looks like they're going to have to draft another offensive lineman. There hadn't been one by this group or by Nick Caserio for damn sure that in that particular position that goes, hell yeah, let's go get him.
I think the statement you made about Juice maybe not living up to, or not quite at the spot where you're like, I like him. He's been solid. Like, he's just been okay. And hell, I'll be honest with you, maybe slightly below average.
Yeah,
is what he has been in multiple positions. He's been moved off of that position. So I think that does hurt coming off of Kenyon Green, and I think it pushes in and says they have trouble drafting that position, which I think is fair. Blake was all right, though.
Yeah, well, Blake was all right, forced into action because you were awful inside. Yeah. Yes, we should have never been on the field, right? But he was all right. Yeah, I'm not opposed to that. But like the Juice thing, the thing that's interesting about, there's two things about Juice Scruggs that concern me. Everybody needs time to develop. Cool, I get that. That's fine. If somebody wants to throw that out there, fine. But the reality of it is you're talking about a guy that was drafted to be a center, and in a year when guards and centers were the downfall, the weak point of this team, there were opportunities when he was healthy to be center, and they chose to go with Jarrett Patterson over him. Now, I think that was more of a communication deal than it was a physicality ability to play. But any way you slice it, when you're center, if you can't communicate, hell, you might as well not be a center. Like, that's part of it. So the fact that happened scares me. Then you look at how the playoff game kind of unfolded, where they choose to go with Shaq Mason over Juice Scruggs at one of the guard positions, right? There was plenty of time this year when Juice was healthy to where – there were three positions literally where he would have been plug and play. Should have been. You would expect a guy second year, second round pick to be a plug and play, no brainer. Hell, we ain't even asking any questions. And that just wasn't the case, right? So the communication piece with the center position scares me. And then the fact that he wasn't with that offensive line last year when he was healthy, it wasn't hey, we're playing this dude at center, Jarrett Patterson, get the hell out of here. Or we're playing this dude at guard, hey, Blake Fisher, you go to the bench. Titus, you go back to right tackle. Or, hey, Shaq, you've been playing like trash for the last year damn near. You get your ass up out of here. This second-round pick from his second year that's lights out is playing. Like, the fact that none of those were an option tells me that Juice Scruggs is behind the time, if you will, and you got to be one of three.
Yeah, no, he is not. I don't think gotten to the spot where they hoped him to be. Now, I don't think he's been Kenyon Green though.
No, hell no.
I think he's been I think he's been at some point serviceable, but not quite to the spot they wanted to be. I do feel more comfortable that with D'Amico being a part of this selection decision thing, it does seem like he seems to have a better handle and understanding of not allowing the Kenyon Green type of thing. As you said, sitting across from him and understanding what he is. I think they've got a better shot with D'Amico. D'Amico and them, they've seemed to have understood that part of it much better since D'Amico's arrived. All right, coming up, we'll see if we can win you a little cash with T Mill's best bets, as he had a 60% night yesterday. Even though he wasn't here, he still made some action and tried to help you make some money. We'll try to make some money with that coming up, and we'll look at the star of yesterday in Houston sports. That's coming up next, right here live on the Drive.
All right, y'all. Y'all know what time it is. It's Friday, baby. Late in the show.
Lawyer Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
What up, Dirty?
Yeah, what's going on with y'all?
It's the drive with Stoerner and Milner. What up?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Big Ron. Ron Hughley is out. T-Mill, the real deal, is in for Ron Hughley. The hell going on around here? T-Mill said, I'll take a shot. While Ron's settling in, I want to remind everybody out there, we are proud partners. We are proud.
I like that.
You proud partners with the Texas Children's Houston Open. If you see Tyler out there this weekend, y'all just slap him on the ass if you don't mind. Just walk by. He ain't got much of an ass now. Be careful. You might hurt him. Might hurt your hand. But just slap him on the old ass. We are. I wonder if they appreciate me inserting that into this.
They are if you let them know that you're a proud part of the Texas Children's Houston Open.
That's right. Happening at Memorial Park Golf Course this weekend. Hey, y'all, now Scotty Scheffler, he ain't just out there, y'all.
I'll buy you a drink, man.
Scotty Scheffler's winning this thing. Scotty Scheffler right now, 8 under today. Posted a nice score today, baby. He's 11 under on the tournament right now, leading the way. And, boy, good luck with the rest of these catching him. Tony Finau sitting at 5 under. He's through for the day as well, tied for 13th. He'll be chasing Scotty. Be honest with you, man, I don't give too many of these cats behind him a chance. Scotty is too hard to hunt down from the back. Jason Day, hunt down from the back. Boy, that didn't come out right. Jason Day is from the back. Yeah, just right there. It don't matter. You ain't catching him no way, so take that there however the hell you wanted to. You ain't catching him, baby. I was looking for, again, I don't know why Rory McIlroy keeps escaping me here, but
he was even yesterday.
He was 2 under last time I saw.
Where he escaped you.
Doing the best I can.
Yeah, that sounded pretty good right there. But he's he'd slide back to 1 under. I don't know where he's at. Please tell me Rory didn't fall completely out of this thing. It didn't happen, did it? Did Rory miss the cut?
No,
Rory missed the cut.
Did he?
Projected cut is 2 back, and he's 1 back.
Is he done?
He's done. Oh. No. I'm sorry. Right now, is there a weather delay or something? He's only.
I meant to tell y'all that actually. Right now, they just went under a delay.
Yeah, he's only through 9, so he's got the cut is 2 under. He's 1 under. He's got to pick up at least. He's got to pick one up here.
He's tied for 69th. What a dog.
Well, hey, there you go. How about that?
I'm sorry. I got caught watching the potential of the women's NCAA tournament to continue to go up in flames.
Kind of makes it worse.
If South Carolina goes ahead and loses. If you lose Juju.
Not helping.
And South Carolina.
I'm sitting here watching
Don
this game.
Staley,
I'm sitting here watching this game. By the way, it's Maryland, a 4 seed, 60. South Carolina, 1 seed, 59.
With 3 minutes left.
This is the first 5 minutes of a South Carolina women's basketball game that I watched where it didn't look like it was an NBA, like an NBA team versus a lower level college, a WNBA team versus a lower level college. Like Maryland doesn't look like South Carolina has the just
and
they're a whole nother level type players.
And they're starting to do what teams do. And trust me, I'm a veteran of watching Kansas teams of the past do this. They are getting tight. They are getting tight right here. They're bad shots, quick shots. They're getting nervous. Like it is. It's coming down to it. Don's getting nervous.
Call a timeout.
Don didn't even think she had to wear one of her good outfits tonight, and they about to fool around. But don't you do this to me? That's what I feel like that huddle's being said. Don't you do this to me?
Don's like, we came too far now.
I ain't come here to Birmingham to take my ass on home after tonight. Yeah, the women's tournament needs this. I mean, they got to have South Carolina and Paige Beckers really carry this thing for them of interest. If South Carolina loses here, you could just say goodnight to this thing. Shout out to Maryland, but my goodness. This thing's getting tight. But we'll see what happens there. I'm sure Don will have some way to pull this thing out at some point. Coming up.
Damn, I hope my daughters are competitive.
Think they will be?
They're gonna be, man. Riding horses.
You got a gauge on it yet?
I don't know how they can be raised by me and not, but it's crazier things have happened. But
horse shows, bro. They'll get into that.
Man, would you stop, man? I'm talking about basketball, softball, volleyball. Give me that gal for Notre Dame right there. Just she I don't know if they won or if she hit and was just like, I mean, that play. Golly, I hope we see. I hope I got to say that.
Just blew that layup. What a drawn up play. Yeah, but no, we will We'll keep you going here. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access with the fellas, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. And then after that, you'll be able to catch the men's Final Four coming up, or the men's tournament, not Final Four, tournament coming up, Sweet 16 action tonight, courtesy of Westwood One. And that does include U of H as they take on Purdue in Indianapolis. So stay tuned after Texans All Access. You'll get that coverage. And we will let you get a chance to win a little cash with our guy T Mill coming up in just a bit, who we're hoping, hey man, shut it down, have a good quiet night. You know what, Tyler? I don't know if I've ever said this before to you. You feel like a guy who would eat cereal for dinner.
I eat late night cereal pretty often. It's not dinner, but it's like my go-to like late night snack.
Is that a snack?
Oh, I eat the hell out of cereal.
I feel like I could see.
Got some peanut butter Captain Crunch at the crib waiting on me.
You gave me that look yesterday when I left those buttons. I was gonna say I don't know what kind it is. Like in my mind, I would have guessed Cinnamon Toast Crunch. That'd have been my guess.
That's a top three.
Like, and then I also visualize you getting a bigger bowl than the norm. Like I feel like you got a good big bowl that you put that thing in.
You were visualizing all right, except that I use normal, like a big old glass, like a Pyrex.
No, Tupperware was what I was thinking. Like a Tupperware bowl, a big ass Tupperware bowl, and really fill it up.
Don't get it wrong though. I mean, I load that bowl up with whatever cereal it is. The key is the ratio of your cereal to your milk. It is absolutely key.
I could just see Tyler going home and saying, God, dog, let's get me a nice bowl of cereal.
Can't wait for these Apple Jacks.
Smash that thing.
The Apple Jacks are going to slap.
It goes Apple Jacks. Okay. All right.
The only thing even remotely right about y'all's conversation is Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
That's a good one.
I'm about to say you get a sweet tooth late.
I'd beat myself up for a week if I ate cereal at night. I'd beat myself up for a week. Like, what are you doing, man? I mean, what are you kidding me?
Grow up.
Have you never done it? You never done like?
Oh, I know I've done it. I mean, but it's been a long time. I mean, well before I got on the backside of this thing. I mean, yeah. I mean, when I was ripping and roaring, hell, I mean, when I was in college and when I was playing ball all the time, hell, I'd eat whatever I wanted to. Didn't matter.
He said I would beat myself up for a week.
Right now, I mean, I'm still beating myself up about eating that ice cream, that old crawfish ice cream that gal had in here before the damn show, and I feel like I got somewhat conned into that. I didn't want it.
Well, I hate to tell you,
I was just nosy. And got caught up in trying every flavor, and I'm still like, man, why'd I do that, man?
I'm gonna eat some peanut butter Captain Crunch tonight.
That's mine. That's my go. That was my go-to.
That's my favorite one.
Peanut butter Captain Crunch.
Come on, live it.
That was my one. That one could get me.
You said was your one. He said it is.
Yeah, I don't have it anymore. I've bought that in a long time. But I mean, that was my one. I used to do stuff like add extra sugar.
I'm disappointed in Tyler today. He's really got me concerned. Right?
That's a travel into that three. I just someone said,
I mean, the human body can only handle so much.
It's for some people.
I mean, and you shouldn't push the limits.
Yeah,
just having a little cereal. I'm telling you right now, what
cereal on the heels of 2 a.m. Taco Bell and a bender for.
I didn't have none last night.
Tyler might go home. I may have talked him into cereal tonight.
You did. I hadn't thought about it, but now I really want some peanut butter Captain Crunch.
Man, that does sound good.
It does sound good.
Crunchitize me, Captain.
That does. That sounds exclusive. All right, Tyler, give us some best bets. What you got here? What kind of money you gonna try to get the people? I know Clint has his parlay he's gonna try to get going tonight. What you got for the people?
Yes, sir. Sweet 16, 5 best bets for you. We need them. We need these to hit for it to be a successful week. Wasn't the worst week, wasn't the best. We're hitting 50%. Here's your 5 Cougs. Perk them ears up. First, I got the Cougs -5 in the first half against Purdue. Then I'm on the Cougs team total.
Just want to say that.
Okay, awesome. So I got Cougs team total under 71.5 tonight, but they're going to be locking down Purdue just as good. Next, we got Ole Miss +4. versus Michigan State. Don't love that one.